In this world, a teacher is seen as a sacred guardian, someone dedicated to protecting and guiding the next generation. Students like Aiden and Lumi look up to their mentors with admiration and joy, seeking knowledge and companionship. From a distance, Solo watches this peaceful scene, contemplating the weight of the title he is about to assume. As Sora guides a group of young mages through the clouds on their broomsticks, Solo watches from a balcony, eating quietly. Looking at the scene, he can't help but feel out of place, questioning if he ever belonged in a role dedicated to guiding others. The journey leads to the prestigious school of Magic Orion, specifically to the infamous Class 2D. Here, the world's foundation is laid bare. Magic is not just a skill, but a necessity. From the mundane tasks of daily life to the high-stakes subjugation of monsters, magic is the force that drives everything forward. Wizards are those who wield magic, the teacher declares, his voice filled with passion. He reminds the class that using magic for the good of the world is a sacred responsibility, calling the students wizard eggs who carry the fate of the future on their shoulders. To spark their interest, he announces that today's lesson is transformation. With a bright flash and a puff of smoke, he shifts his form, turning into a small bird with glasses to show them exactly what is possible. The classroom erupts into a cacophony of laughter and chatter, completely disregarding Liar's transformation. One student snoozes soundly on a floating broom, while others gossip about the discomfort of flying or focus on painting their nails. Amidst the swirling summoned fish and the roar of laughter, the tiny bird teacher can only stare in stunned silence at his unruly wizard eggs. Nina leans in with excitement, holding up her hands to ask the bird teacher which nail color he finds the cutest. Lear is left flustered and speechless as she shows off her magically color-changing polish, ignoring his half-hearted reminders that they are still in the middle of a lesson. Amidst the noise, the narration introduces the teacher as Solo Pastry, the man in charge of the infamous Class 2D at the Orion School of Magic. Back in his room, Solo collapses face down on his bed, surrounded by piles of books. He lets out a long, weary sigh, admitting to himself that he simply can't do this. The image of his students, including Ninayan, laughing and ignoring him, flashes through his mind. Frustrated and sweating, he clutches his sheets, lamenting that those students won't listen to a single word he says. Frustrated by his lack of authority, Solo consults a teaching manual titled How to Be an Instructor. He sees these with anger, realizing that, despite following the book's advice to keep a smile, his students still look down on him. Reading further, he scoffs at the idea that a teacher holds the entire fate of a student's future in their hands. Feeling like his kind teacher persona was a total failure, he throws the book aside in annoyance, declaring the manual's claims to be a complete exaggeration. Solo sits alone in his room, his back to us as he gazes at a wall plastered with maps, photographs, and complex diagrams of his mission. Despite his struggle to play the part of a kind teacher, his mind remains fixed on his true purpose. He must eliminate his targets quickly. Exhausted by the facade, he simply wants to go home. As he looks over the detailed plans of the city, the story reflects on the nature of this world, where people are divided into two distinct types. In this world, people are divided into two groups, those who possess magic and those who do not. Arya, cheerful wizard, demonstrates the righteous path by using her magic to fix a broken cup for a crying child. This is the ideal they are taught: become good wizards who are useful to society. As Solo walks through the streets, he listens to the envious whispers of those who wish they were born with such convenient powers, further highlighting the weight of his own identity as a wizard. Looking out at the clock tower, Solo muses that the world isn't built on pretty words. He contemplates starting his preparations, his mind drifting to the darker side of his life. He remembers a man cowering in the ruins, desperately offering money and begging for mercy. The plea for life echoes as a stark glint appears in a cold, focused eye, marking the return of the assassin. Solo looks on with a chillingly calm expression, his hood casting a shadow over his face. "Sorry," he says without a hint of remorse, "this is my job." He is an assassin, and his work is the business of killing people. Solo looks back on his career as number 0, remembering the praise for his efficiency in dismantling organizations that sacrifice lives for magical experiments. His boss constantly reminds him that these targets are an evil that must be buried, a justification Solo has heard many times before. As he gazes out at the city, he reflects on the harsh truth that in this country, there are far too many people willing to abuse magic for their own ends. Solo picks up the receiver, his expression cold and professional. He assures his handler that once a target is chosen, he will handle it without hesitation, viewing it simply as his job. The voice on the other end places their trust in him, calling him the guild's ace, number 0. As he sits by the window overlooking the night city, Solo reflects on the societal perception of magic, noting that his actions would typically brand him as an evil wizard. Despite his lethal profession, Solo admits he appreciates being valued for his skills. His handler then presents a new, unusual assignment: An undercover mission at the Orion School of Magic. Solo is instructed to infiltrate and wait for further orders, with the only clue being that his targets are somehow tied to the institution. Confused by the ambiguity, Solo prepares to enter a world of wizards. Solo's jaw drops in disbelief as his handler reveals the true nature of the mission. He must infiltrate the Orion School of Magic by becoming a teacher. Since Orion is a strictly guarded boarding school, the client has already arranged for his employment to ensure he can bypass their security. Solo tries to argue that an assassin like him is unfit for the role, but the handler coldly cuts him off, reminding him that failure is not an option before hanging up the phone. The morning bell rings across the grand towers of the Orion School of Magic, signaling the start of another day. Solo, now disguised with glasses and a teacher's robe, walks through the arched hallways, stifling a yawn. It has been nearly 2 weeks since he successfully infiltrated the academy. Though he is greeted warmly by colleagues as Mr. Solo, his mind is elsewhere. He has already vetted the other faculty members, yet the guild has provided no further details on his target. Despite his professional success in blending in, Solo can't help but feel that the role of a teacher is entirely ill-suited for a man of his lethal background. Solo walks through the academy halls, burdened by the weight of his new identity. He recalls his childhood, teaching himself magic under the covers after being taken in by the guild, far from any classroom. To him, being a teacher is a sacred duty he isn't fit for, but he steels himself with the reminder that this is just a cover. As he opens the door to the faculty room, he is immediately greeted by a colleague ready to introduce him to the staff. Solo is blindsided when he is introduced to a new transfer student named Ibuki. The boy, dressed in a formal uniform, is assigned to class starting today. Solo, who had heard anything about this sudden addition, can only stare in shock as he is officially introduced as the boy's new teacher. Realizing his undercover role is becoming more complicated by the second, Ibuki offers a curt greeting, his cold demeanor immediately signaling to Solo that this new student will be a handful. As Sora officially designates Ibuki as the 13th member of Class D, Solo can only sigh in frustration, feeling even more overwhelmed by his inability to manage his existing students. Solo leads Ibuki through the arched hallways of the academy, trying his best to strike up a conversation. He asks about Ibuki's previous school, but the boy dismisses him with a single word. Average. The cold response hits Solo hard, making him want to quit on the spot. As they reach a secluded area, Solo's internal frustration boils over. He is annoyed that these teenagers, including his own class, seem to have no respect for their elders, despite him being 10 years older. Ibuki suddenly stops and raises a finger to his lips, silencing Solo with a sharp sheesh. As Solo looks on and turns intense, a star-shaped light gleaming in his eye, with a chilling calm, he declares that to be safe, their entire conversation must be erased from this world. Solo is left speechless as he realizes Ibuki is using advanced magic to block their voices from being heard, a feat impossible for a normal student. His shock turns to alarm when Ibuki addresses him by his secret codename, Number 0. Ibuki calmly explains that he has been assigned as Solo's partner for the current mission, completely upending Solo's expectations of a simple undercover job. Solo is taken aback by the sudden introduction of a partner, having received no prior briefing. Ibuki calmly explains that information was restricted to ensure absolute secrecy. He then reveals his deep knowledge of Solo's background, identifying him as the elite hitman from the organization Kronos. Despite the gravity of the situation, Solo finds Ibuki's cold and superior attitude incredibly irritating. Ibuki's eyes sparkle with pure adoration as he drops his serious act. "Can I have the honor of shaking your hand?" he asks, before vigorously pumping Solo's arm. Solo can only stare in shock as the boy gushes, "I admire you. There's not a single person in our industry who doesn't know your name." Ibuki's eyes sparkle with pure admiration as he recounts the legend of Number 0, the powerhouse hitman who has been voted the most reliable for 5 years straight. He becomes so overwhelmed with excitement that he laments not having anything for Solo to autograph, much to Solo's internal embarrassment. Realizing he has lost his cool, Ibuki quickly snaps back to a formal posture. He apologizes and officially introduces himself as a member of the Department of Magic's Assassination Unit, requesting to be called Ibuki for the duration of their shared mission. Ibuki explains that the mission is a state-sponsored request from the Department of Magic, the country's central authority. Given the high stakes and zero tolerance for failure, they enlisted the help of Kronos, an underworld reformation guild known for doing whatever it takes to eliminate evil. Ibuki speaks highly of the guild's sense of justice, but Solo remains grounded, insisting he is merely performing his duties. Ibuki is overwhelmed with joy, declaring it a true honor to be paired with the legendary Number 0. While Solo initially sighs and mentions his preference for working alone, he eventually softens and welcomes Ibuki as his partner. Just as Ibuki begins to bring up the details of their target, the loud chime of the school bell echoes through the hallway, cutting him off. Following the bell, Solo reminds Ibuki that maintaining their roles as teacher and student is vital to the mission. They decide to discuss the target's details after school. Despite trying to stay professional, Ibuki can't help but feel thrilled about seeing number 0 in a teacher's role, his eyes sparkling with admiration. Finally, they enter the classroom of Class 2D, where Ibuki introduces himself to the students as the new transfer student. Solo stands at the front of Class 2D, awkwardly introducing Ibuki as the new transfer student. He tries to maintain order and assign a seat, but the classroom erupts into a flurry of chatter. The students are intrigued by the rare midterm arrival, and Ian offers a friendly greeting. Suddenly, an energetic girl named Miko interrupts, waving her hand and proposing a welcome party for the newcomer. The rest of the class quickly agrees, completely ignoring Solo's authority and the scheduled lesson, leaving the assassin-turned teacher visibly overwhelmed by his rowdy students. Solo tries to steer the class back to academics by mentioning next week's transformation magic test, but Miko just calls him a boring downer. While Solo decides it's best to just let her be to avoid further disruption, Ibuki's expression turns dark, misinterpreting the disrespect toward his idol. Ibuki's hand crackles with energy as he coldly wonders if he should eliminate the girl right then and there. Solo panics and whispers a stern warning to Ibuki, reminding him that exposing their identities would ruin the mission. Ibuki, still fuming over the insult to idol, reluctantly agrees not to kill Miko in public, though his reasoning is still worryingly assassin-centric. Meanwhile, Miko Ibuki over to a seat so she can interrogate the newcomer. Watching Ibuki's intense devotion, Solo can't help but feel a growing sense of dread about the future of this partnership. Realizing stuck with a dangerously obsessive fan, Ibuki takes his seat and firmly states that school is for studying, defending Solo's earlier attempt to start the lesson. Miko, however, apologizes for the drag of a teacher and finds Ibuki's serious attitude adorable. She explains that Class 2D isn't known for good grades and prefers to have fun, even showing off her new navy nail polish. Unable to believe the lack of respect shown to the legendary number 0, while the rest of the class continues to chatter. Ibuki's serious demeanor earns him some mockery from his new classmates, who find his attitude out of place. They explain the harsh reality of the Academy's ranking system, where students are divided into 5 classes from S down to D based on their grades. Since they are in class the very bottom of the hierarchy, they are considered the dropout class, and nothing more than low-ranking wizard eggs in the eyes of the school. Miko explains that because the school expects nothing from them, no teacher ever truly cares about their class. She views Solo as a mere replacement who is only there because it's his job, a comment that sends a jolt of shock through Ibuki. Nina chimes in, recalling how previous teachers were so unmotivated they didn't even learn their names before quitting. Miko laughs it off, telling Ibuki that since this is the reality of the dropout class, he should just take it easy like the rest of them. Miko and Nina drive home the cynical reality of their situation, telling Ibi that in Class D a caring teacher simply doesn't exist. As night falls over the academy and owls hoot in the trees, Solo trudges through the dark, holding a lantern and letting out a long, weary sigh. He reflects on what has been another incredibly tiring day. Solo sighs, feeling the weight of the day and Ibuki's overzealous behavior. As they walk through the dark woods surrounding the school, Ibuki commends Solo's hard work and asks about the necessity of night patrols. Solo explains the danger of monsters despite the magical barrier, admitting rather be a janitor than a teacher. Ibuki points out that the faculty opening was a lucky break for their mission, then turns to Solo with a serious question. Does he actually hate being a teacher? Solo's mind spirals into a list of grievances about his new job. He recalls the endless grading, the early mornings that clash with his night owl nature, and the constant disrespect from students like Miko. To him, being an assassin was simple. Eliminate a target, get paid, and receive praise. As he stares into the night, he wonders how anyone could possibly find joy in such a thankless profession. As they walk through the dark woods, Solo shifts the topic to the true purpose of their infiltration: the target. He explains that the country specifically requested their partnership to eliminate a fitting threat. When Ibuki questions if such a person could really exist in an ordinary school, Solo's expression turns deadliest. He reveals that the target is an extremely evil wizard and begins to reveal their identity, leaving Ibuki reeling in disbelief. Suddenly, a voice cuts through the night air. Catching Solo and Ibuki off guard, they peer through the trees to find Miko standing near a waterfall, far from the safety of the dorms. Solo is baffled, noting that it's way past lights out, while Miko, seemingly unaware of their presence, exclaims, "Behold!" With a shout and a flash of her wand, Miko commands herself to transform into a dragon, but her efforts are met only by the chirping of crickets. Solo and Ibuki watch from a distance, surprised by her hidden dedication. Ibuki wonders if this is special training, and Solo agrees, noting that this version of Miko is entirely different from the cynical student he knows in the classroom. Watching Miko struggle with her magic, Solo notes her lack of progress but realizes the isolation of the woods is perfect for their mission. As Ibuki questions who the target is, Solo looks on with a cold professional gaze. He finally reveals the truth. Their current target is Miko Cecilia. Ibuki's eyes widen in shock as he tries to make sense of Solo's words. He insists that Miko is just a normal student, but Solo begins to explain. Meanwhile, voice echoes through the woods as she shouts in frustration, desperate to know why her magic won't work. Suddenly, the atmosphere shifts as Miko is enveloped in a blinding light. A deafening roar echoes through the woods as a massive cloud of energy erupts from her practice. Solo stares in disbelief, realizing something is very wrong, while Ibuki can only watch in terror as the sheer force of the magic begins to overwhelm them. The roar of energy finally takes a physical form, manifesting as a giant horned dragon that dwarfs everything in the forest. Solo and Ibuki stand paralyzed with shock as the massive creature towers over them, its presence overwhelming. Staring up at the impossible beast, Solo can only mutter in disbelief as he realizes the ordinary student has just transformed into a dragon. A deafening roar echoes through the woods as a massive dome of energy detonates with a violent kaboom. The shockwave tears through the trees, sending debris flying in every direction. Solo can only watch in absolute horror, his face illuminated by the blinding light of the explosion, as he realizes the true scale of the danger they are facing. Amidst the chaos of the explosion, Ibuki leaps into action, conjuring a powerful magical barrier that shields both him and Solo from the impact. As the protective glass-like shield shatters into pieces, Ibuki urgently asks if number 0 is unharmed. Solo, visibly shaken, thanks the boy and confesses that he had completely let his guard down in the face of such power. Ibuki simply smiles, reminding Solo that they are partners and have each other's backs. Solo looks at his hand in disbelief, the military-grade magic barrier ring he brought for emergencies snapped after just one hit. As the dragon roars, Solo explains that Miko has lost control and has been completely consumed by the transformation. Standing amidst the ruins of the forest, Ibuki turns to Solo and asks how this terrifying power is connected to Miko being their official target. Solo looks Ibuki in the eye as he explains the cold logic of their organization. The mission is called Egg Smashing, the preemptive elimination of wizard eggs, who are predicted to become threats to the nation. According to a leading wizard with the power of precognition, killing these dangerous individuals, while they are still harmless, is seen as the only way to protect the country's future. Solo continues his grimmick explanation, acknowledging that while Miko Cecilia is currently just an ordinary student, the prophecy foretells a dark future where she becomes a master of transformation and an evil wizard responsible for mass murder. Ibuki, stunned by the secrecy of the mission, quickly masks his emotions, coldly stating that her eventual downfall is of no concern to him. Ibuki's resolve is absolute as he declares his intent to kill Miko for the sake of the nation, viewing it as his sole duty. Solo, witnessing the aftermath of the explosion, recognizes that Miko's transformation is a terrifying omen of her awakening power. Faced with the reality of her potential as an evil wizard, they both conclude that there is no other choice but to follow through with the mission. Ibuki warns that if they don't act, the school will suffer casualties. He suggests a cover story, claiming Miko was killed by monsters while practicing in the mountains at night. With a sharp gesture, he declares they should erase her from the world right now, certain that their combined strength is enough to take down the Miko. He then turns to Solo, asking for his thoughts on the plan. Ibuki is caught completely off guard when Solo casually declines the offer to kill their student. With a tired and disinterested look, Solo simply says, "Nah, it'll pass." Before Ibuki can even process the rejection, a massive impact shakes the earth as the Miko slams down between them, sending the two of them flying back to avoid being crushed. Solo and Ibuki land on their feet, after narrowly avoiding the Miko's strike. Ibuki is visibly shaken, confused by why the legendary number 0 would refuse a mission. Solo admits all his job is to kill, he only targets those who have already committed evil acts. Looking at the transformed Miko, Solo firmly declares that right now, she is still an innocent student who hasn't done anything to deserve death, regardless of the dark future predicted for her. Solo looks on with a determined expression, his mind made up. He declares that Miko is just a blameless child, and that he cannot bring himself to kill her to him. Taking the life of someone innocent is simply not what he does, leaving Ibuki wide-eyed in disbelief. Solo makes it clear. He won't stop Ibuki from doing his job, but he won't participate in the killing. Ibuki is baffled, screaming that egg smashing is a sanctioned policy to protect the future. However, Solo looks at the situation differently. He points out that Miko is still just a child and wonders aloud if proper education could change her destiny, steering her away from the path of evil altogether. Ibuki can't believe his ears, shouting in disbelief at Solo's suggestion to educate the girl instead of eliminating her. He mocks the idea of Solo acting like a teacher in such a dire situation. However, his shock turns to dread as the Miko's roar shakes the ground, and he finds himself staring directly into the creature's enormous, piercing eye. The conversation is cut short as Miko's Miko form lashes out with terrifying power. A massive shockwave blasts Ibuki away, sending him tumbling through the air like Ergatl. He hits the ground with a heavy thud, struggling to breathe as the wind is knocked out of him. Despite the violence of the attack, Solo stands his ground, his eyes fixed on the scene with a cold, analytical focus. Ibuki collapses against the jagged rocks, his body aching from the previous impact. High above, Miko's Miko form looms like a dark omen against the moon. As Ibuki groans in pain, he watches in horror as the creature opens its maw, gathering energy for another blast. He realizes with a start that they won't survive another hit from that breath attack. As Miko prepares to strike again, Solo moves with blinding speed, positioning himself as a shield for the battered Ibuki. Ibuki stares up in disbelief, whispering the legendary assassin's name. With a cold, determined glint in his eye, Solo declares that while he refuses to take Miko's life, he has no intention of letting Ibuki perish here either. With a swift and decisive motion, Solo unleashes a devastating counterattack. A massive explosion erupts upon impact, engulfing the Miko and forcing it back. As the shockwave ripples through the air, Solo stands his ground in front of Ibuki, calmly stating that he is simply returning the favor for when Ibuki saved him earlier. Ibuki can hardly believe his eyes. The devastating dragon's breath, an attack that nearly killed him, was cancelled out by Solo in the blink of an eye. As the dust settles, Solo stands calm and collected, leaving the young student stunned by the sheer gap in their power. Standing before the towering, dark silhouette of the Miko, Solo chooses a different path than violence. He speaks directly to the beast, urging her to remember her original self. He describes her indigo eyes and sky-blue hair, firmly declaring her true identity. "You are Miko Set." Solo reaches out toward the light, his voice steady as he recites a fundamental lesson from their magic class. He explains that when a transformation refuses to break, one must recall strong memories of their original self. To guide her back, he reminds her of a small but distinct detail, her navy-colored nails, hoping the memory will trigger her return to human form. The transformation breaks, and Miko returns to her human self. Her mind hazy, Ibuki watches in silence as she looks down at her navy-colored nails, touched that Solo remembered such a small detail about her. Sensing her distress and exhaustion, Solo's voice remains steady and kind, telling her to sleep and let the terrifying ordeal fade away like a bad dream. With a final whisper calling out to her teacher, Miko finally finds peace. Miko's eyes soften as she calls out to Solo before drifting into sleep. The assassin-turned-teacher stands in stunned silence, his eyes wide with an emotion he rarely shows. In the quiet aftermath of the battle, a single profound question remains. Can Solo truly become the teacher these students need? Solo gently carries the unconscious Miko, concluding that she simply passed out from overexerting her magic. While he feels relieved that the immediate danger is over, Ibi watches him with a piercing, suspicious gaze. The boy's expression hardens as he addresses Solo by his codename, Number 0, questioning if the assassin truly understands the weight of his actions. Ibuki is furious, shouting that refusing to eliminate the target is a blatant breach of contract. He can't believe that the legendary assassin is actually giving up on a job. Solo remains indifferent, admitting that while has never cancelled a request before, that is exactly what Hes doing now. Seeing no other choice, Ibuki decides to report the situation to the higher-ups, while Solo walks away with the unconscious Miko, quietly hoping his true identity remains a secret. Ibuki brushes off the situation, telling Solo that whatever happens next with the guild won't involve him. He bluntly points out that Solo might be fired for his defiance. Solo stares in silence, perhaps contemplating the weight of his new path. As the sun rises over the distant peaks, the focus returns to the familiar sign of Class 2D, marking the start of a new day. Back at his desk, Solo is overwhelmed by the reality of his choice. He realizes that recklessly abandoning a government request has completely ruined his reputation with his boss. He fears the worst, being fired, or even executed for his failure. As he contemplates the egg-smashing mission he was supposed to carry out, a sudden Kachak sound signals someone's arrival at the door. Miko walks into the classroom with a tired yawn, offering a casual morning greeting that catches Solo off guard. As she settles in, the room is already thick with rumors. Students are whispering about a terrifying monster rampage that occurred in the mountains overnight. When asked if she heard anything, Miko simply shakes her head, mentioning she only had a strange dream where she turned into a dragon. Solo watches her closely, realizing his command for her to forget worked perfectly, even as he panics internally over how she can view such a life-altering event as just a dream. Solo stares blankly, his mind racing as he recalls Miko's faint voice asking if he could truly be a good teacher. He tries to dismiss his growing attachment to the students, telling himself that noticing small details like Nina's painted nails is simply a byproduct of his training as an assassin. Yet, the doubt lingers in his eyes as he continues to reflect on his changing path. Solo's mind drifts to a dark memory of his childhood, where he sat alone and chained in a room full of debris. He reflects on how children simply crave the attention of adults, a realization that hits home. As he watches Miko sitting in class, he admits to himself that even his life as an assassin began because he desperately wanted to be acknowledged by his boss, mirroring the very attention he now gives his students. Solo's gaze lingers on Miko, but the sudden click of the door draws his attention. Ibuki is already on his way out. Solo starts to call his name, but Ibuki turns back with a finger to his lips, signaling for silence before disappearing into the hallway. Ibuki stops Solo with a heavy revelation that shifts the weight of their mission. He explains that Miko Sicilia's future has been rewritten. The dark path she was once on has vanished in the future that now awaits. She will no longer become the evil wizard the organization was so desperate to eliminate. Ibuki explains that the higher-up's latest use of precognition showed a sudden, unexplained change in the future. Solo, filled with relief, asks if this means the mission to kill Miko will be withdrawn. However, Ibuki dampens his spirits, stating that this anomaly is unprecedented and that the main task is yet to come. Ibuki drops a bombshell, revealing that the egg-smashing mission actually involved 12 targets in total, which is why the organization sent 2 assassins. Solo is left reeling as he realizes the magnitude of the task ahead. With Miko's future secured, Ibuki declares that their new goal is to change the remaining 11 destinies. Ibuki remembers the moment he was told he would be the 13th student in Class 2D. As he stands before individuals seated Theralumi, Ian, Nina, and the others, the weight of the mission settles in. Every student in this room other than himself is a target whose future must be changed. The weight of the mission becomes clear as the grim prophecy is laid bare. In the future, the 12 students of Class 2D are destined to become the very wizards who will bring about the total destruction of the country. Ibuki addresses Solo by his codename, Number 0, and delivers the organization's updated orders. The target isn't a person but a time-laid worst possible future. To prevent the destruction of the country, Solo must now truly act as a teacher, guiding the 12 students Class 2D to a different path. Stunned by the weight of this new mission, Solo realizes that his role has fundamentally shifted from assassin to savior. As the weight of Ibuki's words sinks in, Solo looks at the lively and chaotic faces of Class 2D. The mission has shifted from a simple assassination to something far more complex and personal. He isn't just a spy in disguise anymore. He must truly embrace the role of a teacher to guide these 12 potential destroyers toward a different, brighter future. The man who once wanted to quit teaching now finds himself as the only one who can save them. Stepping into the faculty room, Solo is greeted with a mysterious glowing scroll. A fellow teacher laughs heartily as he explains the situation. These are the magical history exam results for Class 2D from a long time ago. The previous teacher forgot to return them, and Solo's colleague realized he also forgot to hand them over when Solo first took charge of the class. Zane laughs off the importance of the documents, telling Solo that Class D is a lost cause and he should just do whatever he wants. Solo stares at the old exam papers, noting the sheer amount of neglect the class has faced. While he originally took this job as a cover for his life as an assassin, the weight of his new mission starts to settle in as he looks at the records of his students' past failures. Looking over the exam results, Solo is speechless. The scores are abysmal: 2 points, 7 points, 16 points, hardly the marks of legendary villains. He breaks into a cold sweat, wondering if these kids are truly the evil wizards destined to destroy the country. To change that future, he realizes he has no choice but to keep playing the part of their teacher as he looks out at the academy. Solo sits amidst a mountain of magical artifacts, scrolls, and books, looking weary as he removes his glasses. The room is a testament to the chaotic world he has entered. As he clutches his notebook, the title for the next chapter appears. Second period, the job of an assassin, reminding him that despite his classroom duties, his lethal past is never far behind. Solo puts on a bright, enthusiastic face as he stands before Class 2D, announcing the review of their magical history exams. The classroom immediately erupts into a noisy mess of students mocking each other's low scores and complaining about the sudden return of old tests. Behind his forced smile lasses, Solo is already reaching his limit, sweating as he realizes just how much he dislikes teaching and how poorly he handles children. Solo looks on as Nina focuses on mixing a magic potion, while Ibuki ignores the lecture to read a snack recipe book. Leon is fast asleep on his floating broom, and the rest of the class is just as unruly. Solo grits his teeth. realizing that his attempt to play the role of a kind, youthful teacher has made it impossible for him to actually control or guide this group of misfits. Amidst the chaos, Ibuki stands up and asks the class to quiet down for the lesson. Solo watches as Ian immediately shuts the transfer student down, sneering that there is no point in acting like an honor student in a class meant for the dregs of the academy. Undeterred, Ibuki begins to talk back. Anne leads the class in a boisterous celebration, declaring that they just want to enjoy their school life regardless of being the bottom of the barrel. He mockingly dubs Ibuki a boopy, urging the serious transfer student to loosen up and join them. While Ibuki protests the ridiculous nickname in frustration, Solo watches the chaotic scene from a distance. He begins to realize that despite their poor grades and rowdy behavior, these students are essentially just normal, foolish kids, making his mission to eliminate them feel even more conflicting. Miko, student number 9, watches the classroom antics with a quiet, unreadable expression. At the front of the room, Solo leans against his desk, looking completely drained by his first real day of teaching. As the day ends, the focus moves to the Orion School of Magic Boy's dormitory. There Ibuki stands alone, clutching a pitcher and letting out a deep, weary sigh, admitting to himself that he simply can't take the stress of his new class anymore. Ibuki questions how such a chaotic group could ever become a national threat, finding their student vibe hard to take seriously. Solo, sitting on the bed, admits he feels the same way about the class lack of discipline. However, Ibuki's frustration boils over as he admits that while the students' incompetence is one thing, their blatant contempt for Solo is something he will never forgive. Ibuki vents his frustration, demanding to know why Solo doesn't just use his overwhelming power to silence the class in one hit. Solo remains composed, reminding the boy that he is strictly playing the role of a teacher and breaking character would cause problems. As he pours tea, Solo explains that he is still in the dark about certain details regarding the client, which is why he is carefully following through with his current preparations. Solo reveals the dark truth. The government and his own superior in the Department of Magic are the ones who ordered the assassination of Class D. Despite his nerves, he prepares to meet them, memorizing the password. Thank you very much. He hopes that if the meeting goes well, he can convince them unfit for teaching and negotiate a safe return to the guild. With the determined look, he tells Ibuki it's time to go. Solo recites the secret phrase, "Thank you very much for the invitation." As he dips his hand into the cup of tea, a sudden magical reaction occurs, and with a loud whoosh, a vortex of energy and stars spirals upward from the table. Solo watches intently as the portal activates, ready to face the negotiation ahead. As the magical transition completes, Solo arrives in a dark, claustrophobic space. He stands as a small figure of light, amidst a sea of towering, multi-eyed monstrosities that loom over him from every direction. A soft sound echoes in the silence as he faces the overwhelming swarm. Solo's confusion turns to pure panic as the monsters let out deafening roars and lunge at him. He barely has time to react as a massive creature slams its weight down right where he was standing. Overwhelmed by the sheer number of beasts, he can only wonder what these monsters are and why they are attacking him so relentlessly. Solo pauses, a realization dawning on him as he looks at the shadowy monsters. Wait, that's how it is, huh? He muses, adjusting his hood. He understands now that there are plenty of clients like this, those who want to gauge his abilities before they even begin to discuss the job. Accepting the challenge, Solo unleashes his true power. With a dramatic flourish of his cape, he summons the Unbreaking Dawn, a massive array of magical blades that illuminate the dark dimension. As a monstrous beast closes in, Solo prepares to demonstrate why he is the organization's top assassin, utilizing the witch arsenal to turn the tide of the ambush. With a series of swift, lethal strikes, Solo's Unbreaking Dawn shreds the monsters into pieces. Amidst the carnage, he calmly pulls up his hood, more concerned about keeping his clothes clean than the monsters he just neutralized. Solo stands amidst the fading remains of the monsters, noting that he has finished them all. As he wonders about his next move, the dark, chaotic realm vanishes with a soft sound, replaced by a vast and beautiful field of roses under a bright sky. Solo stands bewildered in the middle of the rose field, as a mysterious woman with a shadowed face welcomes him to her tea party. Surrounded by elegant sweets and tea, she addresses him not just as Mr. Solo, but by his secret assassin codename, Number 0, proving she is the client who knows his true past. The woman introduces herself as Rose, a member of the Department of Magic, and the one who requested Solo's current mission. Solo remains wary, observing that she is using powerful magic to keep her face hidden. Despite his suspicions, he takes a seat in the secluded rose field as she invites him to discuss the job in private. Noting how cautious his client is being, Ibuki approaches the table with a teapot, prompting a surprised reaction from Solo. Rose offers a formal apology, explaining that the monster attack was a necessary test to see Solo's true abilities before they continued their discussion. She analyzes his magic, the witch's arsenal, marveling at how a wizard's strength determines the weapons they can create. She admits she was stunned that Solo managed to wipe out all of her monsters with just one decisive strike. Solo tries to get the conversation back on track, mentioning the new request Rose made. Rose brushes off his seriousness with praise, leaving Solo momentarily flustered but pleased. However, the tone shifts when Rose explains the real objective. The target he must eliminate is actually the worst possible future. She tasks him with instructing the students of Class D to change their destiny, prompting a shocked reaction from Solo as he tries to interject. Solo is visibly conflicted, reminding Rose that his true profession is assassination, not education. He worries that trying to act like a real teacher is outside his capabilities and could lead to disaster. However, Rose isn't hearing it. She interrupts his rambling with a sharp snap of her fingers, calmly assuring him that he is already doing an excellent job, much to Solo's confusion. With a dramatic flourish, Rose reveals a wall covered in framed paintings. She directs Solo's and Ibuki's attention to the images, identifying the Orient Academy they attend and the capital city where she lives. She speaks with affection for the country she loves. But the atmosphere quickly shifts. As she utters the word, however, a dark, ominous shadow begins to creep across the peaceful landscapes, signaling a grim turn in her explanation. Rose's voice turns grave as the paintings shift to show a future of fire and ruin. She explains that in just a few years, the nation will be destroyed by 12 evil wizards. Solo's eye widens in horror as she delivers the final blow. These future villains are his very own students from Class 2D. Rose explains that these images were captured by a wizard with the power of precognition, turning a dark future into a visual reality. Solo stares in disbelief as he recognizes a grown-up Miko in one of the frames. As he looks at the other paintings, including one of Nina, the weight of the prophecy sinks in. Rose admits that while they know who these evil wizards will be, the reason why an entire class of students turns to darkness remains a mystery. Rose explains that precognition is imperfect, showing only fragments of what is to come, much like a scattered puzzle. Despite this, the organization has worked in the shadows for years to mitigate threats. She says that the goal is to stop the worst possible futures at any cost, which is why extreme measures like egg-smashing eliminating threats before they can manifest are sanctioned. Solo listens in silence as the cold logic of the organization's philosophy is laid bare. Solo finally understands the cold logic of the organization. They view his students as wizard eggs that must be crushed before they can hatch into world-destroying threats. Rose confirms this, but adds a startling update. An irregularity has appeared in the precognition. Miko Cecilia is no longer destined to become an evil wizard. Despite this shift in fate, Rose maintains her ruthless stance, insisting that they should put an end to Class D as soon as possible. Rose shows a new vision where the town remains intact, explaining that Miko is no longer part of the prophecy of destruction. As Ibuki wonders how such a change is possible, Rose turns her attention to Solo. She reveals her theory. Solo, the assassin known as Number Zero, is the catalyst who changed Miko Cecilia's future. Solo can hardly believe that he is the one responsible for altering Miko's destiny. As he processes this, Rose reveals one more piece of the puzzle, a painting of a silent, deserted classroom. Ibuki and Solo look on in shock as they realize the blackboard reads Class 3D. Yet, not a single soul is present in the room. Rose explains that the empty classroom in the painting represents the future of Class 2D in just 1 year. She states that eventually every student will drop out and vanish from the school. Solo is stunned, questioning if everyone will truly be gone, while Ibuki wonders if they are simply failing out. Rose clarifies that according to the precognition, Miko Cecilia is now the only one who does not share this disappearing fate. Rose continues her explanation, noting that once Miko was saved from the worst possible future, she reappeared in the vision of the classroom a year from now. She presents Solo and Ibuki with a startling realization. The path to preventing the students from becoming world-destroying threats is simply to ensure they don't drop out of school. If they stay as students, they will never become the evil wizards the prophecy once foretold. Rose reveals the original timeline. Miko's Miko rampage was supposed to escalate, leading her to attack the school and eventually drop out. Solo is stunned by the simplicity of the cause, but Rose emphasizes the weight of his actions. For the first time in the organization's long history of egg smashings, a target's dark fate was averted through protection rather than elimination. Recognizing this miracle, Rose decides to entrust Solo with the future of Class D. Rose poses a provocative question to Solo, asking if this isn't the very work he prides himself on as Assassin Number Zero. She explains that if he can prevent the remaining students of Class D from dropping out, they will never transform into the evil wizards of the prophecy. Solo is still performing an assassination. He is killing the dark future itself. Solo can only respond with a strained grunt, the weight of this new responsibility pressing down on him. Solo finds the situation absurd, But Rose quickly counters his doubts. She explains that while they don't know why the students drop out, a teacher is perfectly positioned to monitor and stop them. Despite Solo's hesitation, she cheerfully commands him to keep up the impersonation, setting a tight 2-week deadline for him to succeed. Solo feels the pressure mounting as the mission's complexity grows. Suddenly, Ibuki speaks up, addressing Rose directly with a formal objection. While he acknowledges the new orders, Ibuki expresses deep skepticism, pointing out that the plan introduces too many uncontrolled variables. He firmly believes that their traditional method of elimination is the best way to ensure the country's safety and demands to know why they are opting for such a complicated path now. Kira gives a simple yet profound reason for the change. She doesn't want to kill the students. While she has done plenty of dirty work for the country before, she admits she always struggled with the idea of adults having no choice but to harm children. Now she wants to try this new path. Solo and Ibuki can only watch in silence as their superior reveals her unexpected humanity and her hope for a different future. Kira gazes out at the vast landscape, musing that the true meaning of protecting the country's future lies in saving both the nation and its children. Solo remains silent, his expression unreadable behind his glasses. Kira then turns the conversation toward him, asking if he shares her sentiment. She reveals that she is aware of his report Ibuki, in which he confessed that he could not bring himself to kill Miko, calling her a blameless child. The revelation leaves both Solo and Ibuki visibly startled as their private observations are brought to light. Kira makes it clear that the lives of the Cladan students now depend entirely on Solo's success. While she expresses confidence in him, she delivers a chilling ultimatum. If he cannot prevent them from dropping out, the organization will proceed with the original plan to eliminate them. Illustrated by the grim sight of crossed-out student records. Kira reminds Solo that the assassination of Class ND is merely on hold, a condition set by the higher-ups to allow this new approach, in order to prevent from forming the school staff out the student's potential withdrawal. As Solo reels from the mounting pressure, Kira suddenly checks the time and decides to adjourn with a cheerful farewell and decides to smoke, in a stunned puff of falling into thin air, leaving a stunned Solo falling back in disbelief deep. As the weight of his new responsibility sinks in, Kira begins to fade away, leaving Solo shouting in protest as he tries to stop her. Before she fully disappears, she reminds him that Ibuki will stay by his side as a partner for any future needs. Her voice echoes one last time, addressing him as number 0 and declaring her absolute resolve to save the children. She poses a final piercing question, asking Solo if he is prepared to put everything on the line for their sake as well. Kira's voice turns cold and menacing as she delivers a final ultimatum. She warns Solo that if he fails his mission or breaks their contract, she will personally crush his entire guild, reminding him of the terrifying power of the Department of Magic. She leaves Solo sweating under the weight of her threat. Kira bids them a final farewell, suggesting they have tea again sometime before she completely vanishes from the scene. The intense pressure finally breaks, and Solo collapses onto the floor with a heavy thud, visibly drained. Ibuki, kneeling beside his exhausted partner, offers a quiet apology for the overwhelming commotion caused by Kira's sudden and intense visit. Ibuki panics as he sees Solo collapsed on the floor, frantically calling out his name and checking if he's injured. Solo, overwhelmed by a sense of gloom, stares at the ceiling and reflects on the ruthless methods of the national authorities. He realizes that Kira's words weren't a simple request but a direct threat to destroy everything he cares about, determined to prevent his guild from being crushed. Solo forces himself to focus on pulling off the impossible task ahead. With the weight of his guild's survival on his shoulders, Solo makes a firm decision. He turns to Ibuki, declaring that he is counting on him as a partner to see this mission through. Ibuki, touched by Solo's trust, can hardly contain his excitement as his eyes sparkle with newfound determination, eagerly accepting the role. Solo is surprised by how quickly Ibuki has adapted to their situation. Ibuki explains that his earlier hesitation was just a formal inquiry, and that he follows Miss Rose's orders as absolute law, claiming to have no personal feelings in his work, however. As Ibuki beams with joy about the prospect of working together, Solo can't help but feel that the boy's enthusiastic behavior contradicts his claim of being purely professional. Ibuki's expression shifts from excitement to a cold, deadly resolve. He reflects on Kira's hidden compassion for the children. Admitting he hadn't realized how much she cared, however, he tells Solo that he is prepared to kill even a child if the situation demands it. Addressing Solo as number 0, Ibuki looks him in the eye and promises that if there is no other choice, he will take it upon himself to eliminate the students of Class D. Ibuki looks at Solo with a calm, unsettling smile, noting that he respects Solo's reluctance to perform a job he doesn't agree with. He bluntly states that he doesn't care who he has to eliminate, causing Solo to sweat drop at the sheer intensity of his new partner's professionalism. As Solo tries to process this, a sudden knock-knock echoes through the room. The door swings open as Ian and Miko burst in with high energy, shouting for the transfer student, Ibuki, and catching Solo completely off guard. Ian and Miko are shocked to find Solo in the room, questioning why the teacher is there. Solo quickly stammers an excuse, claiming he was just showing Ibuki around the dorms. After a brief debate about whether to include the teacher, the students decide to leave him behind. Miko announces they are borrowing Ibuki for a bit, dragging the new student away, and leaving Solo standing alone in silence as the sun begins to set over the academy. Ibuki's eyes widen in shock as he is brought before a festive spread laid out under a tea tree. Ian waves energetically while Nina and Lumi welcome him to the group. They reveal that this gathering is a surprise welcome party to celebrate his enrollment in Class 2D. As the students cheer and offer him food, Ibuki is left speechless by the unexpected kindness of the very people he was sent to monitor. The welcome party continues as Kai offers Ibuki homemade sweets with a gentle smile, though he tells him not to force himself. The mood shifts when Azu suddenly shoves a beauty potion into Ibuki's face, her excitement bordering on mania. Dant watches from the side, bluntly warning the transfer student that Azu is only looking for a guinea pig to test her latest concoctions. Ignoring the warning, Azu leans in close with a haunting laugh, confessing she has been interested in Ibuki since his very first day. The welcome party quickly descends into chaos as the students of Class 2D shower Ibuki with a barrage of tokens of friendship, ranging from crosses to pocket watches. A masked Ian enthusiastic drags a bewildered Ibuki into a selfie, calling him by the nickname Ibupi, while Nina and Dant bicker about magic experiments. In the background stands Frozen, completely overwhelmed by the relentless energy of the group he was supposed to be monitoring. Miko playfully offers Ibuki a bottle of her favorite nail polish, insisting it's a popular brand even among boys. Noticing Ibuki's visible discomfort with the chaotic atmosphere, she apologizes for the commotion but explains that everyone is just eager to be his friend. As they talk, she reminds him that they are all in the same class now and reveals with a smile that she was the one who organized the entire welcome party for him. Ibuki reminds himself that he shouldn't get too close to his targets, even as Dante wonders if they should have invited Solo to the party. Ian immediately rejects the idea, claiming a teacher would ruin the vibe, while Nina and Dante express their confusion and slight irritation towards Solo's perpetually cheerful demeanor and the fact that they never see him outside of class. Ibuki is visibly irritated as the other students continue their lively chatter, feeling that he will never truly fit in with this group, especially when they gossip about his secret identity. High above on a balcony, Solo leans against the stone railing, eavesdropping on their conversation with a faint knowing smile. Despite the students' complaints about him, he remains steadfast in his decision. He recalls his own words about wanting to protect the children rather than kill them, choosing a path that defies his original mission for the sake of their future. 6. Solo stares down with a cold, analytical gaze, convincing himself that his mercy is purely for his own peace of mind. He tells himself that laying hands on innocent children would simply leave a bad taste in his mouth to him. The students of Class 2D are nothing more than a group of annoying brats, and he claims he is only protecting them because he has no other choice. Below, Ibuki stands with Nina and Zane, still clutching his gifts and looking confused by the sudden warmth of his target. Solo looks back on the day, realizing that Kai's recipe book and Nina's potions were all preparations for Ibuki's welcome party. Although he finds their lack of focus during class time appropriate, his reflection is cut short. Zane, the stout teacher, suddenly appears behind him, questioning why Solo is lingering alone in such a place. Startled, Solo can only offer a muffled grunt as he is pulled back to reality. Zane approaches Solo on the balcony, boasting about how the vice principal recognized him for class improved taste scores. Solo sends with a forced smile, thinking to himself that he didn't ask for this information. Looking down at the students gathered below, Zane scoffs, remarking that Class D is only dedicated when it comes to playing around. He tells Solo it's a misfortune to be stuck with them. Solo agrees, but Zane then adds a cryptic comment, saying he's actually thankful that Class D exists. Zane leans in with a creepy smile, explaining that Class D's failure provides his own students with a sense of superiority. Solo is visibly repulsed by the man's twisted logic, wondering what is wrong with him. Below them, the atmosphere is much brighter as Toturi, a cheerful girl with an interest in gardening, offers Ibuki a potted plant as her token of friendship. Toturi presents a potted fire poppy to Ibuki, explaining that it only blooms through magic. She enthusiastically waves her wand, determined to make it bloom as a gift for him. From the balcony above, Zane watches with a condescending expression, noting that blooming a fire poppy was a first-year assignment but remains impossible for the failures of Class D. Solo listens silently as the other students whisper about whether Toturi can actually pull it off. Zane laughs heartily, boasting that all his students can easily perform such magic while mocking Class D for their complete lack of talent. Below, Toturi waves her wand with all her might, cheered on by Miko, Ibuki, and Dante. Zane continues his verbal assault, questioning if the Class D students feel any shame for their incompetence as wizard eggs, while Solo watches the scene with a cold, unreadable expression. With a determined glint in her eyes, Toturi unleashes her magic, her wand emitting a sharp twang. However, the result is far from a normal flower. A giant, bulbous growth appears on the ground, creaking and rumbling with an ominous. As the earth vibrates with heavy bangs, Toturi can only stare in disbelief at the strange entity she has summoned, wondering what exactly she has created. The tension breaks as the massive bulb erupts into a spectacular display of light and magic. Glowing floral patterns bloom across the sky, casting a radiant light over the stunned students. Miko gasps in awe, while Ibuki stares up at the masterpiece Toturi has created. It is a sight of pure, unexpected beauty that leaves everyone breathless. Zane stares in utter shock, sweating as he realizes a Class D student has achieved the impossible. Solo watches from the balcony with a knowing smirk, relishing the moment Zane's arrogance is crushed. Down below, Toturi is beaming with joy, surrounded by her cheering friends. She reveals that all her secret practice finally paid off, happy that everyone could enjoy the beautiful bloom. Solo can't help but mock Zane's stunned expression, noting how stupid he looks after being so annoying. Toturi beams with joy, surrounded by the warmth and cheers of her friends. But as the excitement settles, she finds herself in a moment of quiet contemplation, standing small and serene amidst the glowing petals of her creation. Ibuki is overwhelmed by the sheer number of gifts he's carrying, complaining about the weight and the clutter they will create in his room. Solo watches him with a smirk, thinking to himself that he might do whatever he can, though he reminds himself becoming truly friendly with the students is a separate matter. As they walk, Solo teases him about the tokens of friendship. However, Ibuki becomes curious and asks Solo if the impressive flower magic from before was actually his doing, noting that Solo had been watching them from the balcony. Solo awkwardly explains that he only used the magic to shut Zane up, though he secretly found it hilarious that everyone believed Toturi was the one responsible. Despite the weak excuse, Ibuki is deeply impressed, praising Solo's ability to cast magic unnoticed even in front of a professional teacher. As they continue walking, Ibuki is now completely convinced of Solo's amazing capabilities. Just as Solo and Ibuki are discussing the secret behind the magic, Miko suddenly appears, leaving Solo panicked that she might have overheard everything. While Solo tries to laugh it off as a mere coincidence, Miko remains skeptical, noting that Toturi's sudden ability to cast such advanced magic was highly unusual. Miko stares intensely at Solo, her expression softening as she speaks. She admits that she once thought Mr. Solo was just a boring and plain teacher, but she now finds his secret help for Toturi to be quite thoughtful. Solo, however, looks on with a weary expression, thinking to himself that this is happening again. Miko continues her passionate explanation, arguing that Toturi would have been depressed by another failure and that it would have ruined the overall mood. However, just as quickly as she began, she abruptly cuts herself off and storms away, declaring that's all. Solo and Ibuki are left standing in silence, completely bewildered by her sudden departure. As Miko walks away, Ibuki becomes indignant, complaining that she was being disrespectful by calling Solo boring and plain. Solo calmly tells him to get used to it and stop reacting every time. While Ibuki continues to grumble, Solo silently agrees that he is indeed plain. Looking at his students, he thinks of them as snotty brats who could potentially become evil wizards in the future, but his expression suggests a growing sense of attachment. Solo reflects that his students aren't actually a bad group, but his thoughts quickly shift to the mission at hand. He recalls the strict order to ensure no one from Class D drops out, a task he views as his primary job as. Ibuki ponders the typical reasons for students leaving school. Solo's mind drifts back to his infiltration 2 weeks prior, remembering the organization's cold inquiry about which students required special attention. Solo reflects on his initial assumption that the target of his mission would be a teacher, which is why he hadn't paid much attention to the students. His thoughts are abruptly cut short when Miko suddenly screeches back into the scene, startling both him and Ibuki. Looking distressed, Miko demands to know if the rumors she just overheard from other students about Xiao are true. Solo is completely blank when Miko mentions Xiao, and Ibuki is equally clueless. This sends Miko into a frenzy as Shikrant, her own teacher, has forgotten one of his students. She shouts in disbelief, pointing out that while Xiao has been absent since Solo's arrival, he is still a member of the class. Miko reveals the full name of the mysterious student. Xiao Shahar. Not only is he student number 01, but he is also the class president of Class 2D. However, the revelation comes with a shocking rumor that he is on the verge of being expelled. Solo and Ibuki can only stare in silence and confusion. The atmosphere shifts abruptly as the scene moves to a quiet residence. A doorbell rings, echoing through the house. Inside, a dark-haired girl remains calm, petting a white cat that meows softly, seemingly indifferent to the visitor at the door. As the doorbell rings, a boy with dark hair and an eye patch is shown. He looks away with a somber gaze, softly whispering that he misses someone. In a striking inverted shot of a wooden interior, Solo and Ibuki stand alongside Xiao Shahar. This marks the start of a new arc. Third Shahar Eye. Solo calls out to Miko while Ibuki asks for more details about the topic they discussed yesterday. Miko urgently explains that she accidentally overheard the vice principal saying that Xiao would be leaving the school. Mako flashes back to the conversation she overheard, where the vice principal confirms that Xiao Shahar's poor grades and lack of attendance are putting him at risk of being expelled. Distressed by the situation, Mako shares this with Solo and Ibuki. Solo remains silent, absorbing the grim reality of his student's predicament. Solo reflects on the grim nature of his assignment. His job is to kill the students before they can become evil wizards, which requires preventing any of them from dropping out. Meanwhile, Ibuki is stunned that a dropout candidate has emerged so quickly, questioning who Xiao Shahar really a class president, who, despite his title, rarely attends class. Ibuki questions why Xiao Shahar never attends class, noting that while he skipped often in his first year, he has been completely absent this year. Miko admits she doesn't know the reason despite having spoken with him in the past. Meanwhile, Solo determines that the first priority to prevent Xiao from dropping out is simply getting him to come to class, though Ibuki uses magic to keep these specific mission-related thoughts hidden from Miko. Solo determines that they must understand Xiao's thoughts to convince him to return to school, suggesting they go talk to him. Ibuki readily agrees to assist. As they set off, Solo finds himself conflicted, questioning why he is taking his duties as a teacher so seriously despite his original mission. Miko suddenly chimes in, eagerly offering her help to bring Xiao back. Ibuki is puzzled by her enthusiasm and asks why she wants to help. Miko quickly defends herself, stating it's for Xiao's sake as his classmate, before turning the question back on Ibuki, pointing out that he is merely a transfer student. Ibuki quickly responds to Miko's questioning by claiming that his dream is to become a teacher, expressing a desire to study the profession up close. Miko is instantly swayed and impressed by his ambition. Solo, realizing that this reasonable lie makes their cooperation easier, decides to accept Miko's help. However, he secretly worries that having her along might lead to them accidentally revealing their true identities. Miko excitedly leads the way, leaving Solo to privately mutter about her being a snotty brat. Ibuki then suggests that Solo should consider dropping his young teacher act to avoid further ridicule. While Solo admits that such situations can be annoying, he argues that changing his persona now would be weird, and he turns the question back on Ibuki's own behavior. Solo tells Ibuki to follow the local customs and try to get along with the students of class, warning that losing his temper over their behavior would only hinder his work. While Ibuki is reluctant to be friendly with people he views as targets, Solo suggests that he can simply pretend to be friends. This leaves Ibuki bewildered. He realizes he has never actually had a friend in his life, and has no idea how to even fake such a relationship. Ibuki admits that he was raised in an assassination unit from a young age, which is why the concept of having friends was foreign to him. He agrees to follow Solo's advice and control his anger to avoid accidentally killing the students, mentioning he will do so for Mrs. Rose's sake. As the two walk away, the academy remains a whirlwind of activity, with students chatting about their futures and flying on brooms amidst the daily bustle. Solo, Ibuki, and Miko scour the academy, calling out for Xiao. They check a cluttered shop and a lush garden, but their search proves fruitless. As they stand in a quiet hallway, a sense of gloom settles over them, and they begin to doubt if Xiao is even on the campus grounds. Miko explains that students are forbidden from leaving on weekdays, meaning Xiao must still be around, even if he spends his time skipping class to wander or barbecue. The group is baffled that the class representative behaves like such a typical delinquent. As they reflect on this, the majestic Orion School of Magic comes into view, a 300-year-old institution dedicated to the priority of nurturing superior wizards. Miko explains the school's hierarchy, noting that ranks are indicated by student numbers, and the highest grade earns the leadership role of position Xiao Shahar once held. While Ibuki finds this meritocratic system appealing, Miko is left unimpressed, calling him weird for enjoying such a visualized ranking. Miko is surprised by Ibuki's low ranking, but he dismisses it, explaining that it's only because he is a transfer student. As they walk, Solo reflects on the enigmatic Xiao Shahar, having found no useful information in the staff room earlier that morning. He wonders what kind of person the pranked student truly is. hoping he isn't too difficult to deal with. Miko suddenly spots someone in the distance and shouts, calling out to Xiao. Solo and Ibuki follow her gaze, only to be taken aback by the scene unfolding before them. They realize that Xiao is not simply wandering the grounds, but is actually in the middle of a fight with a group of other people. The confrontation reveals that Xiao Shahar is facing off against a group of arrogant third-year students. One of the upperclassmen aggressively claims that Xiao bumped into him and dirtied his uniform. Xiao offers a blunt, half-hearted apology, but the third years are not satisfied, viewing his attitude as insincere. Angered by his lack of respect toward his seniors, one of them prepares to teach him some manners. Suddenly, a massive surge of earth erupts as Xiao Shahar unleashes his earth snake's attack, blasting the upperclassmen away. Watching the chaos, Solo is struck by a realization. Fighting fellow students is strictly against school regulations. Fearing that Xiao will be expelled if the fight continues, Solo decides he must step in and stop it immediately. Toturi tells Solo to watch closely, reminding him that Xiao is number one. As Solo looks on in confusion, the Elin are sent flying by the devastating earth attack, complaining that Xiao is merely taking out his frustration over a poor exam grade on them. Toturi then corrects Solo's assumption, revealing that Xiao's rank is far more significant than just being the top of Class D. Xiao Shahar unleashes a powerful attack, Lull of Venus. As the shocking truth is revealed, he isn't just the top of Class D, but the number one student in the entire school. The devastating power of Lull of Venus leaves the Elin broken and defeated in a massive explosion of debris. As the dust settles, Toturi reveals that Xiao Shahar's dominance began as far back as their first year, making it impossible for ordinary upperclassmen to stand a chance. Solo can only watch in disbelief, overwhelmed by the sheer gap in strength. As Xiao Shahar stands perched atop a lamppost, Toturi explains the strange contradiction of his status. Despite being the top student of the entire year, he somehow ended up in Class D. Solo looks on in disbelief, concluding that for someone so talented to be in the problem class, Xiao must be a real handful. Suddenly, the intensity vanishes as Xiao Shahar breaks into a wide, beaming grin. He cheerfully calls out to Miko, asking how she has been. Solo, still processing the revelation about Xiao's rank, looks on in utter confusion at this unexpected side of the student. Curious about the man watching him, Xiao Shahar asks Solo who he is. Solo calmly introduces himself as an instructor and the current homeroom teacher of Class D. This revelation memory for Xiao Shahar, who suddenly remembers that their teacher had changed. Flustered by his own lack of manners, he realizes he never introduced himself and quickly offers a sheepish apology. Xiao Shahar beams with a bright smile as he formally introduces himself to Solo. Solo is caught off guard, wondering if the boy is truly a student given how cool and young he appears, and questions if he is actually a nice person. Nearby, Ibuki watches the interaction, eventually speaking up as he tries to recall Xiao's name. Xiao Shahar bursts into laughter, admitting he completely forgot Ibuki's name and that they never actually met, though he finds Ibuki cool. Ibuki introduces himself as a transfer student, and Xiao promises to remember. As a token of apology, Xiao enthusiastically presents his whole photo from his kitty collection, telling Ibuki to ignore the fact that he is also in the picture. Ibuki can only stare in disbelief at the strange gesture. Ibuki bluntly tells Xiao that he prefers dogs and finds the photo of Xiao himself unnecessary, leaving Solo surprised. Toturi, losing her patience, shouts at Xiao and demands to know the truth behind the rumors of him dropping out. After some confusion, Xiao comes to a sobering realization. If he continues to skip class, he will actually be expelled. Solo expresses his desire for Xiao Shahar to attend class, promising to help him resolve any issues that might be standing in his way. Ibuki looks on, surprised by Solo's sudden passion. Xiao initially makes an excuse about being busy, but then bursts out laughing and admits he's simply been playing hookies. Is left stunned by the revelation, realizing that simple conversation might not be enough to fix the situation. Despite Solo's offer to help, Xiao Shahar casually declares that he is fine with dropping out. Solo is stunned, having wondered when this would eventually happen, while Toturi frantically protests, unable to believe that Xiao is so indifferent about being expelled. Xiao Shahar confirms his stance with a calm, almost smug expression, admitting that school is simply boring. He clarifies to Toturi and Solo that his lack of interest isn't because he dislikes his classmates in class but rather the school itself. Solo can only stare in disbelief, completely stunned by the boy's blunt honesty. Solo is completely thrown off by Xiao's indifference, wondering if the boy's decision to stay depends on his own teaching abilities. Xiao calmly explains the root of his boredom. None of the teachers at the academy can teach the specific magic he is interested in. To him, continuing his education at this school has absolutely no meaning. Solo asks Xiao Shahar what specific magic he is looking for. Xiao explains that it is a difficult form of magic, absent from all textbooks in the library, and mentions that even the principal and vice principal are linked to its rarity. Solo is impressed by the nature of the magic, calmly contemplating the situation. Solo beams with a bright smile, proposing a deal. If he can teach Xiao the rare magic he seeks, Xiao must promise to attend class. Xiao looks on with doubt, questioning if Solo was even listening, and pointing out that he is merely a new faculty member. However, Solo remains unfazed, confidently claiming that the magic might be something he already knows. Xiao Shahar bursts into a loud laugh, genuinely amused by Solo's boldness. He teases the teacher, calling him pushy and noting how plain he looks on the outside, which leaves Solo feeling momentarily deflated. Yet as Xiao turns to walk away, he quietly admits to himself that he doesn't actually dislike Solo's attitude. Xiao Shahar finally gives in, telling Solo to follow him. He leads the group deep into the forest to a quiet spot where a small, makeshift grave sits beneath a massive tree. Looking at the stone and the wooden cross, Solo asks with curiosity, "What's this?" Xiao Shahar explains that the grave belongs to Anpan, an old cat who passed away a few months ago and had been his dear friend since he first entered the school. Solo and Totori listen as he reflects on the loss. Finally, with a determined look, Xiao Shahar turns to Solo and tells him to teach him, with a hopeful yet determined smile. Xiao Shahar pleads with Solo to teach him the forbidden art, the magic, capable of bringing friends back from the dead. Ibuki is completely blindsided, shouting in disbelief at the request. He warns that even a student should know that the magic to bring back the dead is one of the 3 great magic taboos. Amidst the shock and the gravity of the taboo, Solo simply tells Ibuki there is no need to shout. Ibuki continues to panic, emphasizing that the use of the 3 great magic taboos is strictly forbidden and controlled by the government. He insists that there is no way a simple school instructor like Solo could possibly know such magic, making it impossible for him to teach it. Meanwhile, Solo remains unfazed, telling Ibuki he's being too serious and suggesting that merely learning about it should be acceptable. Xiao Shahar watches the exchange with a skeptical expression. Xiao Shahar lets out a grin, completely unfazed by Ibuki's intensity. He admits that he already expected Ibuki to lecture him on the forbidden nature of the magic. Looking toward the grave of his friend, Xiao tells Solo that if such magic is truly unattainable, then there is no reason for him to continue studying at the academy. With a nonchalant grin, Xiao Shahar declares that he will go ahead and quit school, asking Solo for his thoughts. As he turns and walks away into the woods, a panicked voice calls out to him. Ibuki looks on with a worried expression, whispering to Solo that Xiao Shahar is dangerous. Ibuki looks on with worry, thinking about the danger of the 3 great magic taboos and how Xiao's path might lead him to become an evil wizard. However, Solo stops Xiao in his tracks and makes an unexpected offer, asking if Xiao would like to resurrect his friend together. Ibuki and Totori stare in utter disbelief, unable to comprehend Solo's proposal. As they struggle to find words, the truth of Solo's identity is unveiled. He is an excellent assassin, precisely because he is an excellent wizard, possessing an incredible amount of magic power that allows him to utilize a wide variety of different magics. Ibuki recalls the witch's arsenal magic Solo used, noting that such a common offensive spell wouldn't be enough to make someone the world's top assassin. He concludes that Solo must be hiding an immense amount of power. Yet, despite this realization, Ibuki still cannot believe that Solo would have knowledge of the forbidden resurrection magic. As Ibuki struggles with these thoughts, Solo maintains a mysterious and confident smile. With a confident and mysterious smile, Solo declares that he will teach Xiao Shahar, reminding them that guiding his students is, after all, his job as a teacher. The scene shifts to the town of Torialto, the closest major hub to the Orient School of Magic and a frequent haunt for its students. As the town is introduced, the steady sound of footsteps echoes across the stone pavement. Miko is overjoyed to be back in town, flying excitedly on her broom, alongside Ibuki and Aiden. While Solo follows them on foot, the townspeople watch the Orient students with curiosity and wonder. However, Ibuki's expression is serious as he thinks about the extracurricular lessons scheduled for today. Miko is absolutely thrilled by the vibrant energy of the town, her excitement evident as she takes in the sights. However, Solo quickly brings them back to reality, reminding both her and Xiao Shahar that they aren't there for a vacation and have a specific goal to accomplish. Noting how difficult it was to even get permission for the excursion, despite his own warning, the group's focus vanishes instantly. Miko is captivated by the latest nail polish and earrings at a street shop, while Solo completely forgets the mission to dote on the friendly city cats. Ibuki can only stare in disbelief at their behavior, feeling utterly exhausted by their lack of discipline. Ibuki is in a state of complete disbelief, shouting that it is impossible for anyone to teach the 3 great magic taboos. He frantically worries that giving such power to Xiao, who is destined to become an evil wizard, would be catastrophic for the country regardless of whether the future changes. Just as Ibuki reaches a peak of panic, Solo calmly tells him to stop. Solo bluntly tells Ibuki that he doesn't care if the country is destroyed, noting that he lives in a world where death is a daily possibility. He asserts that worrying about the nation isn't his job. His only priority is ensuring Xiao Shahar stays in school. Suddenly shifting his mood, Solo cheerfully drags Ibuki and Xiao together, shouting for Ibuki to start teaching, leaving Xiao completely confused. Xiao Shahar beams with a bright smile, claiming that he and Ibuki are friends, which leaves Ibuki completely bewildered and shouting in disbelief. As the tension settles, Solo asks Ibuki he decided to tag along on this trip. Ibuki explains that he wants to assist the teacher, as it is his dream to become an educator in the future. Solo mentions that Miko had expressed concern for Ibuki as a friend, though a glance at the distracted Miko makes him question if that was actually true. Solo briefly acknowledges Ibuki's dream before shifting the focus to their immediate goal. Shopping, he explains that they need specific magic materials and tools for the forbidden magic he intends to teach. As they explore a local shop, Solo reflects on the risk of their secret lessons, fearing he might lose his job if the academy finds out about their taboo class. Xiao Shahar is absolutely thrilled, laughing loudly at the prospect of learning magic that can bring things back to life. Solo reminds him of their deal. In exchange for the lesson, Xiao must promise to attend class. With a mysterious look, Solo whispers to himself that he has an idea. As the group prepares to depart, Ibuki sighs in resignation, and Miko sheepishly admits she bought too much. Solo then signals for everyone to move out. The shopping trip concludes as they gather the final ingredients: flower crystals, bloodshot ogre eyes, and common tree fruits. With everything collected, Miko collapses in total exhaustion. Ibuki looks around and asks where their teacher is, to which Xiao Shahar replies that Mr. Solo mentioned he had something he needed to prepare for. As they finish their shopping, Xiao Shahar notes that the ingredients they found weren't particularly rare. Miko looks on skeptically, wondering if such common items could truly bring Xiao's cat back to life. Ibuki, however, reminds them that regardless of the ingredients, the three great magic taboos are a serious matter, illustrating the immense power and complexity of the magic Solo intends to teach. Xiao Shahar admits that Ibuki has a point, but he remains hopeful, imagining that the simple ingredients are merely the start of a grand, complex ritual or a special incantation. Miko, however, is baffled by his lack of concern, fearing the actual outcome of the revival. Meanwhile, Ibuki is gripped by anxiety, worrying that utilizing one of the three great magic taboos could lead to them being arrested by the magic police. Xiao Shahar suddenly has a change of heart, questioning if Solo would actually teach him the magic to bring back the dead from an ethical standpoint. This leaves Miko and Ibuki completely baffled, as they were the ones previously worried about the morality of the act. Confused by his sudden skepticism, they demand to know why he even followed Solo if he didn't believe it would happen. Xiao Shahar brushes off his previous doubts, admitting he was simply curious to see where this would lead. He reasons that the extensive preparations suggest Solo must have a plan, and if the magic actually works, it would be a total jackpot. As he laughs, a bewildered Miko can only stare in silence. However, Xiao then turns the conversation toward her, noting with surprise that Miko, who once hated all teachers, now seems to believe in Solo. Xiao Shahar mischievously asks Miko if she likes Solo, prompting a violent reaction from her as she shakes him and screams that the idea is disgusting. After forcing an apology out of him, Miko admits to herself that she still doesn't truly understand Solo, finding his constant smiling creepy, his sudden temper confusing, and his overall presence in classes incredibly plain and boring. Miko stubbornly insists that Solo is a bad teacher, ignoring Xiao Shahar's attempts to tell her to manage her anger. Just as she huffs in annoyance, Solo suddenly appears before them, beaming with a bright smile as he asks if they finished their shopping. Solo shows the students a bottle of alcohol, explaining that he had to buy it himself because they are all underage. When Ibuki questions where they are headed, Solo mysteriously describes a secluded spot with plenty of water. He reveals that if they travel far north beyond the town, they will find a cavern, leaving the students feeling uneasy about the journey ahead. With a mysterious smile, Solo announces that the practicum for their great magic taboo is finally starting. The scene shifts to the secluded cavern he described, hidden deep within a lush, forested area, where the forbidden ritual will take place. Upon arriving at the Toriel 2 caverns, Solo surveys the watery environment and declares that the area should work for their ritual. Solo uses his magic to create a walkable surface on the water, warning Miko to be careful not to sink. However, the atmosphere turns serious as Xiao Shahar confronts him. He questions if Solo is truly intending to use one of the three great magic taboos, warning that such an act, even to resurrect a caddis, a grave crime that would result in his arrest by the Department of Magic. Solo confidently dismisses Xiao Shahar's warnings, claiming that no one will find out about their actions. With a cheerful smile, he announces the start of the preliminary ritual. He instructs the students to offer the ingredients they purchased in a specific order, demonstrating by dropping the spheres into the water. Confused, Toturi asks why they need to perform this step. Solo reveals that the magic used to bring back the dead is known as the Witch's Reunion. As the students listen, he explains that witches were an ancient tribe possessing magical power far greater than that of human wizards, capable of performing extraordinary and impressive magic. Solo explains that the magic was born long ago, from a witch's desperate wish to see someone precious to her once more. He further elaborates on witch culture, noting that the dead were buried at sea along with offerings, and that this magic allows one to see the traces of those offerings. Intrigued and convinced, Xiao Shahar admits it sounds legitimate and tells Solo to get on with it. Solo announces that all the purchased items have been offered. He then turns to Xiao Shahar, revealing that the final part of the ritual can only be performed by someone with an intense longing to reunite with the deceased. As Ibuki and Toturi look on, Solo asks Xiao if he brought the specific item he was told to bring, guaranteeing the success of the spell. Xiao Shahar reveals a ribbon that was tied to Anpan, fulfilling Solo's request for an item with a connection to the one who died. As Miko recognizes the ribbon, Solo tells Xiao Shahar to offer it up to proceed with the ritual. When Xiao Shahar looks confused and hesitant, Solo reassures him that he will be able to get the ribbon back once the process is complete. Solo guides Xiao Shahar to focus his magic, telling him to chant the incantation and picture everything about the one he wants to see, again their looks, their voice, and their name. As the ribbon sinks deep into the water, Xiao Shahar looks on with a solemn expression, admitting that he has never stopped longing for Anpan. He closes his eyes and wishes fervently for his return. As Xiao Shahar utters the words Lull of Venus, a blinding flash of light erupts, enveloping the group in a shimmering glow. Toturi stares in complete shock, startled by the sudden and powerful manifestation of the resurrection magic. A heart-shaped light flickers and emerges from the water, drawing the attention of Solo and Xiao Shahar. Solo explains that this is the soul of the departed that Xiao has summoned. Impressed by the result, Solo tells a shocked Xiao that he only needs to make one final offering to complete the spell. Xiao Shahar is left speechless as the ritual takes an unexpected turn. Solo reveals the grim cost of the spell's completion. A sacrifice, he explains, that for the summoned soul to truly return, it needs a body of flesh to inhabit, while Eden the cat is seen curled up in a box. Solo explains the grim requirement. The sacrifice must be a body similar to the one being brought back, a cat. Toturi is horrified, recognizing the cat as the one Xiao Shahar had been playing with in town. Solo calmly confirms this, admitting he had already secured the animal, anticipating it would be useful for the ritual. Solo grips Xiao Shahar's hand, forcing the knife into his grasp. Despite Xiao's horror and resistance, Solo remains calm, explaining that the ritual requires the spellcaster to personally kill the sacrifice for it to be successful. He tells Xiao that the cat is merely sleeping and firmly commands him to kill it. Solo laughs at Xiao Shahar's shock, reminding him that forbidden magic always comes with a price and that sacrificing the living to raise the dead is a historical fact. He reveals the name of the spell as Witch's Reunion, the magic used to bring back the deceased. With a sinister smile, he commands the trembling Xiao to give it a try. Solo coldly explains that the ritual is indeed that simple, though it requires sufficient power to succeed. He clarifies that this simplicity applies to a witch, and that very ease of use is what led to the magic being forbidden. Xiao Shahar can only stare in shock, unable to believe that forbidden magic could be performed with such common materials and a simple desire. Solo calmly explains that the ritual is likely too difficult for even top-class human wizards, yet he urges Xiao Shahar to try, reminding him of his status as a top student. Toturi is horrified, shouting that it's impossible for a student to succeed and accusing Solo of lying about the outcome. Solo simply responds with a cold denial, claiming he never said such a thing. Solo wears a mocking smile as he clarifies his position, stating that he only promised to teach the magic. He coldly suggests that if the ritual fails, it is simply a reflection of Xiao's own lack of ability. Xiao and Toturi can only stare in disbelief, completely speechless at his ruthlessness. Solo dismisses Toturi's complaints by claiming he never promised to perform the resurrection himself, merely offering to do it with Xiao. To further justify his stance, he proudly presents a book on how to be an instructor, arguing that a teacher's role is to guide rather than do everything for their students. Despite his logic, Toturi is still indignant, insisting that his words were misleading and unfair to the silent and stunned Xiao Shahar. Solo abruptly grabs Xiao Shahar, ending the argument. As Toturi cries out for Xiao to wait, Solo dismisses her concerns with a brief, cold reassurance. Carrying the box with the sleeping cat, Solo begins to walk away, noting that cats generally dislike water and would be frightened by it upon waking. As they move through the caverns, Eden remains fast asleep in the box. Xiao Shahar, deeply troubled, asks Solo if he knew things would end up this way and why he taught the witches' reunion magic. Solo nonchalantly admits that he more or less expected it. When Xiao asks what Solo would have done if the magic had actually worked, Solo coldly replies that it simply wasn't possible, leaving Xiao to shout in frustration at his teacher's certainty. Solo asserts that he knows the truth, recalling the time he took them to Anpan's grave, as proof that he would never kill a cat. While acknowledging that Solo pays close attention to his targets, Xiao Shahar remains skeptical. He questions why Solo would bother teaching the magic if it was unlikely to succeed, worrying that such a failure would only lead to Xiao quitting school in the end. Solo questions Xiao's confusion, explaining that the only condition was for Xiao to promise to attend class in exchange for the lesson. As he adjusts his collar, Solo reflects on his duty to prevent a student from dropping out. He concludes with a smug smile, noting that the actual resurrection of the cat doesn't matter request was simply a means to an end. Toturi expresses her doubt that Xiao will actually attend class after this experience. This prompts Solo to shout his logic. He views the entire situation as a job, where teaching the magic was the task, and Xiao's attendance is the payment. Toturi is overwhelmed by his loudness and disagrees with his mindset, pointing out that such a transactional relationship is inappropriate for a child. She then calls out to Xiao, wondering if he will even agree to such terms. Solo suddenly grabs Xiao Shahar by the shoulder, leaving the boy startled. As Toturi calls out to him, Xiao tries to protest the rough handling, but he quickly settles down and asks Solo a question. Xiao Shahar begins to ask his question, recalling that the sacrifice must be similar to the target of the resurrection. He describes the person he wants to bring back as someone his own age and height. Then, with a sudden shift in tone, he asks who would make a suitable sacrifice, prompting a confused reaction from Solo. Xiao Shahar stops Solo to reveal a heartbreaking truth. He admits that the resurrection ritual wasn't actually for Anpan, but for a friend who passed away last year. As he speaks, he shows a ribbon that belonged to his lost friend, revealing the true pain driving his request. Immediately after his emotional revelation, Xiao Shahar's mood shifts abruptly. He grabs Ibuki, wondering aloud if he could use him as the sacrifice for the resurrection ritual. Solo looks on with a bewildered expression, wondering if the brat is actually serious. Xiao Shahar looks at Ibuki and wonders aloud if he can use him as the sacrifice for the resurrection ritual. Solo and Toturi react with utter shock and disbelief at the boy's sudden and dark turn of thought. Solo grips Ibuki, his mind racing as he realizes the gravity of Xiao's desire to bring back a deceased friend. He curses under his breath, torn between the urge to stop the boy by force and the complexity of the situation. As Totori's earlier warning about Xiao's unpredictability echoes in his mind, Xiao speaks up, calling for his attention. Xiao Shahar looks at Solo with a smug expression, challenging his doubts. "Didn't you ask before for me to show you what I've got?" he declares, telling Solo to shut up and just watch. In the midst of the tension, Ibuki looks on in complete confusion, wondering if Xiao is actually pissed at him. Solo continues to push Xiao Shahar, bluntly stating that he only promised to teach the magic, and that any failure is simply a reflection of Xiao's own limited abilities. Calling him a brat, Solo tries to get under his skin, however, remains focused and determined. Convinced of his own strength, he begins to unleash a surge of power, ready to prove his capabilities. A deafening roar rips through the air as Xiao Shahar's power erupts violently. A massive, monstrous figure of energy surges forward, dwarfing everything around it. Solo and the other students watch in absolute horror and disbelief, questioning what this terrifying manifestation is and the meaning behind the title number 1. The monstrous entity slams into the ground with a deafening crash, sending a massive wave of water across the cavern. Terrified, Toturi screams and frantically asks Solo what the creature is. Solo calmly analyzes the situation, identifying it as a water golem and warning that the summoned soul has lost all sense of self, becoming a berserk entity that demands a sacrifice. Solo holds Ibuki close to protect him from the colossal water golem. As he observes the chaos, Solo realizes that Xiao Shahar has entered a magic trance, unleashing a level of power far beyond what he had shown before. Recalling Miko's previous transformation into a dragon, Solo wonders if there is a common trait that causes these targets to lose control and go on a rampage. A close-up reveals Xiao Shahar's eye, now marked with a star, reflecting the intensity of his magic trance. Ibuki watches in terror as the water golem strikes with overwhelming force. "Give body!" the creature screams, slamming into Solo, who groans in pain from the crushing blow. A deafening explosion rocks the caverns as the water golem's power surges. Struggling against the overwhelming force, Solo grits his teeth in frustration. Beside him, Ibuki shouts in desperation, urging Solo to sink the monstrous entity before they are completely swept away by the violent current. As the torrent rages, Solo steps forward with a determined expression. He tells Ibuki to stay with the others and protect them, taking the responsibility of dealing with the berserk water golem upon himself. Ibuki looks on, completely bewildered by Solo's sudden shift in demeanor. With a playful grin, Solo addresses Ibuki as his partner, telling him that he is counting on him. Ibuki is left completely bewildered, unable to process the sudden shift in tone as Solo blasts forward with a powerful surge of speed to confront the golem. The ground rumbles as the dust settles. Xiao Shahar, Ibuki, and Miko look on in shock at their new surroundings. They have arrived in a breathtaking underground area filled with glowing orbs, strange mushrooms, and ancient ruins. Disoriented, Ibuki gazes at the vast cavern and wonders aloud where they are, and if they have fallen into the depths. Coughing and catching his breath, Ibuki thinks of Solo as number 0, certain that someone of his caliber wouldn't be defeated by a golem. Nearby, Miko frantically searches for her missing robe, though Ibuki is just relieved she is safe. Surveying the eerie ruins and giant mushrooms surrounding them, they realize they've been swept far away and begin to worry about what happened to Xiao Shahar. Xiao Shahar lies unconscious, having completely drained his magic in his desperate attempt. While Miko aggressively berates him for almost turning Ibuki into a sacrifice, Ibuki's expression turns somber as he mentions a friend named Luca, leaving Miko bewildered. Ibuki looks at Miko, questioning if she knows Luca, the friend Xiao Shahar once claimed had passed away. Miko remains composed, explaining that she believes such personal matters are best heard directly from the source, which is why she never spoke of it. Around them, the strange, glowing mushrooms of the subterranean cavern loom while Xiao Shahar remains unconscious on the ground. Miko reveals the history between Xiao Shahar and Luca, explaining that they were the top 2 students of their year and fierce rivals. Recalling her time in their class, she describes Luca as a serious honor student, noting a striking similarity between Luca's nature and Ibuki's. Miko explains that at Orion, first-year grades determined how classes were divided for the second year, which is why their classmates changed. She recalls 2 other students, Azu and Dante, who were always together and often spent their time feeding cats in the garden. They seemed incredibly close, much like the bond between Xiao Shahar and Luca. However, the atmosphere turns somber as Miko remembers a specific day that changed everything. Miko describes the sudden tragedy that shattered their peace. In the middle of a class, a monster attacked, and Luca lost his life. The trauma left Xiao Shahar broken, leading him to gradually stop attending school. Miko reflects that while magic schools can be dangerous, such a terrible accident is incredibly rare. Miko continues the tragic tale, recalling the day of the incident. In a fit of grief and rage, Xiao Shahar blamed the teachers for Luca's death, demanding they resurrect him. This outburst resulted in Xiao being demoted to Class D. Though he became quiet for a long time, his recent request to learn resurrection magic proves that he has never truly given up on Luca. Xiao Shahar finally regains consciousness, interrupting the conversation. With a faint, tired smile, he teases Miko, calling her a chatterbox for talking so much while he was out. Miko reacts with a surprised shout, but Xiao simply closes his eyes, calmly stating that her talkativeness is the truth. Ibuki confronts Xiao Shahar, demanding to know why he lied about the true reason for wanting to use the witch's reunion spell for his old friend Luca. Xiao calmly responds that there was no real reason other than his own reluctance to admit the truth. Thinking of Solo, Xiao justifies his secrecy, noting that Solo is merely a teacher he has only just met. Solo mentions that wanting to see Anpan again wasn't a lie, but because Anpan died of old age, he was able to say goodbye and has no regrets. Turning to Ibuki, Xiao Shahar offers a sincere apology for his dishonesty, admitting he doesn't know why he lied. Standing in the vast, glowing cavern, Xiao reveals the depth of his lingering sorrow, confessing that there is still so much he wants to talk about with Luca. Overwhelmed by grief, Xiao Shahar recalls his lifelong bond with Luca. Remembering how they had been together since they were children, and had both managed to enter Orion to him, the academy has lost all meaning now that Luca is gone. Miko watches him, her heart aching for his pain. Just as Xiao Shahar sinks into his grief, the memory of Luca cuts through, bluntly calling his despair stupid. A glimpse of their childhood returns, showing the 3 of them together in a barren wasteland, recalling a time before the tragedy. Luca sheepishly apologizes for his real opinion slipping out, but he remains firm, calling the act of clinging to the dead stupid. As they stand in the desolate wasteland, Luca poses a haunting question to Xiao Shahar. Could he not have prevented Luca's own death? Xiao Shahar is left completely stunned by the question. Luca's silhouette looms as a cold voice asks if he could have been saved. A flashback reveals Xiao Shahar standing before a monstrous creature at the scene of the accident. The voice, revealed to be Ibuki, bluntly asks if the tragedy was due to Xiao's own lack of ability. Stunned by the cruelty, Miko shouts at Ibuki, accusing him of pushing the fault onto others without any self-reflection. Xiao Shahar snaps, cutting off Ibuki's lecture about forbidden magic with a powerful, explosive strike. Panting and wearing a manic grin, Xiao stares back at the outburst. Ibuki looks at him coldly and proposes a wager. Ibuki summarizes Xiao Shahar's desperate goal to resurrect Luca, then boldly challenges him to a fight. He offers a shocking wager. If Xiao wins, Ibuki will let himself be sacrificed, but if Ibuki wins, Xiao must return to class. Xiao Shahar is left completely stunned by the audacity of the proposal. While Miko looks on in disbelief, Xiao Shahar is caught off guard, questioning why Ibuki would suddenly attack. Ibuki unleashes a burst of magic, declaring that he simply wants to help Mr. Solo with his work, while adding that there is something he personally wishes to confirm. Ibuki leans in with a smug expression, questioning if Xiao Shahar thinks he can win against number 13, while mockingly addressing him as Mr. Former Number 1. Xiao is left speechless and bewildered. Watching the scene unfold, Miko is completely horrified and confused, wondering why on earth these two idiots are fighting. Miko introduces herself with a cheerful wink, but the mood quickly shifts as she describes the absurdity of their current situation. She explains that they are in the middle of Mr. Solo's extracurricular lesson regarding the witch's reunion, a powerful spell meant to bring the dead back to life. However, the plan backfired when Xiao used the magic and somehow created a massive, crazy golem instead, leaving their teacher missing and the entire scene in total chaos. A deafening explosion rocks the area, leaving Miko completely overwhelmed. She screams in frustration, unable to comprehend the chaos unfolding around her. Amidst the smoke and debris, Ibuki and Xiao Shahar stare each other down with grim determination, their conflict escalating despite the madness. The intensity of the clash shifts as the scene transitions. Ibuki appears with a solemn expression, surrounded by a void of ornate frames, containing shadowed, unrecognizable figures, signaling the start of a new chapter focused on Xiao Shahar. The landscape is left in ruins, scarred by deep craters. Xiao Shahar and Ibuki face each other, both panting heavily from the intensity of their confrontation. As the tension reaches a breaking point, Ibuki activates a spell known as Lull of Venus. Meanwhile, Maiko sits nearby, completely fed up with the chaos, shouting for the two of them to finally cut it out. Xiao Shahar strikes with overwhelming force, activating his spell. Night of the Devilish Winds. The impact creates massive craters and sends violent shockwaves through the air. From the sidelines, Miko screams in terror, feeling the crushing pressure of the magic even from a distance. Ibuki calmly observes the aftermath of the attack, noting Xiao Shahar's proficiency with wind magic but mockingly describing it as nothing more than a light breeze. Xiao Shahar responds with a confident smirk. As the tension lingers, a metallic badge glints, revealing the cryptic code C0758. After dismissing the wind magic, Ibuki suddenly strikes back with a powerful electrical beam, sending a massive shockwave through the area. Xiao Shahar is caught off guard and takes the hit full on, gasping in pain. Meanwhile, Miko screams in frustration, wondering why these two are so intense and complaining that everyone has forgotten about her. Exhausted by the day's events, Miko admits that she only stepped in because she was genuinely worried about Xiao, her friend since their first year. Her thoughts then drift to Solo, wondering what the teacher is truly capable of. As she reflects, she remembers a vivid, strange dream where she had become a dragon, and it was Solo who had saved her. Miko continues to wonder about the true nature of Mr. Solo, recalling how her interest in him grew after that strange dream. As another explosion rocks the battlefield, she turns her attention back to the fight, questioning how Ibuki, a mere transfer student in Class D, is able to go toe-to with someone as powerful as Xiao Shahar. Miko watches in disbelief, wondering if Ibuki might actually be the stronger fighter in this clash. Xiao Shahar, struggling to comprehend the situation, questions who this boy really is. He realizes that Ibuki is not like the other students at school. He possesses a level of combat experience that is far beyond a typical transfer student. Xiao Shahar acknowledges the intensity of Ibuki's electricity magic, admitting that for the first time, he doesn't feel like he has the upper hand in a fight. Ibuki remains composed, simply noting the nature of the magic. As the battle continues, Xiao Shahar is reminded of his old friend Luca, recalling how Luca struggled with electricity, but was a master of earth and stone magic, bringing back memories of the many times they used to fight together. The memory deepens as Xiao recalls his time at the orphanage with Luca. Luca asks Xiao about his dreams for the future, to which Xiao simply replies that he wants to leave the orphanage and have some fun. When Xiao asks Luca about his own goal, Luca reveals his true ambition. He wants to join the Wizard Knight. Luca speaks with admiration about the Wizard Knights, the elite and righteous protectors of the country. Inspired by Luca's passion, Xiao Shahar impulsively declares that he will join them as well. Despite Luca's teasing, the two young friends establish a rivalry, vowing to compete to see who will eventually become the greatest wizard knight of all. Young Xiao Shahar declares that he won't lose. As the two children discuss the path to joining the Wizard Knights, which requires studying magic at a school. As the memory fades, the scene shifts back to the present. Xiao Shahar looks on with sadness, remembering Luca as his best friend and his biggest rival. He recalls how much he cherished the time they spent competing and laughing together, admitting that he truly wants to see him one more time. Returning from his memories of Luca, Xiao Shahar is snapped back to the present by a devastating blow. Ibuki's attack sends him reeling backward through the air. Despite the force of the strike, Ibuki calmly observes that Xiao Shahar is a capable fighter, admitting that he only went easy on him because of his status as a student. Ibuki observes Xiao Shahar, acknowledging that in terms of latent magic power, Xiao might actually be superior. He recalls that while wizards' eyes typically sparkle like stars when casting magic, there was something unsettling about Xiao's eye. Ibuki wonders if this anomaly is linked to the possibility of Xiao becoming an evil wizard. Ibuki remains deep in thought, questioning the anomaly he witnessed in Xiao Shahar's eye. He wonders if it was a magic trance, something not mentioned by Ms. Rose. While he feels the need to confirm this theory, he cautiously considers how to do so without triggering a dangerous rampage that could lead to his own demise. Ibuki quickly snaps back into action, slashing through a massive boulder to catch Xiao Shahar off guard. He mocks Xiao for losing focus during the fight, questioning his sense of danger. Undeterred, Xiao Shahar challenges Ibuki to stop holding back and use his electricity magic, though he smugly suggests it's more like mere static shock. Xiao Shahar reacts with irritation to Ibuki's dismissive comment, demanding to know what he just said. In response, Ibuki reveals his true identity, stating that he is a member of the Rose Garden, an assassination unit working directly under the Department of Magic. He coldly explains that his method of execution is death by electrocution. Ibuki snaps, his electricity crackling as he declares that if Xiao Shahar views his power as a mere static shock, then a real electrocution won't be any different. Xiao Shahar only laughs louder, mocking Ibuki for being so easily provoked and deciding to get serious himself. Just as the battle reaches a breaking point, Solo intervenes, shouting for an end to the violence. With a sudden and powerful impact, Solo slams down between the two combatants, effectively cutting off their attack. Both Xiao Shahar and Ibuki are left stunned by the abrupt intervention, while Solo looks on with a confused expression. Solo loses his patience and shouts at the top of his lungs, "What on earth are you doing? Both of you," as he holds the two students back, leaving them completely stunned by his outburst. Solo's overwhelming intervention leaves both students incapacitated on the ground. Looking utterly annoyed, he holds Ibuki firmly and demands to know what on earth is going on. Miko timidly chimes in, explaining that Ibuki had mentioned something about a bet before the situation spiraled out of control. Solo aggressively reprimands Ibuki, reminding him that he was supposed to protect the others rather than unleash killing intent. Despite Solo's own erratic behavior, Ibuki sheepishly apologizes. However, Ibuki reveals his underlying motive, admitting that while he was provoked, he believed this clash was the only way to ensure Xiao Shahar remained at the school. Miko watches in awe, wondering if such overwhelming strength is normal for teachers. She recalls how Mr. Solo usually appears pathetic and smiling at school, but she now realizes there's a much more formidable side to him. As the tension settles, Solo places a hand on Ibuki's shoulder, his expression turning cold as he sternly tells him to stay out of the matter. Solo reveals a shocking truth to Xiao Shahar. Ibuki had volunteered to be a sacrifice, while Xiao tries to dismiss the interference to continue their match. Solo coldly questions his ethics, asking if he is okay with killing as long as it is not a cat. With a disappointed look, Solo tells Xiao that even if he wins against Ibuki, it is now pointless. Solo seizes the golem's core and destroys it instantly, causing the creature to dissolve back into water. As the soul returns to its place, Solo informs Xiao Shahar that even with a sacrifice, it is now useless. When a bewildered Xiao asks why he did it, Solo sternly reprimands him, explaining that if the golem had been left alone, it would have wandered into town in search of a body, which would have drawn the unwanted attention of the Department of Magic. Solo reveals the truth behind the ingredients he provided, explaining that the alcohol was actually a completely different liquid. He admits to using sleight of hand to stop Xiao Shahar from performing the witch's reunion ritual unsupervised. After the explanation, Solo hands a ribbon back to a weary Xiao Shahar, admitting it was his fault for not returning it sooner. Xiao Shahar looks at Solo, the truth finally sinking in. He realizes that from the very beginning, Solo never intended to let him bring back the dead. Heartbroken and desperate, he cries out, pleading with his teacher. Driven by desperation, Xiao Shahar begs Solo to teach him the magic to bring the dead back to life, specifically for Luca. However, Solo remains firm, stating that it is impossible because it violates the three great magic taboos of wizardry. As Xiao looks on in distress, Solo tells him that he is mistaken, and notes that the school can only offer apologies for the recent incident, though he considers that a separate conversation. Solo reveals that he too has lost a friend, offering a moment of empathy to the grieving boy. He mentions a teacher who was forced to resign after a similar accident, emphasizing that the path of a wizard knight requires the resolve to embrace death. Firmly, Solo tells Sao that bringing back the dead is not only impossible but a curse. He pulls Sao into a tight squeeze, telling him to get a hold of himself and grow up. Overwhelmed, Sao wonders if the lesson of Witch's reunion was merely a way to make him give up on his hope. Xiao Shahar erupts in frustration, shouting that his failure wasn't because the ritual was impossible, but because he lacked the power and the ruthlessness to kill a sacrifice. He mockingly mimics Solo's words, dismissing the idea of accepting death as nothing more than a typical empty teacher's argument. Unfazed by Xiao Shahar's anger and frustration, Solo looks on with a nonchalant expression. He simply dismisses the boy's argument, stating that bringing back the dead isn't actually the issue. Solo continues, admitting that bringing back the dead itself is actually fine, leaving Xiao Shahar and Ibuki completely stunned. He acknowledges that while it might be ethically wrong and that saying so is what a proper teacher should do, the reality is far colder. As a silhouette of his darker self appears standing amidst a field of corpses, he coldly remarks that humans die far too easily. Solo continues his thought, questioning why bringing someone back shouldn't be as easy as the act of dying. As he speaks, a vision of Luca appears, smiling and surrounded by cats. Solo looks at Xiao Shahar, acknowledging the simple, painful truth: he just wants to see his friend again. Solo admits with a dry wit that bringing people back to life wouldn't be ideal for his profession as an assassin, leaving Xiao Shahar completely bewildered. As Xiao Shahar expresses his belief that there is no absolute right or wrong, Solo steers the conversation back to the danger of the forbidden arts. He explains that the reason such magic is forbidden is not just about morality, but because of its brutal cost, revealing that to perform the witch's reunion, one must sacrifice another life. Xiao Shahar is pushed to his limit. He shouts in desperation, asking what he is supposed to do and declaring that he doesn't care about being bad. If it means seeing Luca again, he is willing to become an evil wizard. Seeing this resolve, Solo calmly concludes that there is no helping it. Solo suddenly suggests a shocking alternative. If Ibuki is willing, Xiao Shahar can sacrifice him to everyone's disbelief. Ibuki readily agrees. Solo claims that as a teacher, he must respect his students' intent, but he adds a crucial condition. He offers a deal. If Xiao Shahar can win against Ibuki, Solo will reveal the secret ingredient for the resurrection ritual that only he knows. Solo winks, confirming the arrangement with Ibuki, who responds with surprising enthusiasm. Xiao Shahar is left stunned, unable to comprehend Ibuki's reaction. However, Ibuki quickly shifts his tone, declaring that he won't lose to someone who isn't even taking classes. He warns Xiao that even if he is sacrificed, there is no guarantee that the witch's reunion will succeed. Asking Xiao if he needs to mature more as a wizard, Ibuki becomes overly enthusiastic, telling Xiao Shahar that he must come to class and study, insisting that he listen to Mr. Solo's superb lessons. As Xiao Shahar mumbles in confusion, Solo privately admits that he doesn't actually think his lessons are that great. Finally, Solo tells Xiao Shahar that he has done all he can and the rest depends on whether Xiao agrees to the deal. But he adds a cold warning: if Xiao ever tries to hurt an uninvolved person, there will be consequences. Solo suddenly presses a knife against Xiao Shahar's throat, his expression turning cold and lethal. He declares that from the moment Xiao becomes an evil wizard, he will provide the reason for Solo to kill him. After leaving Xiao Shahar trembling in fear, Solo suddenly breaks into a smile and reveals he was just kidding. As the tension vanishes, Solo gives Xiao Shahar a clear challenge. If he truly wants to learn the secrets of the witch's reunion ritual, he must first prove himself by defeating Ibuki. Solo's tone suddenly turns grave. He acknowledges Xiao Shahar's pain, but sternly warns him that attempting to bring back the dead is a curse and something that simply cannot be done. He tells Xiao to get a hold of himself and grow up, urging him to accept the offer and return to class. After the heavy moment, Solo lets out a small laugh, leaving Xiao stunned. Xiao Shahar is overcome with emotion, tears streaming down his face as he smiles weakly. He reflects on the fact that he has never had anyone say such things to him, realizing has never truly had a teacher before. Below, Solo looks on with a steady, observant gaze. Standing alone in the rain amidst a field of gravestones, Xiao Shahar reflects on the harsh truth Solo delivered. He understands now that his desperate wish to resurrect the dead can never be validated. As he stands in silence, Eden the cat looks on, holding a flower in its mouth. Still mourning in the rain, Xiao Shahar admits his longing for someone to understand his pain. His thoughts are interrupted by a meow, and as he looks around, he finds Solo already there, holding Eden in his arms. A light-haired girl beside him is shocked by Solo's sudden arrival, while Solo casually explains that the kitty simply got caught up in the situation. As they ride in a carriage toward the academy, Xiao Shahar is lost in thought about his future. He tells Ibuki with enthusiasm that he wants to study a ton, learn from the teachers, and even join a club. showing a positive shift in his mindset. Ibuki looks ahead with a small smile, admitting that he is looking forward to school. Xiao Shahar agrees enthusiastically, his face beaming with joy. Clutching his chest in excitement, Xiao Shahar adds that he wants to make plenty of friends, reflecting on how they only had each other as companions in their previous environment. A surreal memory fades as a voice calls out to Solo. The school bell echoes across the Grand Academy grounds, signaling the start of the day. With a firm step, Solo arrives at the door of Class 2D, where the chaotic energy of his students is already in full swing. Xiao Shahar steps into the classroom, immediately drawing the attention of his peers. Shock and excitement fill the air as they realize their class president has finally arrived, with some teasing him for his long absence. Overwhelmed by the sudden fuss, Xiao Shahar tries to brush it off, while Solo looks on with a calm expression, simply acknowledging the scene. Solo lets out a heavy sigh, feeling the weight of the effort it took to get Xiao Shahar back into the classroom. As the students chatter around them, Solo reflects on his failed assumption that teaching Witch's reunion would be a simple exchange for Xiao's return. He realizes the situation is far more complex, and with 10 more students left to go, his work is far from over. Solo slumps over his desk, utterly exhausted by the effort of the recent request. Ibuki stands beside him, agreeing that the task is far too much work. As they converse, Ibuki imagines a scenario where he faces Xiao Shahar, acknowledging the risk of being sacrificed if he loses, though he firmly tells himself he won't be defeated. Meanwhile, Solo reflects on Xiao's power, noting that the boy's ability to create a golem during a magic trance proves he has real talent as a wizard. Warning himself to stay alert, Xiao Shahar bursts into the room with high energy, shouting greetings to Solo and Ibuki. He throws his arm around Ibuki, declaring his return as promised and urging them to do their best. While Solo watches the scene with a bewildered expression, Ibuki is less than pleased, questioning how Xiao can be so friendly with someone he intends to sacrifice. Xiao simply brushes it off with a carefree smile, telling him not to worry. Xiao Shahar suddenly stops and looks at Ibuki with intensity, questioning if he is truly just an ordinary transfer student given his strength. He asks about Ibuki's past and how he ended up in class. Ibuki casually responds that while he is decent at fighting, his academic performance was terrible, which is why he's there. Meanwhile, Solo watches the exchange in surprise, only for Ibuki to turn his gaze toward him and question if Solo himself is actually a normal teacher. Solo gives a playful and evasive response, claiming that adults simply have their reasons. Xiao Shahar remains curious, wondering how Solo knows about one of the 3 great magic taboos. Ibuki observes that Solo seems completely unaffected, just as he expected. Internally, Solo admits he may have gone a bit too far and needs to be more careful, though he quickly brushes it off. In the end, Xiao tells Solo that he doesn't mind having a teacher like him. With a beaming smile and a look of genuine warmth, Xiao Shahar tells Solo that he is actually glad that he came to teach Class D. Xiao Shahar turns his gratitude toward Ibuki, leaving the latter confused. As the conversation deepens, Xiao reflects on how everyone has treated him with kid gloves ever since Luca, admitting that he blames himself for this behavior. When Ibuki asks if this includes the fact that he is a potential sacrifice, Xiao simply laughs it off, admitting that is part of it too. Xiao Shahar laughs loudly, thanking Ibuki for his lack of consideration, which he finds refreshing compared to the kid gloves others use. When the school bell rings, Xiao enthusiastically suggests they discuss their next fight during the break. But Ibuki coldly shuts him down, claiming he is too busy to goof off. The moment is interrupted by the arrival of Miko, who greets Xiao and tells him she is glad he actually came. Xiao Shahar turns to Miko, apologizing for everything that happened yesterday. While he admits he is still not fully on board with the concept of sacrifice, he reflects on the memory of Luca. He expresses a quiet hope to make new friends and spend more time with Class D. Despite feeling that his words might sound empty, he is touched by Miko's acceptance and offers her a sincere thank you. Miko shifts the mood, teasingly suggesting that Xiao Shahar and Ibuki will likely become fast friends. She recalls their previous clash, noting that despite the intensity, Xiao actually looked like he was having fun. Xiao reflects on the excitement of his all-out fight with Ibuki, though Miko can't help but tease him for being just as off as Ibuki is. A few days pass, and a message arrives from the Department of Magic, bringing the news that they have successfully managed to change Xiao's future. The scene shifts to a dramatic reveal of the man known as Number Zero, a wizard affiliated with the Underworld Guild, Kronos. He is a top-class assassin, whose missions are always executed with absolute certainty. Though he is a powerhouse capable of wielding a wide range of magic, there is one critical weakness that he can never allow to be exposed. The fearsome reputation of Number Zero vanishes, as the scene shifts to Solo lying exhausted in his cluttered room. With a cooling patch on his forehead and a book on how to be an instructor nearby, he struggles just to breathe. Despite his immense magical power, he suffers from a frail constitution that leaves him utterly spent. A cheerful group shot brings together Solo, Xiao Shahar, Ibuki, and Lyra, showcasing a rare moment of peace and bonding. This marks the beginning of the 7th period rest. Back at the Orion School of Magic teacher's dorm, Solo is completely bedridden, struggling with a high fever. Frustrated by his frail health, he laments that he has always been prone to illness and is unable to use magic in this state, though he is relieved that it is currently his day off. It is now May 28th, and Solo reflects on the month that has passed since he first infiltrated the school at the end of April. The immense fatigue of his double life has finally caught up with him, leaving his body heavy and his head throbbing with a persistent cough. Collapsing onto his bed, he desperately wants to be left alone to recover, intending to use this period of forced rest to think seriously about his work moving forward. Solo begins to rethink his objectives, noting that his request is to stop all students in Class 2D from dropping out a task he finds incredibly tedious. He acknowledges that the only way to succeed is to understand the students themselves, yet he admits he has no idea what they are thinking or hiding. This realization brings back the memory of Xiao Shahar, reminding him of how hard it was to uncover the truth during their previous encounter. Solo continues to spiral in his thoughts, recalling how troublesome children can be, and questioning what he was like at their age. He realizes that if the student's struggles are academic, he is completely unqualified to help, because he never had a formal education. However, a wave of anxiety hits him as he remembers the stakes. If he fails this mission, Kronos will crush him. As Solo's mind lingers on the guild Kronos, the scene shifts to a distant town. There, an agent identified as number 24 speaks into his communicator, receiving confirmation that a body has been found and praise for his successful mission. Number 24 boasts about how easy the target was, noting that the house's security was a joke. To his surprise, the boss promotes him, renaming him number 19. Overjoyed, number 24 thanks his boss and heads to a local bakery, where the shopkeeper notices his great mood while handing him his usual order. Number 19 proudly informs the shopkeeper that he has been promoted to number 19. The shopkeeper is surprised by how much the boy has grown, but number 19 smugly points out that he has now overtaken him in rank, addressing the man as number 21. Annoyed, the shopkeeper smacks him on the head, reminding him that his success is due to their information network and warning him not to get cocky. As the scene shifts, a thought lingers about 10 years, nearly having passed. The light-hearted mood vanishes as the shopkeeper, number 21, asks number 19 about his childhood. With a somber expression, number 19 admits he was abandoned by his parents at the age of 6 or 7, bluntly describing them as typical assholes. Number 19 reflects on his deep gratitude toward the boss, recalling a flashback where he was a dying child rescued by a mysterious figure in a wizard's robe who recognized his talent. Back in the present, number 19 smiles, admitting that he genuinely likes his work for the guild. The shopkeeper begins to agree, mentioning his own pride in their job and how they make the world better. But he suddenly stops himself, realizing the irony of his statement. Number 19 reflects on his life within the organization, thinking about how the boss values and praises his work. For him, this recognition makes him feel seen, cementing his love for the job and his belief that the guild is the only place where he truly belongs. Number 21 gives number 19 a stern reminder, warning him that regardless of their motivations, they are nothing more than chess pieces in the boss game. Number 19 accepts this with a confident smile, but his composure is immediately broken by a violent sneezing fit. Seeing this, number 21 scolds him for his fragile health and tells him to go home and rest. Solo wakes up in his bed, blinking away the remnants of a dream. As he recovers, he reflects on his youth, wondering if he was a total cocky brat back when he was the age of his students. After a moment of self-reflection, he concludes with a sigh that he probably hasn't changed much at all. Solo continues his introspection, realizing that his reason for working has never changed. It is entirely for himself. He thinks of Kronos, the Underworld Reformation Guild, and its mission to eliminate evil. Unlike those who work for the sake of the country or a superior, Solo's motivation is personal. He admits that his efforts to keep the students of class from dropping out are driven by his own desire to ensure he doesn't lose the guild. Solo stares blankly, admitting to himself that he isn't a real teacher and wondering why he feels the way he does. Suddenly, a loud bang echoes through the room outside his door. A group of people are arguing, confirming they found Solo's room and mentioning that the teacher isn't feeling well. The door bursts open as Xiao Shahar, Miko, and Ibuki charge in. Their voices filling the room with chaotic energy. They are worried that Mr. Solo has caught a cold, though Ibuki tries and fails to keep the group quiet. Startled and exhausted, Solo can only stare at them in disbelief, lamenting the loss of his peaceful day off. Despite the noise, Ibuki notices how pale Solo looks and insists that he stay in bed and rest. The students are completely unfazed by Solo's presence, instead focusing on the chaotic state of his room. Miko is shocked by the filth, while Ibuki is curious about the layout of the teachers' dorms. As Xiao Shahar thoughtfully places a get-well-cat figure on the table, Solo realizes they aren't listening to him at all. With a weary smile, he tries once more to urge them to leave for their own health. Ibuki is horrified by the amount of dust in Solo's room, making Solo feel as if he's being scolded by a strict mother-in-law. While Solo admits he isn't good at keeping things neat, Ibuki takes it upon himself to clean the entire place. With a cleaning headband on and a fiery determination, Ibuki vows to erase every speck of grime, leaving a panicked Solo desperately pleading for him to stop. Solo is completely bewildered by Ibuki's sudden cleaning spree and the student's persistence. Miko teases him for being mean to his adorable students, while Shoshihara admits he was simply curious about the room, struggling to keep up the act of being a kind, young teacher. Solo can only laugh awkwardly as Miko suggests they head out after having a snack. Xiao Shahar reveals a box of delicious-looking sweets, presenting them as a gift. Miko explains that their classmate Kai, whose hobby is baking, had been practicing today, so they decided to bring some for Solo. Xiao Shahar tells Solo to choose whichever one he likes, leaving the teacher momentarily stunned as he glances at the treats. Solo picks an egg tart from the variety, leading Miko and Xiao Shahar to tease him about his taste. Xiao Shahar is particularly amused that even someone like Number Zero has favorite foods, while Solo internally questions why they are so excited. As the visit ends, Xiao Shahar gives a bright smile and tells Solo to eat up and make sure to attend school the next day. Solo, however, admits to himself that he has little appetite and only hopes that eating will finally make them leave, while Miko, Xiao Shahar, and Ibuki happily eat the treats and argue over using their hands instead of plates. Solo watches them with a distant look. He recalls his childhood and his days in the guild, where he was merely a colleague to others and had no one to look after him when he was sick. This sudden warmth and care from his students is a feeling he is completely unfamiliar with. Solo looks at his students, feeling a surge of internal conflict. He reminds himself that he isn't a real teacher, yet the genuine smile of Xiao Shahar and the hopeful, sparkling gaze of Lyra touch him deeply. As they tell him how glad they are that he joined Class D and ask if he can be a good teacher, Solo stares at the sweet in his hand, wondering why they would say such kind things to someone like him. Solo takes a bite of the treat, finding it genuinely delicious. However, the kindness of his students and the taste of the sweet trigger a strange feeling in his heart, leaving him confused and deeply moved. Solo realizes that the warmth he feels now is entirely different from the cold approval he once received from his boss in the guild. As he processes this unfamiliar emotion, Miko playfully offers to feed him, though the idea of such intimacy feels foreign. However, the light-hearted atmosphere shifts when Miko looks at him with a serious expression, telling him there is something she wants to ask. Miko questions if Solo is simply planning to eat and leave, noting that he seems to truly want the students of Class D to continue their studies. She reminds him of how hard he worked to keep Xiao Shahar from dropping out. Flustered, Solo claims it is simply his duty as an instructor, though he admits he just doesn't want them to quit. Seeing this, Miko asks if he has a plan for the midterm exams coming up the week after next. Solo is caught off guard by the mention of midterm exams. Xiao Shahar explains the harsh reality. Failing these tests can result in repeating a grade or even expulsion. As the scene shifts to a view of the academy, the gravity of the situation sinks in. The maniacal midterms are only a week away, serving as the first major challenge of the school year. The reality of Class 2D is revealed. Every year at least one student inevitably drops out. The weight of this fact hits Solo hard, causing him to accidentally snap his pencil in his hand. Oh dear, he sighs. The focus shifts to the students of Class 2D. Katlia sighs over another broken pencil, while Panny excitedly gushes over a photo. Rex remains silent and stoic, and Azu enthusiastically offers Kai one of her homemade magic potions to use as a secret ingredient. The introductions continue with Kai, who simply wants to use his own abilities to make things delicious, and Nanato, who laments his extreme bad luck. Dante expresses his boredom and hope for something interesting to happen, while Toturi admires some cute little creatures. The introduction of Class 2D continues with the energetic Noel and the lethargic Nagisa. Amidst the loud chatter and chaos of the classroom, Solo stands silently, overwhelmed by the realization that he must somehow lead this group of misfits to success in the upcoming exams to prevent any of them from being expelled. Solo is in a state of total despair, realizing that getting every single one of his eccentric students to pass would require a level of teaching skill he simply doesn't possess. As he feels a stress-induced fever returning, he questions if the task is even possible. Nearby, Shahar asks Miko how she's feeling about the exams, to which she bluntly replies, "Don't even ask. A wide shot of the academy transitions into the grand hall where the students have gathered. Sora addresses the crowd, announcing that the first order of business is to discuss next week's midterm exams. The specific requirements for each year are revealed, starting with broom flying skills for the first years. Sora continues the announcement, revealing that the second-year students will face a combat test focused on monster subjugation. He emphasizes that this exam is a critical point, as a higher level of individual ability is expected after the first year. He warns the students that those unable to meet these standards may have to leave the school voluntarily or be forced to repeat the year based on their results. Sora continues his address, asserting that teachers must remain solemn and strict for the benefit of the students. As Sora moves on to discuss the third years, Solo is left spiraling in anxiety, questioning if a teacher can even influence the individual ability required to pass such a brutal exam. The diverse and eccentric members of Class 2D are revealed in a grand layout, from the class president Xiao Shahar to the mysterious Noel and the sleepy Nagisa. These are the 12 students Solo must now guide and protect to ensure they all survive the upcoming exams. Ibuki reflects on the announcement, noting that the monster subjugation exam is exactly what Miko and the others had mentioned. He discusses the situation with Solo, agreeing that while a combat test is better than a written one, class actual fighting ability remains a dangerous unknown. Fearing that students will inevitably drop out if they don't intervene, Ibuki determines that training their battle skills is the only way to ensure everyone passes. Solo admits his hesitation, fearing that empowering the students of Class D might inadvertently create wizards capable of wrecking the country. Ibuki counters this by suggesting that the means are secondary to the goal of changing their outcome. Recognizing the untapped potential in his students, Solo realizes there is only one week before the midterms. With a newfound determination through a rigorous witch arsenal crash course, he's believing that focusing their magic, Brazi's crash course, will give them the power necessary to succeed. Solo explains the mechanics of Witch's Arsenal, a foundational spell that creates magical weapons, noting its versatility against various monsters and his own mastery of it. He decides that teaching the entire class the same spell is the most efficient approach. Ibuki is overjoyed at the prospect of training under the legendary number 0, but Solo dismisses Ibuki's need for the spell, telling him to simply zap enemies instead. As the excitement settles, Solo begins to worry about the real problem. Standing outside the classroom, Solo wonders if the students of Class 2D even intend to take the exam. Given the chaotic atmosphere and the apathy of students like Xiao Shahar, he fears they lack any motivation to succeed. His concerns are immediately validated as a sudden blast of fire magic erupts inside the room. A stray fireball whistles past Solo and Ibuki, nearly striking them as someone screams for Kai to watch out. Inside the classroom, the atmosphere is pure mayhem. Kai struggles to control his magic, while Pani shouts directions and Toturi cheers him on. Meanwhile, others like Azu remain indifferent, reading books amidst the noise, while Nanato and Noel engage in their own antics, perfectly illustrating the lack of focus Solo feared. Solo and Ibuki are completely baffled to find the students attempting to study amidst the chaos. Mitsuko, however, has failed a transformation spell, leaving her stuck halfway between a human and a cat, which Solo mistakes for a furry cosplay. Katlia points out that while Class D loves to have fun, the threat of expulsion or being yelled at by their parents forces them to put in at least some effort before the tests. Solo watches as his students struggle with their magic, noting that the upcoming exam will be quite dicey for all of them. Despite their lack of skill, he is surprised by their sudden drive to study. Seizing the moment, Solo leaps onto a desk and addresses the class, praising their admirable effort and announcing that he has a great idea to help them prepare. Solo enthusiastically announces a special training class to help his students prepare for the midterm exam. He specifies that they will all learn Witch's Arsenal, arguing that it's the most efficient way to ensure everyone passes given the own-week deadline. While the students are caught off guard by the sudden announcement, Solo remains determined, promising to forge them into success so that no one fails. A heavy silence falls over the classroom as the students process Solo's unexpected offer. Azu looks on with confusion, while Dante speaks up with a skeptical expression, questioning why Solo is suddenly acting this way, and asserting that they don't need him to tell them to do their best. The reactions within Class 2D remain chaotic. Azu dismisses the special training as a drag, content to barely pass the exam, while Kai tentatively suggests he wouldn't mind before quickly backtracking in a panic. However, Pani enthusiastically declares his participation. Watching the unpredictable behavior of his students, Solo can only wonder what is wrong with this class. As Solo's offer hangs in the air, the diverse personalities of Class 2D come to light. While Xiao remains silent, Nanato worries that training with others would be an unlucky turn of events. Noel dramatically proclaims herself a wizard of the dark who needs no pity, and Katlia politely declines, preferring to face the exam with her own strength. Meanwhile, Rex gives a dismissive huff, and Nagisa simply sleeps through the entire ordeal. Solo turns his attention to Toturi, asking for her answer. As Toturi hesitates, Miko jumps in, pleading with her classmates to reconsider. She argues that since they are all struggling, the special training is their best bet, though her enthusiasm earns her a comment about being a teacher's pet. The students are skeptical of Solo's sudden change of heart, wondering why he is suddenly putting in effort when he hasn't taught a proper lesson for an entire month. Amidst Dante's aggressive outbursts and Miko's attempts to keep things under control, Solo finally loses his patience. He shouts that their own stubbornness was the problem, but softens his tone to admit that he realized his old ways weren't working and that he truly wants them to succeed in their studies. Nato bluntly calls Solo a liar, refusing to believe his sudden change of heart. He suggests that Solo is simply trying to show promise to get a promotion and escape the burden of Class D for the following year. With a cold gaze, Naruto reminds Solo that truly talented teachers are assigned to Class S or Class A, implying that being sent to Class D was a clear sign of Solo's low standing. The students look on with blatant skepticism, wondering how training with a novice like Solo could possibly be useful. Solo tries to maintain a forced smile, but his composure cracks as the pressure builds. Finally, he reaches his limit and explodes in rage, shouting a threat to completely blow up the classroom. Solo quickly realizes that blowing up the classroom was a reckless thought that would get him fired instantly. Now standing alone on a balcony, he vents his frustration, wondering why his students are so dismissive of his offer for special training. Despite his annoyance, he begins to worry if they are truly capable of passing the exam on their own. But his thoughts are interrupted when someone calls out to him. While Solo is lost in thought, he is suddenly approached by Nico Robert, the vice principal of Orion. Nico, the epitome of a composed educator, immediately notices Solo's pale complexion and the heavy bags under his eyes, asking if he is unwell. Solo, feeling exposed, recalls that he has intentionally avoided the vice principal since his infiltration to prevent any slips in his disguise. Realizing he has a seasoned professional right in front of him, Solo decides to set aside his desire for a low profile. With a hopeful smile, he asks Nico Robert for advice on the one thing he is truly struggling with: how to get the stubborn students of Class 2D to actually listen to him. Nico Robert dismisses Solo's request for a quick fix, telling him that figuring things out is part of a teacher's daily study. Just as Solo feels discouraged by the lack of help, Nico points out a success. Xiao Shahar has started attending classes again, suggesting that Solo is actually doing a better job than he thinks. Solo is left stunned and bewildered by this revelation. Solo recalls taking Xiao Shahar to town, noting that it seemed to be a positive change of pace. As the scene shifts to the academy, the harsh reality of the institution is revealed. It is a place where evaluation is everything, and only the outstanding are valued. At the bottom of this hierarchy is Class 2D, dismissed as leftovers by teachers who have completely given up on them, leaving them to their own fate. Nico Robert shares his philosophy, stating that regardless of the class rank, all students should be treated with the same solemnity. He admits that he is different from the other indifferent teachers and tells Solo that he acknowledges his efforts in handling Class 2D. Caught off guard, Solo panics, desperately wanting to avoid such praise because his dedication is driven by his own hidden motives. Nico Robert simply ends the conversation, leaving Solo in a state of fluster. Nico Robert delivers a final cryptic lesson, stating that a teacher is not taught by other teachers, but by their own students. As the vice principal walks away, Solo is left staring in confusion, unable to grasp the meaning of the words. Solo remains bewildered by the vice principal's parting words, wondering what he meant. Suddenly, Lumi appears and asks him the very question he had asked Neko: how to get students to listen. The realization hits Soto: learn how to be a teacher. He must look to his students. Feeling motivated, he determines that he must give them special training to ensure they pass their exams. Solo suggests that using force might be the most effective way to get the students to understand. However, Lumi dismisses this, pointing out that the students of Class 2D inherently hate teachers because of how poorly they have been treated in the past. Hearing this, Solo reflects on students like Dante and realizes why his class feels the way they do. Lumi questions if the students' mistreatment was simply a result of their bad grades, but Xiao Shahar steps in to provide a broader perspective. He explains that Class 2D is a mixture of different peoples. Some are there because of poor academics, some like himself are troublemakers, and others are there due to personal circumstance dislikes. He points out that it's not true that every single student dislikes teachers. Hearing why he specifically is left bewildered, wondering this specifically is unable to get them to listen. Xiao Shahar taps Solo's shoulder and delivers the blunt truth. Simply put, the students don't trust him. He explains that children will not listen to an adult they don't trust. Solo is left stunned by the concept of trust, while a caption reveals the irony that he was once voted the most reliable hitman for 5 consecutive years. Feeling lost, Solo asks what he is supposed to do about it. Xiaoshar confidently explains that the problem is simply a lack of communication, noting that neither Solo nor the students of Class 2D know enough about one another. This realization strikes Solo, who looks back at his diverse group of students. He admits to himself that he doesn't really understand them and concludes that the only way to earn their trust is to build a real connection. Xiao Shahar confirms his point with a confident grin, leaving Solo in a state of comedic despair. While Solo acknowledges that getting on good terms with the students is important for the future, he is suddenly struck by a wave of anxiety. He realizes that despite his skills as an assassin, he has absolutely no idea how to start a conversation or connect with teenage brats. Xiao Shahar bursts into laughter, calling Solo rude for his internal thoughts about the students. While Solo is momentarily flustered and tries to come up with his own idea, Xiao Shahar steps in with a confident smile. He declares that as the class president of Class 2D, it is his responsibility to bridge the gap between the instructor and his classmates. With a mischievous grin, Xiao Shahar takes charge, dramatically declaring the start of the danger 9th period for Class 2D. As his confused classmates wonder what is going on, Xiao enthusiastically invites them all to play together, framing this chaotic activity as Today's lesson. Solo considers Xiao Shahar's sudden proposal for a danger 9th period, wondering if this is truly the good idea for communication Xiao mentioned. Meanwhile, Abaki watches them from afar, remarking on Xiao's naturally optimistic personality and his belief that playing together is the best way to form bonds. However, Solo is far from convinced, doubting that playing is a viable solution for his situation. Confident in his role as class president, Xiao Shahar assures Solo that everyone will follow his lead. However, the reality is far different as the students of Class 2D immediately shut him down, with Dante and others citing his long absence and upcoming exams as reasons to ignore him. As the class chatters in annoyance, Solo realizes that Xiao's plan is failing miserably. Despite the rejection, Xiao desperately clings to Dante, pleading for a chance to reconnect with the classmates he has missed. Xiao Shahar loses his patience, shouting that he doesn't care about the upcoming exam and dingering it will be a breeze for the others. With a sudden powerful burst, he blows his classmates away, commanding them to obey him as their leader. As the students scream in protest, Xiao proudly claims that force was the only way to make them understand. Solo looks on with a flat, exhausted expression, simply thinking, brute force. A light-hearted illustration depicts Solo with his signature deadpan expression, completely surrounded by the cute, chaotic chibi versions of his students from Class 2D. The scene marks a transition into the next phase of their school life. The 9th period midterm exam Y. Solo sneaks behind a pillar, watching the bustling courtyard where Xiao Shahar is coordinating the students. Xiao tells him to wait for the signal and let him handle the talking. Confused and slightly amused, Solo wonders if he's about to be the seeker in a game of tag, noting that using his actual assassin skills would be far too intense for the mood, though he admits he could easily catch everyone if magic were permitted. Solo watches from a distance as 2 teachers walk by, noting that the group ahead is Class 2D. The teachers express their utter lack of desire to teach such a problematic class, explaining that the homeroom teacher is burdened with almost every subject and that there is virtually no hope for the students' promotion. Hearing this, Solo is stunned by the harsh reality of the school's hierarchy. His own lack of experience in a school setting had kept him in the dark about these conditions. Solo listens as the teachers justify the systemic neglect of Class 2D, claiming that a competitive environment is necessary for a good education. Disgusted by their callousness and the way they view class as worthless, Solo begins to empathize with his students' lack of motivation. Just as he sinks into these thoughts, Xiao Shahar bursts in with a cheerful clap, announcing that everything is finally ready for their activity. With the students finally agreeing to join, Xiao Shahar enthusiastically explains the rules of the game. In a twisted version of tag, only one person will be the target, while everyone else acts as the seeker. To make things more interesting, he announces that magic is fully allowed. While the students point out how unfair this is for the runner, Xiao Shahar simply smiles, noting that such a handicap is exactly what makes it a challenge. Xiao Shahar dramatically announces that the target for this round of tag is none other than their teacher, Mr. Solo. Solo is caught completely off guard, shocked to find himself as the prey. Xiao Shahar justifies this by noting that since the game was Solo's idea, it's only fitting he participates. However, the stakes are higher than they seem. Xiao Shahar reveals to his classmates, Solo, that if the teacher wins, the entire class must obediently undergo his special training for the midterm exam, leaving the students horrified. Xiao Shahar raises the stakes, declaring that if the students win the game, Solo will buy them anything they desire. While some students question why he made the promise on his own, others are immediately thrilled, dreaming of expensive magical ingredients and new gear. In a whisper, Xiao Shahar admits to a confused Solo that he only lied to get the class to cooperate. As the student's excitement peaks, a classmate notes how much effort Xiao is putting in for his teacher. Xiao Shahar clarifies the stakes of the game, stating that the losing side must obey whatever the winning side says. Despite claiming to be neutral as the class president, he is clearly enjoying the chaos. The Nico, though viewed as leftovers, are now fully motivated, refusing to lose to a newbie teacher. Solo, however, is left wondering if this aggressive competition is really the best way to get along with his students. Solo's expression turns confident as he decides to embrace the competition, viewing it as his duty as a teacher to make the students take the training. As the students look on, Xiao Shahar excitedly declares the final parameters of the game. The time limit is 1 hour. The entire school grounds are inbounds, and the use of brooms is permitted. Xiao Shahar warns the students that since magic is permitted, the game of tag will essentially become a battle. He then outlines the specific handicaps for Solo. While the teacher is allowed to counterattack, he is strictly prohibited from using any magic for movement, concealment, or strength enhancement, and is forbidden from using a broom. Xiao Shahar explains that this is to make the game a true test of Solo's physical ability to run away, teasingly asking if such restrictions are even needed for a wizard as powerful as him. The countdown reaches its end, and the signal is given for the target to start running. However, just as the game begins, a violent burst of smoke explodes across the area. The students are left coughing and bewildered, completely blinded by the sudden haze as they wonder what is happening. Azu smugly reveals her secret weapon, a specially made paralysis bomb, that oddly enough also relieves constipation. She mocks the rules, noting that magic items weren't forbidden, but just as she thinks she has him trapped, Solo suddenly vanishes, leaving a stunned Azu wondering how he managed to avoid the attack so effortlessly. Azu gleefully celebrates her success, claiming to be a genius while her classmates lie paralyzed and twitching on the ground, cursing her for using them as guinea pigs. Xiao Shahar observes that the bomb works great, though he points out that the teacher was supposed to have a 5-minute head start. Unbeknownst to the others, Ibuki is completely unaffected by the trap. He decides to pretend he was hit, reflecting that in a match like this, Solo is far too powerful and will likely win with ease. Solo races through the vast Orion School of Magic Central Hall, but the physical toll is immediate. Gasping for air and completely exhausted, he curses his own pathetic physical condition, realizing that a trial of strength is his greatest weakness. Solo continues to pant heavily, realizing that the physical exhaustion he's experiencing is a common lifestyle disease among wizards who rely too heavily on magic. As he runs, he recalls Azu Mercis' efforts. Though she managed the first strike with her bomb, her practical combat magic is abysmal. He notes that her true talent lies in pharmaceuticals and magic items, meaning that in a combat-focused exam like this, she is actually one of the students most likely to fail. Just as Solo is fleeing, Noelle leaps in front of him, cutting off his escape. She confidently declares checkmate, trapping him within her darkness magic. Noelle then unleashes a high-level spell, Beloved Child's Retainer, designed to control the bodies of others, leaving Solo in a precarious position. Noelle continues her theatrical performance, shouting commands and acting out a dark fantasy personas. Solo remains completely unfazed, recalling that Noelle Campbell is student number 11 with some of the worst grades and a near-bottom class ranking. As Noelle dramatically declares the arrival of the Night of the Red Moon and entrusts the matter to Nanato, the latter can only wonder if this is what people call cringe. Nanato is overwhelmed by a sense of gloom, convinced that his terrible luck will lead to his defeat. Despite Noelle's dramatic encouragement to fight the apocalypse, Nanato remains hesitant. Observing the situation, Solo reflects on the diverse nature of Class 2DS students, specifically noting Nanato's erratic grades which make his true abilities a mystery. Suddenly, Solo catches sight of his target and declares, "There he is!" Suddenly, Dante Dalton barrels in with a fierce charge, shouting that he has found his target. While Noelle panics in the background, Solo remains composed, identifying the student as Dante Dalton. Wondering why he's attacking so recklessly, Solo decides it's time to show the boy a little something. Dante charges forward with full force, shouting, "Witch's Arsenal," as he unleashes a massive, ornate strike. Solo reacts instantly, countering with a technique called Unbreaking Dawn. The collision is absolute, and Solo's dark energy effortlessly shatters Dante's attack into pieces, leaving the student completely overwhelmed. Solo stands calmly, thinking to himself that Dante's attack was simply too weak. Kai and the other students are left in shock, terrified by the overwhelming power of their teacher. As Solo walks away, He considers whether Dante's aggressive move was actually a hidden request for special training in the witch's arsenal. Dante shouts in denial, claiming his attack was merely a coincidence and that he doesn't need any stupid training since he's already good at witch's arsenal. Frustrated, he yells at Kai to stop just watching and do something, but Solo calmly tells him has already got the point. Meanwhile, Lumi watches the scene with sparkling eyes, thinking that the master likes it. A massive explosion rocks the area as Solo unleashes Salamander's fire play, sending the students flying. As the smoke clears, Dante yells at Kai for hitting him, complaining about his lack of control over his magic. Kai quickly retorts that his fire skills are meant for cooking, not combat. Watching the chaos, Solo can only stare in disbelief, demanding to know what on earth they are doing. Suddenly, Solo vanishes from the scene, leaving Dante, Kai, and Noel confused in the hallway. While Noel scolds the boys for using magic in the corridor, Solo calmly walks away, noting that this is the point of the game. He reflects on the previous attack, acknowledging that while the students' control was poor, their raw power was impressive. However, he begins to worry that as the teacher, he will be the one getting in trouble for allowing a game of tag to take place in the school so late. Solo continues his walk, thinking about the student he just encountered. He identifies the boy as Kai Alvern, student number 06, and muses that if Kai can learn to control the raw power of Salamander's fire play, he will likely pass the exam. As Solo ponders Kai's strengths, the view shifts to the lush and ornate Orion School of Magic Greenhouse. Exhausted and panting, Solo finally reaches the Orion School of Magic Greenhouse, admitting to himself that he ran too much and needs a break. As he calms down and begins to hum, he spots Lyra from behind, watching her from the shadows of the foliage. He listens as she hums happily, declaring that she has finally done it. Lyra beams with pure joy, throwing her arms up in triumph. "Ta-da!" she cheers, announcing that the repotting of the dance floors is finally complete. She looks at the vibrant flowers with affection, noting how much more lively they are, now that they are no longer cramped in their old pots. However, Solo is completely thrown off by the sudden change in mood, reminding himself that they were right in the middle of a game of tag. Solo admits to himself that he got carried away and now feels completely drained of stamina. As he identifies the girl as Toturi Leander, student number 10, she suddenly notices him and shouts his name. While Solo finds her too loud and just wants to rest, Toturi frantically calls out to him, insisting that she has no intention of chasing him and simply wanted to talk. Toturi suddenly declares her ambition to pass the midterm exam, pleading with Solo to give her special training. Solo is completely stunned by her request, wondering why she is acting like such a good student. Toturi clarifies that she isn't interested in the witch's arsenal, but specifically wants to master plant magic. With sparkling eyes, Toturi pours her heart out to Solo, explaining that while she can smoothly control branches and grow herbs, she struggles with potions and summoning. Her passion is evident as she declares her love for plant magic and her determination to get better at it. As Toturi admits her lack of skill with witch's arsenal, Solo reflects on the concept of magical aptitude. He notes that while some wizards prefer certain types of magic, others possess a natural talent for specific elements. Thinking of Class 2D, he recalls Xiao's affinity for wind and abuse for electricity. He also considers Miko, noting that despite her current appearance, she is destined to become a transformation magic user. Concluding that his students are already aware of their innate aptitudes, Solo reflects on the fact that while sharpening each student's natural aptitude would be the most effective approach, managing 12 different specialized training paths would be overwhelming. As he mumbles his dilemma, Toturi listens and suggests that teaching everyone the same magic would be simpler, and avoid her receiving special treatment, which would also make things easier for Solo as their teacher. Solo admits that Toturi's point is correct, though he finds her way of framing it problematic. With a bright, innocent smile, Toturi concludes that the students of Class D probably worth all that individual effort. Solo looks on with a skeptical and unimpressed expression, clearly disagreeing with her low opinion of the class. A man in a dark robe enters the greenhouse, searching for some potted dance flowers. He spots Solo and Toturi, recognizing Solo from a previous encounter. Toturi is surprised to see the flowers already repotted, but then proudly admits that she did it herself, boasting about her skill. However, her initiative backfires as the man scolds her, explaining that he intended to use the repotting as a Hansen practice exercise for the students, leaving Toturi completely bewildered. Toturi is overcome with guilt and frantically apologizes to Soren, explaining that she simply couldn't ignore the dance flowers when she saw them struggling in their old pots. Solo looks on, confused by the sudden commotion. Soren sighs and explains that while dance flowers love to dance, it is actually better to repot them when they are still small. As he observes her, Soren's expression shifts to one of curiosity as he realizes that Toturi is a student from the notorious Class 2D. Soren acknowledges the situation and leaves the scene. Meanwhile, Dante arrives at the greenhouse in a panic, shouting and searching for someone. He encounters Kai and Azu, and soon Pani and Katlia join the group. Solo looks on with a tired expression as almost the entire class has now gathered in one place. In the greenhouse, Dante, Kai, Azu, and Pani find themselves together while searching for their teacher. As they chat, they express their shock at Solo's insistence that they undergo training, recalling how he previously seemed uninterested in teaching. Amidst their confusion, Solo's words echo in their minds, reminding them that guiding them is his job as their teacher. The students continue to gossip, suggesting that Solo's previous lack of effort was the norm, and his current drive is just a bit promotional. As they reflect on his words, a memory of Solo surfaces, where he enthusiastically announced that they would all learn Witch's Arsenal, because it was the most efficient method and simpler for him to the students. It seems his sudden interest is still entirely self-serving. The students share a moment of collective resignation. They believe that Solo doesn't truly see them for who they are, accepting their identity as the outcasts of Class D. Rather than fighting it, they agree that it's better to just enjoy themselves and focus on getting through the upcoming exam. Some of the students are still fuming over Solos, claim that some of them definitely want past the exams, though others admit there might be some truth to it. As they bicker, they finally catch sight of Solo in the distance, accompanied by Toturi. Watching the situation unfold, they can't help but feel that Class D is truly a handful. Soren's voice booms through the greenhouse as he ruthlessly berates Toturi, calling her leftovers and scrap for her thoughtless actions. As he tells her to try thinking for once in her life, the other students of Class 2D watch in absolute shock, horrified by the man's sudden and extreme cruelty. Soren's aggression only intensifies as he barks a cold command for Toturi to shut up. Solo looks on with a weary, unimpressed expression, while Toturi stands frozen in shock, her eyes filling with tears as the rest of the class watches the cruel display in stunned silence. Solo interrupts Soren's tirade, calmly stating that while Toturi was wrong to act alone, her method for handling the dance floors was correct. He bluntly asks Soren if it isn't embarrassing for an adult to nag a student so harshly. Stunned, Soren realizes that this is the new teacher of Class 2D. Toturi, completely surprised by the defense, looks up at Solo in awe. Toturi contemplates the consequences of her classmates' actions and the harsh words of the faculty. Meanwhile, Soren's anger serves as a reminder of why the Nico lack motivation and trust. Watching them, Solo remains detached, acknowledging that he isn't any better. He coldly recalls that, until now, he had seen every student in the class as nothing more than targets. Solo's gaze remains cold and focused. Internally, he concludes that the current situation is unacceptable, even if his identity is a lie. He is currently a teacher. He realizes that failing to actually lead Class 2D will only obstruct his efficiency as an assassin. As he reflects on this, a furious Soren continues to erupt in the background, shouting about his 6 years of experience and his authority over Class 3B, though Solo pays him no mind. Suddenly, Solo unleashes a devastating display of power, summoning a massive plant fist that leaves Toturi completely stunned. Despite the low expectations placed on the teacher of Class D, Solo looks at Toturi and reminds her of her desire to learn. He declares that teaching her plant magic is exactly what his job entails right now. With a confident look, Solo instructs Toturi to pay close attention to his example. He then unleashes a spell called Unbreaking Dawn, causing powerful plants to erupt and crack through the ground as he demonstrates his mastery of plant magic. Solo unleashes the full power of his magic, summoning a massive plant fist that surges upward and dominates the surroundings. Toturi watches in absolute awe as the sheer scale of his plant magic manifests before her eyes. The massive plant fist slams into the ground with a deafening thud, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. Toturi and her classmates are frozen in absolute shock, their eyes wide as they witness the overwhelming power of the spell. Amidst the dust and debris, Solo wears a smug, confident expression, glancing at Toturi and telling her she did a good job watching, firmly acknowledging her as his student. The students erupt in chatter, completely stunned by the display of power. They can't believe that a teacher in charge of Class 3B was taken down in a single hit. While some tried to dismiss it as a fluke, others, including Xiao Shahar, acknowledged that Solo acted to protect Toturi. However, Solo is far from composed. He is now sweating in anxiety, wondering if he overdid it and fearing the professional consequences of laying hands on another teacher. A bell rings through the air, signaling the end of the activity. Suddenly, Xiao Shahar appears, clapping his hands and announcing that the game of tag is over. Solo is completely caught off guard, wondering when Xiao had even arrived. As Xiao is scolded for his poor performance in the game, he defensively claims he simply couldn't find his teacher. With the game of tag concluded, the students admit they lost fair and square, and agree to take Solo's special training as promised. Toturi is sparkling with anticipation, turns to Solo and excitedly asks if this means she will finally receive the special training in plant magic. Solo admits to himself that his original plan has changed, as the students question why Toturi is getting plant magic instead of the expected witch's arsenal training. Solo abruptly announces that he has changed his mind and they will no longer be doing the general course. He encourages any student who has a specific type of magic they wish to speak up, just as Toturi did. Turning his attention to Kai, Solo suggests that learning to control fire magic would be far more beneficial for him than the standard arsenal leaving Kai shocked and dying. Solo declares with confidence that he will handle everything and provide special, individual training for each of his students. Azu points out that since they lost the game of tag, they are obligated to follow through with their promise to undergo training, and the rest of the class agrees to the new arrangement. Azu questions Solo, noting that his recent behavior and the way he spoke to the Class 3B teacher were quite out of character. As Solo feels embarrassed by his own actions, Xiao Shahar suddenly interrupts with an unexpected burst of enthusiasm. He gushes about how cute cats are, and even offers to show off his kitty collection, leaving Solo shocked by this side of the class president. Miko shares her observations about Solo, describing him as a sarcastic straight man with dead eyes, which leaves Solo completely shocked. As the students, including Xiao Shahar and Azu, continue to speculate about his true nature and how he convinced Xiao to attend class, Solo is forced to maintain his facade. Internally, he laments the situation, to reminding himself that he created this specific persona and keep his secret life as a professional assassin hidden. Solo tries to justify his forced smile, claiming he is simply following advice from a book on how teachers should behave. Ibuki finds the explanation reasonable, but Pani and Azu aren't convinced, telling him that they actually prefer the real, sarcastic version of him they saw a moment ago. Miko points out that it is nearly impossible to form a real bond with someone who is always acting. Xiao Shahar agrees, suggesting that if Solo shows his true personality, it would create a stronger affinity between him and the students. Looking at Solo, Xiao Shahar reveals the teacher facade that inspired him, but the real Solo pastry, adding that it would be sad if those genuine moments were all a lie. Xiao Shahar bursts into laughter, boasting that his plan to make Solo's true nature slip out was a huge success, leaving Solo with a deadpan expression. Toturi beams with joy, thanking Mr. Solo once again and urging him to start the special training immediately. Azu joins in with equal excitement, declaring her desire to learn darkness magic. As the rest of the class prepares to begin their lessons, Rex makes a sudden and provocative entrance, asking Solo if he has ever considered being a test subject. Solo and Toturi are left bewildered by the strange question, but Rex's gaze remains cold as he declares that he will never approve of him. As Solo walks through the academy grounds, he reflects on the upcoming midterm exam. Monster subjugation. With the threat of students dropping out if they fail, Solo looks on with a determined expression, knowing that given their current grades, someone from Class 2D is likely to be at risk. He resolves to do whatever it takes to keep his students from leaving. The students swarm around Solo, laughing and chatting excitedly. They tease him about the character he was playing before, noting that he seems like a completely different person now. As they laugh and cheer, Solo looks on with a deadpan expression, reflecting that since the tag event the other day, the students' attitude toward him has noticeably changed. Solo tries to rationalize the situation, thinking it's a good thing that his students are finally listening, but he can't help feeling that they are actually mocking him. Azu observes that since he has abandoned his forced teacher persona, he might not smile again, which only adds to Solo's irritation. The atmosphere shifts as the 10th period arrives, marking the start of the midterm exams, with Ibuki appearing focused and serious. Solo continues his explanation, detailing that the midterm exam will occur in the actual habitats of the target monsters. He warns the students that the specific monsters will be unknown until the day of the test, emphasizing the need to improve their individual magic and adaptability. However, he notes that they might be able to deduce the monster levels using their textbooks and schedules. Just as he defines their goal, a sudden, violent rumble shakes the area, startling the students. The source of the rumble is revealed as a massive golem appears, leaving the students standing atop the creature. Solo explains that taking this monster down is the objective of their special training. To start the session, he calls on Xiao Shahar, asking him to step forward and show his current level of power. Xiao calmly accepts the challenge, ready to face the golem. Xiao Shahar triumphantly asks Solo for his evaluation, after completely demolishing the golem into rubble. While the other students are stunned by his overwhelming power, Solo calmly notes that Xiao has no problem at all. Moving the training along, Solo calls for the next participants, Katlia and Pani. As they step up, Pani ponders which summon to use, while Katlia wonders how much she will be able to handle. Cattleya and Pani step up to the challenge, combining their unique abilities in a synchronized strike. With a burst of magical energy and summoned constructs, they easily overpower the golem, leaving it in ruins. Solo is impressed by the duo's coordination, noting that Catleya's short-range combat and Panis summoning magic are quite formidable. He wonders why students with such talent are relegated to Class D, only to realize that their lack of discipline and poor classroom skills are the real reasons for their placement. Solo reflects strength of Xiao Shahar, Catleya, and Pani, feeling relieved that they are already capable enough to handle the upcoming exams. He then calls the next student forward. Rex, looking at the golem, Rex confidently asks if defeating it is the only requirement to pass, suggesting that he might not even need the special training before stepping up. Rex dismisses the special training as stupid and walks away, leaving Solo visibly irritated. As Solo wonders what the boy's problem is, Miko and Azu explain that Rex is a lone wolf who doesn't interact with anyone in class. They share stories of how he even refused their handmade sweets and magic potions, while Solo looks on with a skeptical expression. Solo thinks to himself about student number 04, Rex. While he is relieved that the exam won't be an issue for the more capable students, he wonders about having someone as difficult as Rex in his class. Meanwhile, Rex casts a sharp, intimidating glare back at them, causing Lumi to shudder in fear. Having tested everyone, Solo organizes the students into 3 distinct groups. The first group, consisting of Xiao, Catleya, Pani, Ibuki, and the absent Rex, successfully crushed the golem. The second group, featuring Kai, Nanato, and Dante, is nearly there and will require special training to succeed. Finally, Solo looks at the remaining students, including Lumi, Miko, and Nina, noting that they are the real issue. Maiko defensively argues that it's natural for some students to struggle with combat magic, while Azu and Toturi lament their own lack of ability. Noel puts on a dramatic display of sorrow, and Nagisa simply sleeps through the entire process. Looking at them, Solo is left speechless, realizing just how problematic the lower-ranked students are. Realizing that some of his students are at risk of failing, Solo decides he has no choice but to intervene. He officially begins the special training, focusing entirely on strengthening their magic power. Addressing the struggling groups, Solo explains the simple logic of improvement. Just as one lift weights to build muscle, they must actively work their magic to increase its strength. He warns them that without this foundation, they will never become talented wizards. So throws the lower-ranked students into the deep end, unleashing a swarm of miniature golems to force them into earnest combat. As the students scream in panic, Solo shouts for them to use their magic, turning the chaos into a practical lesson. Amidst the mayhem, he delivers a lecture on the imagination and consistent visualization, pushing his students to turn magic into a habit through sheer necessity. Solo delivers an intense lecture on the necessity of killing intent and exploiting an enemy's vitals to survive, leaving students like Miko wondering if his explanation is a bit too excessive. Suddenly, he calls out Kai. Kai unleashes a massive blast of fire known as Salamander's fire play. But Solo is not impressed, shouting at him that such uncontrolled power is useless for precise results. Solo puts Kai's fire magic to a practical test by making him cook fried rice. When Kai questions if this is actually training, Solo explains that the goal is to master control over the heat. He notes that training is more effective when tied to a hobby, like Kai's love for cooking. While Kai remains skeptical of the method, he secretly admits that the food tastes surprisingly good. Solo introduces the next lesson for Kai, which involves baking egg tarts, leaving Kai excited despite the time it takes. Keeping his promise, Solo holds individual sessions for the other students to help them overcome their weaknesses. After several days of this dedicated training, the students begin to show significant improvement, exemplified by Toturi powerfully unleashing her plant fist attack. Toturi tries her best to cast her spell, but only a few fingers poke out of the earth, leaving her feeling completely dejected. Solo watches her with a critical eye, noting that while Toturi Leander has the drive, her results are still far from where they need to be. Overwhelmed by her failure, Toturi sighs, believing she is simply no good. Toturi beams with a bright smile, exclaiming that the training is fun. Solo watches her, his mind racing with concern as he tells himself he must keep her from getting depressed. While Toturi acknowledges to herself that she is still not very good at magic, she finds the process of practicing under Solo's guidance truly exciting and asks for his confirmation. Solo is baffled by Toturi's current enthusiasm, questioning why she always seemed so lifeless in class. This prompts a confession from Toturi, who apologetically explains that she has been struggling since her first year. She recalls how her previous teachers eventually gave up on her, leaving her feeling like a failure and eventually terrified of receiving any further instruction. Toturi continues her story, explaining how she eventually grew fed up with formal classes and turned to independent study. She proudly recalls a moment of success when she managed to make a fire poppy blooms, something she had failed at during her first year. Yet her excitement turns to sadness as she admits she couldn't repeat the feat, leaving her questioning her own abilities despite the goal she once held for her time at Orion. Solo listens intently, curious about the goal she mentions. Toturi opens up about her true goal, dreaming of becoming a fantastic wizard so she can take over her family's ancestral homestead. She describes her home as a long-standing farm filled with magical herbs and flowers used for potions, a place she loves dearly. Listening to her, Solo realizes that to maintain such a farm and grow those ingredients, being a qualified wizard is an absolute necessity. Solo considers Toturi's situation, acknowledging that while her behavior in class may have been seen as bad, her determination and dream are genuinely wholesome. Looking at the academy, he realizes many students come to Orion with their own goals. He then wonders, with a skeptical expression, why the organization believes that a girl like Toturi would ever become an evil wizard in the future. Toturi suddenly lets out a loud scream, becoming completely flustered as she mentions Rex. Solo, startled by the noise, remarks on how loud she is, noting that this is exactly the kind of class attitude he was thinking about. As Toturi stammers, unable to explain herself, Solo looks at her with a questioning and suspicious gaze. Toturi remains flustered, thinking to herself that Rex's attitude isn't very good. A sentiment Solo silently acknowledges to end the distraction. Solo tells her it's time to get back to training. Toturi agrees, noting that she needs to help Noel with training soon and will practice by herself afterward. The scene then shifts forward in time to the day before the exam. Kai unleashes a massive blast of flames with his salamander's fire play spell, shouting with confidence. Overjoyed by his success, he celebrates as his classmates cheer him on. Watching from the sidelines, Solo acknowledges that everyone in the Almost There group has now cleared the test, and he turns his thoughts toward the remaining problem. 5 students. The problem 5 struggled desperately against a massive rock golem, their efforts proving futile as they lament their own incompetence. Solo watches the chaos with a deadpan expression, seemingly drained by their failure. Soon, the bells toll, signaling that the day of the exam has finally arrived. The day of the examinations has finally arrived. In the faculty room, Solo is completely drained, face-planting onto his desk in sheer exhaustion. As he looks over the schedules, he reflects on the hopeless ones of Class 2D, feeling defeated that they didn't progress as he had hoped. For a master assassin, he finds that teaching is far more difficult than any mission. As the midterm exams officially begin, Solo prepares himself for the ordeal, his mind filled with the faces of the eccentric and troublesome students of Class 2D. As the midterm exams begin, Solo walks through the academy halls alongside Ibuki. While Ibuki ponders the nature of what is considered bad, Solo is lost in thought, reflecting on the training he provided to his students. He thinks of Miko's transformation magic and Toturi's plant magic, admitting a lingering regret that his efforts didn't yield better results for everyone, though he acknowledges that not everyone is naturally gifted in the magic they wish to master. Solo considers Toturi's struggle with plant magic, noting that while she has an aptitude for it, finding one's true gift is often difficult. However, Ibuki brings up a previous comment Solo made about Miko Cecilia's future use of transformation magic. Curious, Ibuki asks Solo if he discovered this through some form of precognition. Solo admits that his knowledge comes from precognition, noting that while Toturi shows little talent now, she is destined to be a plant magic user. He further reveals that Pani Rao will use summoning magic, something Pani has already begun to demonstrate. Overwhelmed by the revelation, Ibuki shouts in disbelief, asking why Solo didn't mention this sooner, to which Solo simply replies that he couldn't find a good opportunity. Ibuki admits that precognition only provides fragmented glimpses of the future, explaining why not every detail is known. He reveals a specific prophecy. Among the 12 students, one is destined to become a fire magic user. Curious, Ibuki asks Solo if he has any idea who that student might be, leaving Solo deep in thought about the revelation. Ibuki asks if the person destined for fire magic is Kai, and Solo confirms it is highly likely. As they discuss how precognition only provides fragments of the future, Solo notes that not everyone becomes an expert in a specific field, though Ibuki seems to take this as a compliment to his own versatility. However, Solo's thoughts turn grim as he remembers that Toturi is destined to become an evil wizard, who wields plant magic. Solo falls into a deep troubled thought, haunted by the visions of the future. He wonders why everyone in Class 2D is destined to end up as evil wizards. Beside him, Ibuki notices Solo's distant expression and lets out a confused huh? Solo reflects on the fragments of the future, finding it absurd that the students of Class 2D whom he now sees as just ordinary bratsair destined to become evil wizards. He begins to wonder if the school itself is the real catalyst for the darkness that eventually wrecks the country. However, Ibuki cuts through his internal monologue, bluntly asking what good it does to think about such things. Looking out over the sprawling academy, Solo notes that they cannot seek help from the school without risking the exposure of the Department of Magic Secrets. He reflects on the cold reality of egg smashing the policy of killing those destined to become evil wizards. While they are still just, though justified as being for the sake of the country, Solo knows such brutality would never be accepted by the public, which is why it is carried out in total secrecy. Standing beside Ibuki, Solo contemplates the tragedy, convinced that there must be a deeper reason why these children are driven toward evil. Solo delves deeper into his thoughts, acknowledging that while Class 2D is an exception, the government lacks the resources to prevent every potential evil wizard from falling. This systemic failure is why the policy is to simply eliminate them all. He ponders whether evil is innate or a result of circumstance, yet he realizes that questioning the destiny of his students is a dangerous path that could lead him astray. Standing before Ibuki, Solo's gaze turns cold and resolute. He reminds himself of the absolute rule of his profession. As assassins, they must remain detached, for sympathy is the one thing they cannot allow themselves to feel. Ibuki looks at Solo with a stern expression, reminding him of their primary objective: to exterminate any student they cannot prevent from leaving the school. He explains that, while interacting with skills as a teacher, they are not truly a teacher or a student in this place. While Solo may have developed a bond with the class, Ibuki admits that for him such friendliness is only on the surface. He then calls out to Solo, who remains silent. Solo responds to Ibuki's warning with a tired expression, insisting that he is well aware of their objective. He admits to having a brief moment of doubt, but firmly declares that he will eliminate the students the instant they turn into evil wizards. Startled by this sudden coldness, Ibuki quickly apologizes for being too assertive, realizing that the ruthless nature of Number Zero remains intact. Shifting from their dark mission to the immediate reality of school life, Ibuki points out a pressing issue: the midterm exams. He worries that some of the students are at risk of dropping out, which would trigger their orders to eliminate them. As Solo wonders how to handle the situation, Ibuki reveals he has an idea, though he admits it might involve a bit of cheating. The scene transitions to the Orion School of Magic's transportation door room, where a large crowd of students has assembled. Among them are the students of Class 2D, now dressed in their sportswear. Toturi expresses her dissatisfaction with the design of the gear, while her classmates discuss the upcoming exam as some urge Toturi to show more fighting spirit. She recalls with a frown that they weren't able to clear their goal in the end. Other students sneer at Class 2D, whispering and laughing about how someone from their class fails out every year. Toturi is visibly irritated by the insults, lamenting the arrogance of the other classes. The chatter is suddenly cut short when Vice Principal Robert takes the microphone to address the second-year students. He formally announces that their examination will be a test of battle skills, specifically through monster subjugation. Nico Robert emphasizes that monster subjugation is a crucial responsibility for wizards, often requested by towns in the nation, making this exam a vital rehearsal for their future careers. He reveals that each class will be sent to a different exam location and begins the process, calling for classes first, followed by classes A, B, and C. Finally, it is Class 2D's turn. As the door creaks open, Solo and his students are transported to their exam site, finding themselves standing before a dense, mysterious forest. The scene opens up to reveal the daunting environment awaiting the students. The muggy jungle, the official location for class exam. As the students of Class 2D stand ready, Solo gives the final command. Very well, then we will now commence the midterm examination. The students look on with varying expressions of determination and nervousness, ready to begin their trial. Solo reveals the target for Class 2D's midterm exam, the Gormandrone. He warns the students that these harmful monsters overpopulate the jungle this time of year and attack anything they can use as food. The objective is straightforward: track down and subdue the monsters, with each victory counting as 1 point. While Solo remains calm, some of the students are visibly shaken by the prospect of being hunted for food. Nico Robert drops a bombshell, announcing that 10 points are required to pass the examination. The Nico are thrown into a state of despair, realizing they must hunt 10 monsters each to succeed, while Solo remains stoic, noting that no one ever said they would only need to defeat one. Nico Robert adds further pressure by declaring that they only have until sunset to finish the challenge. Nico Robert delivers a final, stern warning to the students. This test contains real combat. He explains that while wizards typically accept requests that match their own level, the reality of the field is far more volatile. However, he cautions, during a job the unexpected may occur. As the briefing ends, the focus shifts to the humid, unpredictable depths of the muggy jungle, where the true trial begins. To illustrate his warning, Nico Robert presents a frightening example. the possibility of encountering a monster far above their own level, as shown by the towering, menacing presence of a Gorman drone looming over the students. As the students look on in terror at the massive Gorman drone, the faculty emphasizes the importance of survival. To prevent unnecessary casualties, they introduce the disappearing, a magic item designed for instant transportation back to the exit. Solo and the other teachers prepare to hand out these rings to the students before the exam begins. Solo looks at his students and realizes they are paralyzed with fear, their motivation completely gone. He reflects on the fact that many students withdraw from the exam every year, realizing that the simple task of monster subjugation is far more grueling than it seems. As a menacing Gorman drone stares them down, Solo acknowledges the true, maniacal nature of this midterm examination. Solo is at a loss, wondering what a teacher is supposed to do to cheer up students in such a terrifying situation. He admits to himself that he has no idea how to get teenagers excited, though he tries to imagine a generic encouraging phrase. Eventually, he settles his mind and prepares himself for the start of the midterm exam. With a thunderous crash, the midterm exam officially begins. Amika slams down in front of the students, immediately plunging them into the terrifying reality of the trial. The sudden impact leaves the students stunned, but Xiao Shahar and Ibuki react instantly, pointing forward with determination to face the threat. While Solo watches from a distance, the rest of the class looks on in disbelief. "All right," one shouts, as others call out to Ibuki and Xiao, recognizing their readiness to fight. Xiao Shahar leads with a confident smile, declaring that they will all pass the exam. Ibuki agrees, questioning the purpose of their special training if they were to be afraid now, and warns that staying still means automatic failure. While Miko looks on in disbelief, the two boys share a light-hearted moment, laughing and bickering as they charge ahead together. Miko suddenly charges forward with a fierce expression, declaring that she's fed up with being mocked by other classes. Her unexpected burst of motivation catches Solo off guard, but it quickly ignites a spark in Toturi, who enthusiastically urges everyone to follow her lead and charge ahead. With a sudden burst of energy, the students of Class 2D leap forward, their fear replaced by a chaotic determination. While some shout about craving worthy opponents and others insist they weren't scared, Leon remains fast asleep amidst the commotion. Toturi gives a bright wave and a cheerful shout to Mr. Solo, leaving him standing there in stunned silence as his students charge headfirst into the fray. Solo watches his students with a faint smile, impressed by the determination of the so-called leftovers. However, his attention is quickly drawn to one student who hasn't moved. He turns to Rex Red, questioning why he is the only one who hasn't joined the rush. Rex dismisses the need to move with the group, stating that he moves at his own speed. Solo finds his attitude irritating but admits he shares a similar way of thinking. However, Rex warns Solo not to get the wrong idea, stating that unlike the others, he won't easily accept him. Solo isn't surprised, having expected some students to be resistant. Rex stares intently at Solo, his expression sharp and questioning. He challenges Solo's commitment, asking if he truly has the resolve to stay as the teacher for the problem students of Class 2D, no matter what happens from this point forward. Nico Robert interrupts, reminding Solo that since the exam has started, he must refrain from advising the students. Solo quickly apologizes, but as he watches Rex walk away, he remains preoccupied. He stares blankly, wondering to himself what Rex Red actually meant by his words. Nico Robert watches the progress of the midterm exam with a contemplative expression. He recalls that the exam was so grueling last year that several students were forced to drop out, and he wonders what the current second years are truly capable of. As he observes the screens, a light-haired man in elegant robes appears, acknowledging the vice principal's effort. Nico Robert is startled to see Mr. Julius, the head teacher of Year 2, who has unexpectedly returned from a long-term business trip. Julius explains that he wouldn't be a proper head of year if he weren't there to watch over the students. As they observe the monitoring screens, Nico reports that the exam is proceeding with high intensity. Noting that several Class S students have already secured 10 points, Julius is highly pleased with the students' performance. Julius observes the monitoring screens, noting that a few students from Class B and Class C have already withdrawn from the exam. While Nico Robert acknowledges that such personal decisions are understandable, Julius expresses his wish for 0 withdrawals. He then asks about Class D, which typically always has a dropout, only to be surprised when Nico Robert reveals that every single student in Class D is participating this year. Julius notes that the Nico seem to have been training specifically for the exam over the last few days. He believes that this year's class is different from the usual, and he finds their spirit truly excellent. Deep within the muggy jungle, Miko is visibly exhausted and annoyed by the stifling heat. Complaining about the humidity and the swarming bugs, she desperately asks Azu if she has any insect repellent. Azu calmly reveals that while she does own some, She couldn't bring it because of the exam rules, leaving Miko as in a state of disbelief. Azu clings to Miko, teasing her for spending so much time with Ibuki and Xiao Shahar, who overhear the conversation from a distance. While pretending to be lonely, Azu tries to tease Shiro's conversation toward romance, offering a special-made love potion to help Miko capture the boys' hearts. Calling out Azu for doing her weird experiments as girl talk. Though Azu remains mischievously curious about Miko's preference, Azu playfully suggests that both Xiao Shahar and Ibuki secretly find Miko cute, leaving Miko flustered and denying everything. While Xiao Shahar finds the energy amusing, Ibuki sternly reminds them that they are in the middle of an exam and should be quiet. When Azu doubles down on her desire to create love potions, Ibuki shuts her down, calling the idea of him having romantic feelings for Miko absolute slander. Azu continues to pester Ibuki, calling him a serious honor student and eyeing him as a new test subject for her experiments. Kai joins the conversation, praising Ibuki's combat skills and his teamwork with Xiao, which leads both of them to wonder why someone so capable was transferred to Class D. Ibuki is left speechless, reflecting on his own situation. Xiao Shahar bursts out laughing, bluntly announcing that Ibuki is super dumb and struggles with classroom learning. A stunned Ibuki can only wonder where that came from. Nearby, Katlia is surprised to learn Ibuki also struggles with studying, feeling a sense of kinship while Noel solemnly notes that everyone has their own faults to bear. Ibuki grumbles that while he was the one to admit his academic struggles, it still irritates him when others bring it up, much to Xiao Shahar's amusement. Meanwhile, Vice Principal Nico Robert finds the students' attitude too laid back, questioning if they understand the stakes. Head teacher Julius explains that the exam is designed as a competitive scramble, where students must race and compete against one another to secure points from target monsters. Julius looks on with a cold expression, noting that Class D is as tepid as expected, yet he is intrigued by how they are grouping together, despite the competitive nature of the exam. He wonders what the result of their special training will actually be. Meanwhile, Solo watches the monitoring screens with a deadpan look, wondering what all the noise is about. Solo is warned that the vice principal and other officials are watching the exam, prompting a reminder to act professional to avoid the risk of dropping out. Solo quietly admits that he was the one who instructed his students to cooperate as a group. Meanwhile, back in the jungle, Toturi is seen glancing around with a preoccupied expression, causing her classmates to wonder what is bothering her. Toturi looks around distractedly, admitting that she hasn't seen Rex nearby. Dante and Panny chime in, suggesting that Rex is likely wandering off independently, with Panny imagining him taking photos of the local flowers. Seeing Toturi's flustered reaction, Azu teases her, asking if she is actually interested in Rex. Azu teases Toturi, reminding her of a similar moment that occurred during Ibuki's welcome party. Shortly after, Toturi spots Rex and calls out to him, excitedly mentioning that they will soon be having another welcome party for Ibuki, and that he should definitely attend as a member of the class. Rex bluntly refuses to attend the party and tells Toturi not to talk to him, leaving her completely shocked. This prompts Azu to tease her, even suggesting a love potion and questioning if Toturi actually likes Rex. Flustered and embarrassed, Toturi frantically tries to deny the rumors, insisting that her feelings for Rex are not what they seem. Suddenly, Xiao Shahar cuts through the chatter, signaling Toturi and Azu to be silent. He tells them to look down, revealing a gruesome sight, a swarm of Gorman drones feeding on a carcass. Toturi shudders in disgust, realizing the Gorman drones are eating other monsters. Xiao Shahar notes that it has been a while since they've seen such a bloody sight, and Nagisa urgently tells them to be quiet before they are noticed. But it is already too late, as a massive Gorman drone suddenly appears right above the terrified Toturi and Lyra. The silence is shattered as the Gorman drones strike with sudden violence. Xiao Shahar warns the group about the monster's stingers, but the drones are already upon them. As a scream rings out, Nagisa activates Lull of Venus to counter the threat, while Solo swiftly intervenes with Night of the Devilish Winds, slashing through the drones to protect his students. As the chaos continues, Xiao Shahar notices point notifications appearing, realizing that the magic rings provided for the exam are actually tracking their progress. Azu and Nagisa confirm that the rings serve as a measurement for their exam performance. Looking at the swarm of Gorman drones, Xiao Shahar sees this as a lucky break and a chance to quickly pile up points. Xiao Shahar leaps forward with a loud cry, eager to take on the swarm and earn points. Watching him, Dante is momentarily impressed, thinking that Xiao really is something else. However, the mood shifts when another student calls out to Dante, sternly telling him to stop messing around with his weapon. Solo provides a lesson on the witch's arsenal, explaining that while it allows the user to create weapons from their imagination, overextending one's magic results in brittle, useless weapons. He tells a confused Dante that he isn't ready for larger-scale creations and should instead focus on mastering the basics, such as creating small daggers or knives to build his strength. Solo tells Dante that there is no point in using large weapons just to bluff or show off. He emphasizes that it is more important to master a skill he can actually execute right now, even if the weapon looks small or lame. By focusing on his true capabilities and aiming for the enemy's weak points, Dante is able to effectively take down a monster. Putting Solo's lesson into practice, Dante swiftly strikes the Gormandrone's eye, its primary weak point. As he earns a point for the kill, Azu and Toturi are amazed by his sudden precision and knowledge of the monster's weakness. Dante smugly explains that his success was due to a book he read long ago, flashing back to his days of studying monster weaknesses. While his classmates call him lucky, Dante knows it was the result of hard work and a bit of guidance. He recalls Solo's stern warning to stop showing off and instead aim for the vitals. Seeing the result, Solo silently admits that Dante did a pretty good job. Solo reflects on Nanato's limited ability with the witch's arsenal, wondering how the other students are faring in the exam. Meanwhile, Nanato is informed that the monster's weakness lies in their evil orbs. While other students feel overwhelmed by the number of enemies, Xiao Shahar steps in with a confident grin, urging Nanato to stop holding back and reveal his true strength. Xiao Shahar tries to cheer up Nanato, who is spiraling into a state of gloom, fearing he will disappoint everyone. Watching from afar, Solo questions if the special training Nanato received was even worthwhile. Amidst the silence, Nanato suppresses his anxiety and prepares himself, whispering the words "witch's arsenal" as he readies his attack. Nanato suddenly gives up, apologizing and claiming that his bad luck prevents him from performing. Solo is perplexed, reminding him that he successfully defeated a golem just the day before, and concludes that Nanato is far too moody with his magic. Overwhelmed by a sudden wave of pessimisms, Nanato begins mumbling to himself about everything from rising taxes to a burnt breakfast, lamenting how hard the world is on him. Nanato sinks deeper into his depression, questioning if there is any magic he is actually good at, and lamenting how boring and unlucky he is. Overwhelmed by his own perceived inadequacies, he finds everything too hard. Seeing this, Solo steps in to ground him, explaining that it is common for one's mental state to influence their magic. He tells Nanato to set his worries aside for a moment and simply focus on the basics, reciting his access incantation properly. Solo questions Nanato on the purpose of the access incantation, which Nanato describes as a key to accessing magic. Solo elaborates that while most wizards receive these words naturally during their awakening, a phenomenon known as witch's revelation forgetting them can lead to the loss of one's magical abilities. Solo continues his lesson, explaining that access incantations are as diverse as a witch's whims, ranging from meaningful words to meaningless recitations. He emphasizes that for novice wizards, reciting these words aloud is essential for the magic to take effect, serving as a vital tool to steady oneself and stabilize their power. Solo watches from a distance, recalling Nanato's previous success with a golem and wondering how he will fare this time. However, the silence is shattered when a creepy insect-type monster appears. Overcome by terror, Nanato completely loses his resolve, screaming in fear as he runs away, admitting that he simply cannot handle such repulsive creature. Terrified by the insect monster, Nanato suddenly snaps when he thinks the creature is trying to eat Noel. Driven by the thought of losing his best friend, his panic transforms into a fierce resolve. He screams his intent to kill the monster and activates his magic. Reciting the strange incantation, "Wish me bad luck," Nanato releases a devastating attack, Poison Beat, completely overwhelming the creature in a swirl of dark magic. As the monster is defeated, Noel and the other students remark on how different Nanato becomes when he's angry, recalling his signature poison magic. Amidst the chatter and the gain of a point, Solo can only stare in confusion, stunned by the sudden shift in the boy's personality and power. Solo watches the unfolding chaos, acknowledging that some of the students are somehow pulling through. But as he looks closer, his expression turns serious. He identifies the real problem, a group of 5 students who are now completely surrounded by menacing insect-type monsters. Solo watches the struggling students through a monitor, noting that none of them have managed to score a single point. With a mischievous smirk, he concludes that the only remaining option is cheating. He looks toward Ibuki and Xiao, stating that he is counting on them when the time comes. The group of 5 students finds themselves trapped and surrounded by a swarm of menacing insect monsters. Among them, Nagisa lets out a yawn, seemingly unfazed by the danger. However, realizing that failure might mean leaving the academy, he decides it's time to stop slacking and take action. Nagisa suddenly activates his magic, chanting a strange incantation to create a massive ice blade. "Icicle blade engraving," he shouts, shocking his classmates, who had no idea he could use ice magic. With a swift strike, he snaps the insect monster in half. Having finished the task, Nagisa nonchalantly decides that's enough effort for now and curls up to sleep again, while Toturi prepares to take her turn. As the fight continues, Lumi tries to unleash a plant fist spell, though it doesn't seem to land perfectly. Suddenly, Nagisa lashes out at the monster with a burst of aggression, shouting for it to stay still. At the same time, Noel leaps into action using her witch's arsenal to strike the creature, all while carrying a grumpy Nagisa who demands to be put down. Ibuki turns to Xiao Shahar, suggesting that it's time to act on the instructions their teacher gave them for the sake of Miko and the others. Xiao agrees, confirming the plan. Meanwhile, teacher Julius watches the students' progress, commenting on how typical the chaotic behavior is for Class D. Ibuki and Xiao Shahar spring into action, devastating the swarm of monsters with their respective spells, Electric Drop and Self Whirlwind. Watching from afar, head teacher Julius is impressed, noting that despite being in Class 2D, Xiao Shahar and the transfer student Ibuki possess remarkable talent. The insect monsters lie scattered across the ground. But they aren't completely finished, their bodies still twitching. Noel arrives on the scene, scoffing at the result. She kicks one of the monsters, criticizing Ibuki and Xiao Shahar for being too soft and calling their efforts sloppy work. Noel doesn't wait for the others to finish the job. With a sudden and powerful punch, she strikes one of the monsters, stealing the kill and earning herself a point in the exam. Noel gleefully secures another point, confident that she can take down the remaining monsters. Ibuki and Xiao Shahar watch her antics with bewilderment. As Noel decides it is time to truly unleash her power, the scene shifts to a flashback where Solo explains the high-level magic of body control he is teaching her, leading Noel to question why he chose that specific path for her. Noel is absolutely thrilled by the concept of the beloved child's retainer, finding the idea of controlling others to be perfectly dark and cool. However, Solo remains unimpressed, bluntly telling her that such high-level magic is impossible for her right now. He advises her to start with the basics by targeting an inanimate object, reminding her that simple movement is something a first-year student should already mastered. Frustrated and struggling, Noel attempts to move a rock, questioning the effectiveness of her own training. Back in the present, Noel puts her training into practice, declaring it the will of the gods as she drops a massive rock on a monster to score a point. Beside her, Nanato also secures a point using a mini icicle blade. Overjoyed by their progress, Noel, Miku, and Nanato erupt in cheers and share a celebratory hug, shouting that they've finally scored. The students cheer as Miko and the others successfully score points, with Xiao Shahar and Ibuki acknowledging the result. The scene then transitions back to the morning of the exam day. Miko notes that Mr. Solo's tactics are working exactly as planned. With a determined slam of his hand, Solo declares that Class 2D will work together to ensure that every single student passes. Solo bluntly informs Azu, Miko, Toturi, Noel, and Nagisa that they are practically guaranteed to fail the exam. As the class buzzes with confusion, Solo slams his hand on the desk, announcing his sharing while calling it stealing plan. The higher-level students will work with the struggling ones to ensure everyone clears the test. He concludes by explaining that since the exam is real combat in a monster's habitat, the students are permitted to act freely. Solo reveals the details of his strategy, explaining that Xiao Shahar and Ibuki will weaken the monsters, allowing the other students to land the final blow and steal the points. When the students question if this is allowed and how it counts as subjugation, Solo bluntly explains that in this exam, subjugating simply means killing the creature, and the credit goes to whoever delivers the final hit. Nanato questions if the plan is essentially cheating, while Noel admits it feels a bit unfair. Solo calmly counters their concerns, explaining that the exam was likely designed with the intention of students stealing monsters from one another. He argues that if the goal were simply to demonstrate power, the test would be far simpler instead. The real combat scenario is meant to measure their judgment and adaptability in a competitive environment. Solo grins mischievously, pointing to his head as he declares that they are simply making use of the situation, calling his strategy top-tier cheating. The students, including Toturi, Noel, and Nanato, are completely bewildered by his shamelessness, leaving them speechless and unable to properly respond. Toturi looks at Solo with a worried expression, asking if he believes their abilities are insufficient to pass the exam. Solo responds with a deadpan face, bluntly stating that it's simply impossible for them to pass on their own. As the students react in shock and anger, Solo calmly adds that acknowledging their own lack of skill is a crucial part of the process. Solo continues his blunt assessment, admitting that their first-year grades and the lack of hope from other teachers pushed them to the bottom. He acknowledges that the school's treatment of Class D caused them to lose heart, but warns them that this reality makes them the most vulnerable during the midterm exam. Solo tells the students to take the frustration of not being able to pass the exam on their own and use it as fuel for the next one. He reminds them that to reach that future, they must first survive the current midterm, which he considers his responsibility as their teacher. Azu and the others admit that while it is frustrating to rely on others, they are ready to move forward. Miko bursts into laughter, thrilled by the idea of stealing monsters to ensure her success. The other students, though less enthusiastic, agree that they will do whatever it takes to avoid dropping out. Solo watches them with a slight smile, noting that the exam is fundamentally a competitive scramble for the monsters. CL breathes a sigh of relief, glad that the initial strategy seems to be working. Meanwhile, the students encourage each other to do their best before resorting to the gamble of the plan. Watching from the sidelines, Solo sighs at their poor acting skills, having instructed them to make the point stealing look superficial. He reflects on how the exam's magic point system is convenient, as the students are successfully claiming points for the monsters they take down. CL is fired up and determined to conquer the exam. On the battlefield, the students have just wiped out a swarm of monsters, leaving the area littered with defeated creatures. Miko excitedly celebrates the points they've earned, while Xiao Shahar urges the group to keep up their energy and search for the next swarm to increase their score further. While the group celebrates their success, a status window reveals a shocking truth. Toturi Leander currently has 0 points. As she sits there in a daze, CL finds himself wondering about her situation. Meanwhile, from a high vantage point, Aki observes the exam area, noticing something unusual. Amidst the exam, a group of students stumbles upon a rare sight, a cluster of fire poppies. Excited by the discovery of these unusual magic plants, they call out to Toturi, who looks on with a completely blank and shocked expression. Toturi sits in complete despair, her spirit broken as the scoreboard confirms she has 0 points. While her classmates notice her depression, Toturi spirals into self-doubt. Remembering how hard she trained, she admits to herself that she has always struggled with magic, and in the heat of the exam, her nerves caused her spells to fail, leaving her feeling utterly useless. Xiao Shahar approaches Toturi with a bright smile, telling her not to be so hard on herself. Despite Toturi's guilt over wasting the chance Ibuki and Xiao gave her, Xiao remains energetic. He laughs loudly, urging her not to sweat the small stuff and challenging her to get 10 points to impress Mr. Solo. Toturi's expression shifts from despair to determination as she thinks of Mr. Solo. She jumps up energetically, apologizing to her classmates for moping and declaring her resolve to move forward. Toturi thanks Miko for picking fire poppies to cheer her up, though she gently scolds her for just picking them. Meanwhile, Azu questions why Miko is still transformed, leading to a light-hearted exchange where Miko admits she was aiming for a more complete beast transformation. The group shares a moment of camaraderie, with Toturi telling Xiao to stop leaning on others. Solo requests Ibuki and Xiao Shahar to use their real battle experience to support Class 2D during the exam. While Xiao Shahar jokingly questions if such a request is dishonest for a teacher, he grins, admitting that this unpredictable side of Solo is exactly why he likes him. Ibuki agrees to Solo's request, expressing a genuine desire for all his classmates to pass. Meanwhile, Solo finds himself surrounded by cats. Jokingly wondering if this is the cheating he was thinking of in his thoughts, Solo admits he considered helping the students directly, but the presence of other monitoring teachers makes it too risky for his cover. He recalls a previous instance where he secretly manipulated magic to make it seem like Toturi had achieved it herself. Solo explains that he cannot risk intervening himself, because the other teachers will be on high alert during the exam. He tells Ibuki that getting the class through the test is now up to him, calling him his partner. Overwhelmed with determination, Ibuki shouts his agreement, promising number 0 that he will see the mission through, leaving Solo bewildered by his sudden outburst. While walking, Ibuki reflects on his reservations about working with Xiao Shahar, specifically recalling a strange star-shaped pupil he once glimpsed in Xiao's eye. He wonders what it could have been, as he hasn't seen it since. Noticing Ibuki's distant behavior, Xiao asks if he is still angry. Ibuki begins to apologize and question his own memory, but the conversation is abruptly interrupted when Xiao violently stretches his face, leaving Ibuki screaming in pain. Ibuki tries to apologize to Xiao Shahar, but his hesitation only fuels Xiao's frustration. Watching them from a distance, Solo acknowledges that Xiao's ability to lead the class emotionally is invaluable, something Ibuki simply cannot do. Checking the time, Solo notes that 3 hours have passed and only 2 remain before sunset. He hopes that if things continue this way, everyone in the class will be able to score their point. Ibuki panics, shouting in terror as he clings to the heights. Xiao Shahar warns him to stay focused and be careful not to fall. Meanwhile, Miko and Toturi look down at the dizzying drop, wondering if falling would be fatal, or if the disappearing mechanic would trigger, though they acknowledge that such an event would mean immediate failure. Xiao Shahar laughs off the danger, promising that he and Ibuki can handle any monsters they might encounter. However, the mood shifts instantly when a mysterious substance splashes down. Xiao Shahar quickly attempts to freeze the attack, but he is shocked to discover that the liquid is actually acid, melting everything it touches. He urgently warns the group to look above them. Looking up in shock, Xiao Shahar and Miko find themselves dwarfed by a colossal nightmarish creature. The monster, a mass of twisting tentacles and gaping toothy maws, towers over them, revealing itself as the terrifying source of the acid rain. The students erupt in screams of terror as the massive form of Xian looms over them. Miko and Nina are completely panicked by the creature's immense size. As Dante frantically recalls seeing a similar monster in a book, Ibuki and Xiao Shahar freeze, their expressions turning to shock as they realize the true identity of the beast before them. The Xian looms over the students, its massive form radiating dread. Xiao Shahar stares up in shock, his expression filled with horror as he remembers the truth. This is the same monster that killed Luca back then. Xian unleashes a spray of disgusting acid, causing the students to panic in terror. However, Iki steps up and launches a powerful electric drop spell, striking the monster with a burst of energy. The beast lets out a piercing shriek as it is repelled by the blast. Seeing the monster push back, Azu praises Ibuki's timely intervention, hoping that they are finally safe. Despite the initial blast, the attack fails to wound the monster. Ibuki identifies the creature as a flesh-eating feeler flower, explaining that its skin is so durable that even professional wizards struggle to defeat it. The students break into a panic, questioning how they can possibly fight such a beast, while Ibuki desperately tries to get them to listen to him. Just as Ibuki attempts to lead the group, Xian strikes, trapping him in a crushing grip. Terrified, Miko unleashes powerful spells, including Salamander's fire play, while the other students rush to help. However, as he struggles, Ibuki realizes that provoking the monster further may only make the situation worse. Xian suddenly goes berserk, thrashing around with destructive force. Amidst the chaos, Ibuki, still trapped in the monster's grasp, screams at Xiao Shahar to stop hesitating and get everyone out of there, warning them that the creature is far beyond their capabilities. Yuri panics and calls out to Xiao Shahar for a plan, while Lumi looks on in terror, but Xiao Shahar remains silent and motionless. In the middle of the chaos, Toturi suddenly slips and loses her balance, letting out a small cry as she falls. Pani and Dant watch in shock, screaming her name in desperation as she plummets toward the ground near the massive Xian. In a flash of desperation, Pani transforms into a massive wolf and lunges forward. He catches Toturi midair just in time, slamming back down to the ground safely, as Dant looks on in complete shock. Pani manages to catch Toturi just in time, preventing her fall. However, Solo looks on with a grim expression, realizing how bad the situation has become now that Ibuki is also captured. He worries that if Toturi's ring is activated, she will be forced to withdraw from the exam and fail. Suddenly, Nico Robert interrupts with an emergency. He reveals a shocking detail. Toturi isn't wearing her ring, making it impossible for the administration to force her withdrawals. Stunned by the news, Solo is ordered to rush to her location at once. Solo acknowledges the order and immediately sets off. As he flies through the sky with Tyr by his side, he reflects that it is fortunate Toturi avoided instant disqualification. Yet he cannot shake a growing feeling of dread. Solo stands his ground before the grotesque and towering form of Xian, who lets out a deafening roar that shakes the surroundings. Nearby, Dante, Noel, Azu, and Pani lie battered and defeated, unable to fight further. As the atmosphere grows heavy, a sinister laugh echoes, with the enemy remarking on the strange fate that brought them together once again in such a place. With a manic smile and a determined glint in his eye, Xiao Shahar prepares for battle. He declares his absolute resolve, swearing that this time, he will definitely take Xian down. Nico Robert looks on with a grim expression, identifying Xian as a dangerous flesh-eating feeler flower. Fearing the total annihilation of Class Ds, he prepares to force the students back to safety. But Julius stops him, arguing that since no one has suffered a life-threatening wound yet, the students should endure the struggle. He believes that experiencing such a dire situations is a necessary lesson for the real world, where they cannot simply rely on a disappearing to escape. Julius continues his reasoning, stating that adversity itself is what causes a person to mature. Meanwhile, Xiao Shahar is seen breathing heavily, fighting against his own exhaustion as he tells himself to calm down and get a grip. Facing the monster, Xiao Shahar acknowledges that while this creature isn't the one that took Luca's life, it is of the same species. He recalls a cherished memory of Luca, remembering their shared dream of joining the Wizard Knights. With a look of fierce determination, he vows to get stronger and leave his old self behind to fulfill that promise. The story flashes back to the start of the excursion. Nico Robert leads the students to an invaluable archaeological site where witches once lived, warning them to stay vigilant. He explains that the ruins' unique magic prevents the use of disappearings, though he assures them that monsters rarely appear in this region. Xiao Shahar and his classmates react with excitement to the prospect of exploring the ruins. The flashback continues, showing a younger, cheerful Luca. While Xiao Shahar tries to remind him to be serious and stay on guard during the class, he can't help but admit that he was just as excited for the trip. Luca simply grins in response, enjoying the moment. Panic erupts as a colossal monster suddenly looms over the students. Terrified, they cry out in confusion, wondering where their teacher has gone and claiming he ran away with other students. Amidst the chaos, Luca steps forward with determination, ordering everyone to run while he attempts to distract the beast. A shocked Xiao Shahar screams in disbelief, insisting that fighting such a creature is impossible. Luca shares his dream of joining the Wizard Knights with a determined smile despite the peril. Standing side by side, he and Xiao Shahar resolve to buy time for the others, fueled by their shared ambition and bond. The battle takes a sudden, terrifying turn as Ibuki is struck down by the monster's assault. As he falls unconscious, Xiao Shahar and Luca can only watch in shock, desperately calling out his name and wondering if he has passed out. Xiao Shahar stares at the unconscious Ibuki, his body trembling with fear. Frustrated by his own cowardice, he curses himself, wondering why he is so afraid in this dire moment. Desperate to fight back, he prepares to activate a technique called Lull of Venus. With a shout of desperation, Xiao Shahar unleashes his technique, screaming, "Knight of the Devilish Winds!" However, the attack is useless against the colossal beast. The monster strikes back with overwhelming force, sending Xiao Shahar reeling in pain as he realizes with horror that his magic didn't work. In a state of total desperation, Xiao Shahar continues to unleash the Knight of the Devilish Winds over and over. While Yuri and Dante watch in awe at the sheer volume of spells, the attack quickly becomes chaotic. The blasts fly in every direction, forcing his classmates to dive for cover as they scream at him to stop firing randomly. As Xiao Shahar continues to lash out blindly, images of that fateful day flash through his mind. He remembers the towering monster and the crushing feeling of helplessness, realizing that he still feels just as powerless now. Even as his classmates scream for him to stop and calm down, he is trapped in his own head, tormented by the thought that if only he had been stronger, things would have been different, like they all said. "Settle down already!" Xiao Shahar screams internally, desperately trying to suppress his panic, but the looming presence of the monster still haunts his vision, trapping him in a cycle of fear. Yuri looks on in shock, witnessing his mental collapse. Just as Xiao Shahar is spiraling into panic, Ibuki suddenly reappears, much to everyone's surprise. Ibuki explains that Xiao's wild attacks actually helped him break free from the monster's tentacles. While he considered fleeing, Ibuki realizes they cannot simply run away. They must take the monster down to clear their path. Ibuki looks at Xiao Shahar and asks how they can defeat the creature. He points out that it is the same type of monster that killed Luca, which catches Xiao off guard. As Ibuki continues, Xiao is reminded of his past, flashing back to when he spent countless hours researching that monster, driven by a deep-seated hatred and the pain of losing his friend. Drawing from his research and memories of Luca, Xiao Shahar explains the creature's fatal flaw. It is vulnerable only from the inside. He describes a hidden second mouth that opens during feeding, meaning someone must intentionally enter the monster to strike. However, he warns Ibuki and Yuri that the rescue must be perfectly timed. If the monster isn't cut open from the outside immediately after the internal strike, the attacker will be trapped and killed by stomach acid. Without a moment's hesitation, Ibuki lunges forward, declaring that he will be the one to dive into the monster. A stunned Xiao Shahar can only watch in alarm, shouting for him to wait, as Ibuki prepares to enter the creature's maw while instructing Xiao to provide support from the outside. Ibuki explains that even if they fail, his ring will activate and force him back, ensuring he won't die. He admits that he still needs more points and feels a responsibility to support Class D, making it impossible for him to abandon the exam. With a determined look, he declares they will take the creature down right here and charges forward into the fray. Despite the plan being set, Xiao Shahar is suddenly gripped by doubt, admitting he isn't sure if he can succeed. He acknowledges the strength of Ibuki's ability, but the unexpected humility catches Ibuki off guard. Frustrated by the sudden change in mood, Ibuki complains that Xiao was bursting with confidence just a moment ago, breaking the tension with a comedic spat. Ibuki looks on with a determined gaze, stating that if it's the two of them, they can succeed. Xiao Shahar shares that same resolve, firmly believing that together they can do this. "Here we go." With a shared cry of determination, Ibuki and Xiao Shahar charge forward, rushing toward the massive scion to put their risky plan into action. Just as Ibuki and Xiao Shahar launch their attack, the scion lets out a deafening roar and releases a thick cloud of signature pollen. The sudden attack catches them off guard, leaving Xiao Shahar shocked. The pollen spreads quickly, causing Yuri to complain about the stench and Minato to struggle as the particles seep through his mask. Ibuki quickly warns everyone to avoid breathing it in as the hazy air makes their heads spin. Overwhelmed by the cyan's suffocating pollen, Ibuki and Xiao Shahar struggle to maintain their footing, gasping for air. Just as the dizziness peaks, a series of magical rings activate around them with a sharp chime, triggering the protective mechanism Ibuki had relied on to keep them safe. A violent explosion erupts as the protective rings activate, sending a shockwave that blasts the students and the monster backward. Amidst the chaos, Ibuki notices that the cyan is becoming even more agitated. Determined to finish the battle, he and Xiao Shahar gear up for a final assault, while their classmates find themselves squeezed together in the wreckage. With a surge of determination, Ibuki launches himself forward. Once and for all, he declares, diving headfirst toward the cyan. As Xiao Shahar shouts his name in support, Ibuki aims his strike directly into the monster's gaping maw, intending to finish the battle in one decisive blow. The cyan snaps its jaws shut with a violent chomp, but the attack backfires. Throat. Ibuki unleashes a devastating surge of electricity, shouting, "Electric drop, max!" The massive blast erupts, tearing through the creature. Shivering from the intensity of the move, Ibuki calmly utters a specific code, CT0758. The electrical explosion rips through the sen, leaving the watching students in awe of the sheer power. As the monster's skin begins to change color from the internal shock, Ibuki launches himself out of its mouth, shouting for Xiao Shahar to strike now. Responding to the signal, Xiao Shahar leaps forward and unleashes a devastating technique. Knight of the Strikeless wins, with a series of sharp, metallic impacts, but the monster refuses to fall. Daunt watches in disbelief, shouting that the attack isn't working, while Xiao Shahar pushes himself to the limit, questioning if the cyan is truly powerful, even for him. Refusing to give up, Ibuki's determination flares as he looks on. He believes that together they can overcome this obstacle. With a sharp glint in his eye, he prepares to unleash a new technique, Lull of Venus. With a look of intense determination, Xiao Shahar pours everything into his spell. He unleashes the Knight of the Devilish Winds, sending a massive star-filled surge of energy crashing directly into the cyan. The massive cyan finally collapses with a heavy slump, defeated. As Dante and the others watch in disbelief, Ibuki stands amidst the wreckage, drenched in a disgusting sticky substance. He lets out a groan, complaining that being all sticky is completely unpleasant. The area erupts in cheers as the students celebrate the victory. Ibuki and Xiao Shahar stand exhausted, panting heavily after the grueling fight. Watching from a distance via a monitor, Dane and Nico Robert are impressed, noting that it is magnificent for mere students from Class 2D to have defeated a flesh-eating feeler flower. With the battle concluded, the group prepares to move forward, though Nagisa is still struggling to wake up. Ibuki looks at his hands, consumed by thoughts of the previous year and his inability to save Luca. He wonders if the power he possesses now would have been enough to change the outcome back then. But Xiao Shahar tells him that there is no use dwelling on the past. Determined to never repeat his past failures, Ibuki declares that the only way forward is to become stronger. However, his expression turns cold as he looks at Xiao Shahar, questioning if that is exactly what the class president plans to grow stronger, only to use Ibuki as a sacrifice. The heavy atmosphere is suddenly shattered as the other students swarm around Ibuki and Xiao Shahar, cheering wildly. Pani, Yuri, and Nagisa lead the praise, calling the duo amazing, while Xiao Shahar and Ibuki are left stunned by the sudden outburst. Their classmates continue to gush over their teamwork, crowning them the wind and thunder gods of Class D. Ibuki, however, is completely baffled by the comparison. Ibuki wonders aloud why the others didn't simply listen to his advice from the start, which could have ended the situation without a fight. However, the mood shifts as his classmates, including Lumi and Pani, remind him that they are friends and brethren of the same class. They explain that they could never abandon someone who had worked so hard for the success of Class 2D, leaving Ibuki visibly touched by their loyalty. Ibuki suggests that the group take a short break to recover their stamina and magic before resuming the exam, even as some of his classmates tease him. As they discuss the exam and Totari's safety, Ibuki gazes at Xiao Shahar. He reflects on his first impression of the class president, realizing that Xiao Shahar is remarkably similar to Luca. As Ibuki continues to compare Xiao Shahar to his late friend Luca, a dark impulse flashes through Xiao Shahar's mind, imagining Ibuki as a perfect sacrifice. However, he immediately recoils in horror, desperately telling himself to stop such thoughts to avoid becoming an evil wizard instead of a wizard knight. Recalling Miko's words, Xiao Shahar acknowledges that remembering Luca is the right thing to do. He decides that the notion of sacrifice is irrelevant once a solution is found, and he considers telling Ibuki. As he reflects on how much he has come to like Mr. Solo and Ibuki, he remembers Ibuki's absurd willingness to be a sacrifice, leaving him completely baffled by the boy's nerve. Xiao Shahar looks at Ibuki with a gentle, tired smile, acknowledging that their classmates are fun people. He tells Ibuki that he doesn't hate him for who he is, but then pleads with him to stop pushing the idea of sacrifice, lest he actually turn into an evil wizard. As the moment passes, Solo catches a glimpse of Xiao Shahar's eye, noticing a peculiar change just as the boy enters a magic trance. Recognizing this sight from before, Solo is struck by a realization. He begins to wonder if this is a sign of the dark destiny awaiting his students, questioning why everyone in Class 2D is seemingly fated to become an evil wizard. Solo reflects on the various paths that lead people toward evil, such as hopelessness and revenge, though he admits such emotions are foreign to him as an assassin. However, the strange eye he witnessed in Xiao Shahar leads him to suspect that his students might be forced into becoming evil wizards against their will. Recalling the warmth and friendship of Class 2D, Solo becomes determined to uncover the truth, wondering if a curse or external magic is at play. As he must finds these stokes, must get these findings to Rose. Once the exam concludes, the scene shifts to a quiet part of the forest where small, fluffy creatures lounge on a log. A light-haired character in a dark cloak stands alone, gazing out over the landscape. They think about the bond between classmates but coldly conclude that they have no need for something like friends. A monstrous creature with multiple eyes and tentacles lets out a deafening screech. Rumi looks on with a cold, annoyed expression, clicking their tongue and dismissively telling the beast that it is simply in the way. Without hesitation, Rumi unleashes a catastrophic spell with a shout of witch's arsenal. Unbreaking dawn, a massive explosion of light erupts, crushing the monster beneath its overwhelming power. As the aftermath of the explosion lingers, Solo looks around the forest with a concerned expression. He realizes the area is a habitat for dangerous flesh-eating feeler flowers and questions why such a perilous location was chosen for an exam. While he hopes that Ibuki and the other students are safe, he wonders if they even know how to defeat such creatures, recalling that fighting them can be labor-intensive, though they can simply be bulldozed through. With a focused gaze, he continues his journey. Solo scans the ancient vinegar-covered ruins, wondering if Toturi had fallen somewhere in the vicinity. He calls out her name urgently, and shortly after, he discovers Toturi lying unconscious on the forest floor. Solo arrives to find Toturi unconscious, held gently by Yuri, who softly whispers the name Rex. Looking at the scene, Solo's expression turns contemplative as he realizes the truth, noting that it was indeed Yuri all along. A flashback reveals a young Toturi living in a peaceful countryside. Excitedly eating a sandwich, she talks about her dream to attend the Orient School of Magic, the same school where her parents first met. Beside her, a dark-haired companion quietly mentions that they might go there too, leaving Toturi wide-eyed with excitement. Young Toturi beams with pure joy, excitedly calling out to Rex, and suggesting that they should both become great wizards together. Rex, looking away with a slight blush on his cheeks, softly replies that he would only be going to the school to protect her. Rex looks down at the unconscious Toturi, softly calling her name. Seeing her wearing a peaceful grin even in her sleep, he can't help but wonder how she can be so relaxed in such a situation. After a quick check, Rex confirms that she is breathing and doesn't have any obvious injuries. Solo, feeling a wave of relief, gently reaches out to touch her cheek. Solo continues to watch Rex with an intense, piercing stare, making the boy feel completely uneasy. Noticing the gaze, a flustered Rex asks if he should just ignore him, but Solo only responds with a small, ambiguous smile. Rex is completely flustered, shouting in confusion as to why Solo is there. Solo calmly explains that it was an emergency since they had fallen, but he begins to question the nature of Rex's relationship with Toturi. Suddenly, Toturi jolts awake, immediately reacting with a panicked denial about the two of them. With a sudden poof, Rex transforms into a small, fluffy fox-like creature, leaving Toturi bewildered. Solo, however, remains observant, noting that the transformation occurred without the use of magic. Looking at the creature, Solo concludes that Rex is actually a beast person. Solo asks if Rex and Toturi are childhood friends. Toturi explains that they grew up together in a thriving farming village in the northeast countryside. Solo recalls Rex mentioning his home was a farm, and Toturi adds that because the village was so rich in nature, many beast people lived there. Solo contemplates the nature of beast people, noting that their ability to transform is a physical trait rather than a magical one. When he asks if Rex is a dog beast person, Rex indignantly shouts that he is a wolf. Rex then shifts into a larger wolf form, which Toturi happily squeezes, finding it cuter than his previous form. However, Solo observes that Rex cannot maintain this larger form for very long, much to Rex's annoyance. Solo reflects on the fact that he, as their teacher, was never informed about Rex's nature. Despite finding the small beast form cute, he tells Toturi that beast people are just another race, though they are less common in the city. He further clarifies that Rex is limited transforming only into a wolf and nothing else. Meanwhile, a flustered Rex mumbles to himself, wondering why the school wasn't aware and if the transformation tests would become a problem. Solo is surprised to hear about a class record used to track students' personalities and academic lifestyles. As his colleague explains that these records are typically passed on, Solo recalls his initial infiltration. However, the colleague admits that the record for Class D was accidentally lost during the transition, leaving Solo greatly relieved. Zane laughs off the loss of the records, dismissively telling Solo that nothing important was in them anyway. However, Solo suddenly remembers the true utility of a class record, realizing that detailed notes on students' personalities and habits would be incredibly useful for his infiltration. While he maintains his facade as a friend-team teacher to avoid suspicion, despite his secret desire to return to his guild, is internally enraged by Cerise's careless. Toturi expresses concern that being saved by a teacher might lead to her removal from the exam. Solo reassures her, explaining that he only checked her condition and that she should be able to continue. Overjoyed, Toturi is then reminded by Solo that Rex was the one who actually saved her. As the situation settles, Solo realizes he needs to report the event to the vice principal. Solo momentarily distracts himself, wondering how to summon his monitor. Meanwhile, Toturi turns to Rex with a curious expression, asking if he had been following them the whole time. She explains that his timing in saving her was almost too perfect, leading her to wonder if he had been watching over her. Rex is left, completely stunned and speechless by the suggestion. Toturi excitedly confirms her suspicion that Rex had been following them. She tells him he should have just joined the group from the start, but Rex stubbornly insists he hates grouping with others. As Rex tries to claim he was simply on guard, rather than watching over her, Toturi brings up his poor grades and mentions that his aunt and uncle asked her to keep an eye on him, leaving Rex speechless. Solo watches the chaotic scene with a resigned expression. Toturi looks at Rex with a gentle smile, admitting that he has always been by her side, recalling childhood memories of getting lost in the mountains or getting hurt while playing. Rex, though still sounding dismissive, holds her hand and grumbles that it's only because she's always getting into trouble, noting that she once again put herself at risk to save him. Toturi beams with a bright, happy smile, thanking Rex and telling him that he is the person she likes best. Rex, visibly blushing and flustered, tries to maintain his tough exterior by asking her when she is going to stop talking like a child. Solo watches the scene with a look of utter bewilderment, wondering if he is witnessing the essence of youth. He feels an unfamiliar and uncomfortable sensation, jokingly questioning if these children will become evil wizards one day, and wishing they would take their affections elsewhere. Despite his awkwardness, he feels a sense of relief that they are both safe and able to continue their exam. Solo watches the two students with a small, satisfied smile, thinking it's good that they are safe. However, the peaceful moment is shattered when Rex lets out a loud yell, turning to Toturi to vent about something that has been bothering him. Rex suddenly shouts, pointing out that Toturi wasn't wearing her disappearing. He accuses her of taking it off on purpose, determined to stay in the exam no matter what happened. Toturi tries to deny it, while Solo watches in disbelief, unable to believe she would go to such lengths. Toturi softly apologizes, holding up the ring she had hidden. Rex erupts in anger, shouting that her recklessness is exactly why she always gets into trouble. As Toturi tries to justify her actions by mentioning the importance of the exam, Rex snaps back, demanding to know if the exam is truly more important than her own life. Solo can only watch, stunned by her dangerous determination. Toturi completely breaks down, sobbing hysterically as she admits Rex was right and calls herself a dumbass. Rex, overwhelmed by her sudden outburst, panics. No need to cry so much. Solo watches the scene, noting the deep bond between the two, but then a realization hits him. He begins to wonder if Rex had also taken off his own ring to stay in the exam. Rex continues to scold Toturi for her recklessness, but it is revealed that he removed his own ring specifically so he wouldn't be forced to withdraw and leave her by herself. In a soft moment, he tells her that hell be by her side. But the tenderness is brief. Rex immediately snaps back to the mission, shouting about the exam and questioning how Toturi could possibly still have 0 points. Solo watches the interaction, noting the strong bond between the two. Just as a student asks Mr. Solo about the remaining time, he realizes there is only 1 hour left. Suddenly, a massive explosion erupts, sending debris flying and catching both Solo and Rex completely off guard. A massive moth-like monster erupts before them with a deafening roar. Solo recognizes the creature as a Gorman drone, while Toturi looks on in disbelief, questioning how such a thing could be there. The massive Gorman drone looms over the forest, its identity confirmed as the boss monster and the ultimate target for the class midterm exam. As the realization hits, Toturi looks on in shock while her ring begins to glow, signaling the presence of the target. The ring provides further details, explaining that the boss monster is superior to others of its kind and that defeating it is a secret goal of the exam. Toturi and Rex are stunned to learn that subjugating the boss awards a massive 10 points. But just as they process this information, a sudden and powerful impact strikes the ground with a loud wham, catching them off guard. The ring clarifies that the boss monster's existence is a secret, and only those who stumble upon it receive information about it. As they face the towering creature, Rex is thrilled, realizing that if Toturi manages to take it down, she will earn 10 points and pass the exam. Meanwhile, Solo reflects on the situation, questioning why he, as their teacher, was kept in the dark about this secret goal, before a sudden realization hits him. Rex laughs boisterously, dismissing the fact that the exam handout is missing crucial information and suspecting a student from Class B is responsible. Despite the chaos, Solo looks on with a confident smile, recognizing that this unexpected encounter is the perfect chance for Toturi to turn things around and secure 10 points. The Gorman drone unleashes a deafening roar, echoing through the forest. Solo winces and covers his ears, complaining about the noise, while Toturi screams in surprise. However, Toturi quickly regains her composure and firmly tells Solo not to move a muscle, stepping up to take on the challenge herself. With a sudden, violent swipe, Rex leaps into the fray, intervening before Toturi can act. He berates her loudly, claiming that her interference could ruin the exam, and calling her a dumbass for her line of thinking. Meanwhile, Solo looks on with a frown, visibly pissed off by the sudden turn of events. Rex tells Toturi that time is running out for the exam. Solo, though still annoyed, admits that Rex is right and worries about the teachers monitoring them. Rex reveals he has already secured 6 points from guarding her, and tells Toturi to focus all her strength on the boss monster, while he takes care of the smaller ones. Toturi looks on in surprise at his sudden determination. Tori stares in disbelief at the Mika, terrified that she is expected to fight such a creature. Rex dismisses her fear, bluntly asking if she is okay with failing the exam and leaving the school. He reminds her of the 2 things she still wants to achieve at school, pushing her into action. Watching from the side, Solo is left wondering what those 2 goals are. Toturi recalls her ambitions, declaring that she must become an exceptional wizard to take over as the heir to the Leander homestead. However, she adds with sudden, intense passion that she also needs to find her future husband while at school, leaving Solo completely speechless. Rex doubles down on Toturi's ambition, shouting that finding a husband is essential for her to be the heir, especially given the severe declining birth rate. He even brings up how hard she worked on her accent to avoid being called a country bumpkin, which Toturi proudly confirms. Watching their intense interaction, Solo is left bewildered and asks if the 2 of them are already a couple, to which Rex responds with a confused hum. Toturi is shocked that Solo also thinks she and Rex are a couple, quickly clarifying that they are just childhood friends who are like family. Solo remains confused by the dynamic, however. As Toturi reflects on whether her goal of finding a husband makes her seem improper, Rex's ears and tail droop in disappointment, revealing that he definitely doesn't see her as just family. Toturi's expression turns serious as she declares her true ambition. She refuses to let the Leander homestead end with her generation. Solo looks on, completely taken aback by her intensity. Suddenly, a thunderous roar from the boss monster echoes through the forest, snapping them back to the reality of the exam. The boss monster, Ray, suddenly unleashes a rain of stingers, catching Toturi and Solo off guard. As they struggle to avoid the projectiles, Solo shouts at Toturi, reminding her that she cannot win if she doesn't fight back. Motivated by his command, Toturi quickly recovers her composure and chants Furzbloom, preparing to strike back with her plant fist technique. Toturi's attack lands with a mere poke, failing to cause any significant damage. As she apologizes in a panic, admitting that her nervousness is getting the better of her, Solo realizes that her emotions are blocking her power. He sternly reminds her that magic is driven by imagination and tells her to visualize herself succeeding. Toturi bursts into tears, admitting she cannot picture herself succeeding. Solo observes that her lack of past success has trapped her in a cycle of failure and low confidence. Realizing that pushing for a difficult spell is counterproductive, Solo shouts for her to forget Plant Fist and instead focus on a spell she has already succeeded in. Solo brings up a memory of Toturi's triumph, the blooming of the fire poppy during a Buki's welcome party. While Toturi recalls the joy of her success and the feeling that her secret practice had paid off, her refills to himself. He was the one who actually made the spell work. However, he believes the deception was worth it, as the confidence Toturi gained from that perceived success is the key to breaking her current cycle of failure. Solo looks at Toturi with a warm, encouraging smile, telling her that while she may only be a bud right now, she has the potential to grow into anything. Toturi looks up at him, her eyes wide and filled with inspiration. Immediately after his heartfelt speech, Solo is hit by a wave of embarrassment, feeling that his words were far too teacher-like. Yuri only adds to his cringe with a disgusted look. However, the moment marks a turning point for Toturi. Now arriving at the gates of Orion Academy alongside Rex, she is brimming with confidence and ambition, declaring her goal to enter the prestigious Class S. Toturi finds herself struggling with her magic, failing repeatedly in her attempts to cast spells. Despite her determination, she is met with a harsh reality when she asks to join a special training session. Nico Robert informs her that such training is reserved for those aiming for Class S and Class A, bluntly questioning if she is even capable of doing anything. Nico Robert coldly dismisses Toturi, stating he has no time for a girl bound for Class D. However, Toturi is completely unfazed, her eyes sparkling with pure excitement. Beaming with happiness, she thanks Mr. Solo for his guidance, as she finally succeeds in her plant magic, shouting First Bloom with absolute joy. With a surge of confidence, Toturi finally unleashes her plant fist, smashing through the obstacles with overwhelming power. Watching her triumph, Solo can't help but smile, thinking to himself that she actually did it. Toturi pours all her strength into the attack, shouting, "Take this!" as the massive plant fist crashes down with devastating force. Solo watches with a wide grin, shouting his encouragement for her to show everyone exactly what she is capable of. The impact of Toturi's attack proves futile as the boss monster retaliates with a crushing blow, sending her flying backward. Solo watches in shock, realizing that the power difference was simply too great from the start and that her spell had no real effect. Lying defeated on the ground, Toturi is overcome with despair, whispering that she is truly useless. Just as Toturi begins to doubt her own worth, Rex steps in, completely unfazed by the situation. He tells her that they are only warming up and declares that it is finally time to show the enemy his signature magic. With a sharp glint in his eye, Rex declares that it is finally time. He charges forward with explosive speed, unleashing his signature magic, Scarlet Oath, and strikes toward the Ray as Solo observes the clash from the background. Rex unleashes a radiant spell, Moonlight Escort. Enveloping Toturi in a shimmering light, he shouts for her to seize the moment and cast Plant Fist once again. Stunned by the sudden surge of power, Toturi can only marvel at the magic, while Solo looks on, surprised by Rex's tactical support. With a determined cry, Toturi unleashes her Plant Fist once more. Thanks to Rex Moonlight Escort, a support spell that boosts the effectiveness of the target's magic, the attack hits with overwhelming force. Toturi is stunned, realizing that her spell has become so powerful that it no longer pushes her back upon impact. Solo observes the battle, noting that Rex's ability to use high-level support spells is far beyond the current curriculum at Orion. As Toturi's boosted attack continues to land, she realizes the monster is finally taking damage, leaving her amazed by the hidden power Rex has been concealing. The boss monster suddenly activates shield magic, leaving Toturi in shock. Rex, noticing that the monster seems to be getting weaker, decides to push forward in what he calls an endurance contest. However, watching from the sidelines, Solo remains skeptical, noting that this is not the best choice for the fight. Solo warns Rex that support magic depletes energy quickly and cannot be maintained for long. Panting and visibly strained, Rex realizes his magic is draining faster than he anticipated. However, he grips his resolve and tells himself to keep it together, reminding himself that this exact challenge was why he studied support magic in the first place. As Rex pushes through his exhaustion, he remembers the promise he made to Toturi, to ensure she becomes an amazing wizard and to help her find a good partner. This memory takes him back to their childhood, when his family, the Reds, first moved in next door to Toturi's family, forging a bond that drives him to this day. The flashback continues as young Toturi beams with excitement, energetically introducing herself to the new neighbor. However, young Rex is far too shy to respond and quickly dashes away in embarrassment. A woman from Rex's family apologizes for his behavior, noting that his shyness had left him without any friends in their last village. Young Rex huffs and retreats to the shade of a large tree, attempting to hide in his shyness. However, Toturi quickly tracks him down, cheerfully announcing that she found him. With a bright smile, she presents him with a lovely bouquet of flowers, offering them as a token of friendship. Toturi enthusiastically explains that the flowers she gave Rex are called bridal veil, which she grew herself on her family's massive medicinal herb farm. While Rex is overwhelmed by her loud energy and admits he doesn't really like flowers, Toturi reveals she chose them specifically because they are his birth flowers for June 13th. Toturi reveals that she learned about Rex's birthday from his mother and explains that the bridal veil flowers she gave him symbolize happiness. As Rex looks on in surprise, Toturi cheerfully wishes for happiness to come his way and asks him a simple, heartfelt question. "You want to be my friend?" Rex asks Toturi why she is so eager to be his friend. Toturi explains that as an only child, she has been lonely with no one to play with. Though he acts indifferent, Rex eventually agrees, and the two form a deep bond, spending their days reading magical books and exploring nature together. Time passes, and the bond between Rex and Toturi only grows stronger. Now 12 years old, Rex is often seen helping around the village, but his thoughts are always with his friend. He carefully selects a specific apple that Toturi likes, planning to give it to her later. His devotion becomes even clearer when his family mentions his wish to attend the same magic school as Toturi. Rex's family watches him with amusement, teasing him about how much he loves Toturi, and wondering if the two will end up married one day. Rex blushes furiously at the suggestion, but the light-hearted moment is quickly dampened by a harsh reminder. Beast people are not allowed to marry other races. Rex stands outside, listening. As his family discusses the harsh reality of his nature, they explain that ordinary humans and beast people cannot have children, and the matter of inheritance makes such a union even more impossible. As they speak of the Leander's kindness and the inevitability of Rex finding someone of his own race, the young boy remains silent, absorbing the weight of these restrictions. Rex's family continues to discuss the benefits of him attending a magic school, noting his natural talent. Suddenly, Toturi bursts onto the scene, calling his name with excitement. She tells Rex that she is studying magic and mentions the entrance exam for Orion, claiming it seems simple enough to pass. Toturi excitedly reminds Rex of his ambition to become a wizard and eventually take over the Leander farm. As she looks over the sprawling family estate and its windmill, she speaks of the generations of ancestors who cared for the land. With a beaming smile, she declares her love for the farm and her determination to ensure it remains unchanged for the future. The conversation takes a sudden turn when the idea of marriage is brought up. An adult tells Toturi that she needs to find a husband once she starts school to secure the farm's lineage. Rex is completely caught off guard, shouting in surprise. Toturi, however, focuses on her seniority, insisting she is the older sister. Despite the awkwardness, Rex tells her he will help her find someone, mostly to make sure no weirdos end up as his neighbor. The peaceful memories are shattered as the scene cuts back to the present. Rex is suddenly blindsided by a devastating attack, sending him crashing through the air with a cry of pain. Toturi, witnessing the sudden strike, screams out his name in desperation, her face filled with shock and worry. The devastation continues, as unleashes another violent attack, knocking Toturi away with a scream. Rex, battered and groaning in pain, tries to push himself up from the dirt while a voice urgently commands him to move out of the way. Rex manages to deploy a shield, shouting Witch's Stronghold, to block the monster's attack. As Toturi looks on in awe and thanks him, Rex explains that it is only basic first-year magic. Straining under the pressure, he warns Toturi that he cannot maintain the barrier for long, and tells her to get ready to strike the moment the shield breaks. As the shield holds against Ria's attack, Toturi looks at Rex worry, questioning if the spell is draining too much of his magic energy. Rex firmly tells her that now is not the time to worry about him, and urges her to think only of herself. Overwhelmed by his determination to protect her, Toturi asks him why he would go to such lengths for her sake. Toturi looks on in confusion. As Rex shouts his answer with fierce determination, he declares that he is doing this because of her dream, emphasizing that her aspirations are what truly matter. Rex softens his expression, admitting that he has come to love the farms as well. He tells Toturi that since they are like family, her dream of protecting their home has become his own. Overwhelmed by his sincerity and his willingness to protect her, Toturi looks at him with teary, blushing eyes and whispers a heartfelt thank you. Rex puts an end to the emotional moment, commanding Toturi to get ready to attack. Toturi quickly agrees, but her mind wanders as she wonders if Rex came to the school just for her sake. Nearby, Solo watches the pair in silence, his expression unreadable. Watching the scene unfold, Solo remembers Ibuka's words that questioning why the students of class are destined to become evil wizards leads to the dangerous path of sympathy. Solo sternly reminds himself that, as an assassin specifically, Number Zero's empathy is the one thing he cannot possess. He insists there is no way he could feel such things, yet a lingering doubt remains. As he looks upon the faces of his students, Solo continues his internal struggle. He acknowledges that getting involved with Class D, as their teacher has shifted his perspective, making him realize that despite their problems, they are still just kids. But just as he allows himself this thought, he abruptly stops, realizing he is drifting further away from his cold identity as an assassin. As images of Lumi, Xiao Shahar, and Lyra flash through his mind, Solo continues to grapple with his emotions. Every time the students call him teacher or behave like ordinary children, he is struck by an uncomfortable feeling. He questions if even thinking this way constitutes the forbidden sympathy he was warned about. Though he initially tries to deny it, he eventually realizes that this is exactly what is happening. A fleeting memory of his younger self surfaces, recalling a time when he simply wanted to be acknowledged by his parents or his boss. Suddenly, the voice of Vice Principal Nico Robert breaks through his thoughts. Nico, speaking through a communicator, expresses his relief that Toturi is safe, shocked that she had to face a boss monster. Solo barely acknowledges him with a quiet response. Nico, Robert, and Julius continue to monitor the situation, noting that Rex Red is fighting alongside Toturi. Nico sternly reminds Solo not to provide any assistance as this is a formal exam. Solo, embarrassed, realizes he let himself get lost in thought and tells himself to focus. Meanwhile, Toturi is determined to take down the boss monster to earn calling out to Rex. Rex acknowledges that they cannot afford another stalemate with the monster's shield, especially since his own magic power is nearly depleted. He decides they must settle the fight with a single, powerful hit. Meanwhile, Toturi focuses on the monster's eyes, hoping to create an opening before the shield activates. As they prepare, Rex notices some round, fruit-like objects on the ground and suggests they might be able to use them to their advantage. Toturi reveals that the mysterious objects are fire poppies found in the jungle. She explains that since the Gormandrone's weakness is its eyes, they can use light to inflict both direct and indirect damage. Meanwhile, Toturi analyzes the terrain, noting that the boss monster's presence on the lower level suggests that its nest is located there. Rex asks if they've accidentally fallen into the boss monster's nest, which Toturi confirms. She points out that the lower level is dim and that Gormandrones are vulnerable to harsh light. With a determined look, Toturi proposes a plan. By setting off the fire poppies like fireworks right in front of the boss' eyes, they can stun it and create the perfect opening to strike. Solo acknowledges Toturi's idea, though he notes that the plan relies on many assumptions. Despite Toturi's admission that she doesn't fully remember the Gormandrone's weaknesses, Rex encourages her, believing it is worth a shot. With Rex's hands occupied by maintaining the shield, Toturi determinedly steps up, promising to make the fire poppies bloom to create the opening they need. Rex points out that Toturi has never actually managed the feat before, but she insists she did it at a Book's welcome party. Recalling Solo's words, despite the truth, Toturi feels a new sense of confidence and determination, believing she just needed to visualize her success. Rex realizes he accidentally bluffed her into this state, but hopes the confidence will lead to a victory. With a loud cry, Toturi executes her move, shouting, "First bloom! First bloom!" Toturi shouts plant magic, grow assist, as she attempts to ignite the flowers, but the attack fails miserably. Rex, exhausted and strained, warns her that he can't hold the shield much longer. Solo watches from the sidelines, noting that while her previous attack worked, her overall success rate remains worryingly low. Panting and desperate, Toturi tells herself to pull it together, refusing to fail at this critical moment. The shield begins to crack, and Solo realizes he can't hold it much longer. He hesitates, wondering if he should step in. Wanting Toturi to earn the points and experience the growth of victory, he decides to provide a subtle assist. With a hidden flick of his magic, he triggers the fire poppies, carefully masking his intervention to make it look like Toturi's own magic finally worked. Solo reasons that Toturi's mental state is more critical than a simple magical success, believing that a win now will ensure her future growth. Even though he knows the vice principal's group is observing, he decides to trick them. Acknowledging that such interference is taboo for a teacher, Solo chooses to ignore the rules for his students' sake. Suddenly, a blinding light flashes, leaving Toturi stunned. Solo gives a reassuring smile, telling her it's okay. Fueled by this newfound confidence, Toturi stands firm, reminding herself of the countless times she practiced her spell. She refuses to fail now, thinking of the classmates in Class 2D who supported her, and specifically looking toward Rex with a determined heart. With a surge of emotion, Toturi thinks of Mr. Solo and the hard work he dedicated to her training. Driven by gratitude, she declares her strong desire to succeed and live up to the hopes he has for her. With a final surge of determination, Toturi shouts her incantations, Grow Assist, and First Bloom. The magic triggers violently, cracking through the surroundings as a brilliant light erupts. Solo watches the scene with a focused expression, seeing his secret assistance and Toturi's effort finally bear fruit. The eruption of magic strikes the monster with a massive jolt, leaving it completely stunned. Seeing the opening, Yuri shouts in excitement and Toturi, filled with determination, signals for them to strike now. Seizing the opening, Toturi and Yuri launch a powerful coordinated assault, with Yuri providing support through her moonlight escort. Toturi unleashes a colossal plant fist, slamming the monster with overwhelming force. The devastating strike connects with a thunderous thud, crushing the monster beneath its weight. Exhausted and panting, Toturi and Yuri look at each other in disbelief and joy. They cheer, realizing they've actually taken the beast down, just as a notification pings, awarding them 10 points for their success. Overcome with joy and relief, Toturi lunges at Rex, hugging him tightly as she cries. She tells him that her success was all because of him, her gratitude causing her accent to slip. Rex teases her about it even as he holds her. From a distance, Solo and Nico Robert watch the display, noting with surprise that the students actually managed to take down a boss monster. As the dust settles, Dane and Julius reflect on the outcome. They note that Solo's unconventional training has clearly paid off, especially in how he identified the Gormbymondrone's weakness and guided the students to exploit it. Julius is deeply impressed, labeling Solo an exceptional teacher, and deciding that, as the head of year, he must have a word with him. Beaming with pure joy, Toturi and Rex run back to Solo, shouting their success at the top of their lungs. Totris is absolutely thrilled, exclaiming that she got 10 points and passed the midterm exam, eagerly asking if Solo saw her performance. Solo watches them with his usual calm and composed expression. Solo looks at his students with a small, proud smile, calmly acknowledging their hard work. Yeah, nice work, he says, providing the validation Toturi and Rex were eagerly seeking. With a final thud, the monster is defeated, and a notification confirms that Rex has acquired 10 points. Toturi cheers enthusiastically, celebrating the fact that Rex has also passed the exam. Completely drained of magic and stamina, Rex catches his breath while Toturi praises his last-second victory. Meanwhile, Solo looks on, his mind shifting to the rest of the class as he wonders how the other students are faring. The scene shifts to the other students of Class 2D, who are locked in a desperate struggle. Ibuki and Xiao Shahar lead the charge, shouting to their classmates to keep fighting as they face the final swarm of monsters. The students push through the final swarm, desperately attacking to rack up points. Nagisa urges his classmates to keep fighting while Lyra wonders how much longer the ordeal will last. Suddenly, a loud chime echoes across the battlefield, announcing that the exam is officially over. As the fighting ceases, the tension rises for the announcement of the midterm exam results. The results for Class 2D are finally revealed. From Xiao Shahar and Ibuki to Miko and Noel, every student has managed to secure 10 points. In a stunning achievement, all students of Class 2D have passed the midterm exam. A wave of excitement washes over Class 2D as the students celebrate their unexpected victory. Yahoo! We did it! They cheer, thrilled that everyone earned 10 points. Toturi beams with joy, relieved to know that she and Rex have both passed. Meanwhile, a message confirms that Solo is heading toward Toturi's location, though other voices remind the students to stay focused on their own exams. As the adrenaline fades, the students of Class 2D gather to discuss the grueling midterm exam. They recall the exhaustion of fighting various monsters and the struggle of running out of magic during the final stretch against the Gormandrones. Azu and the others express their sincere gratitude to Xiao Shahar and Ibuki, acknowledging that the two of them truly had their backs. While Xiao Shahar insists it was fine, the group realizes they need to learn how to pace themselves better for the challenges ahead. Following the conclusion of the exam, Noel is seen struggling internally, admitting a dark craving for blood and the urgent need to perfect their transformation. Nearby, Nanato, appearing worn out, asks if they can hurry back to the transportation door. The group agrees to head back, with some students wishing they were forced back immediately, while others try to view the walk as a small field trip. As the students prepare to leave, Nagisa is completely drained of energy and collapses into a deep sleep. Despite his classmates shouting for him to stay awake until they reach the school, Nagisa finds the request impossible. Overcome by fatigue, he tells the others to go on ahead, promising to catch up after a quick nap. As Nagisa continues to snore, his classmates remark on how he is always asleep, both in and out of class. Some are genuinely shocked that he managed to pass the exam, noting that they still know very little about him. Xiao Shahar bluntly describes him as the worst in Class D, but eventually takes matters into his own hands, dragging the sleeping boy along as they make their departure. The atmosphere shifts abruptly. In a remote, rugged area, Solo stands solitary amidst the wreckage of a blast. Unbeknownst to the departing students, a Saiyan lurks nearby, watching him with a predatory gaze and a sinister, dripping grin. Without warning, Saiyan lunges forward with incredible speed, leaving Solo frozen in place. Solo's eyes wide in shock, barely registering the sudden assault as the grotesque creature closes in. Solo quickly dashes out of the way, narrowly escaping Saiyan's attack and leaving the Saiyan trembling in confusion. As the scene shifts to the students, Azu shouts for Nagisa to hurry up. Solo, adjusting his scarf with a calm expression, acknowledges the urgency, replying that he knows. Solo looks on with a composed expression, noting that Nagisa made a good choice. As the Saiyan monsters shiver in the background, Azu calls out to Nagisa. Solo warns the sleepy boy to be careful, as there are still monsters around that could attack. Nagisa simply responds with a casual wow, admitting he'd hate to be attacked. As they arrive at the transportation door, Toturi bursts with excitement, calling out to her classmates. The group celebrates their victory, with CL confirming that everyone has passed the trial. Solo calmly accepts their gratitude and congratulates them in return, bringing a sense of relief to the exhausted students. As the students gather, they excitedly discuss the wolf that saved Toturi. Realizing it was actually Rex, shocked by the revelation that Rex is a beast person. They begin to tease him. While some comment on his scary aura, others insist he is actually nice. Azu and Toturi join in, calling him the class Mr. Lone Wolf, and playfully questioning why he went out of his way to save Toturi, leaving Rex completely flustered. Rex explodes in embarrassment, shouting for everyone to shut up and complaining about group activities, as the students relentlessly tease him about blushing and question his relationship with Toturi. Amidst the chaos, Toturi turns to Miko to express her gratitude. Miko proudly reveals the fire poppies Toturi had given her, explaining that they were the key to her passing the exam. Miko excitedly hands a device to Solo, urging him to set it off as a celebration for the entire class passing their exam. As the other students crowd around him, they insist that Solo show some appreciation for their hard work, leaving the bewildered teacher wondering why he has to be the one to do it. Solo tries to start a compliment, but he quickly becomes flustered, admitting to himself that he is terrible at giving praise. Ibuki is completely starstruck, imagining the prestige of being praised by the legendary number 0. Meanwhile, the rest of Class 2D watches their teacher with expectant and curious expressions. The students stare at Solo in anticipation, leaving him in a state of visible tension. With a strained expression and a rumble of nervousness, Solo finally forces out the words, telling everyone they did a nice job and expressing his high hopes for them going forward. A massive, ornate firework explodes with a loud boom, filling the sky with a brilliant flower-like pattern, as the students shout and excite, urging everyone to look at the fireworks. Miko watches with a skeptical look. She thinks to herself that Solo's short praise was far too brief, sounding more like a boss addressing subordinates than a teacher. Meanwhile, Solo is seen peeking from the foliage, seemingly exhausted by the commotion. The students don't let Solo off easy, teasing him that he needs special training in the art of praising children. Solo can only sigh, realizing his students say whatever is on their minds. As the magnificent fireworks continue to bloom in the sky, Toturi turns to Rex with a bright smile, urging him to look at the beautiful display. The students' faces are filled with joy and excitement. As they enjoy the moment, Solo looks on, his expression softening into a gentle smile. Though he struggled to express it aloud, he thinks to himself that Class D really did a good job. Ibuki lets out a tired yawn as the celebration winds down. The midterm exams end in a resounding success, with not a single student from Class 2D dropping out. This victory marks a significant turning point, as the predestined paths of certain students toward becoming evil magicians have been changed. The following day, a new development arises when Ibuki receives a mysterious message. With the midterm examinations finally over, Solo is completely drained. He decides to spend his day off catching up on sleep, hoping for some quiet time. But his plans are cut short when the door flies open and Xiao Shahar and Lyra burst in, enthusiastically calling out to him and inviting him to go hang out. Dragged out of his room, Solo finds himself in the middle of a bustling town where the students of Class 2D have gathered to celebrate. Azu and Miko are ecstatic, planning to splurge on newly stocked goods as a reward for passing their exams. Amidst the loud cheers and shopping frenzy, a bewildered Solo can only stare in disbelief, wondering how his peaceful day off turned into this chaotic outing. The group arrives in Torialtu, the major town nearest to Orion, while the students claim they wanted Solo to join them as a reward for their hard work. Some mutter that they didn't actually want a teacher tagging along on their day off. Solo, feeling stressed, protests that he just wanted to relax, only to be told he could have stayed home like Ibuki, who firmly declined the invitation, or Nagisa, who simply slept through the morning. Toturi excitedly greets Rex, surprised and happy that he actually decided to come out today. Rex admits he only joined because she kept pestering him, to which Toturi cheerfully explains that she just wants him to get along better with the rest of the class. As they chatter, Solo watches them, noting that only 2 students managed to avoid the trip. Toturi suddenly grabs Solo, energetically insisting that he join her and the other girls for a shopping trip. Because the students all have different interests, the large group splits up upon entering town. While some students question the arrangement, Toturi remains determined, dragging a bewildered Solo along and claiming there is something specific she needs him to buy for her. As the group moves through town, Xiao Shahar teases Solo about his harem, while other students argue over who should be paying for their shopping spree. Toturi quickly drags Solo into a clothing shop, where she puts him in an incredibly gaudy outfit, adorned with heavy chains, rings, and a skull necklace. Looking through a catalog, Toturi bluntly concludes that the clothes are far too overwhelming for his face, and immediately demands the next outfit. Toturi decides that Solo's wardrobe is far too boring and uses a magic catalog to instantly swap his clothes. Solo is subjected to a series of ridiculous looks, including a ruffled noble outfit, a cowboy ensemble, and an Eastern-style robe, much to his horror. While he shouts in frustration, Toturi explains the magic of the catalog, noting that he will return to his original clothes once he leaves the store. Toturi enthusiastically shows off more options from the magic catalog, revealing that even maid and exotic costumes are available. While the girls are thrilled and complimenting the looks, Solo is completely drained, lamenting his exhaustion. Meanwhile, the other students are happily browsing and showing off their purchases. As the group leaves the shop, Toturi shows off a patterned headband she purchased as a gift for Rex, explaining that his previous one was ruined during the exam. While the other girls are touched by her kindness, Solo watches with a skeptical eye. When the other students tease Toturi about her relationship with Rex, she quickly insists they are just childhood friends, a reaction that Solo finds far too easy to read. Toturi insists that as a beast person, Rex is unable to marry a human, claiming she is simply looking for a husband to maintain her family farm. Azu turns to Solo to verify this, and Solo explains that while there is no national law against it, beast people often have strong cultural agreements against intermarriage to preserve their kind. Despite the logic, Azu finds it absurd that student romances would already involve thoughts of marriage, while some of the girls suggest that marrying a school sweetheart would be ideal. Toturi is completely flustered. She insists that she and Rex have never seen each other romantically. In fact, she claims Rex is helping her search for a husband, though he has given her strict orders to keep their distance at school to avoid rumors. As she excitedly recounts his advice, Rex appears beside her, exasperated, demanding that she address him more formally. Toturi shifts the conversation to Rex's behavior in class, worrying that his shyness has made him a loner. Solo agrees that it seems to be the case. Toturi then recalls a moment during their special training, when she desperately wanted to tell everyone that Rex is actually a good person, but she held back, fearing he would get angry. She expresses her deep frustration, despite how much she admires her amazing childhood friend. As they continue their stroll, the girls shift the conversation to Toturi's search for a husband. While Azu whispers about feeling bad for Rex and considering a love potion, Toturi bashfully admits that she doesn't really understand romance yet, though she hopes to find someone kind. Meanwhile, Solo stands by with a deadpan expression, irritated that the students have completely forgotten his presence in favor of their gossip. Toturi beams with a joyful expression, thinking to herself that she wants a partner just like Mr. Solo. The sudden revelation leaves Solo, and the other girls completely stunned and speechless. In the ensuing awkward silence, Toturi suddenly loses her balance, tumbling forward and landing with a loud splash. Memories surface, showing Toturi cheerfully greeting Rex and gifting him a new headband that matches his favorite one. She asks him if he's been able to make any friends, though the interaction becomes slightly awkward. As Solo prompts the group to leave, Toturi playfully tells him to go and have fun with the boys. An awkward silence settles between Rex and Solo. Seizing the moment, Rex recalls Solo's previous words regarding his commitment to the students. He wonders about the true meaning behind the question of whether Solo has the resolve to stay as Class 2's teacher. Finally, Rex breaks the silence, calling out to Mr. Solo. Rex completely loses his cool, shouting in disbelief that Toturi could possibly be attracted to Solo. He argues that any adult who would be interested in a minor is far from being a nice, honest guy. While admitting that Toturi is objectively cute, Rex points a finger at Solo, sternly warning him to stick to his role as a teacher. Solo can only look on in shock and exhaustion while Toturi laughs happily in the background, oblivious to the tension. Solo ponders Rex's question about his resolve to remain a teacher, momentarily fearing that his secret identity as an assassin had been exposed. However, he quickly realizes that Rex was actually referring to Toturi's feelings, imagining a comedic scenario where Rex acts as a protective father rejecting him as a suitor. Realizing his worries were completely misplaced, Solo is met with a disgusted look from Rex, who remarks that Solo is far too focused on Toturi. Rex frantically tries to explain that his concern for Toturi is only because they are childhood friends, but Solo remains unimpressed. To shift the focus, Solo brings up Rex's academic records, noting a sharp decline in his grades during his first year. As Rex stammers in embarrassment and blushes intensely, Solo observes the boy's reaction and realizes that this is what it truly means to be madly in love. Solo contemplates the heartbreaking dynamic between Rex and Toturi, noting that the rules of the Beast People make it impossible for them to marry. He fears that a broken heart might drive Rex to quit school or even turn him into an evil wizard. For a moment, Solo considers playing Cupid to bring them together, but he quickly panics, realizing that such a move would jeopardize the future of Toturi's family farm. Solo breaks the tension by asking Rex a strange hypothetical. What would he do if Toturi ever became an evil wizard? Rex is completely thrown off, arguing that Toturi is far too good for that. When Rex demands to know why he's even asking, Solo simply admits that he cannot picture Toturi as an evil person. Solo continues to probe Rex's feelings, framing the question as a matter of responsibility between childhood friends. When asked what he would do if Toturi became an evil wizard, Rex confidently claims he would stop her simply by telling her not to be a moron. However, when Solo asks what would happen if he failed to stop her, Rex becomes genuinely confused, stating that he simply cannot imagine a single situation where Toturi would ever want to do something like that. Rex gazes after Toturi and Solo as they walk away. He softly admits to himself that if Toturi truly wanted something, even something unthinkable, he would follow her without hesitation, proving the absolute depth of his devotion. Solo contemplates the depth of Rex's feelings, concluding that Toturi is the key to everything regarding Rex's future. After acknowledging Rex's emotions, Solo delivers a surprising answer, stating he has no desire to become Toturi's husband. Rex is left stunned, feeling as though Solo is simply making fun of him. Solo tells Rex he wants to be left alone, leaving the boy stunned. As he walks, Solo reflects on his students, calling them brats but reminding himself that his mission is to prevent them from dropping out. Rex stops him, only for Solo to bluntly admit that he wouldn't accept Rex as Toturi's husband, leaving Rex flustered once again. Rex reflects on Solo's actions, acknowledging that as a teacher, Solo believed in Toturi and gave her special training. He expresses his gratitude for this and tells Solo that he can now accept him as his teacher. Rex tries to play it cool, claiming he never liked Toturi's previous homeroom teacher anyway. Meanwhile, Toturi is deeply moved and determined, declaring that she truly wants to meet the hopes Solo has for her. As the conversation shifts, Rex looks at Solo, who is now holding Edna, and jokingly asks if he was kicked out by girls. Xiao Shahar tries to lure Solo into joining them for a meal, mentioning a place that serves super tasty egg tarts. Although Solo initially tries to decline, insisting that he wants to be alone, the mention of the dessert instantly breaks his resolve. With a sudden change of heart, he agrees to go, proving that he is quite weak when it comes to things he loves. Meanwhile, Toturi reappears, beaming with excitement over the many things she has bought. The group gathers in the town square, where Toturi celebrates her shopping spree. However, Azu quickly points out that Toturi spent almost all her allowance on Rex, teasing her that it must be love. While Toturi insists they are just childhood friends, she finds herself thinking back to Rex's grumpy warnings about avoiding misunderstandings if she's looking for a husband. Solo, watching from the side, simply agrees that Rex's point is true. Toturi finds herself daydreaming, imagining a future husband who is a kind person, much like Mr. Solo or Rex. As she chats with Azu, she muses that it's only natural for a beast person to be attracted to another. However, she eventually remembers that it was Rex himself who first brought up the topic of her getting a husband. Toturi settles her thoughts, concluding that she and Rex are nothing more than ordinary childhood friends. The scene then shifts to the boys' dormitory at the Orion School of Magic. There, a composed, light-haired man enjoys some rose tea before calling for the start of a regular report meeting. Ibuki reveals a significant change. The predicted futures of Toturi, Leander, and Rex Red have shifted. After a debriefing with Miss Rose, he explains that the visions of them becoming evil wizards have completely disappeared. Solo, however, is not pleased, telling Ibuki not to bring up work so suddenly. Solo reflects on how they worked to ensure every student in class their midterm exams to prevent the usual cycle of dropouts. He notes that this action unexpectedly changed the futures of both Toturi and Rex at the same time, which even surprised Mrs. Rose. Analyzing the situations, Solo concludes that the bond between the two is so strong that Rex would have simply followed Toturi if she had dropped out. He then looks at Ibuki, teasingly asking if he had already figured out that the two of them were a pair. Solo muses on the fact that Rex's feelings for Toturi are so strong that he would follow her even if she became an evil wizard. Ibuki, unable to comprehend such emotion, suggests that it would be efficient to simply kill them both. This prompts a chilling response from Solo, who warns Ibuki not to confuse assassins with ordinary people, stating that he could resolve himself to kill Ibuki if ordered. Intimidated by Solo's intensity, Ibuki quickly apologizes for his impertinence. Solo reflects on the progress of his mission, noting that with Rex and Toturi no longer destined for darkness, only 8 students remain on his list. However, he is plagued by a lingering question. Why does simply preventing them from dropping out change their fate? He wonders what specific tragedy occurs after a student leaves the academy that turns them into an evil wizard, specifically questioning if Toturi's descent is what would have led Rex to follow her. Solo begins to piece together the truth. He suspects that the students aren't simply turning evil on their own, but are being manipulated by an external force. He reflects on the existence of forbidden magic, the kind that controls another person's heart or mind. Realizes that while such magic is beyond an average wizard, there are definitely those who would abuse it for their own ends. Solo tries to push aside his suspicions about mind control, reminding himself that his primary goal is simply to prevent his students from dropping out. Just as Ibuki approaches him to discuss an important matter, a loud announcement echoes through the school. summoning Mr. Solo to the faculty meeting room immediately. Startled by the reminder, Solo realizes he completely forgot about the meeting. He quickly apologizes to Ibuki and dashes off, promising to continue their conversation after school. As he approaches the ornate doors of the meeting room, Solo sighs to himself, admitting that his obsession with his assassin work often leads him to neglect his duties as a teacher. Solo bursts into the surreal floating faculty meeting room of the Orion School of Magic, panting heavily from his rush. Vice Principal Nico Robert, who was just about to begin the second-year meeting, pauses to ask if Solo is ready to start. Nico Robert bursts into laughter, teasing Solo for being out of breath despite his youth and suggesting he needs muscle training. Solo puts on a facade, laughing along and playing the part of a busy, clumsy teacher to blend in. However, inside, Solo is on edge. He knows that the other faculty members, like Dane, are skilled wizards who could easily see through his disguise. If he isn't careful, he resolves to maintain his likable young man persona to keep his true identity a secret. As the meeting settles, Solo catches sight of Dane and wonders if the man has always been a part of the faculty. Unaware of Solo's internal confusion, Nico Robert officially opens the session, suggesting they reflect on the results of the recent midterm examinations. Hannah supports this, noting that some subject teachers have yet to hear the results, and announces that they will begin the review with Class S. The meeting proceeds as the teachers report their midterm results, said. The teacher of Class S proudly announces that all 28 of his students passed. Similarly, Aneri from CLA reports a perfect pass rate for 37 students, praising their hard work. However, Bib from Class B notes that while most did well, 6 students will need to take makeup exams. Nico Robert looks on, acknowledging the remarkable performance of the elite classes. The meeting continues as it's now Class C's turn. While Solo internally grumbles about a certain asshole from Class B who caused him trouble during the exams, the teacher of Class C, Chami, energetically presents her report. She mentions that while average grades are fine, 6 students must take makeup exams. However, the mood shifts instantly when she announces that there is one dropout, leaving Solo completely stunned. Chami reveals the identity of the dropout. Student number 37 Moya Meitai. She explains because of his poor grades, frequent tardiness, and his decision to withdraw from the exam, there is no need for a makeup test. His dismissal is final. As the other teachers coldly remark that the school has no room for students who lack ability or will, Solo looks on in shock, unsettled by the harsh reality of the academy's environment. Solo contemplates the harsh reality of the academy, realizing that poor grades and behavior can lead to immediate expulsion. He vows to be more vigilant about his students' progress to prevent any of them from being forced to leave. Suddenly, Nico Robert calls out Class D, and Solo reacts with nervous anticipation to his immense relief. It is announced that every single member of Class D has passed the midterm exam. The news of Class Perfect pass rate sparks a wave of chatter among the faculty. Many are surprised, noting that Class D typically has at least one dropout every year. While some mention that the monster levels for each class differ, the focus quickly shifts. Dane, despite being a higher-ranked class, has an unexpectedly high number of students needing makeup exams. As the faculty continues to express their disbelief, Solo feels a sting of annoyance, wondering just how little they expected from his class. While some teachers find it wild that Class D had no dropouts, Nico Robert steps in to settle the room. He reminds them that there is no rule requiring Class D to fail, concluding that this success is the hard-earned result of both the students and Solo's efforts. Just as the mood begins to shift, Zane suddenly interrupts the discussion. With a smug expression, he reveals that some teachers who watched the exam footage have raised serious doubts, boldly accusing the students of Class D of cheating on their exams. Zane continues his tirade, insisting that the exam was designed to measure individual strength. He presents footage of Class D, claiming that the lower-ranked students only succeeded by collaborating with their stronger peers to land the finishing blows. As the other teachers murmur in confusion and suspicion, Solo is visibly shaken by the accusation that his students cheated. Zane becomes increasingly aggressive, questioning if class collaboration contradicts the very purpose of the schools. Exams. He dismisses their passing grades and suggests expulsion as the only solution, claiming that both the struggling and the helping students acted unfairly. Turning his gaze towards Solo, Zane demands that Solo, as the teacher in charge, take responsibility and punish his own students to correct this injustice. Solo responds with a bright, cheerful smile, telling Zane that he is entirely correct. However, his expression quickly turns cold and menacing as he clarifies that his agreement is based only on the assumption that Class D actually acted unfairly. With a sharp gaze, he then puts Zane on the defensive by demanding to know if he has any proof. Zane points to the screen, shouting that the students are clearly colluding. While another teacher suggests they might just be stealing kills from one another, Zane doubles down, accusing Solo of being an unfit educator for overlooking such unfair actions. Solo attempts to counter by mentioning that the magic items accurately measured their points, but Zane ignores him, aggressively demanding that Class D students take makeup exams, simply because he cannot stand Class B having more failures than Class D. Solo is left completely bewildered by Zane's petty motivation. Zane urgently calls for the intervention of Mr. Julius, the head of Year 2. Solo, who hasn't seen him in a while, is surprised to find that Julius is much younger than he expected, perhaps even around his own age, however. The mood shifts when Julius speaks, calmly agreeing with assessment. He concludes that since other classes followed the rules strictly, class collaborative behavior requires a formal explanation, leaving Solo visibly annoyed. Julius clarifies that while the situation was unusual, it is true that the students didn't actually break any rules. He argues that the fault lies with the school for not being thorough enough with the regulations. With a calm smile, he suggests simply stating the rule against collaboration more clearly next time, dismissing the need for punishment and leaving Zane completely stunned. Julius delivers a final blow to Zane's argument, suggesting that for the sake of the students, Class B should be the ones taking makeup exams. Solo is initially impressed by the head of year's logic, but his mood shifts as Julius calls for silence and mentions him by name. Sensing a sudden change in the atmosphere, Solo realizes that Julius' agreeable facade may be hiding a nasty attitude, and he begins to fear that he has become a target. Solo tries to rationalize the situation, believing that if a homeroom teacher vouches for their students, it must be the truth, as he cannot imagine a teacher leading their students down a path of evil. Yet Julius' enigmatic smile and paradoxical words cast a lingering shadow of doubt. As the faculty members begin to leave the room amidst the chatter, Solo is left feeling mentally and physically drained by the day's tension. As Solo leaves the meeting, Julius suddenly appears behind him, startling him. While reflecting on the outcome, Solo notes that although Julius helped, Zane still harbors resentment toward Class D on his way. Solo is stopped by Vice Principal Nico Robert, who comments on his exhausted appearance and congratulates him on his students passing the exam. Despite the good news, Solo is struck by a strange feeling that he has experienced this exact conversation before. Solo shares a detail about the exam, revealing that Toturi Leander was on the verge of dropping out because of her low magical output efficiency. Despite this struggle, she managed to defeat a boss monster, prompting Solo to promise that they will address her weaknesses in future lessons. Vice Principal Nico Robert finds this splendid and informs Solo that he will be paying closer attention to his teaching from now on. Nico Robert reacts with comical humility to Solo's praise, insisting that he is nothing special and should be ignored. However, the mood shifts as Nico's low standing of Class D and the poor reputation of its teachers. He reveals that the teacher who preceded Solo often spoke of wanting to quit, and eventually did so, leaving Solo to agree with a sheepish expression. Disturbed by the treatment of his students, Solo asks how long Class D has been subjected to such conditions. Nico Robert explains that this system existed long before his tenure. He describes a ruthless hierarchy where upper-class students receive superior resources, while those at the bottom are given the bare minimum, serving as a warning to others. This cold, calculated method is the principal's own educational policy. Scapegoat education. Nico Robert continues his explanation, boasting that Orion's ruthless policy successfully produces some of the most talented wizards who eventually work in the Department of Magic. While Solo reacts with an awkward smile, Nico's tone turns cold. He acknowledges that the students of Class D have issues, but dismisses their suffering as a necessary lesson, arguing that such hardship is simply how life works in the real world after graduation. He looks on with a gentle smile, stating that his students have potential if they put their minds to it. As the conversation winds down, Nico Robert observes that Solo will truly be a great educator, leaving Solo slightly bewildered but determined to keep learning and guiding his students. Nico Robert reflects on the essence of education, noting that both the difficulties and joys of teaching are shown through the students, and that is how a true teacher is formed. Meanwhile, as Solo returns, he is greeted by Ibuki, who looks at him with confusion and asks what is wrong with his face. Solo admits to Ibuki that the vice principal's sudden interest in him is quite worrying. Ibuki reacts with excitement, impressed by the situation. To speak freely without the risk of being overheard, Solo activates Fairy Whispers, a specialized magic that renders their voices completely unheard to anyone else. Ibuki decides to get straight to the point, warning Solo that Class D might be targeted by a third party to be turned into evil wizards. He then reveals a piece of paper featuring a mysterious eye symbol, asking Solo if he recognizes it. Solo examines the symbol, noting that while it resembles a wizard's eye, it is more likely a mark indicating that a spell or curse has been cast. Ibuki mentions that even Emma's Rose was unfamiliar with it. Then Ibuki reveals a startling detail. He observed the mark appearing in Xiao's eye, leaving Solo visibly stunned. Solo's mind races as he imagines the eye symbol acting as a brainwashing curse, potentially turning the students of Class D into evil wizards capable of destroying the country. He is shaken to realize that his random suspicions from earlier that morning were correct. Noticing his distant expression, Solo quickly masks his concern, dismissing his thoughts as a mere theory, and telling Ibuki he was simply surprised by the information provided in the debriefing. Solo reasons that if the curse were widespread, it should have appeared in other students, but so far, it has only been seen in Xiao. Curious about the timing, he asks Ibuki when he first noticed it. Ibuki explains that the first instance was in the caves near Torialtu, though he initially doubted his own eyes. When Solo asks about Xiao's behavior, Ibuki recalls a second occurrence during the midterm exam, specifically while they were battling the flesh-eating feeler flower, remembering the unsettling look in Xiao's eye. Ibuki reveals that the mysterious eye appeared twice, first during a magic trance and later during the fight with the flesh-eating feeler flower, the same monster that killed Xiao's friend Luca. Solo recalls the event, remembering how he physically examined Xiao's eye after the battle. Despite Solo's probing, Xiao had no awareness of the mark, leading Solo to conclude that those affected by such magic are often oblivious to its presence. Solo points out the most concerning detail. The magic is completely undetectable. He reasons that since they are in a magic school, remaining hidden from all the instructors and students is a feat that requires immense skill. He concludes that this mysterious third party must be an incredibly impressive wizard to be able to operate so stealthily. Solo admits that he doesn't recognize the eye symbol, suggesting it might be a form of special magic. Ibuki is shocked to learn that there is magic even Solo is unfamiliar with, but Solo reminds him of the vast variety of magic in the world. As they stand together, Solo reflects that since the spell was cast by such a powerful entity, the third party themselves might be the only ones capable of undoing it, though he vows to investigate further. Xiao Shahar brings up the mysterious third party, and Ibuki agrees, suggesting that anyone capable of casting such a widespread spell on Class D must be someone within the Orion School of Magic. As the school looms in the background under the shadow of a mysterious figure, Solo sighs in disbelief. He then recalls a conversation he had with Mess Rose about how they should proceed. Solo explains that while their primary goal remains preventing the students of Class D from dropping out, they must now also gather information on the mysterious eye and investigate the existence of a third party. He concludes that, in other words, their responsibilities have significantly increased. Solo contemplates the contradiction of the mysterious eye appearing in Xiao Shahar, whose future was supposedly already altered. This realization leaves him worried that Xiao might still be at risk of becoming an evil wizard. However, Ibuki warns against digging too deep too quickly, suggesting they wait to see if the mark appears in other students to avoid drawing the attention of the mysterious and powerful third party. Solo calls out to Ibuki, admitting that the boy had truly thought through the risks of analyzing why Class D was destined to become evil wizards. Ibuki explains that the emergence of a third party changed the situation, as they will inevitably have to deal with this unknown entity. Solo agrees, contemplating that if this mysterious person is indeed the root of all these events, putting a stop to them might be the ultimate solution. Reflecting on their conversation, Ibuki considers the rest of the class. He realizes that because of their deep connections, some students might actually choose to become evil wizards of their own free will to support their friends. Solo admits that this is a plausible theory. However, Solo's focus shifts back to the mystery, as he considers that the third party they are searching for may not be an outsider at all. Ibuki continues his speculation, suggesting that the most likely identity of the third party is someone from within Class 2D. As a montage of the students' faces appears, Solo is caught off guard, unable to imagine that the culprit could be one of his own students. Just as Solo is processing the shocking possibility that the third party is within his own class, a sudden voice cuts through the silence. A mysterious figure appears, calling out to him, "Mr. Solo," leaving the teacher instantly on high alert. The mysterious man steps forward with a confident smile, introducing himself as Julius Hanen, the head teacher of Year 2. He then politely asks Solo if he has a moment to talk. Julius formally introduces himself as the head teacher of Year 2, requesting a moment of Solo's time. Solo listens intently, his expression serious as he processes the sudden encounter. Solo is thrown into a panic, wondering if he has somehow messed up now that the head teacher Julius has approached him. Julius pointedly asks why Solo is whispering with a student in such a deserted place. While Solo tries to brush it off as nothing important, Ibuki quickly steps in, claiming he was simply consulting Solo about school life. Relieved by the quick thinking, Solo silently praises Ibuki for the save. Ibuki quickly smooths things over by telling Julius they were simply discussing the difficulties of building intimacy with classmates. While Solo is flustered by Ibuki's phrasing, Julius is impressed, noting that the students must truly trust Solo to seek such personal advice. Just as Solo begins to relax, Ibuki turns his attention toward the head teacher, declaring that he is now extremely interested in him, leaving Solo completely bewildered. Julius is completely captivated, claiming that Solo's ability to guide the students of Class 2D to pass their midterms is far too impressive to ignore. While Solo is internally panicking and desperately wishing to avoid the spotlight, Julius takes the opportunity to make a request. He asks Solo if he would kindly allow him to observe a lesson in Class 2D to study his teaching methods. The next day arrives, and the school bell signals the start of class. Inside the classroom of Class 2D, Solo greets his students with an unusually bright and energetic demeanor, instructing them to open their textbooks as they continue their lesson on magic history. Solo's overly energetic teaching style leaves his students confused, with Ibuki and Xiao Shahar wondering if his acting's strange or if something is wrong. Just as Solo starts his lecture regarding witches, a small, dressed-up mouse-like creature abruptly interrupts the class, catching everyone's attention. Julius formally requests a chance to observe Solo's teaching methods, leaving Solo completely shocked with a confident grin. Julius explains that he intends to do so discreetly to see the class as it usually is, requesting that the students remain unaware of his presence. Internally, Solo is plagued by confusion, wondering why the head teacher of Year 2 is suddenly interested in class, a group that is normally overlooked by the school's faculty. Determined to make a good impression while being observed by the head teacher, Solo puts aside his anxiety over his fake teaching license and lack of experience. He challenges the class with a question about the extinction of witches and calls on Noel for the answer. Noel, however, laughs off the question as foolish, claiming that all such answers are already recorded in the sacred texts. Noel remains smug, believing that Solo is ignorant of certain hidden truths. Meanwhile, Solo is internally frustrated. Realizing that Noel is practically the worst student in the class. To save the lesson, he quickly pivots and calls on Katlia. Katlia responds politely but is completely bewildered, struggling to remember when she ever learned the topic. Frustrated that Katlia is also clueless, Solo realizes that his students' academic levels are even worse than he imagined. He tries to call on anyone else who might know the answer, but his gaze falls upon Nagisa, who is sound asleep at his desk. Solo shouts for him to wake up, but Nagisa only mumbles incoherently in his sleep, while the other students simply watch, knowing that this is typical behavior for him. Xiao Shahar raises his hand and confidently explains that witches went extinct 300 years ago due to wars with humans. Solo is impressed and praises him for remembering his first-year lessons, leaving Shishi watches with a look of disdain, thinking that such information is basic common knowledge. He laments that he cannot reveal his intelligence because he must maintain the act of having terrible grades. Noticing the intense look, Solo asks Ibuki why he is glaring. Xiao Shahar laughs, bluntly calling Ibuki crazy dumb. Solo quickly interjects, trying to cheer Ibuki up by telling him he can improve with study. However, Solo is internally panicking, feeling the pressure to prove his teaching abilities to the observing head teacher. As the period ends, the class prepares for their next subject, potion. Solo stands before his class, solemnly explaining that preparing potions is an extremely dangerous task where a single mistake in amount or procedure can lead to disaster. He urges everyone to proceed with caution, but the moment he finishes his warning, a violent explosion erupts right behind him. The classroom is in complete disarray. Azu is excitedly tempted to add random ingredients to her brew despite warnings, while Nagisa tries to eyeball his measurements as if he were cooking. Todori's hair has been blown into a frizzy mess, leaving Rex in a panic. CL realizes he over-reconstituted the dried mandrake, resulting in a stinky mystery brew. Amidst the madness, Ibuki confidently steps up to handle the potion himself, only to realize that Mr. Solo is lying face down on the floor, completely defeated. Ibuki is suddenly caught in another explosion, leaving him stunned. Xiao Shahar cheerfully apologizes, admitting that he accidentally used Ibuki's ingredients for his own brew, which resulted in a perfect success. As Xiao Shahar laughs off his haphazard method of just throwing everything together, Ibuki is left in a state of total despair. Ibuki screams in despair as the classroom remains in total chaos. While Mako points out that both Ibuki and Xiao Shahar are at fault, Ibuki can only apologize through his tears. Eventually, the turmoil subsides, and the class continues as usual. Other students, including Lyra and Nanato, are seen struggling with their own magic practice, while Marin and CL look on. For the final lesson of the day, Solo gathers Class 2D outdoors for a practical exercise. He explains that while broom riding is typically a solo activity, they must learn to ride in pairs to handle involving cis or injured Amsrads, however. The practice immediately turns into mayhem as students wobble and plummet from the air. While CL struggles desperately to get his broom to float, Solo calmly sits on a rock, observing the chaotic scene from a distance. Solo looks on with a weary expression, thinking about how Class 2D truly consists of the leftovers. Nearby, Julius observes the students, questioning why a hypothetical third party would target such children to create evil wizards, noting the resulting destruction of the nation. Marin cheers them on, calling out to both men. Finally, Julius bids farewell, stating he must return to his work, to which Solo simply responds with a brief acknowledgement. Solo sits in quiet contemplation, questioning the true image of Class 2D and wondering if they actually appeared as a proper class during the observation. However, when he asks for feedback, Eden responds with an overly cheerful and vague sense of enlightenment. This weightless impression leaves Solo completely perplexed, making him question if there were truly no obvious oversights in his students' behavior. Solo looks at his students, seeing them laughing and enjoying themselves in a chaotic yet happy manner. Even Eden murmurs that they seem to be doing well despite being in class. But the peaceful atmosphere is suddenly shattered when a student rushes towards Solo, shouting that there is bad news. So looks over the aftermath of the lesson, noting that the field has become a hellscape of broom sickness. Ibuki is particularly devastated, barely conscious, and still swearing revenge on Xiaoshihar despite the latter's apologies. As the day ends, the scene transitions to the next morning at the academy, where Marin watches on with a mysterious expression. The next day, Julius approaches Solo with a bright smile, thanking him for the previous day's events. Solo, looking visibly drained, laughs awkwardly, and admits that the chaos of the two-person broom riding lesson has left him mentally worn out. As they walk through the academy hallway, Julius asks if the students were all right, noting that they seemed to perk up once the lessons ended. Despite the pleasant conversation, Solo remains bewildered by Julius' true thought. Solo notes that they didn't have much time to talk the day before and mentions he has a proposal to make, but before he can finish, Julius cuts in with a playful wink and a grin, unexpectedly proposing that the two of them go on a date, leaving Solo completely bewildered. After school, the scene shifts to the bustling Orion School of Magic cafeteria, filled with students and festive decorations. Amidst a lavish spread of desserts, Julius asks Solo if this is his first time using the cafeteria. Solo responds with a smile, admitting that it is. Solo explains that he usually gets his food from the school store to avoid the overwhelming crowds of the cafeteria. Noticing Solo's discomfort, Julius kindly suggests they head to the terrace, where there is a quiet area reserved specifically for faculty. While Solo is grateful for the consideration, he remains bewildered by Julius' playful phrasing, as Julius clarifies that his date is simply a way of asking for a long one-on-one chat. Solo feels a sense of unease, realizing that Julius is exactly the kind of person he finds difficult to handle. His thoughts are cut short when a crowd of students suddenly rushes toward Julius, shouting with excitement about his return from a business trip. Watching the scene, Solo saw how popular Julius is among the students. Julius responds with a charming smile, welcoming the energetic group before they turn to Solo, inviting him to join them for tea. Julius politely declines the add-in invitation to join their gathering, revealing that he already has plans with Solo. This sparks immediate curiosity and skepticism among the add-in, who whisper that Solo looks plain and weak, ignoring the chatter. Julius leads Solo away, toward the terrace seats. As they walk, Solo's expression remains stoic as he reminds himself of the serious nature of their investigation. A mysterious third party among the faculty is suspected of trying to turn the add-in of class into evil wizards. Solo is surprised to discover that the terrace Julius mentioned is actually a floating island, a place deemed too dangerous for students. As they settle into the quiet atmosphere, Julius happily presents a mountain of canapés, admitting he has loved them since long ago, leaving Solo bewildered by the sheer quantity of sweets. Julius reveals that he is an alumnus of the school, explaining his long-standing fondness for the traditional menu. When Solo asks which class he belonged to, Julius beams with pride, declaring that he was the top student of the elite class. Solo is momentarily stunned, realizing that Julius has been an elite. The conversation then shifts, as Julius turns the question back to Solo, asking where he attended school. Panicking internally, Solo prepares his answer to Julius' question about his education. He claims that due to a weak constitution, he could attend a regular school and was instead taught by a private tutor. Julius acknowledges this as the result of hard work, but then follows up by asking why Solo desired to become a teacher. To keep things safe, Solo quickly responds that he simply looked up to his tutor, which satisfies Julius for the moment. Deciding that the best defense is a good offense, Solo shifts the focus of the conversation by asking Julius about his own motivations for teaching. Julius sets down his tea with a clack and confidently declares that his goal is to change the school. Julius asks Solo if he is aware of the school's educational policy, known as scapegoat education. He describes a brutal system that fans the students' standing as pressure by using the gap in social standing's pressure while the elite receive superior instruction. Those at the bottom are given only the not to become. Solo acknowledges the policy, and Julius reflects on his own time as a student, admitting that he was one of those who achieved great results under this system, though his tone suggests a lingering conflict. Julius reflects on the dark side of the school's policy, recalling the students who became sacrifices for the elite to rise. While he once wondered if such a system should be allowed to persist, he now views it as a valid method for the training of wizards. Solo listens intently, recalling that Julius had briefly touched upon this aspect of the world's magic history during a previous class. Julius delves into the ancient history of magic, recounting how humans once learned from a powerful race of witches. However, this relationship ended in a brutal war that wiped out the witches, leaving magic solely in the hands of humans. He explains that this shift gave wizards the responsibility of properly managing magic in the world, which is why so many specialized jobs for wizards exist today. Julius continues his explanation, illustrating the vast array of duties wizards must perform to maintain order in the world. He describes everything from producing magical items for ordinary people and managing magical flora to curing epidemics caused by ancient curse. Most crucially, he emphasizes the necessity of punishing those who abuse their power as evil wizards. As Solo listens, Julius notes that the list of examples is nearly endless. Julius continues his explanation, noting the widespread belief that a grueling education is necessary to produce elite wizards. He reveals that the principal of Orion adheres to this philosophy, and that his word is absolute law within the school, meaning any opposition could lead to being fired. Despite this, Julius admits his own conflicting view, stating that he believes education ought to be more equal for everyone. Julius continues his explanation, noting that many teachers are either just working for a paycheck or are too absorbed in their own research to care about the students. Others simply agree with the principal's harsh philosophy, which is why the system remains unchanged. Suddenly, Julius turns to Solo with a surprising proposal, asking him to join forces to start a revolution within the school. Solo is completely blindsided, shouting in disbelief at the mention of a revolution. Meanwhile, Julius calmly munches on a snack, explaining that he has been looking for a collaborator with real ability, and a teacher's pride one who hasn't been brainwashed by the school's ideology. As Solo spirals into a panic, overwhelmed by the sheer scale of the request and his own recent discovery of the school's cruel system, Julius simply adds that he wants a companion for his tea time. Solo asks if the vice principal also shares these views. Julius explains that while some teachers harbor a desire for change, they remain silent to avoid creating further prejudice against Class D. He further clarifies that he hasn't approached the vice principal because their high-ranking position makes them too visible to the principal, meaning any suspicious action would be exposed immediately. Julius beams with an intense, starry energy, declaring that the youth should be the ones to tear down the mistakes of their elders. Solo is momentarily taken aback by the sudden shift in atmosphere, wondering if the situation has become weird. However, he quickly realizes the validity of Julius' goal, noting that changing the school's system would not only benefit them both, but also reduce student dropouts, from disillusioned students from becoming evil wizards. Solo contemplates the danger of speaking out against the school's policies, realizing that getting fired by the principal would be counterproductive. Beyond the risks, a deeper suspicion arises. He considers the possibility that the person turning class to students into evil wizards is actually Julius, unable to trust him. Solo decides the best course of action is to refuse, firmly telling Julius that he must decline. Solo tells Julius that he understands his perspective and agrees that the school's methods are twisted. However, Julius responds by defending the principal's philosophy, stating that the real world is a place where the weak are weeded out, and only the capable are recognized. He asserts that the students of Class D ended up in their miserable state because of their own failures and lack of discipline. Solo falls into a deep thought, recalling a time when he was in a similar situation. Looking back at his own past, he realizes that a conveniently kind world is an illusion. He concludes that the true goal is to help his students find the strength to survive and thrive in this awful world. Solo quickly pivots from his reflection, admitting that while he wants other teachers to change their attitudes toward cannot join the revolution, he abruptly stands up, shouting an apology and declaring his absolute commitment to instructing his students right now. Julius simply smiles, acknowledging this as Solo's educational policy. As the tension breaks, Solo realizes that of his past as number 0, then his current role as Solo. As Solo, the teacher, Julius smiles and tells Solo that since he won't join, He'll simply handle the revolution on his own. After thanking Solo for the tea and reminding him to keep their discussion confidential, Julius prepares to depart. As he leaves, he reveals that he didn't give up quickly, but simply realized that pushing for an alliance wasn't necessary, leaving a bewildered Solo completely speechless. Julius argues that proving Class D can be cultivated without being used, as scapegoats is a revolutionary goal in itself. He tells Solo that by pursuing this, he has essentially joined the revolution, and Julius vows to support him. As he departs, Julius adds that while he will keep Solo from being fired, he will continue to pretend to side with the principal for the sake of appearances. Solo is left completely stunned by Julius' sudden shift in logic. With a cheerful smile, Julius takes flight on his broom, waving goodbye and suggesting they meet for tea again. As he disappears into the sky, Solo stands alone, staring after him in disbelief. He admits to himself that he still doesn't understand Julius Hannon, especially how the man managed to drag him into his revolution despite his clear refusal. Solo sighs, realizing he simply isn't good with people of that type. Ibuki contemplates the strange words of teacher Julius regarding a school revolution and his unexpected support for Class D, wondering if they should remain on guard against him. As he is lost in thought, Solo approaches him, asking if Ibuki is free after classes to help him look for something in the library. Solo reveals the reason for his request, explaining that he is searching for Class D's class record. He describes it as a subjective notebook containing vital information about the students' personalities and backgrounds. Through a flashback, it is revealed that Solo interrogated a staff member who had lost the record, and the man admitted he might have misplaced it while organizing the library. Ibuki points out that the previous teacher of Class D left the position in less than a month. Solo acknowledges this, realizing that to be a better teacher, he must learn more about his students' true natures. Ibuki agrees to assist him, but as they look toward the school library, he expresses a certain hesitation. As Solo enters the Orion School of Magic library, he is greeted by a massive, multi-level hall filled with endless rows of books. Looking up at the sprawling architecture, Solo can only use disbelief, completely overwhelmed by the sheer scale of the place. Solo and Ibuki begin their search, but the sheer volume of books makes the task feel impossible. Solo momentarily wishes he could use a flashy spell to locate the notebook instantly, only to remember that such magic is strictly forbidden in the library. As they resolve to search patiently, they are approached by Kai, a student who finds their presence in the library quite unusual. Kai enthusiastically shares his love for the library, showing Solo and Ibuki a book on popular side dish recipes. He gushes about the quiet and intellectual atmosphere of the facility, contrasting it with the noise of the classroom, while Solo can only stare in disbelief at Kai's eccentricity. Kai frantically denies any ulterior motives, insisting that books are his main objective. Solo and Ibuki exchange skeptical whispers, with Solo wondering if such traits are noted in the class record. Kai then recalls other classmates who often visit the library, including Azu, Toturi, and Dante. As Kai mentions one more person's, Solo is left genuinely surprised by the revelation. Kai notices Solo and Ibuki's struggle and offers his assistance. Ibuki whispers a warning that students are forbidden from viewing the class record, but Solo reasons that as long as Kai doesn't read the contents, it should be fine. Overjoyed, Kai suggests bringing in everyone to help, thrilled to be spending more time in the library. The library is suddenly overrun by enthusiastic Adin, including Pani and Xiao Shahar, who search for the record with far too much excitement. As the noise level peaks, Solo tries to ask about the others, learning that Toturi, Rex, and Katlia are occupied elsewhere. Overwhelmed by the chatter, Solo finally exerts his authority, instantly silencing the rowdy group with a cold, warning tone. Unable to locate the notebook, Lumi asks Solo to describe it again. Solo explains that it has a leather cover and a bookmark strap featuring the school insignia, while sternly warning them not to look inside. As the students lament how much they've already searched, Solo wonders if the record could be in the basement, only for the group to suddenly discover Nagisa relaxing indifferently. The group is shocked to find Nagisa lounging on a window ledge. When they ask for his help in finding the class record, Nagisa dismisses them, stating he is there for his own reasons and bears no responsibility. While the students are surprised and wonder if he actually reads, Nagisa reveals his true motive. He loves the library because the quiet atmosphere is perfect for sleeping. Watching him doze off, Solo concludes that Nagisa was the other frequent visitor Kai had mentioned, while Xiao Shahar considers if they should move their search to the basement. Solo notes that the school library has underground storage shelves reserved for old, valuable, or dangerous magic tomes. Kai suggests searching there next, which immediately sparks a wave of excitement among the students who are eager to explore a place they've never been. Despite Nanato's concern about student restrictions, it is clarified that second years and above are allowed entry as long as a teacher is with them. Solo, however, is left exasperated realizing that the students are far more interested in the adventure of the basement than actually helping him find the record. Deciding to proceed, Solo borrows the necessary key and brings the students to the basement. As he stands before the large wooden doors, he opens them with a loud creak, revealing the entrance to the underground storage. Upon entering the basement, the students are fascinated by the darkness and the mysterious atmosphere. While Solo attempts to warn them not to touch the books recklessly, Noel and Miko are already excitedly browsing through the shelves. The students continue to tease Solo, suggesting that the basement is the perfect place for him to yell at them, to which Solo indignantly disagrees. Solo pauses, sensing something unusual. He turns to the group and tells them there is something he wants to ask. Despite the students' casual curiosity, Solo asks them a pointed and serious question. Why are they all here at this school? Solo observes that given the way Class D is treated, it would be logical for the students to quit if their only goal was to become wizards. He concludes that they must have other motivations for staying. Azu eagerly responds, explaining that she stays because she wants the freedom to research the things she loves, specifically magic potions and magic tools. Azu reveals that she finds Class D perfect because she enjoys researching magic more than using it and the pressure of high expectations. Meanwhile, Noel strikes a dramatic pose, proclaiming her destiny to become a wizard of darkness, which leaves Solo questioning her intelligence. Nanato then shares his own modest reason for being at the academy, stating that he simply came because his parents told him to. Nanato mumbles gloomily about the expectations placed on him as a wizard before admitting with a smile that he only attends school because his parents insisted it would make his life easier. Panny agrees, confessing that he has no real plans for the future and just wants to enjoy his time at the academy. Watching them, Solo realizes that despite their lack of drive, not one of them has seriously considered quitting. Looking at the gathered students, Solo realizes that for many of them, school is simply a place to be with friends or a result of parental pressure. He finds their reasons less important than he had initially thought. However, he notes that some have deeper goals. Xiao aspires to join the Wizard Knights. Toturi dreams of becoming a talented wizard and finding a husband, and Rex's primary motivation is to support Toturi. After hearing the others, Solo wonders about Dante's motivation and asks him why he is at the school. Dante snaps back, refusing to share such personal information and telling Solo to leave him alone. As Dante walks away, Solo reflects on his relationship with the class, noting that any perceived friendliness is only on the surface. Solo muses to himself that Dante still refuses to reveal what is truly inside him at that moment. Toturi is caught off guard when the books surrounding them begin to whisper urgently, pleading for her to open them. Toturi is completely captivated by the voice commanding her to open the book. As she reflects on Ibuki and her own dream of becoming a teacher, the library begins to react. And a book suddenly flies out from the shelves, emitting a brilliant light as it drifts toward her. A sudden, violent burst of light erupts from the book, sending a shockwave through the library. Solo and the students are thrown into chaos, unable to resist the mysterious pull. While Toturi screams in panic, wondering if they are being sucked into the book, Solo desperately tries to warn them to stay still, though he too is powerless against the magic. Chaos erupts as the students scream in terror, feeling themselves being consumed by the darkness. Toturi and the others cling to Solo, begging him to do something, while Solo tries in vain to tell them to stay still. In a sudden flash, the irresistible force drags them all in, and the book slams shut with a loud thud. Solo slowly opens his eyes, blinking as he takes in the unfamiliar surroundings. As he looks down at himself, he is jolted by a sudden realization, panicking in confusion over his transformed childlike body and strange new attire. Solo looks around the surreal landscape and finds the other students scattered across the grass. As they regain consciousness, panic ensues when they realize their bodies have shrunk, leaving them all as young children in a mysterious world. Confused and transformed, the children try to make sense of their surroundings. Suddenly, a mysterious voice echoes from the sky, informing them that they have entered the story world. The voice warns that the story will not end until someone puts an end to it, leaving Solo and his students stunned as they realize they are now mere characters within the book. The mysterious voice of the book declares the terms of their predicament. If they wish to return to their original world, they must defeat the villain of this story world. Confused and alarmed, the children demand to know who the villain is and where they are. But the voice coldly tells them they must find out for themselves. The warning is absolute a failure to defeat the villain, means they will be trapped inside the book for eternity. The students shout their frustrations at the mysterious voice, who only laughs and wishes them luck before falling silent. As they process their situation, Xiao Shahar solemnly acknowledges that the magic book is incredibly dangerous. Meanwhile, Nina and the others begin to worry about Solo, questioning if he was sucked in the book with them or if he remains outside and unable to assist. Lumi feels deep guilt for opening the book if in the first place, but her classmates try to comfort her, noting that the book simply lured its. The students chatter amongst themselves, wondering if Solo is all right after taking a hard hit to the head, realizing that they cannot rely on outside help and risk being trapped in the book for eternity. Xiao Shahar steps up to lead. He tells the group that they will have to handle the situation themselves and suggests they begin searching for the villain, noting that they can still use magic with their wands. As the children gather, Xiao Shahar notices that their group is incomplete. They quickly realize that Kai, Pani, and Nagisa are missing, leaving the others confused and anxious. However, their worry is interrupted when a terrifying flower-patterned monster suddenly lunges from the darkness, launching a violent surprise attack on the group. As the monster lunges, the Adin immediately fight back. One child unleashes a powerful electrical beam, while Xiao Shahar summons the Knight of the Devilish Winds. The combined magical assault is overwhelming, and the creature disintegrates into nothingness. Stunned by the effortless victory, the Adin wonder if they have already defeated the villain of the story world. Xiao Shahar and Ibuki finally appear, panting and completely worn out. The other Adin are shocked by their state, wondering what happened to them, and realizing that there are other monsters besides the villain. However, the relief of having their strongest members back is short-lived. Both Xiao and Ibuki realize that their bodies in this world are different, and most alarmingly, they have no magic power. Looking at strange scuff around them, they realize that surviving this story world is going to be much harder they expected. They realize that survivor than they exhausted and panting. The students realize that their new, diminutive forms have almost no stamina, making even simple exploration a challenge. Confused by their strange clothes and small sizes, they begin to wonder about the missing members of their group. Azu imagines how Pani, Nagisa, and Kai would be reacting to this bizarre situation. Nina suddenly notices something hidden in the bushes and alerts the others. Intrigued by the potential clue, the group rushes forward, only to find Nagisa fast asleep inside a strange glass-like coffin. Just as the group panics thinking Nagisa is dead, he wakes up, completely oblivious to their state. He is bewildered to see his classmate shrunken and wearing strange attire, explaining that he simply fell asleep after hearing a mysterious voice from the sky. As they wonder why Nagisa is the only one who didn't shrink, Nina suddenly has a realization, concluding that their current situation is exactly like the story of Snow White. Nina reveals the truth about their strange situation. They are trapped in a world based on the story of Snow White. While the 7 students have been cast as the dwarves, Nagisa has taken the role of Snow White. However, Nagisa is completely clueless about the tale, leaving his classmates bewildered. To catch him up, a fairy tale narration begins, introducing the legend of the beautiful princess. Miko continues her fairy tale narration, explaining how the beauty-obsessed queen's jealousy led her to order a hunter to kill Snow White. However, the hunter took pity on her and let her escape into the forest, where she eventually found refuge and lived happily with 7 dwarves. Miko continues the story, illustrating how the persistent queen disguised herself as an old woman to feed Snow White a poisoned apple. After the queen is chased off a cliff to her death, the tale reaches its climax, as a prince's kiss awakens the princess from her eternal sleep. With a final happy end, Miko wraps up the story and looks at Nagisa, baffled that he had never read these picture books as a child. Ibuki remains skeptical, demanding evidence for how a kiss could possibly bring someone back to life, while the others tell him to just ignore it since it's a fairy tale. Xiao Shahar teases Ibuki for not understanding romance. Xiao then shares his own take, suggesting that 7 kittens would have been a better choice than 7 dwarves, and admits his love for stories centered on the power of love. Minato reflects on the fairy tale, feeling a kinship with the villain's use of poison and worrying that others see him as gloomy or repulsive. As he spirals into self-doubt, a classmate jumps in to stop him, enthusiastically declaring that poison and villains are actually cool, just like the darkness. Noel suggests making a poison apple and asks Dante to be her guinea pig, much to his outrage. But Minato is deeply touched by the gesture. Lumi quickly cuts through the chatter, enthusiastically declaring that the queen is the villain of this world and that they must find her and take her down. Realizing they are in the forest where Snow White lived with the dwarves, the group decides to head toward the queen's castle to take her down. But just as they prepare to move, they come across a mysterious glass coffin. The glass coffin surprisingly sprouts legs, prompting the group to remark on how convenient it is. Far away, atop a jagged cliff, stands the imposing castle of the villain. Inside, the queen looks on with a wicked smile, proclaiming that with Snow White dead, she is now the most beautiful woman in the world. A quick recap reveals that the students of Class D have been pulled into a magic book based on the tale of Snow White. To return home, they must defeat the world's villain. The queen in her dark castle. The arrogant queen stands before her magic mirror, demanding to know who the fairest in the land is. The magic mirror. Pani enthusiastically confirms that the queen is indeed the fairest of them all, praising her makeup with dramatic flair. Smug and satisfied, the queen acknowledges the mirror's taste before shifting her gaze to the trembling huntsman, Kai, who can only offer a nervous apology. The queen lashes out at Kai, calling him gutless for failing to kill Snow White. As punishment, she forces the terrified huntsman to polish the magic mirror, threatening him with death if he fails her again. Confident in her cruelty, she reveals that her monster minions are already hunting the 7 dwarves. With a sinister laugh, she declares that once the dwarves are gone, she will be the undisputed fairest of them all. Kai is visibly shaken and terrified as he carries out his punishment, polishing the magic mirror. Pani, now trapped as the mirror, finds the experience surprisingly fun. As the queen looks out from her castle, the narrative notes that this world deviates from the original fairy tale, especially with the addition of monsters. Feeling isolated and miserable, Kai wishes he were with his classmates, wondering why he was cast as the huntsman. Overwhelmed by the situation, Kai desperately calls out for his friends to come quickly, though Pani mocks his lack of determination from within the mirror. Suddenly, the scene shifts to the forest where the other students arrive, dressed as dwarves and striking dramatic poses as they make their grand entrance. The students find themselves overwhelmed by a swarm of grotesque monsters. Lumi and Nina struggle as the creatures keep coming, one after another, making the fight difficult. However, Xiao Shahar remains composed, noting that they have made significant progress in their exploration and have finally wiped out all the monsters in the area. As darkness falls over the forest, the students decide to take a break and set up camp. Lumi flops onto the ground in complete exhaustion, earning a judgmental look at Ibuki for her lack of manners. While resting, Ibuki reflects on how draining it was to use all their magic energy and brings up a question about Nagisa, who is seen fast asleep. Lumi suggests that Nagisa should be the one fighting since they are all out of stamina, but Ibuki points out that Nagisa has been sleeping the entire time. Around the campfire, Nina and Nanato express their doubts about defeating the queen and wonder if Kai and Pani are safe. Meanwhile, Xiao Shahar and Ciel muse about the roles assigned in this world, with Ciel jokingly imagining Solo as the villain of the story. Xiao Shahar wonders why their teacher wasn't sucked into the world along with them. Lumi explains that since it's a fairy tale world, the book might only target children. This prompts Azu to recall a mysterious question Mr. Solo had asked them all before. Xiao Shahar asks for clarification, wondering if she's referring to the question about why they are. Lumi wonders if Solo's curiosity about their presence at Orion was simply because he wanted to get to know them better. While the others consider this possibility, Azu brings up a crucial point. Despite asking them, Solo never told them why he is at Orion himself. Azu gives a playful smile, claiming she already knows the answer to the question. Smiko sighs, admitting that she doesn't talk about her past much, but she reveals her true motivation. She is furious about the way Class D is treated. For Miko, quitting school is not an option, as she believes that giving up would simply mean losing. Under the night sky at the campsite, Miko opens up further about her past. She admits that she originally came to Orion with the ambition of becoming a first-rate wizard, only to discover that she lacked the talent she thought she had. This failure led to her being abandoned by both her classmates and teachers, leaving her far more capable. While she knew Orion was obsessed with grades, she confesses that she was naive to think it would be this root of the problem. Acknowledging that her own lack of ability was the root of the problem, Miko continues her heartbreaking confession, admitting that she grew to hate the teachers and adults who abandoned her. She recalls how she once tried to push through the pain, telling herself that she would eventually prove them wrong if she just did her best at magic. Now, she reflects on the bitterness of being forced to follow the orders of people she despised, simply wanting to graduate and move on. Miko's expression softens into a warm, genuine smile as she remembers her teacher. She reflects on how, unlike the adults who looked down on her, Mr. Solo wasn't someone she hated. Miko quickly clarifies her feelings, shouting that she doesn't hate Solo, even if his casual clothes are lame and his expression is always dead. She also admits that, just as Pani said, being in Class D is actually quite fun. However, she sternly warns her classmates to keep this a secret, as she doesn't want Solo getting a big head. Lumi and Azu embrace, reflecting on their friendship and how lucky they are to have such supportive classmates. They turn to Ibuki, reminding him that Class D is the perfect place for him and that he might have been isolated elsewhere. With a renewed sense of unity, the students cheer for their class and prepare to sleep, while a tired Solo lies nearby, barely processing their excitement. The sun rises over the horizon, marking the start of a new day. The The students of class did find themselves standing before a massive, towering fortress. Ibuki looks up at the imposing walls in silence, questioning if this is the queen's castle. Nagisa is nudged awake as the group prepares for the final push. Xiao Shahar checks on everyone's condition and urges them to hurry. With a loud creak, the massive gates swing open, and the students step into the opulent halls of the castle, setting their sights on finding the queen. As the students search the castle, they stumble upon the queen in a surprisingly convenient encounter. The queen is stunned to see that the dwarves have escaped her monsters, and she quickly identifies Kai as the huntsman and Pani as the mirror. Reacting with a mix of shock and fury at their defiance, the queen stares in disbelief, demanding to know how Snow White is still alive. Ibuki, confused, wonders about his role and the differences from the original tale. Suddenly, the queen unleashes a violent burst of energy, declaring herself the fairest of all, and vowing to end Ibuki's life once and for all. The queen unleashes her fury, summoning the Well of Despair. As the students panic over the overwhelming magical pressure, a colossal dark hand erupts from the floor, swiftly seizing Ibuki before he can even react. Panic erupts as Nagisa is violently dragged down into the Well of Despair by a mysterious black hand. As the students scream in horror, the queen calmly explains that her power allows her to control monsters and that the well is the dwelling of her strongest minion. She adds a chilling detail. Anyone dragged into the depths is devoured, never to return. A mysterious warning echoes through the hall. If the main character, Snow White, dies, a bad ending will be triggered, trapping everyone in this world forever. The students are outraged by the cruel logic of the story. But Xiao Shahar remains determined, vowing that they must save Nagisa regardless of the circumstances. The queen stands coldly before her monstrous minions, declaring that she will not allow the students to interrupt while her pet finishes its meal. Xiao Shahar grimly notes that the situation is bad, while Ibuki looks on in despair, convinced that Nagisa cannot possibly defeat a monster stronger than all the others combined. A massive, grotesque monster erupts with a loud crash, trapping Nagisa in its gooey grasp. Staring at the beast, Nagisa is stunned by the sheer scale of its power, noting that its magic is far superior to any other monster he has encountered. As he acknowledges the creature's strength, the monster simply hums in response. Nagisa takes a moment to compose himself, noting that since no one is watching, he can let loose. With a determined glint in his eyes and a confident smile, he apologizes to his opponent and declares that it is time to get serious. Nagis's gaze sharpens as he decides to stop holding back. With a sudden burst of power, he summons a shimmering crystalline sword, declaring his attack. Icicle blade engraving as he prepares to strike down the Mika. With a swift and decisive motion, Nagisa swings his crystalline blade, delivering a devastating slash that cuts right through Mika. The Mika is left stunned as its body is torn apart, unable to react in time to the lethal strike. With a swift leap, Nagisa completes his devastating strike. The icicle blade engraving tears through Mika's body, causing the monster to erupt in a violent explosion of energy. As the dust settles, Nagisa lands on a nearby rock, staring in disbelief at the total destruction he just unleashed. "Whoa," he mutters, stunned by the result. Mika lets out a final distorted cry before popping and cracking apart. A violent burst of energy erupts, sending shards of rock and ice flying in every direction. In the center of the devastation, Nagisa stands tall with his blade, his gaze sharp and unwavering as the dust settles. Mika attempts to react, but Nagisa remains composed. Acknowledging that he cannot maintain his current state for long, he decides it is time to finish the battle. With a calm breath, he prepares to put an end to the monster once and for all. With a calm and cold expression, Nagisa executes his final attack. A colossal surge of ice crystals erupts, completely consuming Mika. As the monster is crushed and shattered, Nagisa softly tells the little one to go to sleep, bringing the battle to a definitive end. The ice crystals shatter violently around Nagisa as the battle comes to an end. Standing amidst the debris, he looks on with a calm expression, thinking to himself that he had only come along because he thought it would be a good chance to enter the library's basement, though it ended up quite differently. Nagisa reflects on the battle, acknowledging that he gained something from the experience. Overcome by fatigue, he collapses onto the ground, trusting that Class D will find a way to handle the queen. As he drifts off to sleep, he tells himself that his own story must not begin just yet. Nagisa looks on with a distant gaze, thinking about class and struggle. He admits to himself that he doesn't really care what happens to them as he settles in for his nap. In the distance, the queen's sinister laughter echoes through the void. The queen laughs maniacally, mocking the students as she calls them little dwarves, and complains that her monsters are bored. Meanwhile, Lumi and Nina fight desperately, frustrated that the creatures keep respawning every time they are defeated. The queen cackles with malice, commanding her monsters to leave no one alive, and proclaiming herself the fairest in the world. Amidst the chaos, Xiao Shahar and Ibuki fight on, though they are reaching their limits. Xiao Shahar notes that the only way to end this nightmare is to take down the queen. But as Ibuki struggles to move his legs, their primary concern remains saving Nagisa. Ibuki curses his current small body, panting heavily as he struggles to dodge the relentless monsters. After being knocked to the ground and nearly crushed, he summons his resolve and unleashes a powerful spell, shouting 0758, to strike back at the creature. Ibuki delivers a sharp blow to one of the monsters, sending it spinning away. Xiao Shahar calls out to him in alarm. Gasping for breath, Ibuki realizes he is in a dire situation as his magic has reached its absolute limit. Just as he falters, another monster lunges at him, leaving him terrified and vulnerable. The queen sneers, ordering her monsters to make Ibuki their first snack. Just as the attack seems inevitable, and his classmates cry out in worry, Ibuki's expression shifts to one of grim determination. Suddenly, a massive explosion erupts, catching the monsters off guard and leaving the other students in complete shock. The blast rips through the battlefield, sending the monsters scattering in all directions. Ibuki's voice rings out, commanding them not to move, while the queen screams in disbelief at the sudden turn of events. Watching from the side, the students are left speechless, completely awestruck by the sheer power of Ibuki's magic. As the smoke from the massive blast begins to clear, Ciel stands firm with a cold and determined expression. Beside him, a diminished Ibuki looks up in sheer amazement at his classmates' imposing presence. The students are suddenly reunited with Mr. Solo, but they are completely thrown off by his eccentric attire. Most of the class erupts in loud laughter, teasing him that the clothes don't suit him at all, while one student shyly insists that their teacher actually looks cool. Solo is visibly annoyed as he lectures his students, complaining that their unpredictable mistakes and panic only slowed him down. Despite the students teasing about his prince outfit, Solo ignores them and focuses on the task at hand. Realizing a magical seal is keeping the way shut, he decides to stop overthinking and simply use brute force to open it. Solo reveals that although he forced his way into the area, they must follow the local rules to leave, which requires defeating the villain of this world, the queen. To the students' utter shock, the queen has already been knocked unconscious by Solo's sudden magic. Realizing they are finally free to go, the students burst into cheers for their teacher, while Solo simply brushes off the feat with a nonchalant attitude. The celebration is cut short by a booming voice that echoes through the area. Solo looks on with a frown as the voice of the book declares his interference unforgivable. The entity is furious that a new character has simply defeated the villain to secure a happy ending. And as a dark vortex swirls into existence, it vows to stop this deviation from the story. Solo and his students are stunned by a sudden, overwhelming surge of magic power that far exceeds that of the queen. The voice of the book manifests fully, announcing a drastic change of plans and declaring itself the true villain of the story. With a final ultimatum, the entity informs them that if they wish to return to their own world, they must first defeat it. Solo calmly realizes that the voice of the book has simply introduced a new plot development and a new villain to keep them trapped. As the students erupt into a chaotic frenzy of complaints and panic, Solo loses his patience and shouts for them to shut up, ordering them to stay put while he handles the entity himself. With a determined gaze, Solo tells his students to be good and leave the battle to their teacher. However, the voice of the book remains arrogant, declaring that the world follows its rules and that it is the strongest entity of them all. Just as the voice of the book claims to be the strongest in the world, Solo delivers a crushing blow. With a cold and mocking "sure you are," he strikes the entity down, leaving it screaming in agony. As the voice of the book realizes its end is near, Solo calmly demonstrates the true meaning of power. A blinding flash of light erupts, signaling the end of the conflict. As the light fades, Solo and his students find themselves sprawled across the floor of the library basement, surrounded by piles of scattered books. Disoriented but relieved, they realize they have finally made it back. Back in the library basement, the group reunites with Pani and Nagisa. Pani jokingly claims that the case is closed despite having done nothing, while Miko admits they weren't able to save Nagisa in the end. Solo tells them they did a good job surviving, noting that their deaths would have meant the end for everyone. With a gentle smile, Solo asks what happened inside the well, to which a sheepish Nagisa confesses that he spent the whole time running away from the monster. Solo holds the magic tome, thinking about how dangerous such items are and how they need stricter control. Suddenly, the book vanishes into thin air. Azu points it out, teasingly accusing him of breaking it. As she reminds him that school property must be paid for, Solo is struck by the horrifying realization that this property damage could potentially cost him his job. As the students begin tidying up the library basement, Lumi expresses concern about leaving the mess. Suddenly, Miko finds a shining journal, sparking excitement among the group. They recall that they had all been helping Solo search for something, and they realize that this journal is likely the object he was looking for. Penny asks if the journal is the class record, and the students realize it is a student observation diary, containing logs about their personalities and daily activities. Solo explains that he didn't lose it, but rather the previous teacher, Mr. Bibb, had lost it before it could be handed over. Overcome by curiosity, Maisco suddenly snatches the book from Solo's grasp to find out what the former teacher wrote about her, despite Solo's attempts to stop her. Ignoring Solo's frantic protests, Miko flips open the journal, but her expression quickly shifts to confusion. The pages are entirely empty. It's totally blank, she mutters, genuinely surprised that there isn't a single word recorded. Solo looks on with a stressed expression, having failed to stop her from seeing the void within the diary. A light-haired student remarks on someone's lack of awareness before calling out to Miko. Solo then steps in and firmly reclaims the notebook, telling the students to keep their hands off it from now on since he intends to use it. Solo considers the mission a wild goose chase, but he decides to keep the blank journal to record observations of Class 2D, framing it as a teacher's responsibility. Miko playfully asks if Hell write about her cuteness, only for Solo to retort that Hell instead document her failure to follow instructions. As they begin cleaning up, the students discuss the strange time dilation, noting that only 2 hours have passed since they entered the book world. The scene shifts to the Orion School of Magic. Julius, the head teacher of Year 2, approaches the principal's office. Opening the door with a slow creak, he enters and politely addresses the principal. A final review summarizes the journey. Solo, the assassin known as Number Zero, and his partner Uki infiltrated the 12-student School of Magic, who were prophesied to become evil of classes. However, missing through a change in circumstances, their mission shifted from disposal to protection as they worked to alter the students' fates. While they also investigated a mysterious eye and the involvement yet meaningful school life for the duo, leading to a chaotic yet meaningful school life for the duo. The scene transitions to the teacher's dorm at the Orion School of Magic. Ibuki has been hard at work, and as he finishes, the room is revealed to be sparkling and perfectly clean. With a confident and cheerful smile, Ibuki declares that there isn't a dirty room he can't handle when he gets serious, though he still offers a polite apology for the state the room was in before. Solo admits he is grateful for the spotless room and the coffee, though he can't help but call Ibuki a clean freak after seeing how much the room had changed. Once the banter settles, Solo gets down to business. He shows Ibuki the class record, explaining that he intends to summarize everything they know about the students of Class D, and asks for Ibuki's help in the process. The class record reveals the detailed profiles of the students. Student number 01 is Xiao Shahar, a top-tier student with exceptional leadership skills and a fondness for cats. Student number 02 is Katlia Berry, who, despite struggling with classroom work, possesses some of the best practical skills in her year and a calm personality. The class record provides further insights into the students. Pani Rao is revealed to be a highly capable summoner who simply seeks enjoyment, wearing a mask that is a family heirloom. Meanwhile, Rex Red is identified as a wolf beast person and the childhood friend of Toturi, noting that he has only recently begun to integrate with the rest of Class D. The review continues with student number 05. Azu Mercy, who excels in magic potions and tools despite her mischievous nature and chaotic friendship with Maiko. Next is student number 06, Kai Alvern, described as a friendly, albeit timid and flirtatious, boy known for his delicious egg tarts. Solo and Ibuki continue their review of the class record, focusing on the next two students. Nanato Mikazuki is described as a gloomy and negative individual whose true abilities only surface when he is angry, making him a challenge to handle. Following him is Dante Dalton, the most rebellious student in class, who frequently takes jabs at Solo, though his diligence as a hard worker is still acknowledged. The review continues with student number 09, Miko Cecilia, who is described as sassy and argumentative but becoming friendlier, though her constant nail polish recommendations are a nuisance. Next is student number 10, Toturi Leander, the heir to a family farm, who is noted for her slow growth rate and air-headed personality. The review continues with the profiles of Noel Campbell and Nagisa Snow. Noel is described as appearing gloomy but being talkative and emotional, and is noted to get along with Nanato. Meanwhile, Nagisa is characterized by his constant sleeping and his status as the lowest-ranked student in the year, though he remains indifferent to it. Ibuki is impressed by the level of detail in the records, praising Solo for being so diligent. Solo admits that he relies on notes to remember things, explaining that documenting the student's traits is useful for handling future problems, while making him look like a dedicated teacher to any outsiders. When Solo asks for Ibuki's input, Ibuki warns him to be careful not to write anything regarding their secret mission for the Department of Magic. He briefly imagines Solo making a clumsy mistake by marking a target as future changed in the book. Solo quickly dismisses the idea, insisting he wouldn't make such a blunder, and concludes that the class record is indeed a highly useful tool. Ibuki asks Solo if he has noticed anything specific about the students, suggesting that students see a different side of their peers. He points out Xiao's overfamiliarity with Solo referring to him as number 0 and Miko's constant insolence. As Solo attempts to ask a question of his own, Ibuki bluntly tells him, that's not what he meant. Ibuki points out that the student directory contains basic details like addresses and family structures, noting that some documents were submitted by the Department of Magic. Solo reflects on this, realizing that the information is largely fake because the school only requires basic contact info without conducting thorough investigations into the students' backgrounds. Solo asks Ibuki if the Department of Magic possesses external information on the students, such as their family backgrounds, suggesting they should hand it over. Ibuki expresses doubt that this is possible. Solo reflects on the standard procedure of their assassination unit, where only the bare minimum names, faces, and addresses is provided. However, he argues that since the Department of Magic ordered them to prevent Class D from leaving school, they should make an exception and cooperate with him. Ibuki explains the grim reality of the situation. The higher-ups at the Department of Magic still believe Class D should be disposed of to prevent them from becoming evil wizards who destroy the country. He reveals that the only reason the students are still safe is because his Rose is actively rebelling against the department's intentions, though she is in the minority. Solo is shocked by this revelation, realizing that since the students are still designated as egg-smashing, our information, the department will not authorize the exchange of any further information. Ibuki suggests that Solo meet MS Rose directly during the extended break to resolve the information issue. Recalling MSE Rose's intense and threatening nature, Solo finds her a bit unstable. However, the mention of the break triggers a sudden realization in Los. Summer vacation is almost here. He erupts in excitement, desperate for a chance to finally relax after his hard work. Checking the class record, he confirms that his schedule is completely clear until July. The next day arrives at the academy. While walking, Solo comes across a mysterious announcement for something called the Fairy Cup. The notice states that participation is for second-year students only, and that it will be held in July, though the details are still pending. Confused, Solo wonders what the event is and if it's just another kind of exam. Just as he is pondering, someone calls out to him. Solo is approached by Inari, the teacher of Class A, who asks if he found the class record. As Inari casually explains how she uses her own record as a diary and a grading tool, Solo finds himself confused. He is internally shocked, questioning how she can be so familiar with him when he believes this is their first time speaking. Inari tells Solo there is no need to be so on guard, claiming she is quite kin at least to those who do their best. Solo quickly realizes she is a bit eccentric when she offers to answer his questions, but only once a day and only when she isn't busy. Seizing the opportunity, Solo asks her about the fairy cup he had seen earlier, to which Inari responds that his timing is perfect. Inari explains that the fairy cup is one of Orion's traditions, an annual event where fairies travel from their distant homeland to visit the academy. She describes it as an exchange meetup where they perform various spells to entertain the fairies as a gesture of hospitality. Solo is visibly shocked by the mention of fairies, prompting Inari to ask if he has never seen one. Solo admits that he has only ever seen them during this particular event. Inari further explains that the Fairy Cup is essentially a competition between classes, where the winning class receives the fairy's blessing. She describes it as a sporting event, specifically for second-year students, as first years lack sufficient magic and third years are too busy. When Solo realizes that the outcome doesn't affect the students' grades, since the fairies are the judges, he is visibly relieved, deciding that he can finally take things easy. A flashback shows Vice Principal Nico Robert, commanding silence from the crowd as he makes a solemn announcement. He reveals that word has been received from the fairies, who will visit Orion in 2 weeks. The official date for this year's Fairy Cup is set for July 16th, as Solo and Inari listen to the news. While the academy buzzes with chatter about the upcoming event, Inari explains to Solo that the exact date of the Fairy Cup is always a mystery, as it depends entirely on the whims of the fairies. Vice Principal Nico Robert observes from a distance, noting that the event is later than usual this year. Suddenly Chami, the spirited teacher of Class C, bursts in with explosive energy, shouting her determination to lead her class to victory, leaving Solo slightly overwhelmed by her intensity. The competitive energy spreads as Bib, the teacher of Class B, and said the teacher of Class S exchange remarks about winning. Amidst the commotion, Inari reminds a bewildered Solo that the event has no impact on grades. However, with a confident smirk, she declares that Class A is destined to win. Solo muses to himself that its obvious class will end up in last place given the competitive nature of the event. He is suddenly interrupted by Julius, who asks if he has a moment. As they walk and whisper together, Julius asks if he has heard about the Fairy Cup. Solo laughs, admitting he was surprised it was a class competition, but concludes that there is no need to get worked up since the results won't impact the students' grades. Julius decides to get straight to the point, mentioning that he was called by the principal recently. He drops a bombshell on Solo. If Class D ends up in the lowest place in the Fairy Cup, someone from the class will be expelled. Solo, who had been relaxed about the event, is now utterly shocked. A decorative spread introduces the Fairy Cup, one of Orion's long-standing traditions, where students engage in a class-based magic competition. Panny explains that the event began as an exchange with fairies, who visit the school to witness the display of magic, and that the winning class is granted the fairies' blessing. The news of the Fairy Cup sparks a wave of excitement among the students of class. Miko is absolutely thrilled at the prospect of seeing real fairies, as the first-year students were unable to participate or witness them the previous year. While the rest of the class chatters eagerly, Xiao Shahar remains pensive, questioning what the magic showdown will actually entail, and what the mysterious blessing of the fairies might be. Yuri is full of energy, declaring her desire to obtain the fairies' blessing for herself. However, Nanato quickly dampens the mood, stating that winning against the top classes is an impossibility. Panny agrees, noting that while Class A or B occasionally win, Class D is perpetually stuck in last place. Azu finds this acceptable, relieved that coming in last doesn't result in supplementary lessons, and wonders if the event is just a festival. This wave of pessimism finally reaches Lyra, who snaps at them for talking such nonsense. Solo suddenly shifts gears, putting on a passionate performance as he declares that Class D can win if they try. His students, including Lumi and Lyra, look on in complete confusion at his uncharacteristic enthusiasm. But behind the brave facade, Solo is terrified, his mind racing as he remembers the crushing reality. If they lose, someone will be expelled. Solo is horrified to learn that the threat of expulsion is a calculated move. Julius coldly explains that the principal was unhappy to see all of class pass their midterms, as the administration prefers them to remain the school's failures to maintain this status and make an example of them. The Fairy Cup is being utilized as the necessary justification to expel a student. Julius reveals the brutal specifics of the principal's plan. The least valuable player, or LVP, of Class D will be the one expelled to serve as an example. Solo hates the overwhelming disadvantage his face given how the school is divided by skill. However, Julius simply smiles, placing the burden on Solo by claiming he is the only one capable of pulling off a victory. After telling Solo to do his best and strictly forbidding him from telling anyone else about the penalty, Julius leaves Solo to deal with the crushing pressure alone. Solo is left spiraling in shock, lamenting how their unexpected success in the midterms only paved the way for another potential expulsion. As the students of class look at the rankings, they realize that since every other class is ranked higher than them, simply avoiding last place isn't enough. They must aim for total victory to be safe. Trying to hide his panic, Solo questions his students, wondering why they seem less fired up now than they were during the exams. The students discuss the stark difference between passing an exam and actually winning a competition against other classes, concluding that victory is simply unrealistic. Solo, eating a sandwich alongside Ibuki, is left baffled by their sudden shift in attitude, wondering where all the fire they had during the exams has gone. Desperate for a solution, Solo wonders if he should turn to the class representative, Xiao Shahar, to lead the students. However, Ibuki feels slighted that Solo would rely on Xiao instead of him. Determined to prove his role as Xiao's partner, Ibuki insists on being the one to handle the communication. Despite his reluctance, Ibuki reveals that he has already agreed to meet with Xiao today. Ibuki and Xiao Shahar clash with full force, shouting their attacks, Ceto 758 and Lull of Venus, as their magic collides in a thunderous explosion. As the smoke clears, Xiao Shahar stands calmly, declaring the match another draw. Internally, he insists he didn't lose and was merely holding back for the sake of Tomoso's classes, though Ibuki knows all too well how much Xiao hates losing. Xiao Shahar laughs, admitting that going all out was fun, and thanking Ibuki for the match. Ibuki reflects on how they have occasionally sparred since Xiao's incident, noting the terrifying speed at which the genius grows stronger. As they catch their breath, Ibuki reminds Xiao that he wanted to talk about something, though he now finds himself hesitating on how to start the conversation. Ibuki asks Xiao Shahar to motivate the class for the Fairy Cup, expressing his own desire for victory. While Xiao initially seems dismissive, he recalls that Solo had mentioned the same goal. With a confident smirk, Xiao declares that if he is going to put in the effort, he intends to win, asking Ibuki if he shares that same competitive drive. Xiao Shahar admits that he hates losing, echoing the competitive spirit Solo had mentioned. Despite being the class representative, Xiao believes he isn't the most suitable person to inspire his classmates. He suggests that others in Class D are better at setting the mood, and tells Ibuki that he should be the one to get everyone motivated instead. Xiao Shahar reflects on the diversity of their classmates, noting that Class D is made up of many different types of people. Just as he is about to reveal who he believes truly sets the mood for the class, Miko suddenly appears and surprises them, asking what they are doing there. Miko bursts onto the scene with high energy, practically shouting for attention as she shows off her new nail polish. While Xiao Shahar laughs and compliments her, Ibuki is completely unimpressed, leading Miko to dismiss his lack of enthusiasm. Nearby, Lumi and Yuna watch with disbelief, wondering why she isn't practicing her magic instead of focusing on her appearance. However, Miko's mind is already on the competition, as she considers incorporating a fairy motif into her look for the fairy cup. The light-hearted mood vanishes as Miko overhears students from Class B, laughing and claiming that Class D is destined for last place. Seething with rage, Miko vents to Ibuki and Xiao Shahar about how much it pisses her off that Class B always looks down on them. Ibuki expresses surprise that she didn't simply punch them, though he admits that Class B's superior abilities make the situation difficult to handle. Miko clenches her fist in frustration, knowing that without strength, she cannot change the way others look down on her. But the tension rises as a student from Class B approaches with a smirk, bringing up something mentioned by a Mr. Bibb. With a cruel laugh, she reveals a biting insult, claiming that the D in Class D actually stands for dropout, as the Kian burst into laughter at their own joke. A cold voice cuts through the mockery, telling them they are in the way. With a cold and indifferent gaze, Katlia walks forward, treating the students of class as mere obstacles. She looks down on them with utter contempt, coldly demanding that they move out of her way. The atmosphere shifts as the girl's true identity is revealed. She is not from Class B, but is actually Maroon Medium, student number 01 of the prestigious class. Beside her stand the other elite students, student number 02, Spiros Banistri, and student number 03, Jinji Dextra, leaving Miko and the others in utter shock. The tension peaks as the top 3 students of class reveal themselves, recognized as the absolute elite of their year. Maroon Medium looks down on the Kian with utter disdain, coldly asking if the B in their class name stands for buffoon. Maroon Medium coldly shuts down the Kian, stating plainly that she is higher than them because she is in class. She mocks their lack of talent and suggests that joining her class would be impossible for them, leaving them utterly defeated. As the Kian flee, Spyro Sinistra comments on their pathetic reaction. Once the area is clear, Maroon turns to Miko with a calm gaze, greeting her with a long time no see, while a confused Xiao Shahar wonders if Maroon has actually come to Miko's rescue. As Xiao Shahar asks if she knows the arrogant girl, Miko admits they were acquainted in their first year, though she confesses she can't stand her. Miko's attention is suddenly to Maroon Medium's nails, recognizing them as Za's new nail polish. Maroon Medium responds with a cold gaze, stating that they match again, and firmly declaring that Za belongs to her. Maroon Medium leans in close, coldly commanding Miko to stop wearing Za. Caught off guard, Miko is stunned until Maroon delivers a harsh blow, stating that it is embarrassing to match with someone who has no talent. Infuriated, Miko snaps back, questioning why Maroon thinks she has the right to decide such a thing. Maroon Medium looks down on Miko with utter contempt, questioning why an elite student from Class S should ever have to concede to someone from Class D. She coldly challenges Miko to beat Class in the Fairy Cup if she wants to change the situation. Miko, though visibly annoyed, admits that such a feat would be impossible for Class D and decides to end the conversation. Maroon Medium glances at her nails and coldly remarks that the polish doesn't suit Miko as she leaves, leaving Xiao Shahar and Ibuki in her wake. The mood shifts to one of fierce determination. Miko and her classmates from Class 2D rally together, declaring that this is their best chance to be acknowledged by the school. With newfound resolve, they vow to crush both Class B and Class S in the upcoming competition. Miko completely loses it, screaming with intense determination as she declares their goal. A total victory for Class D. In a fit of rage, she proclaims that the D in their class name now stands for destruction, urging everyone to annihilate the other classes. As Xiao Shahar and the others look on in confusion and alarm, Solo simply leans back, watching the chaotic display in silence. The scene shifts to the 33rd period, where the students of the perpetually last-place Class D are once again immersed in special training. With the Fairy Cup only 2 weeks away, Solo adopts a drill sergeant persona, wearing a Sparta headband and shouting orders to push his students to their limits. Rex and these others struggle through the grueling exercises, while Solo warns them that they will never see results if they take things easy. Unlike the midterm exams where they focused on specific magic, Solo now demands a full review of every spell the students have learned to ensure they can handle any confrontation. The intensity of the regime leaves the students completely spent. Collapsing in exhaustion, however, Miko's spirit remains unbroken, her burning passion ignites, as she shouts for everyone to keep going, determined to lead Class 2D to victory. Solo finally calls for a break, and the students of Class 2D collapse in total exhaustion. Dante admits that while winning is incredibly difficult, he is determined to try because being in last place is the worst. Nearby, Miko shouts for Ibuki, who then approaches Xiao Shahar. Ibuki asks if they can pick up where they left off yesterday, and Xiao agrees, his eye flashing with a mysterious, intense light. Elira dramatically casts a spell, shouting for herself to become Ibuki. However, the transformation is a failure, leaving her looking like a female version of the boy, which Ibuki finds amusing. Solo observes the result and explains the mechanics of the magic, noting that changing one's gender, age, or species makes the transformation significantly more difficult. Solo explains that transformation magic is profound, capable of altering voice, clothing, and even physical abilities. He advises Lyra to practice transforming into those similarly or Azu. But Lyra stubbornly insists on training her weaknesses to ensure victory against Class in the Fairy Cup. Nearby, Ibuki and Al-Shahar reflect on the recent encounter, wondering if Maroon Medium from Class S actually intended to fight, or if there was some other connection between. Ibuki emphatically tells Xiao Shahar that he wants nothing to do with Maroon Medium, explaining that she is the one who constantly picks fights with him. He reveals that they first met during joint lessons in their first year. The memory shifts to a classroom where Nico Robert announces a lesson on transformation magic, instructing students to pair up and attempt to mimic each other. Among the students, Lyra looks on as she discovers who her partner for the exercise will be. In the flashback, a cheerful Miko from Class Joseph approaches Maroon Medium from Class Sarah excitedly. Miko points out that they are wearing the same nail polish, but Maroon responds with a cold, silent stare. As the students finish their introductions, Nico Robert commands the class to begin their transformation practice. Miko shouts with excitement, pouring all her energy into her spell to become Maroon. However, Maroon remains unfazed, viewing the effort as a mere offering to her. With a cold and dramatic flair, Maroon initiates her own transformation, declaring that she will leave Miko behind as she takes the form of Miko Cecilia. Maroon's transformation is perfect, changing her clothes, accessories, and even her voice, which leaves the surrounding students amazed by the prestige of the Medium family. While the transformed Maroon admires her own reflection, calling herself a beauty, she turns her gaze toward the real Miko with cold disdain. She mocks Miko for her inability to perform such advanced magic and asks if she is embarrassed. Leaving, Miko stunned as she recalls Maroon's earlier comment about them matching. Maroon expresses her deep disdain, stating that she hates being the same as someone as talentless as Miko and calls her taste in nail polish gross. Mike shouts back in frustration, insisting that superior magic skill doesn't make a person better, but Maroon coldly dismisses her as a wizard's egg lacking awareness. To finish her attack, Maroon adds with a smirk that the nail polish simply doesn't suit Miko. Miko laughs and mocks Maroon's clumsy nail polish job, even offering to teach her how to do it properly. Maroon expresses her deep disdain for Miko, and Miko declares that she would never want to be friends with someone like her. As the flashback ends, Miko reveals that this incident is the reason why Maroon has been constantly on her case ever since. Solo, Ibuki, and Xiao Shahar look on with skepticism, as Miko vehemently denies picking a fight, despite the triviality of her grudge. Miko rants about Maroon's gatekeeping attitude toward the Za brand, which Nina explains is a popular trend among teenagers, much to Solo's complete indifference. Amidst the chaos, Ibuki admits that regardless of her personality, Maroon is likely the most talented transformation mage of their year. Nina notes how hard Miko has been practicing transformation magic, and Ibuki adds that she is now one of the top students in their year. Solo quietly admits that transformation magic is his favorite. Driven by her passion and rivalry, Miko declares her ambition to be the absolute best at the magic she loves most. Ibuki tells Miko he completely understands her, though he is quickly cut off when he tries to comment on her ability. Xiao Shahar reflects on the situation, surprised that he remained oblivious to the drama during their first year. Finally, Solo smiles, noting that as long as the rivalry fuels her fighting spirit, it is a good thing, and tells the students it is time to return to their special training. At the Orion School of Magic student dorm, the students are seen relaxing and chatting after a refreshing bath. Azu proudly presents her special-made recovery potions, which Solo reveals will allow them to train forever, a prospect that leaves some of them horrified. Despite the questionable taste of the potions, the group remains in high spirits as they prepare to dive back into their special training. While relaxing after their baths, Kai asks Xiao Shahar why Dant hasn't joined them. Xiao explains that when he left their shared room, Dant was tidying up and said he would follow soon, but he never arrived. The other students speculate that he fell asleep, with some jokingly complaining that he will stink the next day, which the girls would find repulsive. In the end, someone decides to go and try to wake him up. Xiao Shahar wonders if Dante is feeling all right. Recalling how disoriented he seemed during the special training today, he enters their shared room and calls out to him, only to find Dante sprawled across the bed in a deep sleep. Seeing this, Xiao smiles to himself, confirming that Dante did indeed fall asleep. Dante suddenly wakes up with a start, panicking as he realizes he fell asleep. He frantically asks what time it is, terrified that he has missed his chance to bathe before the baths close. Xiao Shahar, who had just come to check on him, calmly informs him that it is almost 9. Amidst the chaos, a mysterious letter is revealed. Xiao Shahar tells Dante that Kai warned him to wash thoroughly or hell stink, before quickly heading out to the baths himself. Frustrated, Dante curses Kai and looks back at the letter in his hand with a worried expression. As he leaves, Xiao Shahar pauses, seemingly coming to a realization about the situation. The scene shifts to a quiet room where Julius sits alone, sipping tea. He reflects on the recent briefing and the special training that occupied the day. As he considers the details of the fairy cup and the harsh penalty of expulsion for the last-place students, his expression becomes grave. Looking out at the academy under the crescent moon, he admits that things have become quite worrisome. The scene shifts to the 34th period of specialty magic, where Solo gathers his students for another day of special training. He introduces them to Witch's Stronghold, explaining that unlike Witch's Arsenal, which is used for offense, this spell is a fundamental combat spell designed for defense. When Solo reminds them that they should have learned this in their first year, Lumi, Azu, and Ibuki look discouraged, admitting that shield magic is quite hard to execute. The students struggle with the casting of Witch's Stronghold, noting that it takes too much time and magic power, only to break easily. Toturi recalls Rex's impressive shield during the midterm exam, but Rex explains that such a feat was only possible due to the adrenaline of the moment. Meanwhile, Ibuki and Xiao Shahar acknowledge that even for top students, perfecting the accuracy of shield magic is an incredibly difficult task. Solo suddenly shifts the training into high gear, unleashing a devastating technique called Witch's Stronghold. Sudden death. With a manic laugh, he declares that the only way to increase their ability to withstand attacks is to endure his own. Rex and Toturi watch in horror, realizing that their teacher is starting to enjoy the process as he threatens to further increase the power level. Solo relentlessly attacks the students' defenses, shouting for them to focus and visualize their magic. One by one, the shields shatter until only Xiao Shahar, Ibuki, and Dante are left standing, panting from the effort. Seeing their resilience, Solo decides to motivate them further by promising a reward to the last one who survives the onslaught. With a sudden strike, Solo shatters Ibuki's shield, knocking him out of the challenge. As Ibuki falls, Solo's intensity peaks as he looks toward the final 2 survivors. He wonders who will be the last one standing, Xiao or Dante. Solo launches a powerful attack, shattering Dante's shield and sending him flying. With a final call, Solo announces that Dante is out, leaving Xiao Shahar as the sole winner of the challenge. As Dante pants from exhaustion, the other students cheer, amazed by Xiao's incredible endurance. Exhausted and slumped on the ground, Xiao Shahar admits that while he survived the drill, his shield magic is slow to cast and restricts his movement, making it impractical for real combat. Solo acknowledges his strength and spirit, noting that Xiao Shahar was the top student for a reason. With a determined smile, Xiao Shahar declares that as the class representative and leader, he cannot allow himself to lose. Xiao Shahar can't help but tease Ibuki, claiming victory over him in shield magic. Ibuki reluctantly admits that he isn't very good at defensive spells, explaining that he has always operated on the mindset of killing the enemy before they can kill him, even if it leads to mutual destruction. As Ibuki comes to terms with his lack of defense, the other students begin to wonder about the reward for the winner, with one suggesting a piece of an egg tart. Solo approaches Dante, acknowledging his strength and praising him for holding out so well. Surprised by the compliment, Dante admits that making it to the final 2 was unexpected even for him, while he looks on as the other students continue their intense special training. Solo shifts the conversation, asking if they are going to practice Witch's Arsenal. Dante expresses his own desire to improve the spell, but notes that he has already trained a few of the other students in preparation for the midterm exams. Acknowledging this, Solo decides that further training is unnecessary for now. Solo tells Dante that he is willing to help him individually, as Witch's Arsenal is his specialty magic. However, he admits that there is only so much advice he can offer, explaining that mastering the spell is ultimately a matter of building up one's own discipline. Dante's visibly shaken, wondering how Solo managed to figure out his struggle with the specialty magic. Overcome with embarrassment, he suddenly shouts from a distance, insisting that he will train on his own and doesn't need any help. Solo looks on, completely bewildered by Dante's erratic reaction. Following his impulsive rejection, Dante suddenly leans in and whispers to Solo, asking if he is free later to talk. Solo, completely bewildered by the sudden change in attitude, simply agrees. As Dante walks away, Solo is left staring in silence, unable to process the interaction. The scene then shifts to the Orion School of Magic student dorms under the night sky. Solo is stunned as he realizes the precognition is off. In the quiet of the dorm room, he and Ibuki discuss the Department of Magic's visions. They reflect on two divergent paths: a catastrophic future where the country is destroyed, and a closer one where class abandons the school. However, it becomes clear that by preventing his students from dropping out, Solo has successfully erased them from the worst possible timeline. Solo is left bewildered as Ibuki reveals that the students who were once safe in the precognitions Miko, Xiao Toturi, and Rex have disappeared from the future timeline again. Ibuki explains that the possibility of them leaving school has risen due to the upcoming Fairy Cup. He warns that if Class D finishes in the lowest place, someone will be expelled as an example, noting that this new danger is an unintended consequence of their own efforts to make the midterm exams go smoothly. Ibuki continues his grim explanation, admitting that while they successfully stopped the students from dropping out initially, that very intervention birthed a new possibility for them to leave. He warns Solo that regardless of how the mechanism changes, the conclusion remains the same: the catastrophic future where class destroys the country. Altering a destiny that shifts the course of history is no simple task, as long as the students of Class D remain alive. Solo reflects on the warnings from Emma's Rose, realizing that preventing the students from leaving school is the key to altering the disastrous future. He acknowledges that he must remain even more focused and continue to guide all 12 of his students, including those he has already saved from dropping out. Solo is completely overwhelmed. Clutching his head in frustration, he laments that despite their progress, the Fairy Cup puts everyone at risk again. He realizes that from now on, every single test becomes a battle to prevent any of his 12 students from being expelled, leaving him in a state of comedic panic, while Ibuki calmly suggests he have some tea to relax. Solo wonders what else could cause a student to drop out besides poor grades or misbehavior. Ibuki explains that as Rose once mentioned, many students quit of their own accord. He recalls her advice to be kind to those who seem worried, leaving Solo feeling completely overwhelmed by the sheer amount of care and attention he must now provide for all his students. As they share a refill of tea, a thought suddenly strikes Solo. He recalls Dante Dalton mentioning how to figure out one's specialty magic. Knowing that Dante is usually aggressive toward him, Solo finds it highly unusual that he would ask something like that, realizing that the process of discovering magic is different for every individual. Solo reflects on the nature of specialty magic, noting that while some are born with it or influenced by their upbringing, like Totori's affinity for plant magic, others must work to discover it. He compares this process to discovering a talent for art and music, acknowledging that figuring it out isn't simple. This leads him back to his memory of Dante, who had confidently claimed that Witch's Arsenal was a spell he excelled at, leaving Solo to ponder if that was the key to Dante's specialty. Concluding his thoughts on Dante, Solo turns his attention to Ibuki, questioning if electricity is indeed his specialty. Ibuki calmly confirms this, recalling how the magic felt naturally comfortable to him while he was training in the Department of Magic's assassination unit. He adds that Ms. Rose had also noted his aptitude for it, leading Solo to reflect on the elite nature of Ibuki's previous education. The atmosphere shifts instantly as Ibuki reveals he knows Solo's true identity, addressing him as Number Zero. Taken aback, Solo asks when he figured it out. Ibuki admits his interest in the legendary assassin's past, specifically mentioning Solo's specialty magic, Witch's Arsenal, as a point of curiosity from one assassin to another. Ibuki's demeanor shifts instantly as he bombards Solo with an overwhelming amount of energy, asking everything from his favorite books to his preferred laundry detergent. While Solo finds the sudden enthusiasm a bit much, he can't help but notice Ibuki's devotion. As he considers Ibuki's questions about his career and specialty magic, Solo thinks back to his own abilities, specifically mentioning Witch's Arsenal. A haunting image of a young, scarred Solo appears amidst a void of stars. He reflects on the dark origin of his specialty magic, remembering that Witch's Arsenal was not only the first spell he ever used, but also the first one he used to kill someone. The memory shifts, revealing the vivid scenery of a bustling town. From the wide view of the rooftops to the quiet flower shops and narrow alleys draped in laundry, the peaceful atmosphere of the town stands in stark contrast to the dark revelations of Solo's past. The view shifts inside to a room in complete disarray, filled with piles of trash, empty bottles, and laundry hanging haphazardly. A young Solo sits alone on the windowsill, staring blankly into the distance. As he dwells in the silence of the squalid room, a voice suddenly calls out to him. A young Solo looks on with a hollow, tired expression as his mother screams at him. She demands to know where her food and booze are, completely dismissing his plea about the money and harshly questioning why he returned empty-handed. Solo recalls the bleakness of his early years, living without a father and with a mother who neglected her duties. He spent his days hungry and wearing rags, feeling like just another unfortunate child in a world full of them. In a moment of deep despair, he wishes that in his next life, he could be born into a filthy rich family. Kicked out of his own home, young Solo is forced to scavenge through trash bins just to find scraps of bread to survive. He tells himself he wants to grow up quickly so he can work and save up a lot of money. While searching through the garbage, he finds a discarded animal picture book. As he opens it, the vibrant illustrations of a magical world with wizards and talking animals capture his imagination, filling his eyes with a rare sense of wonder. Young Solo is completely captivated as the figures in the book magically pop out and move before his eyes. It is the first real magic book he has ever encountered, but as he looks at the wondrous object, a thought occurs to him. He could sell this to get some money. Overjoyed by the possibility, he shouts for his mother. As young Solo holds his magic book, he happens upon a young girl excitedly telling her mother about her day at school, from eating her lunch to being praised by her teacher. Watching them, Solo is struck by a sense of curiosity and longing, wondering if school is a place where children normally go. However, as the girl mentions borrowing a book from the library to read with her mother, Solo's curiosity turns into a bitter realization that such a normal life is completely out of reach for him. Young Solo stands frozen, clutching his magic picture book as he watches Nari and Mira walk away. Their conversation filled with warmth and love. The mention of home-baked tarts and reading together only deepens the void in his heart. Looking back on his childhood, Solo acknowledges that his mother had a difficult life. But he remembers his absent father as nothing more than scum. The flashback turns dark as Solo's mother screams in rage, her voice echoing with hatred. She blames him for everything: for the father who left, for her inability to marry anyone else, and for the misery of her existence. To her, young Solo is nothing more than a burden and the sole cause of all her suffering. The verbal assault reaches a fever pitch. Mira screams that Solo's very existence is a sin, and that he should never have been born. Amidst the chaos and the crushing weight of her words, the magic picture book, the only thing that brought him joy, is torn apart. Back then, Solo lived in a constant state of longing, waiting for the nightmare of his childhood to end. Despite the cruelty he endured, he clung to a fragile hope that one day, his mother might actually listen to him and love him like other mothers do. Solo's gaze is heavy with sorrow as he recalls the innocent dreams he once held. He imagined a day when his mother might bake him sweets or send him to school like any other child. Even in the deepest darkness of his life, he waited for a daybreak that would finally bring light to his world. Even in the confines of his tiny dark world, something inside young Solo continued to wish for the dawn to arrive. But that flicker of hope is met with a brutal reality, as the heavy clank of the shackles around his ankle reminds him of his captivity. Young Solo sits amidst the wreckage of his room, the heavy shackle still binding his ankle. The silence is broken when Mira appears in the doorway, staring at him. Confused and trembling, Solo whispers, "Mom," while reflecting that the dawn he wished for has finally come, but in a way he never wanted. For the first and final time, Mira says sorry to her son. Young Solo sits in stunned silence, but the peace is short-lived. The sound of a door opening echoes as strangers enter the room, laughing cruelly at the sight of the boy tied up like a dog, calling him a pitiful little brat. The strangers laugh at the cruelty of the situation, noting that Solo was sold by his own mother. Terrified and gagged, young Solo manages to break away and sprints through the alleyways in a panic, his breath coming in ragged gasps as the buyers shout orders to hunt him down. Gagged and breathless, young Solo's mind races in sheer panic. He cannot comprehend the horror of being sold and abandoned by his own mother. As he tries to flee, the cruel captors quickly close in, knocking him to the ground with brutal force. Amidst the chaos and pain, he can only scream internally, wondering why such a nightmare is happening to him. No coldly asks if they need to break Solo's legs to keep him still, while Taya dismissively explains that it won't interfere with the experiments, even though he is destined to die, regardless. Bound and gagged, young Solo is consumed by absolute terror, his inner voice screaming for someone to save him from the horror of his fate. Just as he reaches the peak of his panic, a strange voice suddenly echoes inside his mind. In the depths of his despair, young Solo is suddenly pulled into a surreal void. Before him looms a colossal, mysterious entity, its presence overwhelming. As a sharp sound rings out, a star-shaped mark flashes within an eye, marking the beginning of a fateful encounter. A sudden burst of light erupts around young Solo, catching Noah and Tia completely off guard. As the radiance envelops him, Solo's eyes transform, reflecting the mysterious star-shaped symbol from the void, signaling a powerful awakening. With a sudden surge of power, young Solo unleashes a devastating attack known as Unbreaking Dawn. As the blinding light consumes the area, Noah and Tia watch in horror, realizing that the pitiful knowledge they captured is actually a wizard. Solo's gaze is cold and determined, turning the tables on his captors. The blinding light fades, leaving behind a gruesome scene. Noah and Ta lie lifeless, torn apart by the immense force of the attack. Young Solo stands alone in the silence, panting heavily, his gaze vacant as he stares at the destruction he has caused. Young Solo stares blankly at the scene, his mind racing in disbelief. He looks down at the corpses of Noah and Tia, trembling as he asks himself if he was truly the one who killed them. Amidst the silence and the sparkling remnants of his power, a single painful thought of the mother who sold him lingers in his mind. While young Solo remains in a state of shock, staring blankly with his glowing eyes, a mysterious figure wearing a large, ornate hat and accompanied by a strange owl arrives. Looking at the scene of destruction, the figure asks, "What on earth?" This was the moment young Solo first met the man who would become his boss. The boss observes the lifeless bodies, noting that although they were low-level, they belonged to a certain organization. Young Solo, still reeling from the shock of his awakening, watches the mysterious man and his owl companion in confusion, wondering who they are. As the boss turns his gaze toward the boy, he asks if Solo was the one who caused the slaughter. Leaving the young boy stunned and unable to believe his own actions, the unknown points out that young Solo might be a wizard, noting that some awaken their powers at a very young age. The boss remains skeptical, doubting that a 5- or 6-year-old could possess magic capable of killing. Confused, young Solo wonders if he is truly a wizard. As they examine the bodies of Noah and Taya, they speculate that the agents might have been members of the Magic Enforcement Corps. Young Solo collapses in despair, his face stained with tears as he realizes the weight of his actions. Terrified and trembling, he asks the boss if he is going to be arrested or executed. Convinced that he is nothing more than a bad child, the boss reveals that the people Solo killed belonged to an organization that performed inhumane magical experiments and were an evil that needed to be erased from the world. He tells the trembling boy that they had planned to eliminate them themselves and that Solo simply carried out the job for them. Reaching out to the child, the boss assures him that he is not bad and has committed no sin, as he only judged an evil that deserved judgment. The boss reaches out and gently pats young Solo's head. With a calm and reassuring tone, he declares that he will not kill a blameless child, as that is simply not something he does. As young Solo is plagued by haunting voices, telling him that his existence is a sin and that everything is his fault, the boss provides a stark contrast. He reassures the boy, telling him that he actually did a good job by ridding the world of evil. Memories of a bleak childhood surface, showing a young Solo trapped in a house filled with trash, longing to escape and dreaming of being born into wealth in another life. Yet, amidst the misery, he remembers the warmth of a woman's embrace and the fragile hope that if he could just be a good kid, something would change one day. Overwhelmed by emotion, young Solo lets out a loud, heartbreaking cry, sobbing uncontrollably as he finally releases the weight of his misery. The boss prepares to leave, stating that he will handle the cleanup and arrange for young Solo, an orphan, to be placed with the Department of Magic. He acknowledges Solo's talent as a wizard and hopes he will use his miracle for the benefit of the world. Startled, Solo cries out for him to wait. With a look of intense determination, the boy begs the boss to take him along and teach him how to do the work he does. The boss dismisses Solo's request as nonsense, warning him that the work of their organization, Kronos, is not something to be proud of. He explains that Kronos is a guild dedicated to eradicating the evil of magic abuse, using any means necessary to achieve their goal. Looking at the boy, the boss asks a chilling question. Does Solo have the resolve to kill others on his command, just as he did today? Young Solo looks up with unwavering determination, declaring that he can kill and is not afraid of evil people. The boss remains silent for a moment before agreeing to take him in, but he delivers a cold warning. Kronos is not a lenient organization, and anyone who is useless or fails to follow orders is not needed. The boss reaches out and takes young Solo's hand, welcoming him into the guild known as Kronos. Overjoyed and filled with hope, Solo looks up at his new mentor. When asked for his name, the boy admits he doesn't know it. The boss explains that in Kronos, members are known only by numbers, marking the beginning of Solo's new identity. Later, Solo reflects on how he eventually ended up studying magic. Solo recalls his early days in Kronos, explaining that while he was given a home and resources for magic, he received no special treatment and had to work his way up through menial tasks. The rare words of praise and phone calls from the boss served as the fuel for his ambition. Now an adult and the guild's ace, Solo muses on his preference for night operations over infiltration, wondering how he ended up on such a prolonged mission. An excited student is completely starstruck after hearing about Solo's past as number 0, shouting in excitement and bombarding him with questions about his training and mentors. Solo, looking exhausted by the intensity, reveals that although he had a tutor, their laissez-faire methods meant he spent most of his time self-studying. This only fuels the students' curiosity further, as they immediately demand to know which magic books he consulted. Ibuki tells Solo to stop talking about him and asks why Solo entered his line of work. Solo tries to dismiss his own history as uninteresting small talk, but Ibuki reveals a shocking truth. His own past is similar to Solo's. In a haunting flashback, Ibuki recalls being sold by his parents to an organization to serve as a test subject for magic experiments. Solo is shocked to find a parallel in Ibuki's past. Yuki reveals that he was eventually taken into custody by Rose and the Department of Magic. He explains that while Kronos dismantled many illegal research organizations, the Department of Magic also fought this battle. Out of gratitude, Ibuki dedicated himself to serving the country and remains completely loyal to Empress Rose. Hearing this, Solo solemnly reflects on the tragedy of children, without families being raised as assassins for the state. Solo smiles, noting that their similar life experiences feel like a sign of destiny, especially now that they have been paired together as buddies. Although Solo briefly worries that he has shared too much, Ibuki is completely starstruck to be linked with number 0, warmly hoping that their meeting was indeed fated. Solo realizes that he and Ibuki have drifted away from the topic of specialty magic. However, the quiet moment is suddenly shattered by a series of loud knocks at the door. Surprised that someone would visit at 2 a.m., Solo briefly considers pretending to be asleep, but quickly decides it is too risky. To avoid being spotted, he tells Ibuki that he must head back for the day, and Ibuki obediently agrees. Solo transforms into a fluffy black cat to make his quick escape, noting that this form will keep him hidden from anyone outside. Ibuki is absolutely enamored by the transformation, calling it exquisite. As Solo leaps away, Ibuki warns him to stay out of Xiao's sight, and continues to ramble excitedly about everything he still wants to ask, ranging from tea preferences to the 3 great magic taboos. Solo simply thinks to himself that he'll answer if he feels like it. As he walks away in his cat form, Solo realizes he spoke more about his past than usual. This openness brings back a haunting memory of a blameless child he was once told not to kill, words that have sustained him over the years. Looking toward the future of Class 2D, Solo acknowledges that while the boss views his students as mere targets for elimination, he cannot stand by and let them be killed. For Solo, protecting these children is the only way to avoid a bitter aftertaste in his soul. Looking back one last time, Solo notes that it was the first time he had seen Ibuki make such a relaxed expression. He reflects on the irony that despite being raised by the state to be a cold assassin, Ibuki is still just a child at heart. As Solo disappears into the night under the twin moons, a loud knocking suddenly echoes through Ibuki's room, leaving the boy bewildered and annoyed by the unexpected midnight visitor. The loud knocking is revealed to be Noel, who is sleepwalking and laughing maniacally while inviting people to a blood-dark night banquet. Ibuki is bewildered, questioning if she is actually awake, while a panicked Nanato tries to manage the situation. Nanato apologizes to Ibuki, explaining that Noel has started sleepwalking and roaming around again. Even in her slumber, Noel tells Nanato that he is being too loud. After seeing Noel and Nanato off, Ibuki finally returns to his room to get some rest. As he settles back into bed, he thinks about his conversation with Solo. He realizes with a hint of sadness that number 0 truly doesn't remember their past connection. Looking out at the moonlit night sky, Ibuki quietly ponders the word destiny that Solo had mentioned. Ibuki sits alone in his room, lost in thought as he contemplates his connection to Solo. As the night ends, a new day dawns over the academy, marking the arrival of the long-awaited Fairy Cup. The 36th period arrives, and the Fairy Cup finally commences. In the faculty room, Chami is bursting with excitement, loudly declaring that Class C is going for the win, while Inari calmly asserts that Class A won't be easily defeated. While Ced remains silent, and Solo simply laughs, the atmosphere turns serious. After 2 weeks of grueling training, the pressure on Class D is immense, as finishing in last place means someone will be expelled as an example. While Solo is internally commenting on how loud Miss Chami is being so early in the morning, he is interrupted by Bib, the teacher of Class B. Bib glares at Solo and warns him that no matter how desperate Class D is to avoid last place, there must be no cheating this time, referencing the midterm exams. With a smug and arrogant look, Bib concludes that a class of leftovers should simply know their place. Solo is left wondering what is wrong with Bib after the man's insulting remarks. Julius steps in to explain that Bib supports scapegoat education and likely vents his frustrations at work because he is pushed around by his wife and daughter at home. Solo finds this explanation incredibly petty and argues that it has nothing to do with how Class D should be treated. Julius gives Solo a supportive smile, noting that if Class D can prove themselves during the Fairy Cup, Bib might finally change his attitude. with a booming announcement. Julius calls the Year 2 teachers to action, urging them to entertain their guests to their heart's content. Solo, looking determined, tells himself that he has done everything he can to prepare, and now it is time to keep their eyes on the prize. As the Fairy Cup commences, the students of class prepare themselves by donning their official Orion formal wear. Miko enthusiastically presents her Miko version of the outfit, striking a proud pose. Meanwhile, Ibuki notes that this is his first time actually wearing the uniform, while his classmates recall that such attire is strictly reserved for special events and ceremonies. The students of Class D stand together in their formal Orion uniforms, while Ibuki finds the change of pace refreshing, since the class usually neglects their dress code. Others are far less comfortable. Xiao Shahar feels restless in the tight clothing, and Aiden admits that without his usual black hoodie to envelop him in darkness, he feels completely on edge. Solo tries to be practical, telling the students that as long as they have their ceremonial capes and armbands, they should wear clothes that allow them to move easily. However, the students just laugh it off, leaving Solo exasperated by their lack of discipline. Observing them, Solo realizes they aren't nearly as anxious as they were during the midterms. Meanwhile, Dant looks on with a serious expression, troubled by something. Solo beams with energy, calling out to Dant and offering his support if the boy is worried about something. However, Dant remains cold and bluntly describes Solo's enthusiasm as gross, leaving Solo stunned and exasperated by his student's reaction. Solo tries one last time to engage Dante in conversation, but he is immediately told to bug off, frustrated by Dante's silence. Solo wonders what else he can possibly do. Xiao Shahar steps in to steer the group's focus back to the competition. Meanwhile, Lumi complains about the oppressive heat, questioning why they must wear heavy winter uniforms in the middle of July. Solo reveals that the specific environment of the Fairy Cup venue is the reason for the dress code. The scene shifts to the floating fairy plaza of the Orion School of Magic. It is a breathtaking expanse of floating islands, cascading waterfalls, and ancient ruins, with a grand circular arena at its center and a towering castle looming in the distance. The students are completely blown away by the sight of the floating fairy plaza, exclaiming in amazement at its sheer size. As they look out over the edge, they see the Orion School of Magic looking tiny in the distance, confirming the plaza's immense height. Lumi finally understands why they were told to wear winter uniforms, as the high elevation brings a sudden, shivering chill to the air. As they take in the view, Solo explains the history of the floating fairy plaza, noting that it was once inhabited by fairies before falling into ruin. He mentions that, as Orion now manages the site as a cultural property and a location for exchange or exchange with fairies, the students have... Lumi is wide-eyed with excitement. Meanwhile, Ibuki and Xiao Shahar are far less moved by the scale of the buildings, leading Solo to privately remark that Lumis' dream is rather unintelligent. As they explore the plaza, the students of class encounter the elite. Class students. Among them is Maroon Medium, whose aloof beauty impresses her harsh. Nina recognizes her as the one who has been clashing with Miko. However, the peace is short-lived when Lumi loudly barges into their conversation. Maroon coldly retorts, questioning why Lumi is being so nasty, and mocking her ridiculous yelling, which immediately sends Lumi into a rage. The atmosphere grows heavier as more elite students from class reveal themselves. Spyro Sinistra looks on with a smug, condescending smile, while Gingy Dextra fixes a fierce, intimidating glare on the group. Amidst the silent pressure, Xiao Shahar remains highly alert, sensing the formidable presence of these toe-pranked students. Solo tries to intervene, noting to himself how childish the elite class students are despite their status. Suddenly, a commanding voice cuts through the noise said. The teacher of Class S appears and sternly orders Maroon Medium to stop, reminding the students that as the pride of Orion, they must maintain their dignity and standing. Maroon Medium quickly settles down, admitting that fighting is bad, and apologizing to Mr. Said, then turns to Solo, offering an apology for his student's behavior. While Spyro observes that Said isn't very talkative, Solo notices something stranger. He feels as though Said intentionally avoiding eye contact. To Solo's surprise, Said silently acknowledges the feeling, admitting that he is doing the same. The boss takes the stage, commanding everyone to be silent and solemn, as he announces that the fairies will be arriving momentarily. He points toward the fairy gate, explaining that it is a passage exclusive to fairies and warning the students not to touch it. Overcome with excitement, Lumi and her classmates eagerly await the first sight of the magical beings. Solo asks the students if they know what fairies are like, sparking an enthusiastic discussion. The students recall their lessons from Year 1, describing fairies as spirits with mysterious powers who bring good luck and grant wishes. Some express a desire to obtain and salve produced by fairies. As they talk about how fairies typically live in pristine forests and have become rare, they realize how lucky they are to witness this event, though some jokingly wonder, Asik, if such luck will be balanced by something unlucky. Lumi and her classmates excitedly imagine the cute and mystical fairies they've seen in picture books, though some wonder if they might look like cats. Their chatter is abruptly cut short when the fairy gate begins to shine brilliantly. With a sudden flash of light, the fairies finally make their appearance. With a loud rumble, a swarm of cute fairies bursts forth from the gate, enthusiastically declaring their intent to have fun with the students again. Seal and his classmates stare in stunned silence, realizing that these fairies are a little different than they had expected. The narrative shifts to an informational guide about the Frolicker fairies. These friendly creatures were once known for appearing at rural festivals, singing and dancing with the townspeople for days to lift their spirits and ease their sadness. However, due to deforestation, declining populations, and the rise of monsters, the fairies have retreated deep into the mountains, making a sighting of them an incredibly rare event. Stepping forward to address the group, the chief of the Frolickers, Joy, introduces himself to the students of Orion. He reveals a piece of ancient lore, explaining that long ago, the Frolicker fairies lived alongside witches in this very place. However, a great war eventually broke out, forcing both groups to abandon the plaza. Joy clarifies that the fairies remain neutral in the matter, viewing the conflict only as a distant piece of history. Joy explains that they only possess love magic, but they currently lack enough of it, specifically joy. He asks the students to entertain the fairies with their own magic and officially announces the commencement of the Fairy Cup. The students can't help but comment on how different the Frolicker fairies are from their expectations, though some find them quite cute. As the fairies provide a musical backdrop, Nico Robert steps forward to thank Joy and announce the rules of the Fairy Cup. He explains that the event is a point-based team competition where classes will face various magic challenges to earn class points, with the class that accumulates the most points being declared the victor. CL looks on skeptically, wondering about the class points and realizing that cheating might be far more difficult this time. On the podium, Nico Robert outlines the day's events, followed by team battles between class delegates in the morning, followed by team battles involving all members in the afternoon. But before he can finish providing the details, a boisterous fairy named Glib bursts and seizing the microphone to take over the live reporting. Glib takes over the stage, introducing the commentary team consisting of Vice Principal Nico Robert, Chief Joy, and Head Teacher Julius. Moving quickly to the competition, Glib reveals that the fairies have prepared specific themes for the individual battles. He announces that there will be exactly 13 battles, explaining that the number was chosen specifically to match the student count of the smallest class, with some commenting that the reasoning seems a bit half-baked. Sock. The students substifilact. Glib adds 2 more crucial rules. Each student can only compete once, and the themes will be kept secret until the very last moment. This sparks a wave of chatter among the students as they scramble to strategize and decide who will participate in which match. Solo and Ibuki express their concerns about the lack of preparation, while Ciel worries about a potential battle of intellect, only to be calmed by Yuri. With the tension rising, Glib officially signals the start of the first match. The theme for the first match is finally revealed: transformation magic. As the announcement echoes, delegates from each class are ordered to remain in the central plaza, while all other students are told to move to the audience seats. Ciel looks on thoughtfully, contemplating the implications of transformation magic for their upcoming battle. Following the announcement of the first theme, panic hits Class 2D. Lumi is distressed at the thought of being the first one to compete, while Iboki confidently suggests that he is better at transformation magic than Miko and offers to take the lead. Despite Oz's skepticism, Solo looks on and tells them to finally make up their mind. Determined to face the challenge, Miko resolves to be the delegate. Knowing that Maroon from class will likely compete, her classmates enthusiastically support her decision. Meanwhile, Xiaoshar smirks as he reminds the group of a specific plan they decided on that morning. While some students find the idea embarrassing, others are eager to put it into action. The Nico gather in a tight circle, preparing to execute the secret plan they discussed. Lumi asks who should take the lead, and Pani suggests that Xiao Shahar is the obvious choice. After a brief moment of hesitation, Xiao accepts his role as their leader. With a spirited shout and a determined grin, he urges his classmates to get their wands ready and charge forward together. With a burst of energy, the Nico unite their wands in the center of their circle. Their faces are filled with excitement and determination as they shout in unison, ready to make their mark on the Fairy Cup. It's destruction time. Kyle is left completely bewildered by the intensity of the class's cheer, questioning what exactly just happened. Solo, though slightly confused by the nature of the rally, concludes that as long as the students are motivated, it is acceptable. Amidst the noise, Miko feels the weight of her classmates' expectations and steels her resolve. Kyle looks at her and softly tells her to do her best. With the delegates finally decided, Glib announces the start of the competition to the cheering crowd. Miko and Maroon stand opposite each other, their determination clear as the games officially begin. The tension rises as the students notice Maroon Medium's presence, with some recalling past grievances. Meanwhile, Xiao Shahar and CL contemplate the nature of the Transformation Magic Challenge. They wonder how the rankings will be determined, whether it's a matter of accuracy in transforming into a target, or if the competitors will turn into monsters to fight. For them, this first match is a crucial opportunity to understand the true nature of the Fairy Cup. The first magic challenge is officially announced. A transformation magic contest. To the utter bewilderment of Ciel and Azu, the task is a Hertressing Ideal Man contest, where delegates must transform into what they consider the ideal man. The fairy judges, completely enamored by the idea, eagerly await the transformations to assign their points. The announcement of the Ideal Man contest leaves everyone in utter disbelief. Students cry out, wondering whose messed up prank this is, while Glib firmly maintains that the theme was chosen with the utmost seriousness specifically for the purpose of messing around. The teachers are equally unimpressed. Toturi wishes for a real fight, while Julius expresses his deep dislike for the fairy's trivial nature. Julius questions if an Ideal Man contest is too vulgar for the Adden, but Glib brushes it off, reminding him that it's a festival. Glib reveals the scoring system. The first place winner receives 5 class points, with lower ranks receiving fewer, and the last place getting none. Surrounded by a swarm of excited fairies, Glib tells the puzzled Adden not to overthink it, as the ultimate goal of the Fairy Cup is simply to provide the most entertainment. While some students find the chaos amusing, others are left bewildered by the vulgarity of the event. CL observes that the contest has nothing to do with their grades, concluding that the results depend entirely on the fairies' whims. Meanwhile, Maroon looks on with disdain, finding the idea of an Ideal Man contest completely boring. The Fairy Cup continues with the individual match, the Ideal Man contest, where students must transform into their version of an ideal man to earn points from the fairy judges. Maroon Medium finds the entire concept utterly boring, yet she steps forward to begin her transformation, leaving the spectators in anticipation of her result. Maroon Medium reveals her ideal man, a sophisticated silver fox with a charming deep voice. The fairy judges are instantly smitten, showering her with praise and awarding her perfect scores of 10 for her flawless transformation. Maroon Medium's transformation is a resounding success, earning her an incredible perfect score and sending the fairy judges into a frenzy of excitement. CL is deeply impressed, noting that such a flawless medium family. As the spotlight remains on her, it is revealed that Maroon comes from a long line of exceptional wizards who have served as lords since time immemorial, and she is an equally outstanding student who brings no shame to her family name. And she is an Esprit seems me. Spyro Sinistra watches with a smug smile, acknowledging Maroon Medium status as the daughter of an elite house. Gingy Dextra joins the conversation, noting that Maroon's transformation was actually modeled after her father, Lord Marion. As they discuss her deep respect for her father, they anticipate that she will strive for a complete victory in the Fairy Cup to honor her family name. Spyro Sinistra and Gingy Dextra express their unwavering support for Maroon Medium, stating that aiding her is the shared goal of the Sinistra and Dextra families. As the contest progresses, the competition intensifies. Class, a showcases physical perfection with a muscular transformation, opts for a cute idol-type look, and Class C presents an intellectual ideal. The fairy judges are impressed by the variety, awarding scores to each of the diverse interpretations of the ideal man. Lumi is in a state of complete panic, overwhelmed by the requirements of the contest. She desperately searches her mind for a reference, only to realize that all her favorite idols are girls who focus on beauty and fashion. Although she can imagine the perk of having a wealthy partner who buys her luxury bags, she admits that she has never actually pictured what such a man would look like. Desperate for an idea, Lumi decides to look at the people around her for inspiration. She first considers Xiao Shahar, imagining him as a dazzling hottie who was incredibly popular in their first year, however. She quickly remembers that Xiao is only interested in cats. She then thinks of Ibuki and Nanato, but their masks and peculiar habits like painting nails make them less than ideal candidates. Lumi wonders in desperation if Mr. Solo is her only remaining option, but she quickly rejects the thought, horrified by his dead eyes and lack of fashion sense. However, as the announcer asks if Class D has anyone ready, she decides to just go for it. With a determined shout, she triggers her magic to transform into what she hopes will be a nice guy. Lumi's transformation concludes with a puff of smoke, but the result is far from the ideal man she envisioned. The judge bluntly declares the transformation a failure, leaving Lumi in utter shock. To make matters worse, the fairies are completely unimpressed, awarding Class D 0 points and landing them in 5th place. Devastated by the crushing defeat, Lumi can only scream in despair. The results of the Ideal Man contest are officially announced, placing Class in 1st and Class D in last place. Maroon Medium maintains her cold composure as her class takes the lead in the Fairy Cup rankings. Meanwhile, Spyro Sinistra and her peers mock Class D, calling them a group of rejects for Lumi's complete failure to transform. Lumi lies defeated on the ground, miserably accepting that their last-place finish is exactly what was expected of them. The elite students laugh openly at Lumi's failure, dismissing class' pathetic performance as nothing more than normal for a group of rejects. Overwhelmed by the mockery and her own disappointment, Lumi collapses on the ground in total despair. As the giggling continues, Maroon Medium looks on with a cold, calculating expression, reminding someone of a secret agreement. Maroon Medium confidently declares that the first contest was just a warm-up, though Solo finds her far too loud. Within class, DCL is devastated by their last-place ranking, but Xiao Shahar remains upbeat, reminding them that they aren't finished. Yet the mood shifts as Glib announces the start of the second round, revealing the theme to be body-strengthening magic. Solo calmly accepts the rough start, hoping that their higher-ranking students in reserve can help them recover. With the second round focusing on body-strengthening magic, the call goes out for students confident in their strength. Katlia Berry steps up, prompting Solo to reflect on her capabilities. Though she is a disaster in the classroom, Solo knows her practical skills are second only to Ibuki in Class D, and perhaps among the top of the entire year. He recalls her devastating power from the midterm exams, acknowledging the effectiveness of her body-strengthening magic, while noting the physical burden such power places on the user. Solo tells Katlia that she is their best chance for victory, expressing his full confidence in her. Katlia is touched by his words and accepts the challenge. As the atmosphere heats up, Glib and the fairies proclaim that strength is the ultimate truth, calling for the students to step forward and boast about their power. Glib announces the theme of the second round: destruction. The task is straightforward. Student must destroy as many statues made of stubborns as possible to determine their ranking. While Xiao Shahar focuses on a competitor from Class S, Solo observes the scene, thinking that while simplicity is good, he wonders if the fairies actually enjoy watching such destruction. With a final shout from Glib, the second match officially begins. Katlia dashes forward and delivers a powerful blow to the massive stone statues. Despite the loud clang of the impact, the surrounding Adin are horrified to realize that her attack didn't even leave a scratch on the incredibly hard rocks, leaving them to wonder just how durable the tough stones really are. Lumi points out that Katlia was able to destroy the golems Solo created for the midterm exam, but Solo clarifies that the tough stones are on an entirely different level of hardness. Realizing that simple strength isn't enough, Katlia determines she must gradually accumulate damage to break the stone. Meanwhile, the fairies grow impatient and demand a more lively display. Annoyed by their noise, Solo narrows his eyes and decides it's time to show them something truly interesting. With a sudden and explosive force, Solo shatters the stubborn tough stone statues in an instant. The sheer power of the impact leaves the students, including Lumi, speechless and wide-eyed in disbelief as they witness the overwhelming difference in strength. Jinji Dextra of class proves his power by shattering a stone statue in one hit, leaving the fairies in awe, while his classmates, Spyro Sinistra and Maroon Medium, acknowledge his strength as expected of class. Other students are left exhausted and desperate to keep up with the pace. The whistle blows, signaling the end of the match. Class S emerges as the overwhelming winner with 12 statues destroyed, while Class D finishes last with only 2. A disheartened Katlia apologizes to her classmates for her performance, but her peers quickly reassure her. Solo, recognizing her true potential, tells her she did a good job, noting that she definitely has the ability. Solo gazes at the final scoreboard, where Class D sits firmly in last place with 0 points. He realizes that the gap in talent is immense, noting that his students were originally just a collection of leftovers. He understands that a few weeks of effort cannot easily erase the years of hard work put in by the other classes, making the climb out of perpetual last place a daunting challenge. However, as Solo looks at his students, he realizes he isn't as pessimistic as he seems. He recalls their efforts and the fact that they've all managed to pass, acknowledging that they really did a good job. But not everyone shares this optimism. Nanato feels hopeless, believing that if even the second-ranked student struggled, he has no chance as the 7th. In contrast, Katlia refuses to surrender, insisting that it is far too early to give up. Solo acknowledges that class grades are far lower than those of the other classes, but he quickly reminds them that the Fairy Cup operates on different rules. With a confident and determined smirk, he tells his students that if they leverage their specialty magic, there is still a path to success. He boldly declares their ultimate goal, a victory for Class D. Fired up by Solo's encouragement, the students of Class D are now brimming with confidence. They shout their resolve to destroy the competition and climb the rankings, declaring that the D in their class name stands for destruction. While Solo sighs at their over-the-top enthusiasm, the class is more united and motivated than ever. Glib and Julius take over as the announcers to provide a review of the Fairy Cup's progress. They explain the point system where delegates from each class compete in magic showdowns to earn class points for their respective teams. As the current scoreboard is revealed, Class S holds a dominant lead, while Class D remains in last place with 0 points a result. Julius' remarks is common for most years. Glib announces the start of the third magic battle, revealing that the theme is flame magic. Solo, recognizing Kai's potential with fire, suggests him as the representative for Class D, leaving Kai shocked and flustered. Kai is suddenly swarmed by his classmates, who enthusiastically praise his crimson flames. Though he initially questions if Solo is overvaluing him, Solo assures him that as long as he maintains control, he will be fine. Swept up in the support, Kai bursts into a confident laugh, vowing to do his best and show everyone his true power. Meanwhile, Solo remains composed, reflecting that it is far too early to give up, as the Fairy Cup is only just getting started. The flame magic battle kicks off, but instead of a traditional fight, Kai is ordered to jump through a ring of fire of his own making. Confused and screaming, Kai fails the task, resulting in 0 points for Class D. Watching from the sidelines, Solo, Xiao Shahar, and Ibuki are completely baffled, questioning what such an absurd stunt has to do with actual flame magic. The Fairy Cup proceeds to match number 4, a battle of ice magic, where Nagisa is called to compete. While others create magnificent sculptures, Nagisa's effort is a simple snowman, prompting questions about whether Class D is even taking the competition seriously. Then comes match number 5, a water magic battle featuring Pani, who creates waves intended to make the heart dance. Despite some mixed reactions from his peers, the harsh reality of the scoring looms over them. The Fairy Cup rankings are displayed, and the result is grim. Class D is firmly in last place with 0 points. While Solo and the students reflect on their struggle with the specialty magic matches, the competition moves forward. Glib announces the 6th round broom, battle leading the students of Class D to urgently consider who among them is the fastest on a broom. The students of Class 2D consider their options for the broom battle, mentioning Xiao Shahar, Ibuki, and Pani. Suddenly, Rex steps forward and volunteers to take the challenge. While his classmates are shocked and remind him that he is terrible at riding brooms and prone to motion sickness, Solo believes Rex is a secret weapon. He decides it's better to save Rex wind and electric magic for future matches, concluding that any other choice would likely lead to the same poor result. Rex reveals that his specialty is support magic, which is ineffective in individual matches, making him the most logical choice to get off the board early. His classmates, including Azu, are amused and touched, teasing him for actually caring about the class despite his lone wolf persona. Solo watches the interaction, surprised by Rex's selflessness, just as the match details are about to be announced. The broom race concludes with Rex completely exhausted, panting for breath as he admits he finished dead last. While he grumbles about the race, the Fairy Cup rankings are revealed, showing Class D still stuck at 0 points in 5th place, while Class once again takes the lead. Despite the crushing result, the students try to keep their spirits up, reminding themselves that the competition isn't over yet. Other students whisper and laugh, calling Class D's performance typical and lame as the competition reaches round 7. Nico Robert calls for silence to begin the next phase. As the announcer declares a change in the battle format for the 7th round, Solo looks at Rex and Lumi, noting that while his students haven't given up, the flow of the competition must change for them to turn the tide. The announcer declares that the theme for match number 7 will remain unannounced, calling it a battle of chances. While the students of Class 2D wonder who should go next, Noel suddenly leaps forward, declaring her intention to compete. Despite her lack of a specialty magic, she is determined to stop being a bystander and serve as a pawn for her team, having been moved by Rex's spirit. Lumi looks on with concern, noticing the hidden emotion behind Noel's determined smile. Xiao Shahar reflects on the class's current strategy and Noel's willingness to act as a pawn. While he acknowledges that their logic isn't wrong, he decides to take action. Despite Lumi and the others protesting that he should be saved for a match they are absolutely sure to win, Xiao firmly refuses. Tired of waiting quietly for his turn, he steps forward to compete in the battle of chance. Xiao Shahar looks back with a confident smirk, stating that all he needs to do is come in first. While Ibuki remains skeptical, Solo watches him, admitting to himself that without Xiao Shahar, His mission to keep Class D from dropping out would have failed long ago. Solo then tells him that the class is relying on him again. Solo looks at his student with a small, trusting smile, telling the class president that he will be relying on him. Xiao Shahar responds with a cocky grin, playfully asking if it's an order before confidently agreeing to deliver the win. Joy reveals the theme of the 7th match, a challenge to capture fleeing frolickers. The rules are simple: use any kind of magic to catch as many as possible, with each frolicker counting as 1 point, and store them in the provided bags. As the competition begins, Spyro Sinistra watches with a smirk, commenting that Class D is finally deciding to use their ace. Joy continues the briefing, emphasizing that the frolickers are delicate and any magic that injures them will lead to a loss of points. She warns the students that the captured fairies will attempt to escape from their bags, requiring constant vigilance. As the students remark on the unexpected complexity of the game, Joy reveals a crucial detail. Among the 100 frolickers, there are 5 special winning frolickers worth 20 points each, drastically increasing the potential score. Glib and the staff clarify that the identities of the winning frolickers are kept secret until the end, making the hunt a game of pure chance. Ibuki and CL reflect on the advantage of unrestricted magic and the randomness of the victory, while Spyro Sinistra questions the massive point value of the special fairies. Meanwhile, the crowd buzzes with excitement as they recognize Xiao Shahar. Psyching himself up with a few slaps to the cheeks, Xiao prepares to enter the fray. Observing the scene, Solo acknowledges that Xiao's specialty wind magic will be a powerful asset. Though the unpredictability of the winners remains the biggest concern, the crowd buzzes with whispers as Xiao Shahar prepares for the match. They recall his former glory as the #1 student in their first year, but question his current abilities after his long absence and fall to Class D. Unbothered by the chatter, Xiao remains focused. Suddenly, the signal sounds and the numbered frolickers are released. The 7th round has officially begun, with a strict 3-minute time limit. As soon as the signal is given, Xiao Shahar springs into action with overwhelming force. He utilizes a breathtaking sequence of spells, starting with the witch's hairstyling to bind the fairies in swirling strands, followed by Rose Corbus to trap them within a thorny rose cage. He further dominates the field by opening infinite pitfalls to swallow up the remaining targets. The crowd is stunned by the sheer scale and variety of his magic, questioning how such powerful abilities could even exist. Other students celebrate their initial captures, but the joy is short-lived as the frolickers easily escape the magic bags, claiming that the students' rough magic has cost them points. Amidst the chaos and panic, Xiao Shahar stands motionless, oblivious to the frenzy around him, causing the spectators to question his seriousness. Lumi turns to Solo, recalling his mention that wind magic would be effective for this match while other students are baffled by Xiaosha's lack of movement. Solo explains the strategy. By unleashing wind magic over Awaisha area, one can herd all the fairies together for an easy capture. He suspects that's currently concentrating his magic power to execute a massive sweep, intending to steal every single fairy in the plaza, even those already held by other students. Watching from the side, Ibuki wonders if that is indeed the extent of Xiao's ambition. Solo watches Xiao closely, recognizing the fierce competitive streak in the boy. With a sharp glint in his eye, Xiao finally acts, unleashing a massive magical attack known as the Lull of Venus to sweep across the plaza. A massive sylph whirlwind erupts, sweeping across the plaza and pulling in every fairy in sight. As the other students panic and are blown away by the sheer force, Solo realizes Xiao's true intent. He is aiming to collect all the fairies in one fell swoop, effectively stealing the captures of the other classes. The sheer power of Xiao Shahar's wind magic erupts, sending a violent shockwave across the plaza. Students from Class B are caught in the blast, shouting in panic as they are swept off their feet. The whirlwind is so immense that it spills over the boundaries of the match, leaving the spectators horrified as they realize Class D is letting magic loose on the audience. The sylph whirlwind reaches its peak, creating a massive vortex that pulls in everything in its path, including the fairies and the spectator stands. Amidst the screaming Adin and flying debris, Xiao Shahar stands calmly at the center, a small smile on his face as he secures his prize. Even the observing teachers are struck by the scale of his magic, though some find the wind's effect on their hair more bothersome than the chaos itself. The massive whirlwind ravages the plaza, sucking in students and fairies alike. As Ibuki looks on in shock, Solo calmly confirms that this is indeed the Wideria wind magic he predicted Xiao would use to gather the fairies. However, even Solo is taken aback by the sheer intensity of the spell, thinking to himself that this is simply too much. The whirlwind settles, leaving a bag packed full of fairies. Xiao Shahar stands victoriously amidst the fallen students, cheering that he has captured all 100 frolickers. Lying on the ground, Solo can only stare in shock at the boy's overwhelming success. Laughing loudly, Xiao declares that the previous winners no longer matter because Class D has taken first place. Glib is absolutely furious, shouting that involving the spectators in the chaos is unacceptable and should be grounds for disqualification. While Julius watches with a calm expression, Gao Shahar remains completely unfazed. He explains that he took care to ensure no one fell and argues that since the goal of the Fairy Cup is to make the fairies have the most fun, he simply wanted to include those in the stands. Nico Robert adds that the teachers would have intervened if things Sadao looks on from the side, as solo on. Xiao Shahar beams with a bright, confident smile, reminding everyone that wind magic is his specialty. He asks the fairies if they enjoyed riding the wind, and the small creatures happily agree, admitting they wanted to join in. Even Glib, despite his earlier outrage, finds himself conceding that it was actually enjoyable and decides to allow the result. Glib declares that the whirlwind is acceptable because it was fun, and the announcement for the first-place winner of the 7th Magic Showdown begins. However, the students of Class B are far from pleased, shouting that attacking defenseless students and the audience is ridiculous and unacceptable. While Glib worries about the potential danger of the situation, Xiao Shahar remains completely indifferent to the protests. Xiao Shahar pretends to be sorry for the collateral damage, claiming he simply couldn't control his magic. With a smug smirk, he delivers a sharp insult, mocking the brilliant students for being so easily affected by the magic of a scrap from Class D. Xiao Shahar raises his arm in victory, loudly declaring class to the winners of Round 7 and demanding applause for his performance. While some find the spectacle entertaining, other students are less amused, noting that Xiao is clearly picking a fight. Xiao looks on with a troubled expression, reflecting on how Xiao's unhinged actions contrast with his usual cheerfulness, leading him to wonder if Xiao truly possesses the makings of an evil wizard. Meanwhile, Solo watches the scene with a contemplative glance. The students of Class D are in high spirits, cheering wildly for Xiao Shahar and praising him for ruffling the feathers of the other classes. Xiao responds with a smug, confident smile, leaning into his role as the class bold provocateur. Observing this, Solo is left in deep thought, admitting to himself that Xiao's charisma is truly amazing and something he could never emulate. Solo's mind wanders as he contemplates his own existence. He admits a hidden desire to be someone special, someone different, and acknowledged by the people around him. Looking at Xiao, he sees the embodiment of the confidence and boldness he wishes he possessed. Away from the excitement of the arena, Solo sits in a quiet room, leaning on his hand as he gazes over documents on his desk. The atmosphere is calm, signaling the start of the 4th period of the Fairy Cup. Xiao Shahar returns to his classmates to a warm and enthusiastic welcome. The students of Class D are ecstatic, cheering for their first-place win and the class points they've earned. Xiao laughs boisterously, mocking the stunned expressions of the other classes, especially Class B. Despite his arrogance, he acknowledges the fairies' judgment and encourages his classmates to maintain their momentum for the rest of the competition. Lumi cheers enthusiastically, urging everyone to maintain their winning streak. Xiao Shahar is in high spirits, openly admitting how much he loves being praised. Ciel acknowledges Xiao's reliability as a class representative, but his expression suddenly turns menacing. He warns that a single wrong move could have resulted in injuries or expulsion. Intimidated by Ciel's intensity, Xiao can only offer a timid response. Meanwhile, Nina dismisses the danger, complaining that Mr. Solo is boring. Ibuki stares intensely, feeling a sense of displacement as he realizes Xiao is relying on someone else despite their partnership. After a brief, unsettling encounter with Ciel, Ibuki turns his attention to Xiao. Xiao jokingly asks for a word of appreciation and wonders if Ibuki is upset about being dragged into the conflict. Ibuki responds with a blunt but caring piece of advice, telling Xiao to focus on resting because he is clearly at his limit. Ibuki bluntly questions Xiao's decision to overexert himself, calling him stupid for exhausting his magic. He sternly warns Xiao not to get in his way during the second half's group battle and tells him to focus on recovery. Xiao complains that normal people would be more sympathetic, but he still tries to engage Ibuki, asking for his opinion on whether the match was satisfying. Ibuki acknowledges that Xiao Shahar still has an individual match to fight and tells him that he is counting on him. Xiao responds hesitantly, feeling internally that he isn't as capable as Ibuki. As the conversation ends, Ibuki bluntly tells Xiao to move out of the way so he can finally lie down and rest. Xiao addresses Solo, reminding him that his true abilities place him at the top of the year, and that his presence in Class D is merely due to extenuating circumstances. As Solo listens, he becomes pensive, reflecting on his own identity and admitting that he doesn't truly know which magic he is best at. While thinking about the witch's arsenal, Xiao Shahar smiles warmly, telling Solo that he is clueless about his own talent and that everyone recognizes him as the former top of the year and a special leader who brings people together. However, instead of feeling flattered, Solo is thrown into a state of internal turmoil. He curses himself in frustration, realizing that he hasn't yet shaken off his deep-seated complex over Xiao. The scene transitions into a memory from a few weeks prior. Solo recalls receiving a letter from his hometown, a place he describes as nothing noteworthy, neither a bustling city nor the deep countryside, but simply a boring, ordinary town. The scene shifts further back in time. A 10-year-old Dante sighs, complaining about the lack of excitement in his ordinary town. While a Yuna notes his constant boredom, the peace is suddenly broken when someone shouts that rivals from the west side have arrived for a showdown. Despite being called for his food, Dante's interest is immediately piqued by the prospect of a fight. In his youth, Dante grew up faster and stronger than the other children, becoming the undisputed powerhouse of his peer group. As the leader of the North Side, he was both feared by his rivals and admired by his friends. In that boring, ordinary town, being the strongest gave Dante a sense of value and made him feel truly special. The children are buzzing with excitement, shouting Dante's name and questioning if he truly has the talent to be a wizard. Dante responds with a smug humph, confirming that his parents told him so, and that he likely inherited the gift from his late grandfather. In a town where wizards are rare, the other kids are completely amazed, cheering and begging him to show them some magic. Dante recalls how his magic was first discovered using a magic crystal light, a stone that glows in the presence of magic. However, he explains that simply having talent isn't enough. One must undergo the witch's revelation to receive an access incantation and actually cast spells. While this awakening usually occurs between the ages of 12 and 15, he notes that only the truly talented achieve it earlier. Young Dante beams with confidence, calculating that he has about 2 years left until his awakening. He passionately declares his dream to enroll in magic school, train hard, and eventually become an amazing wizard, while the other children look on in awe and jealousy. Dante's peers begin to imagine his future, mentioning various roles like magic tool craftsmen or performers in a magic theater. However, they eventually settle on the most prestigious path, becoming a wizard knight. They believe that since Dante is their strongest leader, he is the perfect candidate to become a hero who protects the innocent from monsters and evil wizards. With a determined fist in the air, young Dante agrees that becoming a wizard knight sounds like a great goal, vowing to become an amazing wizard. His friends are overjoyed, wondering if one of them will truly become a hero. Despite his tough exterior, a friend points out that Dante is also the best at drawing, leaving him bashfully admitting that is only good at that. While his friends chat about becoming singers or simply enjoying food, Dante's resolve hardens. Even when reminded that wizard knights are combat specialists and can be frightening, Dante enthusiastically declares his decision to dream big and pursue that ambitious goal. A childhood friend explains that her grandfather's work maintaining the town's magic charms was safe, though Dante finds such a life boring. Despite the contrast in paths, Dante's mother smiles warmly, encouraging him to follow his heart and pursue his dream, promising that they will all cheer him on. Dante acknowledges the support he's received. But as he gazes out at the starry night sky, he is plagued by uncertainty. He wonders about what he is truly good at, what he likes, and what he actually wants to do, questioning how everyone else seems to figure out their path so easily. Looking up at the stars, Dante admits to himself that his dream of becoming a great wizard was driven by a desperate need to be noticed and acknowledged. He realizes now that this longing came from the fact that he felt he had nothing of his own. Upon turning 15, Dante receives his witch's revelation. Although he doesn't hate his family or friends, a longing to escape his hometown leads him to enroll in a boarding school. As he boards the train, his loved ones wave him goodbye with warm encouragement, urging him to do his best and maintain his leadership at the magic school. As he travels, Dante wonders about the nature of the magic school, but he is certain that this new beginning will allow him to finally become someone special. Upon arriving at the sprawling academy, he joins the other new students in a lecture hall. But as the teacher welcomes the class and calls for self-introductions, Dante is forced to realize a harsh truth. Xiao Shahar stands before the class with a confident smile, introducing himself and announcing his ambition to become a wizard knight. As he speaks, Dante looks on, struck by the harsh realization that he is nothing more than a boring, ordinary person. The scene shifts to the 41st period of the Fairy Cup. In the 8th Magic Showdown, the challenge is to use illusion magic to create an ideal room for the frolickers. Spyro Sinistra, student number 02, observes the task with interest. However, as a penalty for Class D, they are forced to compete using the student with the lowest remaining grades, leaving the chosen student to lament the difficulty of illusion magic. The scene shifts to provide insight into the students' histories. A Ibuki named Noel is seen receiving encouragement and apologies. Meanwhile, it is revealed that Xiao Shahar and Luca share a deep, long-standing bond. having grown up together in the same orphanage for about 10 years, which explains why they get along so well. Xiao Shahar laughs off the tragedy of his past, casually mentioning how a monster attack took his family and his eye before he ended up at an orphanage. Luca is taken aback by the sudden weight of the revelation, but Xiao Shahar remains oblivious to the impact of his words. In turn, Luca reveals his own sorrowful beginning being abandoned so young that he doesn't even remember his parents' faces. Upon hearing this, Xiao Shahar exclaims that Luca's story is just as heavy as his own. Luca brushes off their tragic pasts, suggesting that they might as well be family. Lumi smiles, noting that as friends and family, they are now working toward the same dream. While Dante finds the scenes touching, he is left wondering why he couldn't bring himself to tell them that he also shares the dream of becoming a wizard knight. Xiao Shahar confidently casts Witch's Sloth, successfully controlling an item on his very first try. As his classmates cheer and the teacher expresses surprise at his immediate success, Luca is fired up and determined to succeed as well. Watching from the side, Dante can only marvel at how amazing the two of them are. The reputation of Xiao Shahar and Luca precedes them. From slaying monsters on their own to dominating the top ranks of the Academy's quizzes and extracurriculars, they are the very definition of talented. Watching them, Dante can only marvel at how truly special they are. The teachers marvel at the brilliance of Xiao Shahar and Luca, noting that such talent is almost unheard of in the first year and that they are destined for class. Witnessing this, Dante is not discouraged, but rather motivated. With a determined look in his eyes, he approaches his teacher for guidance, remembering the hard work and the moment of triumph when he first succeeded in his magic practice in the forest. In a memory of past glory, Nico Robert praises Xiao Shahar and Luca, declaring that they will surely become amazing wizards. Dante admits that back then he hated them because of the constant attention and praise they received from everyone. But as he walks away in the present, Lumi calls out to him with a bright, heartwarming smile, returning an item he had dropped. The sudden gesture catches Dante off guard, leaving his heart racing with a loud bad dump. Dante's resentment deepens as he remembers Xiao Shahar's overwhelming popularity. He recalls a moment where a girl confessed her love to Xiao, only for Xiao to turn her down with a cool and honest response. Dante is driven to madness, unable to stand how manages to be perfect even in the way he rejects others, especially since the girl was his first love. In the library, Dante is focused on his books, dreading the numerous written tests facing the first-year students. His concentration is interrupted when Xiao Shahar and Luca approach him. Xiao beams a radiant smile, praising Dante for being the hardworking type. Despite his annoyance and telling Xiao to be quiet, Dante admits to himself that although he hates studying, his competitive drive to not lose to Xiao keeps him pushing forward. Dante struggles with his internal conflict, acknowledging that despite his frustration, he couldn't completely hate Xiao Shahar because he knows he is a genuinely nice guy, even if the experience was pure agony. The scene transitions to a lecture in the classroom, where Sora explains that wizards possess a specific affinity known as specialty magic. This aptitude, when properly trained, can become a powerful trump card in battle or be utilized effectively in their professional work. While eating with his classmates, Dante ponders the concept of specialty magic. He questions if he has one, and even if he doesn't have a specific preference, he believes there must be something he is naturally good at. With a look of intense determination, he realizes that if he can uncover his own specialty, he might finally be able to surpass Xiao. Dante remembers the day Sora recognized the exceptional talents of Xiao and Luca, praising their discovery of wind and earth specialty magic. As Sora offers them special lessons to further their skills, Dante watches, realizing that these conflicting feelings of resentment and competition towards Xiao will likely follow him until graduation. The memories take a dark turn as Dante recalls the incident with Luca. Xiao Shahar, now wearing an eye patch, puts on a brave face, smiling and telling everyone he is fine. However, the facade is only temporary. Dante watches as Xiao gradually stops attending school altogether. Seeing Xiao struggle, Dante scolds himself, realizing that this was not the time to harbor resentment toward him. Dante reflects on how his long-standing complex toward Xiao gradually disappeared. As the seasons change, the first-year students grow anxious about their promotion to the next year, while others gossip about classmates who are destined for the infamous class. The place where the scraps end up, Dante realizes that he is among those likely to be sent there. The air is thick with judgment. Dante is haunted by the echoing whispers of his peers and the stern warnings of parents, all painting Class D as a place for the worthless to the rest of the school. Being placed in Class D isn't just a failure, it's a social death sentence that spells out the end of one's future. Dante reflects on his struggles, noting that his practical skills were poor and his motivation for classroom studies had vanished. Even when he tried his hardest, he felt completely invisible to those around him. This downward spiral leads to the inevitable result. He is welcomed into. The teacher of Class D wastes no time in crushing the students' spirits, bluntly declaring that the class is merely a place for scraps. With cold indifference, the teacher tells Dante and his classmates that since no one expects anything from them, the teacher will put in the absolute minimum amount of effort. Dante questions if it would be better to simply go back. Admitting to himself that he never truly harbored a strong desire to become a wizard knight, he finds a sense of relief in Class D. Feeling that since everyone there is considered below ordinary just like him, he can finally relax and drift through until graduation. But as he lies in bed, the peace is shattered by a crushing worry. If he returns home in this state, what will everyone think of him? The tide began to turn when Xiao Shahar finally returned to school. Soon after, a new teacher arrived, changing the dynamic of the scrap class. Dante recalls the collective triumph of passing the midterm exams and the genuine happiness he felt seeing Xiao fired up again. However, as he watched his friends drive, a complex, conflicting feeling began to bubble up inside him. Dante reflects on Xiao Shahar's impressive return, noting that despite his absences, Xiao's specialty wind magic remained strong through constant practice. He admires how Xiao quickly stepped up as a leader to bring everyone together. Realizing that even Mr. Solo places his trust in him, however, this comparison leaves Dante feeling inadequate, as he finds the fact that he still doesn't know what his own specialty magic is. Dante looks at his classmates, realizing that they aren't just failures, like he once thought they all have things they love and excel at. Compared to them and the special magic of wizard knights, he feels his own witches' arsenal is nothing more than basic combat magic. He admits to himself that his deep-seated inferiority complex never truly went away. Then a letter arrives on his desk, marking a new turning point. Standing on a balcony under the night sky, Dante reads a letter from home. It starts as a typical status report, mentioning that everyone is doing well and highlighting a friend who won an art competition. But as he continues reading, the letter asks a question that hits him hard. What's your specialty magic, Dante? Recalling his grandfather's words that every wizard has a magic they are good at, Dante is left completely stunned. Dante reads on, the words in the letter, serving as a cold reminder that only the truly outstanding can become wizard knights. The letter suggests that he might not even be suited for such a path, depending on his specialty magic. As he sees the image of his mother's smiling face and reads her words telling him not to push himself, and that he can always come back home, the weight of his own perceived mediocrity presses down on him. The letter ends with a gentle request for Dante to show his specialty magic when he returns home for the summer. Although he knows these are merely the kind words of a parent, they only deepen his inner turmoil. Looking up at the vast, starry sky, those words of encouragement feel like a reminder that he is simply not special. Dante grits his teeth, his inner turmoil erupting into a desperate plea. He wants, more than anything, to possess a specialty magic of his own, something that could actually make him win against Xiao. As he grapples with these intense emotions, a voice suddenly breaks through his thoughts, calling his name. Dante! Dante is suddenly snapped back to reality by a loud announcement. His individual battle is next. Confused and dazed, he is scolded for spacing out while the other students have already competed. A montage reveals the results of the previous matches, where Azu, Toturi, Noel, and Nanato all secured placements by tailoring their magic to the Frolicker's preferences. The current rankings are revealed, showing Class D trailing in 5th place with 14 points. The announcer declares the 12th match's theme, Witch's Arsenal. While Xiao Shahar remains confident about taking 1st place, the other students turn their attention to Dante. Zhu and the others encourage him, recognizing that this specific theme is exactly what Dante specializes in. Dante is pumped up and ready for the fight. The announcer declares the start of the 12th match, the Witch's Arsenal Showdown. As the rules are explained as simple battle, where the last person remaining in the plaza Winciel looks on. Curious as about the strategy Dante will use to secure victory for Class. Xiao Shahar watches the scene with concern, wondering if Dante will be okay. He recalls that while Witch's Arsenal is supposed to be Dante's specialty magic, the boy has been acting strangely and lacking his usual energy lately. CL notices Xiao's distraction and asks what is wrong, but the focus shifts to Dante. Standing amidst the ruins of the plaza, Dante looks forward with a sharp, focused gaze, ready for the battle. Dante grips his weapon tightly, reminding himself that he was the one who claimed Witch's Arsenal as his specialty. Seeing Xiao Shahar, Azu, and the others cheering him on, he feels he cannot back down now that everyone else has contributed points to the class. With a sharp, determined look in his eye, he tells himself that he hasn't yet shown his true potential. As the signal rings out, the battle officially begins. The match begins, but the result is instantaneous and devastating. Dante is sent flying out of the plaza, ending his run immediately. The announcer declares Class D out, leaving them in 5th place with 0 points earned, much to the shock of Lumi and CL. Lumi immediately rushes to Dante's side, cheering him up and telling him he did his best. Around them, the crowd chatters, with some mocking class for being useless in direct combat, while others try to console him. Xiao Shahar watches on as Dante, looking completely defeated, manages only a weak laugh and a sorrowful apology to his classmates. Xiao Shahar gives Dante a bright, encouraging smile, telling him that he did a good job and urging him to make everyone regret it in the second half. Dante, still looking solemn, gives a quiet response of agreement. As the group stands together with Azu, CL watches them from the side, remaining silent and deep in thought. In a sudden shift of atmosphere, the scene moves to the cozy and whimsical interior of the Frolicker Cafe. Solo, dressed in a suit and hat, calmly reads a copy of the Fairy Times, which proudly announces the opening of the Frolicker Cafe. Around him, the small fairies go about their day in peace, creating a serene contrast to the intensity of the competition. The focus shifts back to the arena, where the announcer declares the start of the 13th and final individual battle, though the theme remains a secret. Ibuki prepares himself for the match, appearing slightly exasperated by the situation. Meanwhile, his classmates yell Xiao Shahar and Luma cheer him on with high spirits, urging him to secure first place for the team. Filled with resolve, Ibuki declares his readiness, feeling the weight of Solo's expectations. However, Solo remains cautious, wondering if Ibuki's avant-gap in ability will draw too much attention. As the class representatives gather in the arena, Glib prepares to reveal the secret theme of the final individual match of the Fairy Cup. The announcement arrives with a flashy, disco-like explosion as the Frolickers declare that the final match has nothing to do with magic, it's a dance-off. The winner will be the class that can get the fairies the most excited through their dancing. CL, Xiao Shahar, and the rest of the students are completely stunned by the revelation. While some find the Frolickers too lax, others worry about Ibuki, wondering if he can even dance. Though CL notes that his reflexes are at least good. The music begins, and while other classes dive into the dance, Ibuki stands frozen. Despite the desperate cheers and commands from his classmates to smile and move, Ibuki remains incredibly stiff, looking more like a statue than a dancer watching from the sidelines. CL is devastated by the realization that Ibuki is terrible at dancing, while he warns Xiao Shahar not to laugh if he wants to avoid Ibuki's wrath. CL and Dante discuss their strategy for the second half of the tournament, debating whether to bet everything on the group battle or aim for consistent points across several matches. Their conversation is interrupted when Solo calls out to Dante. Later, CL approaches Solo, asking if he has a minute to talk, and Solo simply agrees as they walk together. C decides to be blunt and asks Dante if he is worried about his specialty magic. Surprised by the sudden question, Dante wonders where this came from, but CL explains that he had been thinking about it since a previous interaction. As Dante realizes CL might have seen through him, CL poses a startling theory, that Dante's specialty magic might not be the witch's arsenal at all. CL explains that he suspected Dante was worried after a previous conversation. While he privately notes that Dante's performance was unusually poor for a specialty magic, he tells Dante that not having a specialty in a certain area doesn't mean he can't master it. He emphasizes that all magic requires practice and encourages Dante to give his all in every class. Dante remains silent, absorbing CL's words. CL opens up about his own journey, recalling how he trained extensively with various magics before discovering that the witch arsenal was his true specialty. He explains to Dante that finding one's specialty is difficult and often goes unnoticed. As CL warmly reminds him that they are all still just wizard eggs, Dante's defensive attitude begins to soften. However, CL adds a small warning that watching Xiao's upcoming match might be a bit overwhelming. CL continues his honest advice, reminding Dante that it's impossible for everyone to be as naturally gifted as Xiao. He explains that some students mistake a lack of training for a lack of aptitude, suggesting that Dante's current view is too limited. CL advises him to set aside the witch's arsenal for a while and experiment with different cup, concludes. Humbled by the realization, Dante softly apologizes for his mistake. Dante's expression becomes fierce and determined as he turns his gaze towards Solo. He challenges the teacher directly, demanding that Solo tell him what his actual specialty magic is supposed to be, questioning if he is truly acting as a teacher. As the timer expires, the results of the dance-off are finally revealed. While the crowd eagerly awaits the outcome, the announcement brings grim news for Class D. The overall rankings for the first half of the competition place Class in first with 50 points, while Class D sinks to the bottom with only 14 points. A breathless and exhausted Dante can only pant as the reality of their last place standing is made official. The rankings leave the students of Class D in total despair, while the top classes bask in their success. However, the tension is momentarily broken as Glib announces a well-deserved break, revealing elaborate lunchboxes provided by the people of Orion to recharge the students for the second half of the competition. Dante turns and leaves, barely acknowledging Ciel, who tries to call out to him in confusion. As the announcement for the lunch break and restroom use echoes through the area, Ciel is left spiraling, wondering if he completely messed up his communication with Dante. Elsewhere, Glib happily munches on a sandwich, feeling the hype of the fairy cup. Amidst the lively chatter of the lunch break, Glib reminisces about the broom race and the nice man contest, while noting that class last place finish is a recurring tradition. As the conversation turns to the favorites to win, Julius looks on with a mysterious smile, remarking that if the results simply mirror previous years, it would be far too boring. Ibuki is in a foul mood, complaining loudly about the embarrassing tasks the Frolicker fairies made him perform. While his classmates tease him or compliment his dance, Xiao Shahar seems disappointed that the expected magic showdown didn't materialize. Nearby, Solo quietly eats his lunch, completely indifferent to the commotion around him. CL notices that Dante hasn't touched his food and offers him some of his favorite fried chicken to boost his spirits. However, Dante remains demoralized and declines, leaving CL worried about his stamina for the upcoming group battle. Meanwhile, Solo continues to eat in silence until an announcement signals that the lunch break is almost over, prompting Xiao Shahar and Ibuki to get ready. CL listens with anticipation as the announcement brings exciting news. The second half of the group battles will be held at the magnificent ancient witch and fairy castle, where the conditions allow any class, regardless of their current rank, to pull off an upset victory. Glib presents the breathtaking vista of the ancient witch and fairy castle, announcing that it was once the dwelling place of witches and the ancestors of the Frolickers. Xiao Shahar is impressed by the sheer scale of the fortress, while Lumi is wide-eyed with excitement, having never seen a castle before. Meanwhile, Azu observes the visible signs of age and wear on the ancient building. The students stand before the imposing ancient witch and fairy castle, the designated battlefield for the second half of the competition. Solo observes the scene, noting that he can feel an incredibly strong magical power radiating from the castle, something he hadn't sensed while in the plaza. Nearby, Dante is consumed by a fierce determination despite his uncertainty about the upcoming tasks. He is resolved to win to regain the trust he lost during the individual battles. However, the stakes are far more serious than personal redemption. Solo solemnly reminds himself that if Class D finishes in last place, one person will be expelled, making it imperative for the class to rally and secure a victory. Glib takes the stage to explain the details of the group battle, noting that the event is a tradition that remains the same every year. With a grand reveal, he announces the challenge as the Frolicker Fruit Scramble, showcasing strange black fruits that leave Solo and the students looking bewildered. Glib delves into the history of the castle, explaining how witches once bred special Frolicker fruits for the Frolickers. Now that the castle is abandoned, these strange fruits with faces have spread everywhere. He announces that the students' objective is to gather as many as possible, as each fruit collected will earn their class a point. Solo realizes that since the number of fruits is unlimited, any class can potentially secure a victory, though he is mindful that Class D is currently far behind. Class Glib further clarifies that combat is permitted, and that students can steal fruits from their rivals, as ownership is only finalized at the end of the match, to prevent the starting area from descending into total anarchy. Glib announces that several rules have been implemented. Starting with the first one, Glib continues the explanation, announcing that students will operate in groups of 3 within their respective classes. He notes that starting locations will be assigned randomly across the castle. As the students react to the small team size, Glib adds a second rule. A leader for each group will also be chosen at random and will be marked with a headband for easy identification. Glib adds a cruel twist to the competition. Headbands can be stolen. If a team leader loses theirs, the entire team is forced to resign, and every single fruit they've gathered is transferred to the team that stole the headband. The students are horrified, realizing the immense pressure now placed on whoever is chosen as the leader. Glib adds a crucial detail to the rules. While anyone can fight and steal fruit, only leaders are permitted to steal headbands from other leaders. The Nico quickly realize that their entire approach will depend on the abilities of their randomly assigned leaders. They discuss the trade-off between aggressive combat and cautious gathering, while acknowledging the desperate need for Class D to secure a massive amount of fruit to survive the competition. Noel and Toturi are left completely dizzy and confused by the sheer amount of information. Meanwhile, Nanato expresses his dread at the prospect of being a leader, but Rex brushes it off, explaining that as long as they collect fruit and protect their headbands, they'll be fine. Glib wraps up the rules and prepares to deliver one last final word to all the students. Glib explains that the frolicker fruit is a rare delicacy that can only be grown within the castle, and since it is harvest season, the fairies are desperate to eat them. He enthusiastically urges the students to collect as many fruits as they can. As the fairies excitedly chant for their food, Solo looks on, concluding that the fairy cup is simply a means to entertain the fairies, and wondering if the students are just being used for their benefit. Glib announces that the responsibility of forming the teams lies with the teachers of each class. Solo is struck by the realization that he must carefully consider the balance of abilities and personalities when assigning his students. With the rules set, Glib grants the classes a short window for strategizing, while the team compositions for Class S are finalized. Sed stands before the add-in of class, his expression serious as he reminds them of their status. He tells them that as the pride of Orion, they must never look back and must never relinquish their control of the summit to anyone. The add-in respond with disciplined shouts of agreement, while Sed begins by acknowledging their hard work during the first half of the event. Inari begins by sweetly praising her students for their hard work, but the atmosphere shifts instantly when she mentions that Class A is only in third place. With a sharp, intimidating gaze, she suggests that losing to Class B means they aren't working hard enough. Terrified by their teacher's hidden intensity, the students can only tremble and agree to push themselves further. Bib, the teacher of Class B, bursts into laughter, proudly celebrating his students' second-place ranking in the first half. His students cheer enthusiastically, eager for total victory and mocking the snotty Class. As they look toward the second half, set their sights on Class D, dismissing their current success as merely the result of one capable former top student. Chami presents the team rosters for classes with high energy, urging her students to turn the tables in the second half. Although the students are discouraged by their fourth-place ranking and doubt their chances of winning, Chami dismisses their worries, telling them that victory depends entirely on them. With a loud laugh, she tells them to go win while she happily munches on leftover lunches. Solo is deep in thought, staring at his roster as he contemplates the best way to organize students into 3% teams. He worries that grouping the strongest together would leave the others as sacrificial pawns, but balancing them presents its own challenges. As he considers the students' magical abilities and their personal affinities, Katlia loses patience and shouts at him for fussing over the details. Solo simply asks for a little more time, eventually reaching a conclusion. To find the perfect balance, Solo refers to his own illustrated relationship diagram of Class D, which maps out the various friendships and frictions among his students. He reflects on how their dynamics have shifted since the incident with Toturi and Rex. With 13 students in total, Solo calculates that he will have several 3% teams and one team of 4, and he begins to consider who should be placed in that larger group based on their academic performance. Solo continues to agonize over the team compositions. He worries about Nagisa, who is always asleep, and Ibuki, who remains socially isolated. While some students are flexible, he notes that Rex and Nanato are strongly tied to Toturi and Noel, despite the latter two's lacking combat skills. As he considers the balance between proactive leaders and support roles, Solo becomes increasingly stressed, lamenting that if his students were professionals, this process would be effortless. Just as Solo is struggling with the rosters, Lumi bursts in with a suggestion. She proposes that she be teamed up with Xiao Shahar and Ibuki, driven by a fierce determination to go head-to-head against Maroon's team. Convinced that Maroon will be paired with Spyro and Gingy, Lumi's confidence leaves Solo completely bewildered. Lumi explains that Maroon comes from a family of elite wizards and is supported by Spyro and Gingy, the second and third Higa-ranked students in their year. Convinced that these three will form an unstoppable team, Lumi enthusiastically declares that Xiao and Ibuki are the only ones in Class D capable of opposing them. Lumi suggests that Xiao and Ibuki should be her powerful underlings to match Maroon's team, prompting a comment on her phrasing. Solo tries to reason with her, explaining that team compositions aren't decided by personal preference and that they might not even encounter the Class S team. While Ibuki remains skeptical, Xiao Shahar is thrilled by the prospect, grinning at the thought of a direct confrontation with Maroon's group. Solo is left stunned by the students' sudden enthusiasm. As he thinks it over, he realizes that while separating the strongest students might be better for overall balance, creating one powerhouse team to take down Class Top Trio could change the tide of the match. While Solo is lost in strategic thought, Lumi happily celebrates, tossing a piece of chocolate to a bewildered Ibuki. Lumi continues to tease Ibuki, offering him chocolate as a bribe to cooperate with her team plans. She brings up his habit of always picking chocolate desserts at the dining hall, leaving Ibuki completely flustered and in denial. Just as the chaos peaks and Ibuki tries to drag Solo into the argument to defend himself, the announcement rings out. It is time for Class D to submit their team roster. Solo finally settles on the arrangements and announces the team structures for class. The students into 4 groups: Rex, Kai, Nanato, and Nagisa, Cattleya, Toturi, and Noelpani, Azu, and Dante. And finally, the strategic trio of Xiao, Miko, and Ibuki. The announcement of the teams sparks a wave of reactions across Class D. Cattleya, Toturi, and Noel prepare themselves for the challenge, while Nanato is heartbroken to find himself separated from Noel. Meanwhile, Pani is brimming with excitement, eagerly looking forward to working with Azu and Dante, though his mind is already drifting toward the fruits he hopes to gather for his experiments. Dante looks skeptical, questioning if winning is even possible. Toturi immediately jumps in to lift the mood, insisting that they want no until they try and telling him not to be so pessimistic. Despite her enthusiasm, Dante remains distant and decides to head out first, dismissing his doubts as just a passing thought. Watching him leave, Azu observes with concern that Dante hasn't been in good spirits all day. Pani and Ibuki wonder if Dante is upset about placing last in his individual match, though Ibuki dismisses the concern since he placed last as well. Azu points out that Dante has seemed absent-minded for several days, a detail Miko missed because she was too focused on her training. Xiao Shahar admits he noticed the same thing and asks Solo if Dante had been feeling down in his room as well. Xiao Shahar presses Solo, asking if Dante had said anything. Solo recalls a tense moment where Dante questioned his capabilities as a teacher, asking if Solo even knew what his specialty magic was. Internally, Solo is surprised that the other students have picked up on Dante's strange behavior. As he looks at his concerned students, Solo wishes he could remove their worries so they can fully concentrate on the upcoming team battle. Solo admits he has no clue why Dante is so down, but then remembers he had pointed out Dante's weaknesses after the individual match. He wonders if that was too harsh, noting that being told your faults after coming in last is depressing. After a brief moment of reflection, Solo turns to the class with a stern expression. He tells them that everyone feels out of sorts sometimes, and that they don't have the luxury of worrying about others. He challenges them, asking if they are okay with being mocked by other classes if they fail again in the second half. Solo reveals that during their individual battle, Dante expressed deep worry over not knowing his true specialty magic. Hearing this, Ibuki resolves to support Dante as his teammate, but he questions why Solo didn't share this with the class, thinking it would have made their interactions smoother. He and CL realize that Dante has been suffering in silence, having never opened up to any of them about his struggles. Solo reflects on the fact that Dante only brought up his struggles with him, suggesting the boy didn't want the rest of the class to know. Recalling their previous conversation, Dante admits he wouldn't want his weaknesses exposed. Solo acknowledges that he may have messed up the exchange by revealing this information to the others, and decides that he needs to be more cautious moving forward. Glib gathers the students around a special transportation circle, officially announcing the beginning of the second half of the Fairy Cup. He provides each student with a bag for storing frolicker fruit and a special Eeny Meeny Miny headband. Glib explains the mysterious rule. Upon arrival at the castle, the headbands will vanish for everyone, except the person chosen as the leader, as the students, including Ibuki and Lumi, prepare for the journey. Glib instructs them to hold hands and stay close together for the transport. Before the transport begins, Glib remembers a few crucial details. He warns the students that if the 3-person groups are not together when time expires, they will be disqualified and all their collected fruit will be disregarded. Just as they are about to leave, he adds one more warning. The castle is filled with traps devised by witches. The students are outraged by the timing of this revelation, shouting that it's awfully late to mention it. Whisking them away toward the floating regardless. Whisking them away toward. Lumi cheers for everyone as the transportation begins. Solo remains silent, but in his heart, he encourages Class D to give it their all. Suddenly, the students find themselves standing before the magnificent floating castle, blinking in sheer amazement at the sight. Upon entering the floating castle, the students are greeted by a sight of faded grandeur and crumbling ruins. As they take in the worn-down architecture, Xiao Shahar wonders if the castle's state is a result of being the battlefield for the Fairy Cup every year, though he notes that some restoration efforts seem to have been made. Miko is shocked to realize that she has been chosen as the leader of her team. While she is still processing the news with confusion, Ibuki steps in to organize the group. Recalling Solo's previous advice, Ibuki instructs Xiao and Miko that their team's primary objective is to maintain an aggressive offensive. Solo's instructions echo in their minds. Collect fruit and take headbands from any opposing teams they encounter. Ibuki takes charge of the plan, telling Miko to focus on collecting while he and Xiao Shahar go as wild as they like. However, Ibuki can't resist ranting about Miko's fixation on Maroon, leading to a brief argument. Ultimately, Ibuki concludes that their team's objective is to go Allen and take everything. Xiao Shahar pulls Miko and Ibuki close, reminding them that as long as they work together as a team, they will be fine. Ibuki agrees, noting that their success depends on not losing to any other teams. Miko, now fully determined, adds that if they happen to face Maroon's team, they will definitely beat them. With spirits high, Miko enthusiastically declares herself the leader and tells Xiao Shahar and Ibuki to back her up as they set off to explore the castle. While Miko charges ahead in a great mood, Ibuki remarks on how Xiao often goes along with her whims. Xiao reflects that while Miko is driven by her personal fight with Maroon, it doesn't interfere with their collective mission. As they walk, Ibuki reflects on his past, admitting that he owes Miko a debt. He recalls a difficult phase when he wasn't attending school, during which Miko worked with Mr. Solo and genuinely worried about him. Ibuki had hoped to show his gratitude one day, but Xiao Shahar quickly points out the irony of his current attitude, questioning if this is really how he intends to pay her back and urging him to be more thankful. Miko suddenly shouts for the others to look over there. Having spotted a cluster of frolicker fruits, the team is surprised by how quickly they found them, with Miko wondering what they would be like since they grow inside the castle. They immediately begin harvesting the fruit, noting that the 8 they found will grant them 8 team points. They realize that the victory in the Fairy Cup will depend on which team can gather the most fruit. A deafening roar echoes through the castle as a massive toothy monster suddenly bursts out of a painting. Miko, Xiao Shahar, and Ibuki are caught completely off guard by the sudden attack. It came out of the picture. Xiao shouts in disbelief, while Miko screams in terror as the creature looms over them. As the dust settles from the ambush, the team realizes this monster might be one of the witch's traps they had been warned about. Ibuki stares up in horror, completely paralyzed as the massive, grinning creature towers over him. Just as the monster looms over the group, a new presence arrives. Maroon Medium appears with her teammates, coolly dismissing the creature as a nuisance. She declares that they are the team's opponents, leaving Miko completely stunned by the revelation. Glib announces for all the teachers to follow him to spectate the match. The teachers gather around a lavish spread of food, where Chami finds the small fairies tempting, comparing them to marshmallows. Solo quickly warns her not to eat them, while Aneri cheerfully claims they are just cheering on the students. Amidst the feast, a reminder is made that alcohol is forbidden as they are still working. Even as Zane has already fallen fast asleep, Solo looks around the lavish feast area, bewildered, wondering if he has accidentally walked into a party. His thoughts are interrupted when Julia, the head teacher here, cheerfully approaches and asks to sit beside him. Startled, Solo lets out a small gasp. Julius playfully teases him. About as they settle in, Julius whispers that although he must maintain a strict facade toward bravery together, he is eager to witness their bravery together. Solo sighs, privately wishing he could have watched the competition in solitude. Kai confidently declares himself the leader and encourages everyone to do their best. However, the enthusiasm is one-sided, as Nanato and Rex respond with a heavy silence, leaving Rex to awkwardly apologize for the lack of reaction. Nanato mumbles to himself, feeling unlucky to be separated from Noel, while Rex frets over Toturi's safety. Kai finds the tension unbearable, shouting that the situation is hard. Meanwhile, Solo announces that Rex, Kai, Nanato, and Nagisa have been assigned to the Flex team, prompting a confused Nagisa to wonder why they were paired together. Solo explains the basic goals: move proactively, collect fruit, and fight, though he grants them permission to retreat if they face Class or Class A. He then singles out Rex, explaining that his habit of worrying too much about Toturi would make their team vulnerable, which is why they've been split up. Similarly, Solo reveals that Nanato and Noel are on different teams because Toturi and Noel have been paired together on a non-combat fruit-gathering team, requiring a stable third member to protect them in a crisis. Kai expresses his stress over the unfamiliar team dynamic, but Solo reveals that this is exactly why he chose him. Solo officially punts Kai in charge of making the team cooperate. This leaves Kai in a state of shock. He struggles to understand how he can lead when he barely knows Rex and has almost never had a conversation with Nagisa, who spends most of his time sleeping. Solo compares Kai's role to a binder in cooking, tasked with holding the disparate members of the Flex team together. Kai tries to take this responsibility seriously, but his patience is immediately tested when he finds Nagisa fast asleep. After shouting to wake him up, Kai is devastated to find that Nagisa doesn't even remember who he is. Kai is completely flustered as Nagisa refers to him as Mr. Cooking, leaving Kai to wonder if it's a nickname while lamenting how awful his team is. Meanwhile, Toturi is in a state of shock, unable to believe that she has ended up as the leader of her group. Her teammates, Noel and Katlaya, find the situation amusing, with Noel dramatically declaring herself as Toturi's retainer. Noel reminds her teammates that Mr. Solo specifically instructed them to avoid combat, as their primary objective is the collection of the forbidden fruit. While Toturi remains worried, Katlia warmly embraces both girls, confidently promising to protect them if the situation turns dire. However, beneath her reassuring smile, Katlia is determined to prove herself, vowing to make a comeback after failing to show results in the individual battles. Katlia takes her role as the protector seriously, carrying both Noel and Toturi as part of their strategy to avoid combat. While Toturi feels guilty for relying on her so much, Noel teases her, calling her Dame Katlia despite the embarrassment of being carried. As the team moves forward, the focus shifts to another student, the cheerful and sparkling Azu, identified as student number 05. Azu is absolutely thrilled to find a collection of ancient magic tools and devices, practically vibrating with excitement as she wonders about their original purposes and dreams of researching them. Watching her from the side, Pani notes that Azuazu is on cloud 9. While Dante remains stoic, Pani reminds him that they are the main fruit gathering team and need to keep moving. To which Dante simply agrees that the distractions don't matter right now. Pani emphasizes the need for stealth, fearing that losing his headband would lead to an early exit from the match. As the trio navigates the desolate ruins, Pani can't help but wonder if the other teams have already started fighting. As the match intensifies, the focus shifts to the most formidable competitors. From Class D, the top students Xiao, Miko, and Ibuki stand ready. Meanwhile, the elite of Class Maroon, Spyro, and Ginger prepare to dominate the field. Maroon Medium finds the encounter with Miko to be fortunate. Noting that Miko is also a leader, Maroon sees it as the perfect opportunity and challenges her to a duel of full strength, wagering their team headbands on the outcome. Maroon Medium doesn't waste any time, transforming into a towering, monstrous creature to intimidate her opponent. Facing the overwhelming presence of the beast, Miko can only stare up in utter disbelief. A massive boom echoes through the ruins as Maroon Medium's transformation releases a devastating shockwave. Xiao Shahar leaps through the air to avoid the flying debris, while Miko is thrown back by the sheer force of the impact. Watching from the sidelines, Solo is stunned, realizing the terrifying scale of the transformation magic possessed by the #1 student of Class S. Stunned by the sheer scale of Maroon Medium's power, Miko can only stare in disbelief. However, Xiao Shahar and Ibuki quickly rally, telling Miko there is no time to be afraid. With determined expressions, they prepare to launch a counterattack against the colossal beast. Maroon Medium calls out to Spyro and Ginji just as a violent explosion rocks the ruins. As the dust settles, Ibuki and Xiao Shahar stare in disbelief, realizing that their combined efforts have successfully cancelled out the monster's devastating attack. As the tension rises, Spyro Sinistra and Ginji Dextra step forward to shield their teammate. Declaring that it would be unthinkable to allow the young lady to be injured, they confidently step up to challenge Ibuki and Xiao Shahar as their next opponents. With a sudden, explosive burst of magic, Ginji Dextra strikes with overwhelming force, sending a massive shockwave through the ruins. As the dust clears, Ginji looks at Xiao Shahar, admitting that he has been eager to face him in a real battle since they were first-year students. As Xiao Shahar recognizes him, Ginji Dextra casually asks if he's done something wrong. Noting that they've never actually spoken before, he clarifies that there is no personal grudge. He simply targets Xiao Shahar because of his former status as the top student, driven by a singular ambition to move up by defeating the strongest. Xiao Shahar smirks, acknowledging Ginji's straightforward nature. He finds that kind of ambition appealing and prepares himself for the fight. Meanwhile, Spyro Sinistra looks on with a confident smile, addressing the person standing to the left. Spyro Sinistra immediately strikes, unleashing a torrential assault known as Holy Moon Rain. As the crystalline shards rain down, Ibuki recognizes her as the true #2 mentioned by Miko. Recalling how their magic was previously neutralized, he steels himself, knowing he cannot afford to let his guard down against such a capable opponent. Determined not to be humiliated again, Ibuki unleashes a powerful electric drop attack. However, Spyro Sinistra is just as fast, instantly deploying Witch's Stronghold to block the assault. As his attacks bounce off the shield, Ibuki smirks, realizing he needs to push his power even further to break through her defense. Spyro Sinistra comments on Ibuki's indifferent expression during their clash, admitting that she was genuinely glad to have the opportunity to fight him. She then reveals that while Class D was previously unremarkable, she has been gathering information on them for the sake of Lady Maroon. Spyro further notes that Lady Maroon has taken notice of Class D, specifically mentioning a personal discord between her lady and a girl named Cecilia. Spyro Sinistra reveals that her reconnaissance was simply observing the special training Ibuki and his classmates underwent. She recalls a day when she accompanied Ginji Dextra to spectate, noting that despite being a transfer student, Ibuki's combat skills are off-equivalent to class. Ibuki asks if dismisses S. When Ibuki asks if this is why she is interested in the idea, claiming that only a musclehead like Ginji cares about who is stronger, while she is different. Spyro Sinistra explains that she is similar to Ibuki in her indifferent demeanor during combat. However, she admits that her true pleasure comes from watching others make fools of themselves. As Ibuki looks on in confusion, Spyro leans in with a smirk, claiming that she knows exactly what his weakness is. The battle between Xiao Shahar and Jinji Dextra reaches a climax. With a sharp gaze, Xiao Shahar unleashes Lull of Venus and Golden Gauntlet to intercept and neutralize Jinji's sweeping Knight of the Devilish Winds attack. Jinji Dextra strikes with a devastating slash that cuts through the air. Xiao Shahar is momentarily caught off guard, but he quickly recovers, using his Golden Gauntlet to grab and halt the attack. After stopping the onslaught, Xiao Shahar immediately counters with a devastating Sylph Whirlwind, sending debris flying everywhere. The two combatants now face each other, their eyes locked in a fierce and intense struggle. The Sylph Whirlwind hits its mark with a thunderous crash, blasting Jinji Dextra away in a violent explosion of debris. As the smoke clears, Xiao Shahar sits amidst the rubble, wincing slightly from the impact but maintaining a confident smile. Xiao Shahar admits that he narrowly avoided a fatal blow, having only enough time to defend a small pinpointed area. As he observes Jinji Dextra, the third strongest student of Year 2, he acknowledges the devastating power Jinji possesses. However, Xiao notes a critical detail. While Jinji's magic can only break things that have substance, his own Golden Gauntlet can break through things without physical form. Realizing the difficulty of the fight, Xiao concludes that any direct attack will be useless, unless he can find a precise opening. Xiao Shahar observes the chaos, noting that despite being in teams, the battle has devolved into individual duels. He sees Miko managing to evade her opponent but feels the urge to support her quickly. His thoughts then shift to Ibuki, who is facing Spyro Sinistra. With a confident smile, Spyro declares that she knows Ibuki's weakness and unleashes a spell, believing it to be the definitive answer to defeat him. Ibuki is suddenly engulfed in a mysterious fog. He quickly analyzes the attack, wondering if it is a poison or a numbing agent, but realizes he is immune thanks to his training. Meanwhile, his opponent is shocked to find that an ordinary student could resist such a spell. Suddenly, Ibuki is thrown backward, hitting the ground with a heavy thud. He lies there shivering and struggling to breathe, leaving Xiao Shahar in shock, realizing that something is wrong. Xiao Shahar shouts out to his teammate and immediately unleashes a powerful Sylph Whirlwind to clear the area and protect the fallen Ibuki. Xiao Shahar tries to call out to Ibuki, but he finds the boy completely dazed, giggling with spiral eyes. Confused by the sudden change, Xiao Shahar looks on as Spyro Sinistra explains the nature of her magic. She reveals that those affected by Miss Tricure are placed in a state identical to having ingested alcohol, confirming that it is simply a drunkenness spell. Vice Principal Nico Robert panics, shouting that underage drinking is prohibited, though he is quickly told to calm down since it's only a spell. Meanwhile, the fairies are thrilled by the idea of being eternally tipsy. Spyro Sinistra admits she is still inexperienced and that the spell's effects can be unbalanced, noting it only impacts those with a low alcohol tolerance. Xiao Shahar looks down at the dazed Ibuki, concluding that being weak to alcohol is indeed his weakness. Solo is deeply perplexed, questioning how Spyro could have known about Ibuki's particular weakness. Meanwhile, Ibuki slowly regains consciousness, though he is left feeling sick from the spell's effects. Confused, Ibuki mentions that he never told anyone at school about his weakness, to which Spyro calmly admits that she has been interested in him for a while. Spyro Sinistra explains the origin of her knowledge, recalling a time she spotted Ibuki in the dining hall. She watched as he ate various chocolate desserts, including one containing liqueur intended for the teachers. The effect was instantaneous. Ibuki lost consciousness the moment he tasted it. Spyro further confirmed his weakness after seeing him repeatedly throwing up in the restroom, concluding that this secret would be incredibly useful. Solo looks on with utter disappointment, calling Ibuki a moron. Ibuki, still dazed from the spell, feels the crushing weight of Number Zero's judgment. He recalls the day he tried to relax with extra desserts during lunch, only to accidentally eat chocolates meant for teachers. Despite his rigorous training in the assassination unit to build tolerance, alcohol remained his one insurmountable weakness. The memory is cut short as he struggles with the lingering effects of the magic. Ibuki is completely overwhelmed, vomiting as Spyro Sinistra laughs hysterically at his humiliation, claiming that forcing an enemy to embarrass themselves is the best part of the fight. Solo looks on with a deadpan expression, while Xiao Shahar is left frustrated by Spyro's eccentricity. Realizing that Ibuki is now useless in the battle, Xiao Shahar grows anxious, knowing he cannot face two opponents alone and must find a way to hurry and help Miko. Just as Xiao Shahar decides to fall back and retreat, Spyro Sinistra strikes him down with a sudden blow. Before he can recover, she unleashes her witch's illusion theater, engulfing him in a cloud of smoke. In an instant, the world shifts, and Xiao Shahar finds himself bewildered and trapped in a bizarre illusion, surrounded by a sea of mice. Trapped within the witch's illusion theater, Xiao Shahar is suddenly confronted by a swarm of mice, the one thing he absolutely cannot stand. Overwhelmed by terror, he screams and collapses in a panic. Spyro Sinistra calmly reveals that Xiao's extreme weakness to mice was a well-known story since his first year. Solo, annoyed by the interruption, yells at Spyro for butting into his match, but she simply argues that targeting a foe's weakness is the most efficient way to win. Spyro Sinistra explains the reason behind Xiao Shahar's extreme fear, recalling how cats at his orphanage used to leave him piles of dead mice as gifts. Even though he likes cats, the trauma of waking up to mouse corpses left a lasting mark. Solo and Ibuki can only react with pity to the rough experience, while Xiao Shahar shakes violently, protesting the way he is being handled. Solo stares in disbelief at the chaotic scene before him. Ibuki is still reeling from the alcohol spell, and Xiao Shahar is paralyzed with fear from the mouse illusions. Alcohol and mice? Solo thinks, wondering how his top students could have such ridiculous weaknesses. He shouts at them to get a grip, realizing that his trump cards are currently useless. As he worries that this will lead to serious trouble, a heavy footstep echoes, signaling that the situation is about to escalate. The earth trembles as Miko, now a towering Miko, unleashes a thunderous roar and slams her massive fist into the ground, sending debris flying everywhere. Yuri is blown back by the shockwave, her eyes wide with pure panic as she lets out a terrified scream. Yuri reflects on the sheer power of Maroon Medium's transformation magic, which has granted her cat-like features and enhanced physical capabilities. As she dodges the onslaught, she notices a disturbing truth: the massive Miko isn't even trying to land a decisive blow. Realizing she is being toyed with, Yuri grits her teeth, determined to find an opening and strike back. Yuri lunges forward and delivers a powerful blow, but the impact is negligible. Stunned, Yuri realizes that her attack didn't work at all. Miko looks at her with disdain, questioning if she is just some kind of cat, and dismissing her effort as a half-baked transformation. Coldly, Miko declares that Yuri needs a real example of power. Miko doesn't hold back, unleashing a barrage of attacks to teach Yuri a lesson. She slams Yuri into the ground and constricts her like a giant serpent, declaring that this is how true transformation magic is used. Yuri is completely powerless against the overwhelming onslaught. Miko leaps around with incredible agility, shifting her form so quickly that Yuri cannot land a single blow. Frustrated and overwhelmed by the speed of the changes, Yuri stares at her opponent, wondering if this is truly the limit of Miko's abilities. A dramatic close-up focuses on her eyes as her true identity is revealed. She is Miko Cecilia, the youngest daughter of the leader of the Magic Theater troupe, Asterism. Stunned by the revelation, Yuri asks how Miko could possibly know that information. Miko looks at her with a calm expression, wondering if Yuri truly doesn't remember. Suddenly, Yuri's attention is diverted as she spots Spyro and Gingy arriving on the scene, shouting their names in surprise. Maroon Medium coldly declares that she is done and orders the situation to be ended. Despite Gingy's hesitation about his own match, Spyro reminds him of their duty to follow the lady's orders. As the two class students prepare to strike, they are suddenly alarmed to discover that Xiao Shahar and Ibuki are vanishing before their eyes. A blinding light erupts as Spyro Sinistra and Gingy Dextra cross their weapons, triggering a devastating combined spell. Yuri watches in horror as a massive wave of energy surges forward. Huge attack! Incoming! Gingy shouts, warning everyone to prepare their shields as they unleash their Unison Magic Duo. The Unison Magic Duo attack erupts in a blinding flash of light. Shooting Star Parade. The devastating beam tears through the environment, obliterating everything in its path. Yuri is caught in the wake of the explosion, her face twisted in horror as the overwhelming power of the class's students crashes down. A man with glasses and long hair watches the falling figures with a smirk, noting that a pond below will prevent them from dying. He then draws Maroon Medium's attention to her headband. As the scene unfolds, a massive white bird suddenly descends with a brilliant, shimmering flash. The Leor dives through the ruins, swiftly grabbing one of the falling figures in its talons. After a brief thought about a headband, the bird decides the person is a better prize. As it soars away, the bird reminds the remaining students that they will be disqualified if their 3% team is not together, challenging them to face them once more. Lear takes flight, clutching Ibuki in its talons and declaring him a hostage. With a final taunt, the bird tells the opponents to come up with a proper strategy for next time. Below, the battlefield is a scene of devastation, with the students screaming Ibuki's name in desperation and confusion. Liar makes his final declaration, taking Ibuki as a hostage and mocking the opponent's lack of strategy. The crowd of fairies buzzes with excitement, marveling at the gap between Class and Class D. Meanwhile, Solo watches the chaos with a smirk, amused by the antics of his students, especially the blonde one. As the battle concludes, the focus shifts to the observers. Julius, the head teacher of Year 2, reflects on the devastating power of the unison magic, used by Class A high-level cooperatives that amplifies magical strength. Xiao Shahar looks on, recognizing the overwhelming gap in power between the top students of the year and the rest. Turning to said, Julius asks if this advanced technique has even been covered in their curriculum yet. Julius explains that Sinestra and Dextra are outliers who underwent rigorous training since childhood to serve the medium family. Solo acknowledges the fact, but Julius takes the opportunity to mock him, stating it's only natural that Class D would be no match for Class S. As Solo questions his attitude, a small character joins in, claiming that even the former number 1 Xiaoshar was defeated. Solo quickly silences them by reminding them of their own loss to Xiao in the individual match. Meanwhile, the atmosphere shifts as a new battle erupts between Class A and Class C. Solo watches the screen as the broadcast switches away from Ibuki and the others. He acknowledges that there is nothing he can do to help from his position, and wonders how the other teams are faring. Meanwhile, in the field, Ibuki, Nanato, Dante, and Rex are thrilled to finally discover a large cluster of frolicker fruit. Ibuki is overjoyed, calling for a high five as the group begins picking the frolicker fruit. While Nanato and Ibuki are enthusiastic, Rex remains detached, suggesting that everyone should carry an equal amount, but claiming he shouldn't carry any himself. This distance reflects a recurring struggle for Rex, as a memory shows Toturi confronting him, expressing her worry that he still hasn't made an effort to socialize with the rest of the class. The flashback continues, as Toturi speaks earnestly to Rex. She acknowledges his history as a lone wolf and his shyness, but tells him she truly wants him to have fun at school. While she advises him not to force friendships if he isn't ready, she warns him that she won't always be by his side to look after him. Rex looks on, reflecting on how she was always fussing over him, even as he thinks about her spending time with others like Katlia. Rex reflects on Toturi's wish for him to make friends, realizing he doesn't want to be a burden or hinder her future happiness. Determined to change, he tries to initiate a conversation with Ibuki and Nanato. Despite his resolve, his lack of social experience leads to a bizarre icebreaker as he suddenly asks them, "What's your favorite flower?" Rex is instantly overcome with regret, blushing furiously as he realizes that asking male students about their favorite flowers was a terrible choice. While Ibuki tries to be polite by suggesting sunflowers, Nanato finds the situation incredibly embarrassing, leading to a loud, panicked argument between Rex and Nanato. However, the chaotic moment is cut short when Ibuki suddenly notices that they are no longer alone and that someone is coming their way. A violent explosion rocks the area, sending Ibuki and Rex flying backward. As the smoke clears, Rex realizes with shock that another class has arrived to steal the frolicker fruits. The newcomers are a 4-person team from Class C. With an arrogant air, the Class C students scan the group and immediately set their sights on Ibuki, deciding to take down the one who looks the weakest first. Rex leaps in to pull Ibuki away from the explosion just in time. After a brief, argumentative exchange about his name, Ibuki cheers Rex on and turns to Nanato. Despite the sudden attack, Nanato readies his weapon with a determined look, bracing himself for the battle ahead. Nanato and Rex strike back with overwhelming force, unleashing Poison Beat and Salamander's Fireplay in a coordinated assault. The Class C students are left in disbelief, unable to comprehend how students from Class D could be this powerful, and they quickly decide to retreat. With the battle won, the team erupts in joy, celebrating their success alongside a fluffy panty. Following their win, Ibuki suggests that Rex use his wolf instincts to find the frolic fruits. As Rex sniffs around and identifies the correct direction, Ibuki is thrilled by his ability. Noel and Toturi look on in amazement as Rex leads the way toward their goal. While they manage to secure the frolic fruits, the victory is short-lived as Class B students swarm the area, desperately searching for Class D Ibuki. Noel and Nanato huddle behind a massive rock, holding their breath in silence. As they wait for the danger to pass, they lament their bad luck in being spotted, trying their best to stay hidden amidst the ruins. A student from Class B suddenly discovers the group's hiding spot, shouting in triumph. He casts Witch's Sloth, causing the surrounding rocks to float before unleashing a devastating whip-like attack. Nanato, Noel, and Ibuki are caught in the blast and sent tumbling backward, while the attacker mockingly remarks that the braided lady does not dance. The impact of the spell is catastrophic, reducing the area to rubble in a violent crash. As the dust settles, the attacker is revealed to be Ketlaya. One of the students recognizes her from their first year, noting her formidable skill in battle and warning that her magic is designed for physical attacks, making it nearly impossible to dodge. Katlia strikes with overwhelming force, activating her golden greaves to crush everything in her path. As the impact settles, she calmly explains that she finds it easier to fight with her legs rather than her fists, leaving Noel and the others in complete shock. Ketlia looks down at the stunned class students. Reflecting on her reluctance to use her full strength, she finds the wide stance required for her leg-based magic to be improper for public view, a personal struggle that had limited her performance in the past. Despite this, she determines that she must do her absolute best this time for the sake of her class. Ketlia's resolve hardens as she declares her own strength. Watching from afar, Solo wears a confident smile, pleased to see that Team Kai and Team Toturi are coordinating well. He notes that even Nanato seems to be in top form today, making him optimistic that their efforts will pay off. Solo is deeply impressed by Katlia's reliability and the high-level magic she possesses, noting that she had been hiding her true power. Shifting his focus, he wonders about the progress of Pani, Azu, and Dante's teams. Meanwhile, attempts to cast a spell called Magical Cucurrouge, but her own realization that it is no good. And Nanato's confused reaction suggests the attempt is failing. Azu examines a magic tool she found earlier, hoping it would lead them to the frolic fruit. But she quickly concludes that the device is broken. While Nanato and Dante are impressed by her knowledge, the group continues to trek through a desolate underground corridor. Noticing the lack of progress and the absence of other classes, Nanato suggests to Dante that they might need to search a different area. Dante decides that they should avoid moving recklessly to prevent getting in the way of others, trusting Xiao and the rest of the team to handle the major scoring. As the mood between the group begins to dip, Azu suddenly shifts her demeanor, shouting a fervent apology to Dante. Nanato is left stunned, wondering where this sudden burst of energy and regret came from. Azu suddenly snaps, shouting at Dante to get a grip. Confused and overwhelmed, Dante tries to defend himself, but Azu continues her tirade, claiming he has been acting weird for a while. She lectures him sternly, stating that even if something is bothering him, it doesn't give him the right to lash out at others. Azu continues her lecture, criticizing Dante for bringing down the mood just when everyone is feeling motivated. When a confused Dante questions if that is his role, rather than Mikos or Xiao's, Azu firmly reminds him that he was the one who established class nonchalant atmosphere back in May. She argues that because he has the power to shift the mood, he must take responsibility as a mood maker for the class. Dante questions the difference, but Azu explains that while Xiao Shahar is a leader who unites and pulls the class forward from a position of authority, Dante's impact is different. She points out that because Dante is on the same level as the other students, his talent and words carry a different weight, making him a true mood maker for Class D. Azu uses examples to illustrate her point, explaining that the energy one receives from a superior is fundamentally different from that of a peer. She admits she can't quite describe the feeling, but notes that seeing a fellow leftover work hard inspires her and others to do the same. Looking at him seriously, she concludes that while Xiao cannot provide this specific type of peer-level motivation, Dante can. Dante's expression turns serious as Pani excitedly encourages the group to have fun. However, their focus is quickly shifted when a loud, metallic clashing sound echoes through the corridor. Azu questions the source of the noise just as a group of armored knights suddenly emerges, blocking their path. Suddenly, a massive crash echoes through the underground area as a wall is obliterated. Armored knights burst through the rubble, shouting intruders in a menacing tone. Azu quickly screams for Dan to watch out as the debris flies. Amidst the chaos, Pani stares in shock, recognizing the technique as the Eye of Prelysis. Pani activates a powerful summoning, calling the Poirot across the starry sky to intervene. As the summoned creatures clash with the intruders, Pani checks on his friends. Dant, still shaken, thanks him, while Azu recovers a dropped item and questions if these attackers are the witches, traps the frolickers had warned them about. On the other side of the crumbled wall, Azu and Dant are surprised to find a vast amount of frolsic fruit. Azu is initially thrilled, suggesting they collect the lucky find. But as she looks further into the garden, her expression shifts to one of concern. She spots several figures lying on the ground, leaving her wondering what happened to them. Looking across the field, Azu is shocked to see Miko and Xiao lying there, wondering what they are doing in such a place. She quickly kneels beside Elira, asking if she is okay. The girl suddenly jolts awake, coughing and shouting in confusion upon seeing Azu, declaring her refusal to die. Relieved, Azu tells her she is glad she is fine. As Xiao regains his senses, he is greeted by his classmates. Azu and Pani are horrified that Xiao's group was defeated by Maroon's group from Class S, and that Ibuki was taken hostage. Xiao and Lina explain that following the battle, they fell into a pond and drifted through a connection into the room where they were discovered. Lina is amazed by the combined technique used by Class S, questioning how it was possible. Xiao solemnly admits that Class S is incredibly strong, specifically referring to the unison magic performed by Spyro and Jinji. He explains that such magic requires not only great ability but a unified spirit between two wizards, while Spyro and Jinji have the mutual respect needed to pull it off. Xiao recalls with a hint of sadness that he tried the same with Luca during to make it work, but they were simply too immature to make it work. Lena expresses her frustration and teases Xiao for his inability to handle mice, despite his fondness for cats. Azu then asks Miko about her plan with a look of fierce determination. Miko vows to hunt down Maroon and the others to bring Ibuki back. Xiao supports her, noting that staying put would only lead to their disqualification. With a confident smirk, Xiao admits that he cannot stand the thought of losing to the students of Class S. Pani asks if they should provide backup, but Azu quickly declines for herself, stating that she would only get in the way during a fight. She reminds them that they have another job to attend to and tells the group to take a good look around the area. Miko is amazed by the sheer amount of frolic fruit they've discovered, but Azu warns that they are running out of time. Oz proposes a plan. Two people should head out to find Ibuki, while the rest of the team stays behind to harvest the fruit. Miko is eager to leave immediately, but she suddenly freezes, realizing she has no idea where to go. Looking out over the sprawling, ruined castle, Xiao agrees that the area is far too vast to simply wander through randomly. Azu examines a spinning magic tool she found, realizing it is a search device. While Xiao and Panty watch curiously, Azu explains that the tool can locate an item's owner. To find Ibuki, she asks the group if anyone has a personal item belonging to him, leaving Miko and the others surprised. Dante hands over a wand, explaining that it had fallen during the previous encounter. Azu is thrilled, realizing it is Ibuki's wand and that it will definitely work with her magic tool. As she begins the process of making the tool remember the wand's owner, Xiao thanks Dante for the assist, though Dante modestly replies that he simply picked it up. Xiao tells Dante that recovering Ibuki must be their first priority, as they cannot afford to be incomplete as a team. He admits that they likely won't get many points from gathering fruit and leaves that task to Dante. Despite the dire situation, Xiao remains determined, planning to steal fruit from other teams if time permits, though he expresses concern over the condition Ibuki might be in. Dante looks at Xiao with a puzzled expression, questioning why he is being told this, however. The tension is immediately broken as Miko jumps in with a bright, energetic smile, shouting that they are all ready to go, leaving Xiao looking slightly taken aback. Xiao explains that Azu's tracking tool will guide them, though he warns that the device is old and might stop working. After a quick farewell to Azu and the others, who remain to harvest the frolic fruit, Xiao and Miko set off. They venture through the castle ruins, checking various doors and searching for any sign of Ibuki. A sudden piercing scream echoes through the ruins, catching Xiao and Miko off guard. As they investigate the noise, Miko is shocked to find members of Class B in the area. At the same time, a Yuna from their group smirks with delight upon discovering a lucky hoard of frolic fruit. A student from Class B suddenly strikes, demanding that class move aside so they can seize the fruit. Caught by surprise, Miko doesn't back down, she shouts, "Behold," and triggers a transformation, leaving the Class B student stunned. With a sudden and powerful strike, Miko sends the Class B student crashing away. Surprised by her own strength, Miko can hardly believe she did it, while Xiao cheers her on with excitement. The defeated student groans in frustration, wondering why they had to face Xiao's team. Laughing it off, Xiao remarks that this encounter is nothing compared to fighting Maroon, and declares that it's time to wrap things up. Pani expresses his gratitude that Xiao is fighting for them, but he worries if they actually have enough time. Their conversation is cut short as a mechanical guardian awakens, labeling them as intruders. With a cold command, the guardian initiates a room lockdown, trapping the students as the structure around them begins to shift. Just as the tension peaks, Pani suddenly appears, shouting for Xiao and Miko. Without warning, he unleashes a colossal surge of water, creating a massive wave that crashes through the area and sends the Class B students flying. Xiao looks on in complete disbelief, shouting in confusion as he tries to figure out what Pani is doing. As the Kian attempt to move, they are suddenly halted by an invisible wall, leaving them bewildered and trapped. Pani watches with satisfaction, pleased that his plan worked. He explains that the barrier is likely similar to a witch trap, specifically designed to lock intruders inside and prevent their escape. With a powerful strike called Night of the Devilish Winds, Pani successfully locks the Kian inside a hexagonal invisible barrier. Xiao and Miko watch in amazement as the Kian struggle against the wall, unable to leave a single scratch on it. Pani tells them not to worry and urges them to get going while the path is clear. Trapped and frustrated, the Kian lament their inability to escape and the fact that they haven't obtained a single frolicker fruit. Determined not to leave empty-handed, they declare their intent to seize all the fruit in the room. As Xiao glances at the harvest, Pani stands ready, his expression sharp and focused. Pani doesn't let his guard down for a second. With a sudden and precise strike, he catches a Class B student completely off guard, shouting, "You're wide open!" A powerful kick sends the student flying backward, crashing hard into the ground. As the student looks at their scattered weapons, they can only lament their sudden defeat. Pani doesn't stop his onslaught. He lunges toward the leader of the Kian students, demanding they hand over their headband. With a sudden violent burst of energy, he strikes the leader, sending them crashing backward in a whirlwind of power. Ayabuki shouts out in concern, asking Pani if he is all right. Pani acknowledges the situation, explaining that he acted on reflex to prevent the enemies from taking the fruit, but he warns that the shield will break soon, and they must prepare a counterattack. Nearby, the defeated Kian student looks on miserably, apologizing for letting his guard down and losing his wand in the clash. Sora too laments his lack of skill, noting that while a true wizard could cast spells without a wand, he is unable to do so. He then apologizes for us mentioning sooner that his leg had been injured, which severely limited his mobility. Hearing this, Dant is struck with realization and guilt, wondering if he was the one who caused the injury. Panic sets in as the barrier begins to strain. One of the Class D students worries about their combat capabilities while struggling to maintain the shield. Meanwhile, the Class B students are infuriated by the prospect of losing the fruit. They launch a fierce attack, with one girl laughing mockingly, declaring that Class D is nothing but a bunch of nobodies without Xiao. With a loud crack, the shield begins to give way. Amidst the chaos, a member of Class D laments their situation, feeling a sense of helplessness and frustration at having to rely on Xiao Shahar once again. Xiao offers a comforting word to Pani, trying to keep the group steady. Dant then analyzes their current standing, noting that they hold a crucial advantage by being on the side with the Frolicker fruit. He concludes that as long as they can withstand the onslaught from Class B, victory in the Fairy Cup is within their reach. Pani smiles confidently, telling his teammates that they can rely on the shield magic for protection. Azu is shocked to realize that Pani intends to take on 3 members of Class B by himself. As she protests his recklessness, Xiao Shahar tells them not to worry and urges them to go save Ibuki. Azu shouts at Dant, telling him he needs to start acting crazy to win. She reminds him that he was one of the last ones standing during Mr. Solo's grueling shield magic training, quickly brushing aside his hesitant protests. With a determined look, Azu declares that she will gather the frolic fruit to ensure they get the points, leaving the responsibility of the defense entirely up to Dant. Dante is left stunned, realizing that his success during Mr. Solo's defense magic test was merely a coincidence and that Xiao Shahar was far more amazing than he ever was. Xiao looks at him with determination, telling him that hell leave the task to him. Then Xiao calls out to Maiko, preparing to move forward. With a sudden burst of determination, Dante shouts for the others to get out of the way, declaring that he will protect them. Xiao Shahar looks on with a surprised expression, while Miko calls out his name, witnessing Dante's newfound resolve to stand his ground. With a confident smile, Xiao Shahar tells Dante that he is counting on him. Without a second thought, he calls out to Maiko and the two of them sprint away together. Left alone to hold the line, Dante is bewildered by how easily Xiao trusted him, wondering why he didn't hesitate even a little bit more. Dante stands alone, the echo of Xiao Shahar's words him counting on you, ringing in his head. He grips his staff tightly, feeling a mix of confusion and determination. He wonders why Xiao would place such faith in him, but he realizes that this is simply how Xiao is. He always offers the same unwavering trust to those around him. The shield is cracking, and the pressure is mounting. Dante thinks of Pani and Azu, feeling that their absolute faith in him is almost too much to handle. He recalls their shouts of encouragement, but the weight of it feels overwhelming. Then, a memory of Ayuna flashes back, her smile warm as she gently tells him not to push himself, but despite the comfort of her words, Dant feels a different resolve stirring within him. Dant realizes that he prefers the weight of his friend's trust over simple words of comfort. Casting aside his hesitation, he unleashes a powerful surge of magic, finally stepping up to the challenge as Pani and Azu cheer him on. Driven by the absolute trust of his friends, Dant unleashes a magnificent explosion of power. As he hears their encouraging voices echoing in his mind, he activates his ultimate defense, Witch's Stronghold, 10,000 miles, one sky, creating a massive shimmering barrier to protect everyone. The air shatters as Dant's resolve takes physical form. Azu, Pani, and Noel watch in disbelief as the massive magical barrier erupts, the force of its activation echoing with a deafening crash. Azu, Pani, and Noel stare in awe as Dant instantly recasts his massive barrier. Though the enemy remains confident they can simply break it again. As Shahar and Miko distance themselves from the battle, Miko expresses her concern for their classmates, but Xiao responds with unwavering faith, certain that they will prevail. Xiao Shahar smiles confidently, noting that after all, Dante has always been a hard worker. As Dante's determined expression is shown, a poignant thought echoes. If one doesn't have something they like or want to do, they will never be good at anything. The memory of Solos, special training resurfaces, recalling a brutal exercise known as Witch's Stronghold. Sudden death. In the flashback, Solo smiles and praises Dante for his impressive endurance, though a lingering but suggests there was more to the lesson. Fired up by the challenge, Dante grins with determination. He tells Solo to just watch him as he eagerly calls for another round of the grueling Witch's Stronghold. Sudden death training. The scene shifts back to the present, where Solo watches the intense team battle of the Fairy Cup. Amidst the cheering crowds and the chaotic clashes of the students, Solo notes that the battle has reached its latter half and has become nearly impossible to track. As he looks out over the arena, his mind remains focused on Dante. Solo reflects on the difficulty of placing Dante in a team, admitting he paired him with Azu and Pani because they were the most likely to accept him as he is. As he looks upon the devastation left by the boy's magic, a knowing smile crosses Solo's face. Dante, he muses, you sure know how to go overboard. The battle intensifies as the focus shifts to a devastating encounter. Spyro Sinistra and Gingy Dextra, the top students of Class S, dominate the field with an imposing and arrogant presence. Facing the overwhelming strength of these elites, the opposing students are left in a state of panic, realizing they have no chance of winning and desperately calling for a retreat. Just as the Aden attempt to escape the presence of the class elites, a new threat emerges. The number one student, Maroon Medium, bursts onto the scene with devastating power, sending the other Aden flying in a state of absolute panic. Maroon Medium decisively ends the encounter, demanding that the defeated students hand over all their collected fruit before they scramble away. While Spyro and Gingy admire her efficiency in taking out teams from classes A, B, and C, the scene shifts to reveal Ibuki, Seat No 13, who is now the focus of their attention. Maroon Medium urges her companions to move forward, reminding them of their duty to contribute to class behind them. Ibuki tosses and turns in a restless sleep, groaning in distress. Spyro Sinistra explains that she didn't use a simple sleep spell, but instead cast with nightmares to trap him in a cycle of terror. When Gingy calls her nasty for such a cruel tactic, Spyro simply smiles, admitting that she does it because it's more fun for her. As the group continues their journey, Gingy asks Maroon if she had the chance to speak with Miko Cecilia. Maroon confirms that she did, but her expression turns somber as she admits that, just as she feared, Miko doesn't remember her at all. The narrative shifts to a flashback of Maroon Medium's childhood. As the heir to the ruling medium family of the region, she is expected to dedicate herself to her studies. However, a young Maroon stubbornly declares her dislike for magic, leaving her attendants to sigh and remind her of the heavy burden of leadership and her duty to protect the people. The flashback delves deeper into Maroon Medium's childhood. While her attendants praise her father, Lord Marion, as a remarkable leader and a first-rate mage who protects his people, the young heir is crushed by the pressure. Overwhelmed by a lack of confidence, she breaks down in tears, feeling that becoming a great mage is an impossible task. Though she loves her father dearly, she confesses a painful truth: she absolutely hates magic. Young Maroon Medium looks curiously at a ticket in her hand. Her attendants excitedly explain that it is for the famous magic troupe Asterism's musical show, which is currently touring in a neighboring town. When Maroon asks why there is only one ticket, the attendants reveal they used their own pocket money to buy it just for her, insisting that she deserves a break from her grueling studies. Touched by their kindness, Maroon quietly agrees to go. Young Maroon Medium arrives at the Grand Theater and is immediately captivated by the dazzling spectacle of the magic troupe Asterism. As she watches the flashy and magical performance, her eyes sparkle with wonder, and she is struck by the realization that magic can be used for such beautiful and amazing purposes, far beyond the rigid duties of her family. Young Maroon Medium is completely captivated, her eyes sparkling with wonder. As she leaves the Grand Theater, she hears other audience members praising the amazing show. Suddenly, a voice calls out to her, asking if she was one of the people watching the performance. Young Maroon Medium is approached by a girl from the show, who asks if she is lost and should be heading home. Recognizing her, Maroon excitedly tells the performer how amazing the show was, admitting that seeing a girl her own age performing on stage deeply moved her. Era modestly admits that she cannot use magic yet and only danced in the background, though her father's position as the troupe leader allowed her to perform. Despite her current limitations, she declares her ambitious goal to become a first-rate mage and the troupe's #1 star. Young Maroon Medium listens in silence, the words first-rate mage echoing in her mind as she reflects on her own struggles. Era's eyes sparkle as she talks about her love for magic, imagining the thrill of transformation and the cheers of the crowd. With a bright, determined smile, she tells young Maroon Medium that once she becomes a star, Maroon must come back to watch her perform again. Maroon Medium recalls the end of that day, as she was urged to return home. For years, she focused solely on her studies, making that her only encounter with the magic troupe. When she eventually bumped into Era again at school, the admiration she once felt turned into disappointment. Era had remained a mediocre mage, proving to be all talk without the effort to match her childhood dreams. While Maroon Medium claims to hate the girl, Gingy Dextra sees right through her facade. He suggests that her frustration stems from being forgotten by her childhood idol, and that her constant fighting with Cecilia is merely a way to get her attention. He even reveals that Maroon's own pursuit of transformation magic was inspired by her. Completely flustered and embarrassed, Maroon Medium screams in denial, insisting that Gingy is entirely wrong. Maroon Medium completely loses her temper, screaming at Gingy and vehemently denying his claims about her. Spyro Sinistra scolds Gingy for meddling in Cecilia's affairs, though Gingy believes that someone must speak the truth for things to change. Eventually, Maroon Medium softens, admitting that she already has Spyro and Gingy by her side and doesn't feel the need for any other friends. With a rare, soft expression, Maroon Medium thanks Spyro and Gingy for calling them her precious friends. Spyro is deeply moved, though she tearfully insists that their primary role is to serve her. Gingy teases her, questioning why they cannot be both attendants and friends, which prompts an angry outburst from Spyro for his casual tone. To settle the matter, Maroon Medium firmly declares that it is in order. Both of them are her friends. The word friends echoes as an observer watches the trio. While Gingy laughs and Maroon Medium smiles contentedly, Spyro looks on with a skeptical expression. To the observer, such bonds are nothing more than nonsense, concluding that in the end, they are all just students. The observer's thoughts grow colder as he dismisses the concept of friendship as nothing more than a bond formed by chance and whim. He believes that letting such emotions sway a person only wears them down and gets in the way. As a memory of his younger self standing beside a mirror in a garden surfaces, he reaches a firm, lonely conclusion. He doesn't need friends. A flashback reveals a young Solo and Aiden standing together in a garden of roses. As the scene lingers on Solo's cold gaze, he reflects that in the end, these connections mean nothing at all. The scene shifts to the vast, crumbling ruins of a city. Lyra, Gingy, and Spyro walk through the debris, noting that Xiao Shahar and the rest of their group have yet to appear. As they reflect on the difficulty of reuniting in such a massive place, a sudden, powerful explosion erupts nearby, catching them completely off guard. Xiao Shahar bursts through the rubble with a fierce shout, declaring that he has found them as he strikes Ibuki. Lyra screams in shock, calling out to Ibuki and Xiao Shahar as the impact sends debris flying everywhere. Xiao Shahar shouts as he unleashes his attack, Calm Venus, blasting Ibuki backward with immense force. Watching the scene, Spyro Sinistra is stunned, wondering how the spell effect could have worn off so quickly. In the wreckage of the city, the others scream out in panic for Ibuki. The tension momentarily breaks as the group reunites, with the others expressing their relief at having found Ibuki. Xiao Shahar casually notes that Ibuki was completely knocked out and is likely confused about the situation. But as they stand together, Xiao Shahar's competitive side resurfaces, and he boldly declares that it is time for a rematch. The scene cuts to Glib, the announcer, who enthusiastically informs the audience that the second half of the Fairy Cup is reaching its climax. He highlights the most anticipated, a rematch between Moran's team from Class S and Miko's team from Class D, questioning if Class D can finally achieve their revenge. Meanwhile, the teachers and students watch the broadcast, with some wishing the best for both sides, while others remain skeptical of the outcome. Julius watches the unfolding events with a smirk, commenting to Solo that things are finally getting interesting. Down in the ruins, Xiao Shahar coordinates with Ibuki and Lena, fueling their resolve to make class pay for the humiliation they suffered. Spyro Sinistra descends with a cold promise to humiliate them once more. However, Xiao Shahar is ready, easily countering her move and declaring that her tricks won't work this time. Frustrated, Spyro realizes that Xiao Shahar's presence is the key obstacle preventing her attack from landing. Xiao Shahar signals Miko to begin their plan, activating the witch's phantom theater spell to fill the area with illusions of mice. Miko leaps into action in a cat-like form, shouting a playful yet menacing warning. Spyro Sinistra is paralyzed with fear, covering her eyes and unable to fight back, as Xiao Shahar reveals that their strategy specifically targeted her phobia of cat. Xiao Shahar expresses his gratitude to Miko, promising to pet her later for the helpful cat illusion that kept him safe. Miko admits that transforming into non-humans is still quite difficult for her. Suddenly, the momentum shifts as Gingy Dextra steps forward, praising the clever counter to Spyro's tricks before confidently challenging Xiao Shahar to a direct confrontation. Xiao Shahar tells Ibuki that he is counting on him, to which Ibuki calmly responds that there is no need to say it. On the opposing side, Maroon Medium commands Spyro Sinistra to cover her. With a focused expression, Maroon begins her incantation, offering herself to the witch to trigger a powerful shape-shift transformation. Maroon Medium's shape shift is complete, revealing a towering and monstrous form that looms over the battlefield. As Miko and Ibuki react to the beast's appearance, Ibuki's expression turns fierce. He recalls that during their first encounter with class, he had to restrain his power to avoid drawing suspicion from the teachers, which only resulted in endless humiliation. Now he declares that he is done messing around. Determined to end the fight, Ibuki launches a massive electric attack, shouting his resolve to finish it in one strike. The blast slams into the horned beast with immense force, but Maroon Medium barely flinches, coldly asking if that is all he has to offer. Maroon Medium counters Ibuki's electric strike with a devastating spell, Sacred Moonfall, bringing down a rain of massive boulders. Ibuki is caught in the shockwave, and the beast form of Maroon Medium is buried under the crashing debris. Spyro Sinistri screams in terror. Maroon Medium dismisses the attack as nothing. As the dust settles, the battlefield is left in ruins, and the combatants seem to have vanished. Maroon Medium's beast form roars, demanding to know where they are hiding. Ibuki is in a disoriented state, his head spinning and his focus shattered. Lena looks at him with a mix of concern and disbelief, wondering just how weak he is to alcohol, as Ibuki tries to gather his strength and focus his magic. A sudden crash of falling debris startles Lena, reminding them that the monster is closing in. Maroon Medium declares that hiding is useless, catching Ibuki and Lena off guard. As Lena thinks over how to buy more time, Ibuki briefly considers using the surrounding debris for cover, or having Lena act as a decoy. However, still struggling with his dizziness, he quickly concludes that such a plan is unrealistic, as the enemy would see through the ruse immediately. Just as Ibuki feels stuck, Linus' expression turns excited as she claims to have a great idea. However, the scene cuts to another part of the ruined city, where Xiao Shahar is frantically sliding across the debris, with Maroon Medium screaming in frustration that all he has been doing is running away. Xiao Shahar effortlessly leaps away as a massive blow shatters the ground beneath him. He calmly explains that attacking the opponent's golden gauntlet would be futile, so he refuses to waste his spells on a useless clash. Frustrated by the constant evasion, the armored opponent accuses him of simply running away. But Xiao Shahar reveals that he is merely waiting for the right opening to strike. The armored opponent challenges Xiao Shahar to stop running and try different spells, such as binding or sealing, claiming he can handle anything. Xiao Shahar calmly agrees, noting that just as Ibuki and Miko aren't limited to a single type of magic, neither is he. With a sudden burst of speed, Xiao Shahar strikes, but the armored opponent mocks him, pointing out that he is currently fighting with nothing but physical enhancement magic. Xiao Shahar confidently declares that he will do the same as his opponent, limiting himself to only wind magic. The armored opponent is outraged, viewing this self-imposed restriction as a mockery of the fight. As the clash continues, the armored opponent admits that his golden gauntlet puts a heavy strain on his body, and that he had planned for this to be a quick battle. Despite the pressure, he vows not to give Xiao Shahar a single opening. Determined to end the battle swiftly, the armored opponent lunges forward with everything he has. "I'll smash you. Head on!" he roars, unleashing a devastating blow with his glowing golden gauntlet. Xiao Shahar's eyes widen in shock as the massive impact closes in on him. Just as the armored opponent thinks he has the upper hand, Xiao Shahar reveals a confident smile, admitting he had been waiting for this exact moment. With a swift motion, he deflects the powerful strike, leaving his opponent stunned. Realizing he has been tricked by a feint, the armored opponent is left speechless as Xiao Shahar activates his technique, Calm Venus. With the armored opponent caught off guard, Xiao Shahar leaps into the air and unleashes a powerful crescent-shaped blast of wind. "Nightwind Sickle," he shouts, striking with overwhelming force. The devastating force of the Nightwind Sickle shatters the golden gauntlet into pieces, leaving the armored opponent in utter shock as he is blown backward. Unable to believe that his primary weapon was destroyed in just one strike, he is left vulnerable. Xiao Shahar simply brushes his hair back with a smug grin, whispering a playful, "Gotcha." Lying defeated, the armored opponent reflects on the overwhelming gap in their power. He realizes that Xiao Shahar wasn't merely stalling, but carefully conserving his magic for a single decisive blow. He admits that Xiao Shahar's magical ability is on an entirely different level. More than just raw power, he recognizes Xiao Shahar's unwavering resolve. While anyone else would have flinched in fear, Xiao Shahar didn't hesitate for a second, knowing exactly how to secure his victory. The armored opponent lies broken in the ruins, staring up at Xiao Shahar in disbelief. He is shaken by the boy's unnerving calmness and nerves of steel. Meanwhile, Xiao Shahar remains indifferent, wondering why he feels so little fear. He concludes that the bloodthirsty sparring he undergoes regularly has made this battle seem mild by comparison. The perspective shifts away from the battle to Sira and a massive horned creature watching from the ruins. As they notice others attempting to hide, The creature dismisses the effort as a pointless move. Meanwhile, Sira is lost in thought, recalling Miko. She wonders if she was merely an audience to Miko's struggles and laments the girl's habit of running and hiding. Yet she admits that her own feelings toward Miko were different. Sarah delves deeper into her memories, recalling a time when she looked up to Miko, who shone with an irresistible brilliance. Driven by a desire to be like her, Sarah dedicated herself to the study of magic, eventually growing to love it. While she was surrounded by the kindness of her parents and the companionship of Spiro and Jinji, a hidden longing remained deep down. She had always wanted to be friends with Miko, even as they pursued the same goal. In her memories, Sira recalls buying the same brand of nail polish as Miko. Hoping to match her while she was overjoyed to reunite with Miko at Orion, she secretly panicked, fearing that Miko would find her creepy for copying her. Despite her longing for friendship, Sira felt compelled to maintain a cold, superior front as the future head of her family, a burden that kept her isolated and unable to reach out. Sarah recalls that even when she found the courage to speak with Miko, their conversations never went well, a struggle her attendants attributed to her lack of experience with female friends. She remembers asking Miko about being in Class D, only for Miko to cheerfully suggest that there was no point in trying too hard and that they should just enjoy school life. This carefree response leaves Sarah completely shocked, wondering where the dazzling, ambitious girl she once admired had gone. Sarah's heart aches as she recalls the brilliant girl she once looked up to, calling her a liar for abandoning her ambition. She desperately wants to see that dazzling performance once more. However, the reverie is shattered by a sudden shout of "My lady," as Ibuki quickly points toward the ruins, spotting the target making a getaway. Realizing that Miko has disappeared, Sira and her horned companion suspect a plan and decide to charge forward. However, as they launch their aggressive attack, Ibuki effortlessly counters them, declaring that such tactics won't work on him. Ibuki effortlessly slips past their attacks, mocking their efforts as pitiful. Frustrated by his agility, the unknown roars in anger, shouting at the unseen Miko and claiming that sneaking around is pointless because they cannot be defeated. However, Ibuki remains unfazed, calmly thinking about Miko. Just as the horned creature mocks her for sneaking around, Miko suddenly pops up right beside them with a mischievous wink and a playful tongue-out expression. The creature is completely blindsided, stuttering in shock as he questions her ability to transform into a guy. Ibuki's expression remains sharp and unwavering. Standing amidst the ruins, he calmly utters a cryptic code, 758. Reaching his limit of irritation, Ibuki strikes with overwhelming force. He unleashes a powerful attack known as Electric Drop, blasting the horned creature as he reveals he has a great idea for the situation. Miko suggests a clever plan. She will transform into Ibuki to keep the enemies distracted, ensuring they aren't wary if they think only she is missing. This would give Ibuki the necessary time to focus on charging his magic. Ibuki is skeptical, recalling from their training that she couldn't transform into a male, but Miko reveals with a playful smile that she finally managed to master the transformation just yesterday. Miko frantically clarifies that she never actually claimed she couldn't transform into a man, but simply didn't want to offer a lame excuse after losing her match. Ibuki is left stunned by her reasoning. As he watches her, he admits to himself that Miko's place in class is earned through hard work, acknowledging the daunting gap in their abilities, while fueling his own desire to one day out-transform Marin and claim victory. Miko looks at Ibuki with fierce determination, declaring that she will do everything in her power to ensure their team wins, as that is the only thing that truly matters. She reminds him that they are a three-person team, emphasizing their bond. Ibuki watches her, his expression serious as he reflects on her resolve. Ibuki looks on with a calm expression, admitting that Miko's shapeshifting was quite effective. Suddenly, a blinding flash of light erupts across the ruins, marking the final blow. The announcement rings out loudly. Victory belongs to Class D. The announcer screams in disbelief, declaring Class D the victors of the revenge match against Class S as the crowd of fairies erupts in excitement over the awesome fight and Ibuki's surprising performance. Solo, Bib and Lyra watch the result in shock. Bib frantically points out the reason for the upset, noting that Class S was completely drained from fighting multiple teams, while Class D had spent the entire day just chilling. Bib laughs loudly, impressed by Class's victory and questioning Solo about the intense training he put his students through. He then mocks Zed, suggesting he has gone soft on Class S. However, Solo remains serious, coldly stating that it is not over yet. In the background, Julius watches with a smirk, leaving a confused Bib wondering what he means. Miko rushes toward Xiao Shahar and Ibuki, cheering loudly for their success. She and Xiao Shahar share a high five, with Miko proudly claiming her assists were key to the win, while Xiao Shahar acknowledges her contribution. Despite the excitement, Ibuki remains composed and reminds them to collect the headbands and fruits from the opposing team. Nearby, an observer watches the scene, lost in thought. Exhausted and battered, Spyro and Gingy struggle to stay upright. Watching them, Xiaoshihar is surprised that they can still stand. With grim determination, Spyro declares that they cannot afford to lose as retainers of House Medium, while Gingy echoes the sentiment as students of Class B. Driven by their pride, Spyro and Gingy cross their weapons, unleashing a massive swirling vortex of unison magic. Miko recognizes the dangerous stance and panics, while Ibuki and Xiaoshihar look on in disbelief as the devastating attack descends upon them. Synchronizing their thoughts, Spyro and Gingy launch a coordinated strike. With a unified cry of unison magic, duo, they unleash the March of the Falling Stars, sending a devastating wave of energy crashing down upon their enemies. Xiaoshihar and Ibuki stand side by side, their expressions filled with determination. With a sharp tap, they cross their hands. Synchronizing their energy, their eyes flash with intensity as they prepare to unleash their own powerful unison magic. A blinding flash of light consumes the battlefield as two identical spells collide head-on. In a shocking twist, Xiaoshihar and Ibuki have unleashed the same March of the Falling Stars as their opponents. As the energy surges, Solo and Spyro are stunned by the spectacle, realizing that this showdown of identical magic means the battle is far from over. Spyro and Gingy are left in complete disbelief, questioning how Xiaoshihar and Ibuki could possibly execute unison magic. While Ibuki is thrilled to have pulled it off for the first time, Xiaoshihar calmly explains that they simply copied the magic they had seen in their previous battle. Despite the shock of Class S, who believes such synchronization requires rigorous training of both magic and mind, the duo managed to turn the tide by mirroring their opponent's own power. Xiaoshihar looks on with a determined gaze, stating simply that they refuse to lose. As the magic clashes, the force of Xiaoshihar and Ibuki's attack becomes dominant, sending Spyro and Gingy reeling backward. Overwhelmed, Spyro can only admit how amazing the duo is as they are pushed back by the relentless energy. The scene transitions into a lesson for Spyro and Gingy. The lineage is revealed to be ancient, dating back to a time when humans and witches coexisted, with the fans really receiving their magic directly from the witch medium, while their inherited incantations are symbols of elite power and ruling status. This prestige is a double-edged sword. Path. For Lady Miran, her future is now a difficult path, and constant scrutiny of her family's legacy. The explanation continues, revealing that the Sinistra and Dextra families share a similar inherited legacy to House Medium. In a flashback, a young Spyro and Gingy are told they must become outstanding mages to support Lady Maroon and uphold their family's honor. The two children are seen arguing excitedly about when they will receive the witch's revelation to finally use magic. Though they are told, they are getting ahead of themselves. A young Spyro Sinistra declares her resolve to become an outstanding mage for the sake of her father and Lady Miran. As she grows, her natural talent and pride in the Sinistra name become evident, as she mocks others for awakening their magic late to her. Entering class is a given, and she believes they must never lose to any other class, leaving Gingy looking completely overwhelmed by her intensity. The narrative shifts to Gingy Dextra's childhood. His father acknowledges the strictness of House Sinistra's education, but emphasizes Gingy's duty to support Lady Miran and, more importantly, to look after Spyro as both a partner and a friend. With a proud smile, young Gingy accepts this role. However, the memory fades as the scene returns to the present, where Gingy and Spyro are overwhelmed, leaving Gingy to wonder if they are truly destined to lose again. As despair begins to set in for her partners, Maroon Medium shouts with fierce determination, telling Spyro and Gingy that it is far too soon to give up. With a resolute gaze, she declares her offering to the Witch Medium. The three of them join hands, combining their strength to unleash a devastating unison magic. Maroon Medium leads the charge, combining her strength with Spyro and Gingy to unleash a devastating trio unison magic attack. The sheer scale of the blast leaves Shahar and Ibuki in total shock. As the energy surges, a memory of their childhood surfaces, showing the three of them studying together. While unison magic becomes more powerful with more participants, the risk of failure increases due to the difficulty of synchronization. However, because the three have always been together, their unbreakable bond allows them to achieve a perfect, overwhelming synchronization. Witnessing the overwhelming power of the Class S trio, the students of Class D are not deterred. With a look of fierce determination, Miko declares that she can still fight, refusing to let her team lose to the elite mages. Determined to fight back, Xiaoshihar, Miko and Lyra unite their strength, declaring a 3-on-3 showdown. As their magic clashes in a brilliant explosion, Zane is left speechless, and other observers are amazed by the intensity of the battle. However, as Solo watches the clash closely, he realizes that the situation is not as balanced as it seems. Solo analyzes the clash, realizing that unison magic requires a deep synchronization of minds and hearts, something the elite classes students possess. He notes that Miko's individual lack of power and the improvised nature of Ibuki's team make their attack unstable and prone to collapse, as Solo concludes that such magic isn't suited for people like them. A defiant voice from Class D declares that the numbers won't change the outcome. Class S boasts that their lifelong friendship and roles as attendants make their bond unbreakable, dismissing Class D as nothing more than mere classmates. While Class D acknowledges the depth of the trio's history, they refuse to be intimidated. They argue that meeting by chance and choosing to become friends is a special bond in its own right, fueling their resolve to fight back. With a determined smile, Ibuki shouts that becoming friends doesn't require any special reason or motive. He firmly declares that this is not a reason for them to lose, fueling the resolve of Class D. With a collective, thunderous roar, Ibuki, Lyra, and Xiaoshar push their magic to the absolute limit. Their combined will manifests as a colossal blast of energy, clashing violently against the opposing force in a desperate and powerful struggle. A blinding flash of light erupts as the two opposing forces collide, triggering a massive explosion that sends debris flying in every direction. The observers watch the monitors in disbelief as the smoke clears from the colossal explosion. While the others are stunned, Solo looks on with a sharp gaze, concluding that the clash between Class D and Class S has resulted in a draw. The dust settles to reveal a scene of total devastation. Ibuki, Xiaoshahar, and Miko motion amidst the rubble, their strength completely spent. The opponents from Class are in the same state, collapsed across the scarred earth, as a heavy silence falls over the battlefield. A single hand twitches, signaling a flicker of consciousness returning to one of the combatants. Amidst the silence of the crater, Lumi refuses to stay down, battered and gasping for air. She forces her trembling body to move, declaring that she won't go down so easily. Watching from the sidelines, the students of Class are left stunned by her unwavering resolve. Lumi beams with happiness, declaring their victory. The announcement echoes across the ruins, confirming that against all odds, Class D has emerged triumphant over Class S. Watching them, Solo smiles to himself, admitting that his students have become a truly impressive team. The buzzer sounds, signaling that time has finally run out. The announcer declares the end of the second half, praising all the participants for their efforts. Amidst the ruins of the crater, Aiden, Ibuki, and Lumi lie completely spent, the silence of the aftermath marking the end of their intense struggle. Lumi beams with joy, calling out to Xiaoshahar and Ibuki to celebrate their hard-won victory. However, the adrenaline quickly fades, leaving them completely spent. Lying side by side in the ruins of the crater, the three students share a quiet moment of peace, utterly drained but satisfied with their achievement. Lumi and Xiaoshahar share a joyful moment, praising their teamwork and the power of their unison magic. When Lumi asks for Ibuki's agreement, he bluntly claims their victory was just a fluke, prompting a playful scolding from Lumi as she suggests they only succeeded because they were in a desperate situation. Panting heavily from the exhaustion of the fight, Ibuki, Lumi, and Xiaoshahar struggle to recover. Their relief is short-lived as they stare in disbelief at something unfolding before the great gates. Suddenly, a loud crack echoes through the air, and Dante is sent flying backward with a heavy thud, prompting a desperate cry of his name. Pani and Azu enthusiastically cheer for Dante, praising him for gathering all the fruits and earning them a lot of points. Dante looks on with a proud and satisfied expression. However, the scene shifts back to the devastated battlefield where Dante lies spent, whispering to himself that he finally did it while calling out to Xiao. Glib's voice echoes across the field, congratulating the participants and asking them to wait while the judging committee tallies the points. As the fairies busily organize the collected fruits, Solo looks on with a proud, satisfied smile. He reflects on the achievement of his students, pleased that every single team from Class D managed to collect fruits, and that not one of them had to withdraw from the competition. The atmosphere is celebratory, as the students of Class D are praised for their shocking victory over Class. Solo looks on as his students enjoy the moment. Lumi, full of energy, jokingly claims that the win was all thanks to her superior leadership, though she is quickly teased in return. She then brings up a funny detail about Ibuki being incredibly weak to alcohol, much to the curiosity of others. As the laughter continues, Lumi asks about the performance of the other teams. Ibuki shares the story of his team's struggle, recalling how Rex successfully tracked the fruits before they were swept up in a brawl with other classes. He admits that Nagisa was eliminated early, and his own support spell, Moonlight Escort, failed to activate. The situation devolved into total chaos when Nanato panicked and began blasting everyone in sight, including his own teammates. Ibuki sheepishly confesses that he focused too much on protecting his headband and forgot to protect the fruits. But Xiaoshahar and Lumi comfort him, noting that just surviving until the end was an achievement in itself. Lumi wonders why Rex's magic didn't work, prompting Solo and Azu to whisper a theory that the spell only activates when Totori is nearby. In a vivid recollection, Lumi and Null praise Totori, whom they refer to as Lady Caitlin, as the MVP who fought gallantly to protect the team. However, the mood shifts as some teammates lament their perceived uselessness after losing several fruits. Solo steps in to reassure them, pointing out that keeping their headbands is still a success, and telling them not to blame themselves. Azu excitedly boasts about her team's fruit collection, crediting Dante for holding off Class B despite his leg injury. Xiao Shahar gives Dante a fist bump, expressing his confidence in him, though Dante remains humble. Meanwhile, Totori is thrilled, realizing that by stealing the headband and fruits from Moran's team, Class D might actually have a chance to win the competition. Solo looks at his students with a calm expression, admitting that while every team had its share of accidents, they all played their part and did well. The students are overjoyed, teasingly asking for even more praise, while Solo internally sighs, feeling a sense of déjà vu at their reaction. Glib finally calls for everyone's attention, announcing that it is time for the Fairy Cup results. The students of Class D react with a mixture of anxiety and anticipation, wondering where they stand. However, as Glib decides to announce the results starting from the bottom, Solo's expression turns grim. He knows the stakes are devastating. If Class D ends up in last place, one of his students will be expelled. The tension reaches its peak as the final rankings are unveiled. To everyone's surprise, Class B takes the last place, while Class D manages to secure a respectable third place. Amidst the judge's clumsy announcement and the chaotic reactions of the students, Solo stares at the board, finally relieved that his students are safe from expulsion. Chaos erupts among the students as the final results are displayed. While Class claims victory and Class A takes second, the students of Class B are left in utter disbelief at their last place. Finish at the announcer's table, Glib and the officials comment on the suspense of the reveal. Meanwhile, Solo is insouciantly that Class D has placed third, feat unheard of. For them, he is overwhelmed with relief, knowing that the threat of expulsion has finally been averted. A heavy, awkward silence falls over the group. Solo looks at his students, confused by their blank expressions, and demands to know what is wrong with them. The students admit they are simply glad not to be in last place, though some find the result awkward after their high hopes, leaving them unsure of whether to celebrate or be upset. Solo loses his patience and shouts at his students, insisting that they should be celebrating. He reminds them that for the hopeless Class D, which always finishes last, taking third place is an amazing feat. Slowly, the students, including Lumi and Lyra, realize the magnitude of their success and begin to feel a genuine sense of pride in their accomplishment. Class D finally lets loose, celebrating their surprising third-place finish. With absolute chaos, they boastfully declare that the D in Class D stands for destruction and waste no time in mocking Class B for their last-place result. Solo, watching from the sidelines, can only sigh in disbelief that their first instinct is to taunt their rivals. Solo and Ibuki share a quiet moment, acknowledging that they managed to complete the mission. However, Solo sighs as he watches his students return to their villainous, taunting ways, while he mentally lists his own mistakes and hopes they'll be overlooked, including Xiao Shahar, Lumi, and Ahazapli% discuss their experiences and future team-ups. Exhausted but relieved, Solo reflects on what a tiring day it has been. Xiao Shahar approaches Dante, questioning him with a straight face about whether he made sure to gloat at Class B. After a brief, hesitant pause, Dante suddenly bows deeply in a dramatic display of apology. Solo is bewildered by Dante's sudden shift in demeanor and asks him what is wrong. Dante admits that he feels he has been acting poorly and ruining the class vibe all day. He then reveals the true source of his distress, confessing that he has been struggling with his specialty magic, which Solo recognizes as the witch's workshop. Dante opens up further, admitting that he had been lying about his specialty magic. He confesses that, unlike his peers, he felt he lacked a genuine passion or a skill he could be proud of, leading him to fake his abilities. This internal struggle reached a breaking point during the Fairy Cup. While everyone else was achieving visible results, Dante felt powerless and lost, leaving his mind in complete turmoil. Solo and Xiao Shahar listen solemnly as Dante reveals his vulnerability. Dante continues his heartfelt apology, admitting that he took his frustrations out on everyone, especially Azu and Pani. Azu responds with kindness, telling him that everyone has bad times and not to worry about it. However, the mood shifts when Dante reveals the true depth of his despair, confessing that he had even thought about quitting school. Dante frantically waves his arms, clarifying that the idea of quitting school only crossed his mind for a split second. As the tension eases, Xiao Shahar thoughtfully points out that Dante's actual strength lies in barrier magic, noting his success in both special training and the recent fight. His classmates chime in with agreement, praising how cool his barrier magic was against Class B. leaving Dante stunned and speechless. Dante smiles with newfound determination, resolving to keep trying his best at school to find the answer about his bi, Kai, who teases him for being a drama queen after his emotional confession. As the class settles back into their usual banter, Xiao Shahar turns his attention to Muko, bluntly reminding them that their transformation magic still needs work. Muko sighs, admitting that while they are naturally good at poison magic, they aren't even sure if it's their true specialty. Solo reflects on the situation, realizing that Dante's distress was more severe than it initially seemed. He considered that if Class D had placed last, Dante might have truly quit school, consumed by self-blame. While Solo wonders if the struggle was truly worth such a drastic decision, he acknowledges that only Dante knows the true weight of his feelings. He concludes by musing that Dante's own personality might have been the reason he overlooked his natural aptitude for barrier magic from the very beginning. Solo calls out to Dante, confirming that his specialty magic is likely barrier magic. Determined to prevent the boy from ever thinking about quitting school again, Solo gives him a bright, encouraging smile and praises his performance, telling him that he really crushed it. With his confidence restored, Dante starts teasing Solo, telling him not to pretend he had everything figured out since he didn't even do anything during the match. As the atmosphere lightens and classmates chime in, Solo suddenly pushes Dante aside and walks away with a curt later then. Dante is left flailing on the ground, shouting in disbelief at Solo's sudden change in attitude and begging him to cut him some slack. As the group of students walks away, chatting excitedly among themselves, Solo watches them with a deadpan expression. He sighs internally, concluding that it doesn't seem like Dante will ever be truly friendly with him. In contrast, Dante is seen laughing heartily, completely energized and happy. Solo reflects on the situation with a small smile, admitting that while he didn't do much this time, it actually makes his job easier. Looking out over the floating academy, he turns the conversation toward the results of the event. Alongside Sora and another colleague, they note that this year's outcome is quite different from the usual, concluding that such unpredictability is a good thing. Just before the closing ceremony, a staff member announces a special event designed to entertain the fairies, noting that it is unlike anything from previous years. The Adden are left confused, with some worrying that they have no magic left to participate, but they are quickly reassured that they don't need to do anything. The attention then shifts to the teacher Shami, Bib, Aneri, and Sed, who appear to be the center of this surprise. Solo is caught completely off guard when he is told it's his turn. The announcement booms across the arena, declaring the start of the Fairy Cup exhibition matcha magic duel between the homeroom teachers. While the crowd erupts in excitement, Solo and his Adden can only stare in utter confusion. In a light-hearted moment, the students ask Rex and Toturi about their childhood. Toturi happily describes their days playing house, reading, and gardening together. However, Oz adds more detail, recalling how Toturi was frequently chased by monsters, got lost in town, or was swept away by river current sex. Looking completely drained by the memory, sighs and admits that he went through a lot during those tough times. While a sheepish Toturi apologizes for the trouble she caused, the focus shifts to Nagisa Snow, a boy who can sleep anywhere and at any time without a care in the world. Solo watches in confusion as Nagisa naps comfortably on a broom, questioning how he doesn't simply fall off. Nagisa explains that he wraps the broom in soft materials and uses a secret technique to stay balanced. When a skeptical Solo wonders if it's some form of magic, Nagisa deadpans that it is actually just willpower. The scene opens with a sweeping view of the floating arena for the 52nd Fairy Cup. The announcer excitedly proclaims that this year's finale will be different from the usual, announcing an all-out magic battle between all the teachers. As the exhibition match officially begins, the faces of the participating teachers, including Solo, are highlighted amidst the cheering crowd of fairies. The announcer begins the grand introductions for the teachers' exhibition match. First is Sed, the leader of the victorious Class S. Next is Aneri of Class A, who remains composed despite the announcer mentioning her terrifying temper. Chami of Class C enters with overwhelming excitement for the fight. Finally, Bib of Class B is introduced, though he is immediately outraged when the announcer highlights his class' shocking last-place ranking. The crowd of Adden erupts in cheers, shouting encouragement for Mrs. Chami, Mr. Bib, Miss Aneri, and Mr. Sed. Finally, the announcer introduces the last participant, highlighting the newcomer who miraculously lifted the eternally last-place class up to third place. Solo makes his entrance with a bright smile and a casual wave, greeting everyone with a light-hearted, "Hey there." Miko watches Solo with a skeptical expression, wondering why he is acting in his fake nice mode around hers. The students of class discuss his behavior, with some suggesting he's just a newcomer among the teachers, while others feel he's overdoing the act. Dante brings up the fact that Solo has already defeated a teacher from Class 3B, prompting Kai and Azu to question his true power and whether he will ultimately win the exhibition. The students reflect on Solo's past performance, remembering a win he secured before the midterm exams. While some worry that facing the teacher of class will be an uphill battle, others are eager to see him win. Xiao Shahar calls for the class to give their full support, but Ibuki remains unfazed, noting that expectations can often be a hindrance. The floating arena erupts in noise as the students of Class D scream their support for Solo, with some even promising him a mountain of egg tarts if he secures a victory. Solo is completely overwhelmed by the volume, thinking to himself that it's far too loud. As he maintains his cheerful facade, he reminds himself that he is an infiltrator and an assassin. He cannot afford to make moves that would reveal his true nature. Though he briefly considers the perks of being respected by everyone, he quickly snaps back to reality, refusing to let his mission slip. Meanwhile, the surrounding crowd begins to whisper in awe, questioning why someone as strong as Solo was assigned to the struggling Class D. Solo remains cautious, reminding himself that a competent assassin should never draw attention to themselves while infiltrating. Meanwhile, Julius cheerfully apologizes for the surprise event and urges everyone to give their best. Despite the suddenness, the other teachers are fired up and ready to face each other in the exhibition match. Julius expresses his anticipation for the match, admitting that while he has observed class, he has yet to see Solo's true power as a wizard. As the other teachers realize the real motive behind the exhibition, Solo internally panics, realizing that Julius has already set his sights on him with a knowing smile. Julius tells Solo that he wants to see what his God calling him, a fellow revolutionary of the school. The announcer sets the rules for the exhibition match, a 5-person free-fall brawl where anyone blown out of the arena is eliminated. As the signal to start sounds, Solo looks toward the arena, but internally, he apologizes to Class D, deciding that he will let himself lose to avoid drawing too much attention to his true skills. The battle kicks off with an explosion of power as Chami shouts, "Here I go." She casts Proteon Tampana, transforming herself into a massive, muscular giant. With a booming laugh, she unleashes a crushing move called Heel of the Giant, leaving Solo stunned by the sheer scale of the onslaught. The impact is catastrophic, leaving the arena in ruins and sending Solo flying through the air. As the students watch in horror and wails over the destruction of the Fairy Plaza, Chami celebrates, claiming victory since everyone has been knocked out. Solo, recovering from the blast, reflects on Chami's specialty in Titan magic and her blunt, refreshing personality. As the dust settles, Chami shrinks back to her original form, laughing cheerfully despite the devastation of the arena. Ced and Inari look on with disapproval, stating that her actions were excessive and that she cannot simply make up her own rules. Inari points out that Chami used her powerful once-a-day trump card right at the start, making the match far too easy. As she speaks, Inari begins to activate her own magic. Inari unleashes her magic, summoning 3 massive golems that leave the watching Adin in shock. The golems quickly swarm and pin down Chami, leaving her struggling. Seeing the ruins of the arena, Inari calmly suggests that since the boundaries are gone, dropping to one's knees should count as being knocked out of terms that a defeated Chami can only reluctantly agree to. The spotlight turns to Inari of Class A. Although her specialty is perception magic, and she isn't typically suited for direct combat, she is a woman of significant ability. A brief glimpse into her past reveals a friendly relationship with Mrs. Chami, with the two often spending their days off together now. Amidst the ruins of the floating arena, the tension peaks as the teachers prepare to face off to determine which class will claim victory. Solo is left stunned by the sheer scale of the destruction, unable to believe that Chami would simply wreck the entire arena. He admits to himself that the heel of the giant was an incredible feat, one that even he couldn't replicate. Realizing that the faculty members are far more capable than he initially thought, he worries about his reputation if he loses too quickly. He knows that students of Class D will never let him hear the end of it, just as he resolves to put up a decent fight. A sudden impact strikes, catching him off guard. Bib suddenly appears before Solo, reminding him that participation in the exhibition match is mandatory. As the Adin from both classes erupt in cheers, urging their teachers to dominate the other, Solo finds himself in a tense standoff with the teacher of Class B. Looking at the rowdy crowd, Solo dryly remarks that Bib's Adin are quite loud. Bib glares at Solo, harboring a grudge and thinking that Solo has grown overconfident after training Xiao Shahar for the Fairy Cup. Determined to put him in his place, Bib decides to nip Solo's ego in the bud. With a flourish, Bib unleashes a spell that creates numerous clones of himself, shouting a cheer to his own multiplied presence. Solo is caught completely off guard, staring in shock at the sudden army of Bibs. Bib erupts in laughter as he floods the area with a swarm of clones, leaving Solo completely bewildered and surrounded. The narrator explains that Bib, the teacher of Class B, specializes in clone magic. creating a quantity of copies that are nearly impossible to distinguish from the original. As Solo kicks through the clones, he notes that the battle will only end once he strikes the real Bib. Despite the annoyance, Solo finds a silver lining, thinking that this is the perfect way to put up a convincing fight, while still allowing himself to lose without losing face. Surrounded by a swarm of identical copies, Solo remains silent as Bib relentlessly taunts him. The clones whisper among themselves, questioning whether Solo's teaching had any real impact on Class D, or if their rise to third place was simply due to the presence of the former #1 student. Bib's mockery reaches a peak, as he suggests a more sinister reason for their success, that the students of Class D are cheating once again. Tired of the constant mockery, Solo decides he has had enough of Bib's obnoxious behavior. He unleashes a devastating strike, Witch's Arsenal, unbreaking dawn, sending the swarm of clones flying across the arena in a brilliant flash of power. Bib is left completely stunned, his arrogance replaced by sheer disbelief. The Adden watch in awe as Solo stands calmly amidst the wreckage of the fallen clones. With cold efficiency, Solo concludes that if the real winner cannot be identified, the only solution is to take them all down. Solo gazes at the shell-shocked Bib with a knowing, smug expression. With a calm yet piercing tone, he asks if Bib remembers the lesson his student once taught him. The arena is filled with disbelief as Solo's single, devastating blow completely neutralizes Bib. The Nico are ecstatic and bewildered, questioning if their teacher has always been this strong. Meanwhile, Bib lies defeated on the rubble, unable to process how a veteran teacher of 30 years could be so easily bested by a newcomer. Solo looks down at him with a calm expression, simply stating that he understands. With a wide, innocent grin, Solo thanks Bib, claiming that the veteran teacher intentionally threw the match just to make a newcomer look better. Bib is left staring in utter confusion, while the Adden murmur among themselves, completely baffled by Solo's strange interpretation of the overwhelming victory. Solo continues to tease Bib, insisting that the veteran teacher lost on purpose to be kind to a newbie. Frustrated and desperate to reclaim his pride, Bib suddenly pivots, shouting that he only lost because he was scolded by his wife all night and couldn't sleep. While some Adden are confused by this absurd excuse, others simply celebrate the victory over Class B, and Xiao Shahar concludes that he simply doesn't understand adults. Xiao Shahar asks Ibuki for his thoughts, to which Ibuki vaguely responds that he simply follows what their teacher says. As Nico Robert reminds them that the fight was merely an exhibition match, Ibuki begins to wonder about the true nature of Mr. Solo. He reflects on how Solo took over Class D after the previous teacher quit, admitting that he knows almost nothing about the man's specialty magic. Noticing this, Xiao Shahar teases him, pointing out that Ibuki doesn't seem to know anything at all. Ibuki admits that he has high hopes for Solo. Meanwhile, Solo is internally spiraling, feeling that he messed up by pretending Bib lost on purpose. He imagines himself being defeated by the teachers of classes C, A, and S, but eventually convinces himself that since he managed to throw everyone off, everything should be fine. As the exhibition matches conclude, joy takes center stage in the ruined arena. Addressing the gathered students of Orion, the small fairy expresses deep appreciation for the day's events, and excitedly announces that tonight will be a party night as a token of gratitude, sparking cheers from the crowd. The party night kicks off in a festive atmosphere. Students dance and laugh alongside the frolickers, indulging in peculiar treats. Lumi is delighted by a mysterious nectar that supposedly improves drawing skills, while Dant tries to snag some frolicker fruit for himself. Amidst the celebration, some students bond over their shared love for darkness, though others find the sentiment completely cringeworthy. Away from the noise of the party, Julius approaches Solo to congratulate him. He expresses surprise and delight that Class D managed to secure third place, avoiding the bottom spot. Calling Solo's partner in revolution, Julius praises the spectacle of the exhibition match. Despite being slightly unnerved by Julius' beaming smile, Solo focuses on the most important matter, ensuring that none of his students will face expulsion, promising to settle the matter with the principal. Inari approaches Solo and Julius, curiously asking if the two are friends. While Solo is simply relieved to have the previous conversation interrupted, Julius explains that they are the same age and get along well. Inari remarks on their youth before praising Solo and his students for the impressive effort Class D put in this year, though Solo seems exhausted by the small talk. Bib suddenly bursts in, shouting at Inari for being too soft on Class D and claiming they only exist to make Class B look superior. Solo is bewildered by the sudden outburst and the fact that Class D is being praised. It soon becomes clear that Bib is intoxicated after the frolickers admit to accidentally giving him booze. Despite his yelling, Inari remains composed, arguing that since the school values grades, it is only right to acknowledge the results Class D has achieved. Solo tentatively asks Inari if she disagrees with the school's scapegoat education system. Inari clarifies that she isn't opposed to the school's structure, noting that it's natural for classes to differ based on ability. However, she firmly states that there is no need to bully Class D as Mr. Bibb does, explaining that she is only strict with those who don't try, while he pine canes to those. Meanwhile, Bibb lies face down on the ground, completely overwhelmed. Inari honestly admits that her focus on Class A leaves her with little thought for Class D beside her. Chami laughs boisterously, declaring her support for meritocracy, and boasting about how teaching helps her get stronger and make money. Solo, caught in Chami's energetic grip, sighs and corrects her to call it a salary. Meanwhile, Inari shifts her attention to Sed, questioning him about his supposed opposition to the school's scapegoat education system. Sed clarifies his position, stating that he never said he was opposed to the system, but rather that he is simply uninterested in it. He explains that he only intends to fulfill the desires of students who strive for success and are capable, specifically those in class, while ignoring all other classes. Solo listens to this cold admission with a blank expression. Chami interrupts, questioning if this is just elitism, and reveals a glimpse into Sed's past, mentioning that he was so exceptionally talented as a child that his own parents and teachers barely paid any attention to him. Chami continues to tease Sed, recalling how he was a crybaby who felt abandoned by parents and teachers who only focused on those who struggled. This past trauma explains why Sed now focuses exclusively on students who excel. Observing the chaotic group, Solo reflects on the variety of teachers at Orion, realizing that instead of actively neglecting Class D, the other instructors are simply devoted to their own students. In the background, a completely intoxicated Bibb continues to ramble. Solo quietly admits to himself that as a fake teacher, he could never truly be like the other educators. His thoughts are interrupted as Xiao Shahar appears, looking for Ibuki. Despite a crowd of frolickers clamoring to see Ibuki dance again, the boy is nowhere to be found, and Lumi confirms his absence. Xiao Shahar wonders if Ibuki is simply avoiding the social gathering, while Dante decides to go search for him. As they try to coordinate with Azu and Miko, Miko suddenly bolts away, claiming she has urgent business. Azu watches her go, noting how busy she seems, before turning her attention to Nagisa to ask where he is heading. Nagisa tells Azu that he is exhausted and wants to find a quiet spot to sleep, ignoring the opportunity to mingle with the fairies. As he wanders off, Azu remarks to Kai that Nagisa is always in his own world. She asks Kai about their time as teammates during the Fairy Cup, wondering if Nagisa's distant personality persists even during combat. Kai reflects on the Fairy Cup, noting that while Nagisa tried his best to stay awake, leading such a team was a rough experience. After a brief, embarrassed exchange between Kai and Nanato regarding leadership praise, the conversation returns to Nagisa. Azu and Kai observe that despite his constant sleeping and aloof demeanor, Nagisa's never actually skipped schools, leaving his true motivation for attending the academy a complete mystery. Nanato recalls Nagisa's tendency to fall asleep easily, noting that he is always sleeping even in the dorms. As Nanato teases Rex with the nickname Rexy, Rex admits he wants to get closer to Nagisa. Far from the chatter, Nagisa looks on with a distant expression, reflecting on his own reason for being at the academy. Maroon Medium is seen happily indulging in the party's delicacies, finding them delicious beside her. Spyro Sinistra acts as a concerned attendant, nagging her about her sensitive stomach and warning her not to drink too much. As they discuss Maroon's reluctance to speak directly with a certain Mrs. Cecilia, the atmosphere suddenly shifts. A voice calls out to Maroon, firmly stating that they need to have a serious conversation. Maroon follows the voice to a secluded starry plateau. From a distance, a worried Spyro asks if the young lady will be all right, but Solo sternly tells her to just shut up and watch. Facing the mysterious figure, the stranger reveals that they had crossed paths long ago during a performance by her troupe, leaving Maroon puzzled as she tries to piece together the memory. The mysterious figure speaks calmly, reminding Maroon of a promise they made in the past, and how Maroon had looked up to her even after they reunited at school. But the moment of nostalgia is shattered as Maroon erupts in a fit of rage. She screams that it is impossible for her to remember a single conversation from years ago, given the countless people she meets every day. Furious, she lashes out, refusing to forgive the figure's attitude, just because she is acting bashful. Maroon Medium shows no mercy, scolding the mysterious figure for acting like a creepy fan and demanding they be direct if they want to be friends. Even as the figure breaks down in tears, Maroon remains stubborn, noting that unlike her attendants Spyro and Gingy, she won't be easily swayed by such a display. After her cold outburst, Maroon Medium looks away and admits she said some awful things, offering a sincere apology. Mina listens quietly before speaking up, declaring that she hasn't given up on her goals. A flashback reveals a younger, beaming Mina who vowed to master transformation magic, become a first-class wizard, and eventually become the star of the troupe. Mina opens up further, explaining that due to certain circumstances involving her parents, she has kept her ties to the troupe, a secret from everyone in Class D and the teachers. Although she isn't ready to share all the details, she asks Maroon to keep this secret between them. Mina explains that she has only shared small details about her life with Azu due to their close bond. Maroon Medium accepts this, promising not to pry further and vowing to forbid Spyro and Gingy from mentioning the troupe. Grateful for the understanding, Mina admits that knowing Maroon enjoyed her show truly made her happy. Maroon responds with a slight critique, acknowledging that while she enjoyed it, there was a certain madness to Mina's methods. With a bright, hopeful smile under the starry sky, Mina looks toward the future. She asks Maroon to come and see her again, once her dream finally comes true. Moved by Mina's sincerity, Maroon Medium struggles with her words as she apologizes for the rude things she said. With a look of raw emotion and shimmering eyes, she finally confesses her true wish. She wants to be Mina's friend. Maroon and Mina share a joyful moment, both agreeing to be friends. Maroon jokingly mentions putting an end to her previous demands about Mina's attire, while Mina shyly suggests they could even have matching nails. As they bond, Maroon expresses her desire to introduce Mina to Spyro and Gingy, to which Mina happily suggests bringing along her own battle buddies, Xiao Shahar and Ibuki. The scene shifts to a crowded area filled with chatting students. Xiao Shahar looks around with a sigh, wondering where Ibuki has disappeared to. Nearby, Dante notices Xiao and admits that he also wanted to see the dance again, just as someone calls out his name. Xiao Shahar clarifies that he isn't just looking for Ibuki, but has something he needs to tell Dante. Confused, Dante asks what it is. Xiao Shahar mentions things he had been fretting over before the exhibition match. Dante assumes he is talking about his specialty magic, but Xiao Shahar reveals there is something else on his mind, the true source of his impatience. Dante opens up to Xiao Shahar, admitting that he has harbored feelings of jealousy for a long time. He explains that Xiao has always been special, constantly fighting for the top spot and gaining the attention of both students and teachers. Dante further reveals his envy over Xiao's early knowledge of his specialty magic and his general popularity. Dante suddenly bursts out, blaming Xiao for the girl he liked in their first year, though Xiao is genuinely confused about his own popularity. Quickly becoming embarrassed, Dante shifts the conversation to acknowledge how Xiao has led Class D through the midterm exams and the Fairy Cup. Xiao smiles and tells Dante that he has always found his efforts amazing, which only makes Dante wonder what he is compared to such a person. Dante suddenly changes his tone, declaring with a bright smile that his struggle with jealousy ends today. Having vented everything, he feels an immediate sense of relief and claims hell slips much better tonight. Xiao Shahar, however, is left stunned by the abrupt conclusion, bewildered that Dante is simply done talking and wondering how he is even supposed to respond to such an outburst. Dante tells Xiao Shahar that he doesn't need to say anything, as he simply wanted to get his feelings off his chest. Xiao, feeling the sudden shift is selfish, retorts and tells him to shut up, noting the irony of Dante calling him selfish when he's the class president. After a moment of reflection, Xiao looks at Dante and tells him that there is one thing he got wrong, regarding the claim that Xiao was the one who kept Class D going. Xiao Shahar looks at Dante with a gentle smile, admitting that he has always believed Dante was the one who truly set the mood for Class D, completely caught off guard. Dante can only stare in confusion, wondering what Xiao's talking about. Before Dante can process the compliment, Xiao playfully clings to him, suddenly rambling about Ibuki and Midiku before quickly dismissing his words as just talking to himself. Xiao Shahar gives Dante a warm smile, telling him that he'll be counting on him from now on. Just as the mood settles, Xiao suddenly pivots, asking Dante about the girl he liked during their first year. This sends Dante into a panic, as he reveals the girl was someone Xiao had rejected, and he desperately tries to avoid reliving the pain while Xiao becomes increasingly curious. In a sudden, comedic shift, Alumi from Class A is seen clinging to Xiao Shahar, calling him darling, and Raman praising their romantic love. As she expressed her devotion to Xiao, it is revealed that she is the very girl Dante liked in their first year. She dismisses Dante with cold indifference, claiming that someone who ended up in Class D has no future, leaving a heartbroken Dante to watch their affection from the sidelines. Dante erupts into uncontrollable laughter, patting Xiao Shahar on the shoulder while mocking him for the situation. Confused and slightly defeated, Xiao wonders why he suddenly feels like he's the one being dumped. Dante revels in the moment, declaring that Xiao finally knows exactly how he feels, his laughter echoing across the quiet, starry landscape. Solo finds a quiet spot to sit, letting out a sigh of relief as he admits that he isn't well suited for so much commotion. As he wonders if students are always this noisy, he is reminded of the pure, uncomplicated bond his students share, a friendship that didn't require any special reason or circumstances to exist. Xiao Shahar smiles confidently, declaring that he and Ibuki make a great team, Watching from the sidelines, Solo is left bewildered, wondering if he has actually integrated further into the lives of his students. However, as the word friends echoes in his mind, Solo is reminded of his cold reality, that an assassin like him has no place for such bonds. A flashback reveals a young Solo standing with a Lyra. Though his expression is cold and distant, he tells himself that such bonds have no meaning, haunted by the crushing realization that he will only end up losing those he cares about. A silhouette of him sitting alone by a grave emphasizes his isolation, reinforcing the belief that he must remain alone to avoid further pain. Xiao Shahar and Miko suddenly appear, calling out to Ibuki as they find him sitting alone. Ibuki is caught off guard, surprised that Miko was also looking for him. Xiao explains that he wants them to talk to Maroon's group again, prompting a curious Miko to ask if they finally made up. Miko and Xiao Shahar don't give Ibuki a choice, pulling him along as they head back. With a confident smile, Xiao reminds Ibuki that as their leader, he is ordering them to stick together as a team. Ibuki continues to complain as he is dragged along, but the group finally reaches their destination. They are greeted by Maroon Medium and her companions. Gingy and Spyro introduce themselves, with Spyro gracefully acknowledging that their team was completely defeated. She suggests that since the competition is over, they should set aside their enmity and strive to build a positive relationship moving forward. Ibuki shuts down Spyro's attempt at a friendly bond with a blunt, "no thanks," even slapping her hand away. This sends Spyro into a comedic meltdown, screaming about her prestige as a member of Class S and the humiliation of being rejected. While Xiao Shahar tries to defend Ibuki by saying he isn't a bad guy, Gingy looks on in exhaustion, admitting to himself that Spyro is rotten to the core and that he is the one who should actually be apologizing. Solo watches in utter disbelief as Ibuki, who was just in a heated argument, begins chatting normally with the others about nail polish. Confused by how quickly Ibuki and Miko reconciled with class, Solo is then approached by Said. The two teachers exchange pleasantries, laughing as they reflect on the intensity of the recent exhibition match. Said tells Solo that if they ever get another opportunity, he wants Solo to display his abilities to the fullest. He then bluntly asks if Solo lost the match on purpose out of concern for Said's position as the teacher of class. Completely bewildered and flustered, Solo panics and denies it, claiming he doesn't even have that kind of ability to begin with. Said presses further, questioning why Solo is hiding his true strength and if he is concealing something. Solo panics internally, wondering if he made a mistake during the exhibition match, and desperately tries to think of a way to throw Said off his scent. When Said suggests that Solo's skill level is far beyond what is required for Class D, Solo attempts to deflect, claiming he is the opposite of Said. However, Said counters by reminding him of his desire to help exceptional children. Solo puts on a fake, sparkling facade, sweating nervously as he claims he wants to be a teacher who helps children who don't excel. Said looks thoughtful, concluding that Solo is hiding his talent because he doesn't wish to be promoted. While Said admits that such a stance is difficult to maintain at Orion, Solo can only look on with a deadpan expression, exhausted by his own lie. Solo manages to deflect Said's suspicions, and Said agrees to stay quiet about the matter. Internally, Solo is incredibly relieved, thinking to himself that it was a close call while blaming Julius for proposing the exhibition match in the first place. However, his moment of peace is short-lived as Vice Principal Nico Robert suddenly appears and calls out to him. As Principal Nico, Robert congratulates Solo on class' unexpected third-place finish, stating that he wishes to observe Solo's teaching methods more closely. Solo is caught off guard by the sudden attention Nico, then thanks him for bringing Xiao Shahar back to school, before shifting the conversation to a more serious tone. Asking Solo if he knows the real reason why Xiao Shahar was placed in Class D's, Solo is left bewildered by the timing of the question. Nico Robert recalls a desperate moment from the past when a grieving Xiao Shahar begged him to teach magic that could bring the dead back to life. Despite the boy's plea, Nico refused, citing the strict wizarding rule against the 3 great magic taboos. This refusal pushed Xiao Shahar to go wild in his search for forbidden knowledge. While Nico believes he did the right thing by prioritizing his duty as a wizard, Xiao Shahar coldly tells him that he is mistaken. Nico Robert reflects on his inner turmoil, admitting that he always worried there was something more important he should have told Xiao Shahar. He recalls Xiao Shahar's trust in the faculty, remembering the boy saying that he was sure the teachers would have stepped in if something happened. However, after witnessing Xiao Shahar in the fairy cup, Nico finally feels relieved. Turning to a surprised Solo, Nico gives a warm smile and thanks him, acknowledging that this positive turn of events was all because of Solo. Solo panics as Nico Robert expresses a desire to pay closer attention to his teaching. He frantically tries to downplay his role, claiming the students only helped each other, and that some of them don't even like him. However, Nico remains unfazed, telling Solo that a teacher's goal is not to be loved by their students, but to do what is necessary for their growth, even if it means being hated. Nico Robert continues his reflection, admitting that teachers are only human and can be worn down by unreasonable behavior. He then challenges Solo's modesty, pointing out that by bringing Xiao Shahar back, Solo created a chain of support among the students. He concludes that Solo's influence was far greater than he admits, making it impossible to say he did nothing. Against a backdrop of shimmering stars, Solo contemplates the eternal cycle of guidance. From teacher to student and student to teacher, the kindness shared between them rotates like the stars, eventually returning to those who gave it. As the party night draws to a close, Glib announces the final reward for the winners of the competition. The class students are filled with anticipation, wondering what the legendary fairy's blessing could be. With a grand reveal, the prize is unveiled. A life-size Frolicker figurine. The reveal of the life-size Frolicker figurine is met with immediate rejection from the winning class students, who collectively declare that they don't want it. Despite the prize being advertised as a companion that performs sick dance moves when powered by magic, the winners are left in a state of shock and disgust. In contrast, class delighted by the cute figure. Admitting she wished contrasting reactions, Solo smiles and jokingly suggests that everyone should just embrace the moment and dance together. I find a fix kleinen. The Fairy Cup finally comes to a close in a whirlwind of celebration, with the students dragging Solo into their dance. As he watches them, Solo reflects on how it all began with an unreasonable threat of expulsion. He admits that Class D has constantly pushed him to his wit's end, even forcing him into an exhibition match. Despite his internal grumbling about wanting to quit playing teacher, the warmth and joy shared between him and his students are unmistakable. Solo watches the joyful chaos of his students and Nico Robert celebrating under the starry night. A soft, genuine smile crosses his face as he reflects that nights like this aren't bad once in a while, even as a final lingering thought remains. The starry sky lingers over the floating islands, but a sense of melancholy sets in as the dawn nears. Amidst the fading celebration, Joy approaches Vice Principal Nico Robert. The atmosphere turns tense, as Joy mentions a specific topic from a previous discussion, causing Nico to react with a sharp twitch of anticipation. A wide shot of the academy sets the scene before shifting to the dining hall. Lumi is in high spirits, beaming with pride as she recalls their achievement. She loudly proclaims their third-place victory in the Cup. But Nina quickly points out that it has already been 3 days since the event. Lumi tries to argue that it has only been 3 days, but her relentless excitement is met with bewildered and exhausted looks from her peers. In the academy cafeteria, the atmosphere is loud as Lumi relentlessly teases the Adden of Class B, mocking them for coming in last place in the Fairy Cup. Amidst the chaos, Ibuki greets Solo, who is simply trying to get his meal. Solo reflects on the change in the school's dynamic. While some still view third place as mediocre, others are beginning to admit that this year's Class D is special and truly impressive. Solo looks at his Adden and concludes that, in the end, things haven't really changed. They still feel like Class S scraps. He knows that a single third-place finish won't suddenly change the world's perception of them, but he finds it enough that they can now confidently bite back at Class B. As he walks, he accidentally bumps into a girl and offers a quick apology nearby. Other Adden discuss him, identifying him as Mr. Solo from Class D, and noting that he has already been at the academy for 2 months. Solo finds himself in the unexpected position of being viewed as a capable teacher after the exhibition match, with even Inari admitting she had underestimated him. While he acknowledges that this reputation makes it easier for him to operate than being seen as useless, he has no desire to be fussed over, as it is not his mission. As he contemplates his primary goal, Dante approaches him, mentioning a report from Mrs. Rose. Solo notes himself that Dante's future has already begun to change. The precognition painting involving Miko Cecilia and the others has finally returned to normal, with Dante being the key this time. Dante expresses his gratitude to Solo, acknowledging him both as a teacher and as number 0. With the immediate crisis averted, the students can finally look forward to summer vacation. However, Solo has other matters on his mind. He approaches Vice Principal Nico Robert, requesting a private moment to ask something important. The classroom is suddenly engulfed by a sea of frolickers, leaving the students in a state of complete shock. Amidst the chaos, Solo calmly reveals the reason for their arrival, explaining that the vice principal has requested Class D to act as guides for the creature's long-awaited school tour. Much to the students' disbelief, Glib, the chief of the frolickers, appears and delivers a direct request. Xiao Shahar is thrilled, wondering if the creatures have taken a liking to them, while Lumi wishes their popularity could have helped them win the Fairy Cup. Solo clarifies that since the request came from the vice principal, he cannot refuse. He officially announces that Today's lesson will be a school tour for the frolickers. leaving the students excited for the unusual activity. The tour begins at the Grand Orient School of Magic Assembly Hall. Solo explains that the hall is primarily used for school assemblies and ceremonies. When he mentions that a dance party is held there during the winter, the frolickers erupt in excitement, unable to wait for the event. The frolickers quickly grow bored of the assembly hall, demanding to be taken somewhere that truly feels like a magic school. While Solo internally fumes at how annoying the creatures are, Xiao Shahar steps in and offers to show them his recommended spot. The group arrives at the breathtaking astronomy room of the Orient School of Magic, a vast hall filled with celestial wonders and a floating cosmic whale. Xiao Shahar leads the group into the astronomy room, explaining that it is used for lessons and is a popular spot for students during breaks, especially at night when the stars are beautiful. However, the frolickers are unimpressed, complaining that it's boring because it's currently day. To change their minds, Solo steps in and activates a magical sphere. With a sharp ting, a colossal shadowy whale manifests in the room, puncturing the creatures as it begins to spit out a mysterious dark substance. The room suddenly plunges into darkness, transforming into a breathtaking planetarium. The frolickers are completely mesmerized by the artificial stars, calling the scene romantic and pretty. Xiao Shahar smugly asks if it's cool, while if weary Solo begs them to stop and warns against doing such things with other students. Despite his annoyance, the frolickers are simply focused on how many points this adds to the experience. The school tour continues as the group arrives at the Orion School of Magic School store. The frolickers are thrilled, showcasing the various dorm necessities, school supplies, and treats available, with one excitedly recommending the store's exclusive chaos candy. Amidst the excitement, Solo mentions that he buys an egg tart from the store every single day. Lumi agrees they are good, but wonders how he doesn't get tired of eating them daily. Solo and Ibuki describe the chaos candy as a magical treat with flavors that change every time you eat them. However, the frolickers don't wait to buy any, they simply start crunching through the candy. This sends Noel into a panic, screaming that the candy is for sale and must be paid for. Seeing the chaos, Solo calmly offers to pay for the treats, telling Noel to calm down while the other students look on, bewildered by the situation. The school tour continues as the group arrives at the potions lab. While the students are impressed by the facility, the frolickers immediately cause chaos by throwing ingredients into a cauldron, prompting a stressed Solo to shout for them to stop. Afterward, the group moves to the art room, which is used for magic culture classes. Solo points out that Nanato is exceptionally talented with a brush, though the masked boy shyly denies it, claiming he only has a slight interest in art. The chaos in the potions lab reaches a peak before the tour moves on to the farm area. Xiaoshar explains that the students at Orion are tasked with looking after various magical creatures. However, the frolickers' presence quickly turns into a disaster as the creatures begin eating them, claiming their marshmallow-like bodies are too enticing. As the fairies scream in terror for help, Solo calmly suggests, leaving them to their fate for a bit, and Xiao Shahar readily agrees. The tour continues as Xiao Shahar introduces the training grounds, explaining that it is used for both magical and physical training. Moving on to the infirmary, Nanato comments on how soft and comfortable the beds are, but Solo quickly tells him not to review them. The group then breezes through several other locations, including the library, the kitchen, a plant-filled greenhouse, and the music room, with the frolickers excitedly wondering where they will head next. Completely drained from the long tour, Solo and the students slump down by a magnificent fountain in the school gardens. While catching their breath, they notice the various animals, such as cats and squirrels, that roam freely across the grounds. The group marvels at the sheer scale of the academy, with the students admitting that even they don't have a full picture of the entire place. Azu mentions that there are forbidden places within the school, sparking Panis' curiosity and the frolickers' excitement. Solo, however, is completely baffled by the points the fairies have been adding up throughout the day. As the confusion over the points remains unresolved, the conversation turns toward the academic side of the academy, with the group wondering what kind of lessons are actually taught at Orion. The conversation turns to the lessons at Orion, with the students listing everything from magic incantations and history to practical combat and pep. While Nanato mentions his interest in biology and esoteric studies, Azu drops a bombshell. A survey conducted in class determined that Solo's worst subject is magic. Culture Noel is shocked by the existence of such a survey, while Xiao Shahar and the frolickers are left exhausted just thinking about the workload, questioning if school is even fun with so much studying. The students all beam with happiness, thinking about how fun their school life is. Amidst the warmth, Solo, now buried under a pile of fairies, tries to find a silver lining to the previous conversation. He asks the group to remind him what the survey listed as his best subject. Solo announces that a decision has finally been reached, As the school bell rings and the Adden look on in surprise, the Frolickers enthusiastically declare that they have decided to live at Orion from now on. Nico Robert reveals that he had been discussing the Frolickers' safety with their chief, as the number of monsters in their home forest has been rising. Joy admits that while they were initially hesitant to leave their familiar home, the extensive nature and sheer size of Orion made it an ideal alternative. Having enjoyed their tour of the school, Joy enthusiastically confirms their decision to move in, expressing excitement about getting to know the students. With the decision finalized, Orion becomes the new home of the Frolickers. Despite Joy's claim that they would be harmless and stay out of the way, the fairies immediately plunge the school into chaos. They swarm Aiden and Lumi, chanting for them to kiss. While Nico Robert admires Solos' looks, the sheer noise and energy of the fairies prove to be an extreme nuisance, though the narrator notes that they were thoroughly scolded for their behavior later. In the kitchen of the Orion School of Magic, Kai finishes cooking a massive dish. With a confident smile, he tells the excited frolickers that the food is ready, and they eagerly prepare to dig in. With only a few days left before summer vacation, Solo considers the two tasks he still needs to complete. The first is the student one-on-one meetings, where teachers and students discuss their progress and future prospects. Standing before the door of Class D, Solo views this as the perfect opportunity to gather more information about his students. Though he remains curious about how the meetings will unfold, the students are in high spirits, raving about a delicious meal that tastes like it came from a professional store. Kai looks on with a smug, proud expression as the others praise his cooking skills. Confused by the commotion, Solo asks what is going on, only to discover that Kai brought in homemade roast beef to share after making too much for the Frolickers the previous day. Kai modestly tells his classmates not to worry about the food, claiming it's just a hobby. While Toturi and Yuna feel guilty and want to repay him, Kai's smug confidence in their praise leaves, Pani and Miko feeling strangely annoyed. When he asks for future food requests to expand his repertoire, the class becomes excited, showering him with suggestions from pumpkin croquettes and tempura to impossible zero-calorie, shortcakes and cat-friendly ramen. Leaving Kai completely exasperated, Kai turns his attention to Nagisa, asking if he has any specific food requests. While other students bicker in the background, Nagisa remains silent and skeptical. Kai simply smiles, encouraging everyone to enjoy the meal together. Solo looks on, admitting that Kai's abilities are as impressive as ever, right as the school bell rings. Solo informs the class that they will spend the rest of the day conducting one-tone meetings in the reference room to discuss their prospects. While some students are confused about the process, Xiao Shahar takes the opportunity to share his goal, boldly stating his intention to join the Wizard Knights. Solo gives Xiao Shahar his seal of approval, encouraging him to pursue his grand ambition of joining the Wizard Knights. However, Solo is privately concerned, noting that the Wizard Knights fall under the Department of Magic, which also houses the assassination unit. He hopes Xiao won't cross paths with them. As the meeting ends, the next Azu steps forward. With a bright smile, she declares her passion for Rikoshanza development, wanting to create all sorts of new potions, a goal that Solo finds completely expected of her. Solo continues his meetings with the rest of the class. Nanato admits he has no specific ambition other than living a peaceful life in the future, while Toturi enthusiastically declares her intent to take over the Leander family farm. Daunt reveals that he has moved past his interest in the Wizard Knights and hopes to find a new path. Finally, Nagisa simply yawns, admitting that he hadn't given his future any thought at all. Solo continues his one-on-one sessions. Hearing more from his students, Katlia expresses her wish to help those in need by fighting monsters, prompting Solo to suggest joining a guild. Panny simply wants to live a normal fun life, though Solo notes that normality can be the hardest thing to achieve. Miko dreams of becoming a superstar, with a massive room for her cosmetics, which Solo finds a bit too abstract. Finally, Rex vaguely mentions returning home to figure things out, leaving Solo slightly confused. Ibuki admits that he still hasn't decided on a path for his future, while Noel enthusiastically declares her dream of becoming a cool wizard of darkness. Once the meetings finally end, Solo leans back in his chair. Completely exhausted, he reflects on the experience, noting that while he had his own predictions for them, every student has a vision for their future that is uniquely their own. As the previous student leaves the room, Solo reflects on the meetings, noting that the fear of his students becoming evil wizards was completely unfounded. He then calls in the last student, Kai. After a cheerful greeting from Kai, Solo gets straight to the point and asks him about his thoughts on the future, privately guessing that Kai's answer will be something related to cooking. Kai gives an unexpected answer, admitting that he hasn't actually thought about his future. This leaves Solo completely bewildered, as he was certain Kai would want to pursue cooking. While Kai loves cooking and finds it fun, he views it only as a hobby, and isn't sure if he wants it to be his profession. Intrigued, Solo asks Kai if there was a specific reason why he started cooking in the first place. Kai suddenly becomes energetic, loudly claiming that cooking is a required skill for anyone wanting to be popular these days. Solo, however, is left in a deadpan silence, feeling the awkwardness of the moment. Kai's tone then softens as he admits the real reason is actually quite simple. In a flashback, Kai recalls having a little sister since both of their parents were working. They were often left with very basic food, driven by a desire to give his sister something more exciting to eat. Kai began teaching himself how to cook. Kai recalls how his sister's pure joy over his meals led him to truly love the art of cooking. As Solo asks about his parents, Kai describes his hometown by the sea, where his father works as a fisherman and his mother, a former nurse, manages the household and works part-time, ensuring his sister is well cared for. Solo acknowledges the mention of Kai's sister in the records, and then asks what kind of wizard Kai hopes to become in the future. Kai looks conflicted and admits that he cannot envision himself as a wizard at all. He reveals that, until the moment he enrolled in Orion, he had never possessed any magic power, leaving Solo completely surprised. Kai continues his story, revealing that neither his parents nor any of his relatives were wizards, and he had lived his entire life without a shred of magic. However, everything changed when he turned 14, an event he describes as the witch's revelation. Solo listened to the genetics of magic while it typically follows bloodlines. He acknowledges that there are always exceptions, those born to wizards without power, and those born without magical parents who suddenly manifest it. Solo reassures Kai that his situation is not as unusual as he thinks, explaining that some people awaken magic even without a magical background. Kai recalls the shock of his sudden revelation, jokingly calling witches selfish for appearing without warning. He mentions that while his parents urged him to attend magic school because of his potential, he still cannot imagine a future for himself as a wizard. Kai continues to open up, explaining that since his greatest passion is cooking, something that doesn't require magic, doesn't feel the same envy for wizardry that others do. In fact, he finds the whole thing more of a hassle, leaving him to wonder if there is even a reason for him to be a student at Orion. Solo is genuinely surprised by Kai's confession. Having had no idea the boy felt this way to Solo, Kai always seemed to be enjoying his time at school, making him realize how unpredictable students can be. As he looks at the academy, Solo wonders if a lack of ambition or a clear reason to be at Orion could lead to a student dropping out, fearing that Kai's situation might be quite serious. Solo tells Kai not to worry too much about his lack of ambition as a wizard. He points out that there are wizards who run restaurants without relying on magic, but he encourages Kai to still learn the craft. Solo explains that magic can be a vital tool for protecting the people around him and can offer many convenient benefits in daily life. Solo enthusiastically points out that magic can be used to change the flavor of food or create spices that make anything taste delicious. Overwhelmed by the suggestion, Kai firmly disagrees, stating he couldn't live with such a shortcut. He believes that flavor must come from a chef's own skill and pride, leaving Solo completely surprised. Solo suddenly shifts gears, showering Kai with praise for his first-class cooking skills. He recalls the delicious roast beef and egg tarts Kai had made, becoming overly dramatic about the tragedy of never eating them again if Kai decided to leave Orion. Overwhelmed by his appetite, Solo begs Kai to start making his dishes regularly. Kai is taken aback by Solo's dramatic reaction and quickly clarifies that he never actually said he wanted to quit school, only that he's unsure of his future. Solo, now panicked, realizes he may have exaggerated the situation. Kai smiles, reflecting on how, despite feeling lonely at Orion at times, he has found happiness with Class 2D and intends to graduate as his parents wished. Kai acknowledges Solo's enthusiasm and reminds him he genuinely enjoys being helpful to others. With a warm, sincere smile, he promises to make the egg tarts again, leaving Solo pleasantly surprised. Kai beams with confidence after Solo's praise, while Solo admits to himself that he was simply overthinking the situation. As the conversation ends, Solo resolves to keep their discussion in mind. The scene shifts to the grand architecture of Orion Academy as the bell tolls, signaling that summer vacation is nearly here, and leaving Solo reflecting on how much more he has learned about the students of Class D.